Welcome to the Audio Renaissance presentation of All Creatures Great and Small, written by James Herriot, produced from master recordings provided by Chivers Press Publishers Limited. Production of this compilation supervised by Tony Hutz, and read by Christopher.
They didn't say anything about this in the books, I thought, as the snow blew in through the gaping doorway and settled on my naked back. I lay face down on the cobbled floor in a pool of nameless muck, my arm deep inside the straining cow, my feet scrabbling for a toehold between the stones. I was stripped to the waist, and the snow mingled with the dirt and the dried blood on my body. I could see nothing outside the circle of flickering light thrown by the smoky oil lamp which the farmer held over me. No, there wasn't a word in the books about searching for your ropes and instruments in the shadows, about trying to keep clean in a half-bucket of tepid water, about the cobbles digging into your chest, nor about the slow numbing of the arms, the creeping paralysis of the muscles as the fingers tried to work against the cow's powerful expulsive efforts. There was no mention anywhere of the gradual exhaustion, the feeling of futility, and the little far-off voice of panic. My mind went back to that picture in the obstetrics book. A cow standing in the middle of a gleaming floor while a sleek veterinary surgeon in a spotless patrician overall inserted his arm to a polite distance. He was relaxed and smiling. The farmer and his helpers were smiling. Even the cow was smiling. There was no dirt or blood or sweat anywhere. The man in the picture had just finished an excellent lunch, and had moved next door to do a bit of carving just for the sheer pleasure of it, as a kind of dessert. He hadn't crawled shivering from his bed at 2 o'clock in the morning, and bumped over 12 miles of frozen snow, staring sleepily ahead till the lonely farm showed in the headlights. He hadn't climbed half a mile of white fellside to the doorless barn where his patient lay. I tried to wriggle my way an extra inch inside the cow. The calf's head was back, and I was painfully pushing a thin, looped rope towards its lower jaw with my fingertips. All the time my arm was being squeezed between the calf and the bony pelvis. With every straining effort from the cow, the pressure became almost unbearable. Then she would relax, and I would push the rope another inch. I wondered how long I would be able to keep this up. If I didn't snare that jaw soon, I would never get the calf away. I groaned, set my teeth, and reached forward again. Another little flurry of snow blew in, and I could almost hear the flakes sizzling on my sweating back. There was sweat on my forehead, too, and it trickled into my eyes as I pushed. There is always a time at a bad carving when you begin to wonder if you will ever win the battle. I had reached that stage. Little speeches began to flit through my brain. Perhaps it would be better to slaughter this cow. Her pelvis is so small and narrow that I can't see a calf coming through. Or, she's a good fat animal and really of the beef type, so don't you think it would pay you better to get the butcher? Or perhaps, this is a very bad presentation. In a roomy cow it would be simple enough to bring the head round, but in this case it is just about impossible. Of course, I could have delivered the calf by embryotomy, by passing a wire over the neck and sawing off the head. So many of these occasions ended with the floor strewn with heads, legs, heaps of intestines. There were thick textbooks devoted to the countless ways you could cut up a calf. But none of it was any good here, because this calf was alive. At my furthest stretch, I had got my finger as far as the commissure of the mouth, and had been startled by a twitch of the little creature's tongue. It was unexpected, because calves in this position are usually dead, asphyxiated by the acute flexion of the neck and the pressure of the dam's powerful contractions. But this one had a spark of life in it, and if it came out, it would have to be in one piece. I went over to my bucket of water, cold now and bloody, and silently soaked my arms. Then I lay down again, feeling the cobbles harder than ever against my chest. I worked my toes between the stones, shook the sweat from my eyes, and for the 100th time thrust an arm that felt like spaghetti into the cow, alongside the little dry legs of the calf, like sandpaper tearing against my flesh, then to the bend in the neck, and so to the ear, and then agonizingly along the side of the face towards the lower jaw, which had become my major goal in life. It was incredible that I had been doing this for nearly 2 hours, fighting as my strength ebbed to push a little noose round the jaw. I had tried everything else, repelling a leg, gentle traction with a blunt hook in the eye socket, but I was back to the noose. It had been a miserable session all through. The farmer, Mr. Dinsdale, was a long, sad, silent man of few words who always seemed to be expecting the worst to happen. He had a long, sad, silent son with him, and the two of them had watched my efforts with deepening gloom. But worst of all had been Uncle. When I had first entered the hillside barn, I had been surprised to see a little, bright-eyed old man in a pork-pie hat settling down comfortably on a bale of straw. He was filling his pipe and clearly looking forward to the entertainment. "Now then, young man," he cried in a nasal twang of the West Riding. "I'm Mr. Dinsdale's brother. I farm over in Listondale." I put down my equipment and nodded. "How do you do? My name is Herriot." The old man looked me over piercingly. "My vet is Mr. Broomfield. Expect you'll have heard of him. Everybody knows him, I reckon. Wonderful man, Mr. Broomfield, especially at calving. Do you know, I've never seen him beat yet." I managed a wan smile. Any other time I would have been delighted to hear how good my colleague was, but somehow not now. Not now. In fact, the words set a mournful little bell tolling inside me. "No, I'm afraid I don't know Mr. Broomfield," I said, taking off my jacket and, more reluctantly, peeling my shirt over my head. "But I haven't been around these parts very long." Uncle was aghast. "You don't know him? Well, you're the only one who doesn't. They think the world of him in Listondale, I can tell you." He lapsed into a shocked silence and applied a match to his pipe. Then he shot a glance at my goose-pimpled torso. "Strips like a boxer does Mr. Broomfield. Never seen such muscles on a man." A wave of weakness coursed sluggishly over me. I felt suddenly leaden-footed and inadequate. As I began to lay out my ropes and instruments on a clean towel, the old man spoke again. "How long have you been qualified, may I ask?" "Oh, about 7 months." 7 months. Uncle smiled indulgently, tamped down his tobacco and blew out a cloud of rank blue smoke. "Well, there's not like a bit of experience, I always say. Mr. Broomfield's been doing my work now for over 10 years, and he really knows what he's about. No, you can have all your book learning, give me experience every time." I tipped some antiseptic into the bucket and lathered my arms carefully. I knelt behind the cow. "Mr. Broomfield always puts some special lubricating oils on his arms first," Uncle said, pulling contentedly on his pipe. "He says you get infection of the room if you just use soap and water." I made my first exploration. It was the burdened moment all vets go through when they first put their hand into a cow. Within seconds I would know whether I would be putting on my jacket in 15 minutes or whether I had hours of hard labour ahead of me. I was going to be unlucky this time. It was a nasty presentation. Head back and no room at all. More like being inside an undeveloped heifer than a second calver. And she was bone dry. The waters must have come away from her hours ago. She had been running out on the high fields and had started to calve a week before her time. That was why they had to bring her into this half-ruined barn. Anyway, it would be a long time before I saw my bed again. "Well now, what have you found, young man?" Uncle's penetrating voice cut through the silence. "Head back, eh? You won't have much trouble then. I've seen Mr. Broomfield do 'em like that. He turns calf right round and brings it out back legs first." I'd heard this sort of nonsense before. A short time in practice had taught me that all farmers were experts with other farmers' livestock. When their own animals were in trouble, they tended to rush to the phone for the vet. But with their neighbours, they were confident, knowledgeable, and full of helpful advice. And another phenomenon I had observed was that their advice was usually regarded as more valuable than the vet's. Like now, for instance. Uncle was obviously an accepted sage, and the Dinsdales listened with deference to everything he said. "Another way with a job like this," continued Uncle, "is to get a few strong chaps with ropes and pull the thing out, head back and all." I gasped as I felt my way around. I'm afraid it's impossible to turn a calf completely round in this small space, and to pull it out without bringing the head round would certainly break the mother's pelvis. The Dinsdales narrowed their eyes. Clearly they thought I was hedging in the face of Uncle's superior knowledge. And now, 2 hours later, defeat was just around the corner. I was just about whacked. I had rolled and grovelled on the filthy cobbles while the Dinsdales watched me in morose silence, and Uncle kept up a non-stop stream of comment. Uncle, his ruddy face glowing with delight, his little eyes sparkling, hadn't had such a happy night for years. His long trek up the hillside had been repaid 100-fold. His vitality was undiminished. He had enjoyed every minute. As I lay there, eyes closed, face stiff with dirt, mouth hanging open, Uncle took his pipe in his hand and leant forward on his straw bale. "You're about beat, young man," he said, with deep satisfaction. "Well, I've never seen Mr. Broomfield beat, but he's had a lot of experience, and what's more, he's strong, really strong. That's one man you couldn't tire." Rage flooded through me like a draught of strong spirit. The right thing to do, of course, would be to get up, tip the bucket of bloody water over Uncle's head, run down the hill and drive away. Away from Yorkshire, from Uncle, from the Dinsdales, from this cow. Instead, I clenched my teeth, braced my legs, and pushed with everything I had. And with a sensation of disbelief, I felt my noose slide over the sharp little incisor teeth and into the calf's mouth. Gingerly muttering a prayer, I pulled on the thin rope with my left hand and felt the slip knot tighten. I had hold of that lower jaw. At last, I could start doing something. "Now hold this rope, Mr. Dinsdale, and just keep a gentle tension on it. I'm going to repel the calf, and if you pull steadily at the same time, the head ought to come round." "What if the rope comes off?" asked Uncle, hopefully. I didn't answer. I put my hand in against the calf's shoulder and began to push against the cow's contractions. I felt the small body moving away from me. "Now, a steady pull, Mr. Dinsdale, without jerking." And to myself, "Oh God, don't let it slip off." The head was coming round. I could feel the neck straightening against my arm, then the ear touched my elbow. I let go the shoulder and grabbed the little muzzle. Keeping the teeth away from the vaginal wall with my hand, I guided the head till it was resting where it should be on the forelimbs. Quickly I extended the noose till it reached behind the ears. "Now, pull on the head as she strains." "Nay, you should pull on the legs now," cried Uncle. "Pull on the bloody head rope, I tell you!" I bellowed at the top of my voice, and felt immediately better as Uncle retired, offended, to his bale. With traction, the head was brought out and the rest of the body followed easily. The little animal lay motionless on the cobbles, eyes glassy and unseeing, tongue blue and grossly swollen. "It'll be dead. Bound to be," grunted Uncle, returning to the attack. I cleared the mucus from the mouth, blew hard down the throat and began artificial respiration. After a few pressures on the ribs, the calf gave a little gasp and the eyelids flickered. Then it started to inhale and one leg jerked. Uncle took off his hat and scratched his head in disbelief. "By gore, it's alive! I'd have thought it'd sure be dead after you'd messed about all that time." A lot of the fire had gone out of him, and his pipe hung down empty from his lips. "I know what this little fellow wants," I said. I grasped the calf by its forelegs and pulled it up to its mother's head. The cow was stretched out on her side, her head extended wearily along the rough floor. Her ribs heaved, her eyes were almost closed. She looked past caring about anything. Then she felt the calf's body against her face, and there was a transformation. Her eyes opened wide and her muzzle began a snuffling exploration of the new object. Her interest grew with every sniff, and she struggled onto her chest, nosing and probing all over the calf, rumbling deep in her chest. Then she began to lick him methodically. Nature provides the perfect stimulant massage for a time like this, and the little creature arched his back as the coarse papillae on the tongue dragged along his skin. Within a minute he was shaking his head and trying to sit up. I grinned. This was the bit I liked. The little miracle. I felt it was something that would never grow stale no matter how often I saw it. I cleaned as much of the dried blood and filth from my body as I could, but most of it had caked on my skin and not even my fingernails would move it. It would have to wait for the hot bath at home. Pulling my shirt over my head, I felt as though I'd been beaten for a long time with a thick stick. Every muscle ached. My mouth was dried out, my lips almost sticking together. A long, sad figure hovered near. "How about a drink?" asked Mr. Dinsdale. I could feel my grimy face cracking into an incredulous smile. A vision of hot tea well laced with whiskey swam before me. "Well, that's very kind of you, Mr. Dinsdale. I'd love a drink. It's been a hard 2 hours." "Nay," said Mr. Dinsdale, looking at me steadily. "I meant for the cow." I began to babble. "Oh, yes, of course, certainly, by all means. Yes, give her a drink. She must be very thirsty. It'll do her good. Certainly, yeah, give her a drink." I gathered up my tackle and stumbled out of the barn. On the moor it was still dark, and a bitter wind whipped over the snow, stinging my eyes. As I plodded down the slope, Uncle's voice, strident and undefeated, reached me for the last time. "Mr. Broomfield doesn't believe in giving a drink after calving. Says it chills the stomach." Chapter 2. It was hot in the rickety little bus, and I was on the wrong side where the July sun beat on the windows. I shifted uncomfortably inside my best suit and eased a finger inside the constricting white collar. It was a foolish outfit for this weather, but a few miles ahead, my prospective employer was waiting for me, and I had to make a good impression. There was a lot hanging on this interview. Being a newly qualified veterinary surgeon in this year of 1937 was like taking out a ticket for the dole queue. Agriculture was depressed by a decade of government neglect. The draft horse, which had been the mainstay of the profession, was fast disappearing. It was easy to be a prophet of doom when the young men emerging from the colleges after a hard 5-year slog were faced by a world indifferent to their enthusiasm and bursting knowledge. There were usually 2 or 3 situations vacant in the record each week, and an average of 80 applicants for each one. It hadn't seemed true when the letter came from Darrowby in the Yorkshire Dales. "Mr. Siegfried Farnan, M.R. CVS, would like to see me on the Friday afternoon. I was to come to tea, and if we were mutually suited, I could stay on as assistant." I had grabbed at the lifeline unbelievingly. So many friends who had qualified with me were unemployed, or working in shops, or as labourers in the shipyards, that I'd given up hope of any other future for myself. The driver crashed his gears again as he went into another steep bend. We had been climbing steadily now for the last 15 miles or so, moving closer to the distant blue swell of the Pennines. I had never been in Yorkshire before, but the name had always raised a picture of a county as stodgy and unromantic as its pudding. I was prepared for solid worth, dullness, and a total lack of charm. But as the bus groaned its way higher, I began to wonder. The formless heights were resolving into high, grassy hills and wide valleys. In the valley bottoms, rivers twisted among the trees, and solid grey stone farmhouses lay among islands of cultivated land, which pushed bright green promontories up the hillsides into the dark tide of heather which lapped from the summits. I had seen the fences and hedges give way to dry stone walls which bordered the roads, enclosed the fields, and climbed endlessly over the surrounding fells. The walls were everywhere, countless miles of them, tracing their patterns high on the green uplands. But as I neared my destination, the horror stories kept forcing their way into my mind. The tales brought back to college by veterans, hardened and embittered by a few months of practice. Assistants were just little bits of dirt, to be starved and worked into the ground by the principals, who were heartless and vicious to a man. Dave Stevens lighting a cigarette with trembling hand. Never a night off or a half-day. He made me wash the car, dig the garden, mow the lawn, do the family shopping, but when he told me to sweep the chimney, I left. Or Willie Johnston. First job I had to do was pass the stomach tube on a horse. Got it into the trachea instead of the esophagus. Couple of quick pumps and down went the horse with a hell of a crash. Dead as a hammer. That's when I started these grey hairs. Or that dreadful one they passed around about Fred Pringle. Fred had trockerized a bloated cow, and the farmer had been so impressed by the pent-up gas hissing from the abdomen that Fred had got carried away and applied his cigarette lighter to the cannula. A roaring sheet of flame had swept onto some straw bales and burnt the buyer to the ground. Fred had taken up a colonial appointment immediately afterwards. Leeward Islands, wasn't it? Oh, hell, that one couldn't be true. I cursed my fevered imagination and tried to shut out the crackling of the inferno, the terrified bellowing of the cattle as they were led to safety. No, it couldn't be as bad as that. I rubbed my sweating palms on my knees and tried to concentrate on the man I was going to meet. Siegfried Farnan. Strange name for a vet in the Yorkshire Dales. Probably a German who had done his training in this country and decided to set up in practice. And it wouldn't have been Farnan in the beginning. Probably Farranen. Yes, Siegfried Farranen. He was beginning to take shape. Short, fat, roly-poly type with merry eyes and a bubbling laugh. But at the same time I had trouble with the obtruding image of a hulking, cold-eyed, bristle-skulled Teuton, more in keeping with the popular idea of the practice boss. I realized the bus was clattering along a narrow street which opened onto a square where we stopped. Above the window of an unpretentious grocer shop, I read, Darrowby Cooperative Society. We had arrived. I got out and stood beside my battered suitcase looking about me. There was something unusual, and I couldn't put my finger on it at first. Then I realized what it was. The silence. The other passengers had dispersed. The driver had switched off his engine, and there was not a sound or a movement anywhere. The only visible sign of life was a group of old men sitting around the clock tower in the centre of the square, but they might have been carved from stone. Darrowby didn't get much space in the guidebooks, but when it was mentioned, it was described as a grey little town on the River Darrow, with a cobbled marketplace and little of interest except its two ancient bridges. But when you looked at it, its setting was beautiful. On the pebbly river where the houses clustered thickly and straggled unevenly along the lower slopes of Herne Fell. Everywhere in Darrowby, in the streets, through the windows of the houses, you could see the fell rearing its calm green bulk more than 2,000 feet above the huddled roofs. There was a clarity in the air, a sense of space and airiness that made me feel I had shed something on the plain 20 miles behind. The confinement of the city, the grime, the smoke, already they seemed to be falling away from me. Trengate was a quiet street leading off the square, and I had my first sight of Scaledale House. I knew it was the right place before I was near enough to read S. Farnan MRCVS on the old-fashioned brass plate, hanging slightly askew on the iron railings. I knew by the ivy which climbed untidily over the mellow brick to the topmost windows. It was what the letter had said. The only house with ivy. And this could be where I would work for the first time as a veterinary surgeon. Now that I was here, right on the doorstep, I felt breathless, as though I'd been running. If I got the job, this was where I would find out about myself. There were many things to prove. But I liked the look of the old house. It was Georgian with a fine, white-painted doorway. The windows, too, were white, wide and graceful on the ground floor and the first story, but small and square where they peeped out from under the overhanging tiles far above. The paint was flaking and the mortar looked crumbly between the bricks, but there was a changeless elegance about the place. There was no front garden, and only the railings separated the house from the street a few feet away. I rang the doorbell, and instantly the afternoon peace was shattered by a distant baying like a wolf pack in full cry. The upper half of the door was of glass, and as I peered through, a river of dogs poured round the corner of a long passage and dashed itself with frenzied yells against the door. If I hadn't been used to animals, I would have turned and run for my life. As it was, I stepped back warily and watched the dogs as they appeared, sometimes two at a time, at the top of their leap, eyes glaring, jaws slavering. After a minute or two of this, I was able to sort them out, and I realized that my first rough count of about 14 was exaggerated. There were, in fact, 5. A huge fawn greyhound, who appeared most often as he hadn't so far to jump as the others, a cocker spaniel, a scottie, a whippet, and a tiny, short-legged hunt terrier. This terrier was seldom seen since the glass was rather high for him. But when he did make it, he managed to get an even more frantic note into his bark before he disappeared. I was thinking of ringing the bell again when I saw a large woman in the passage. She rapped out a single word, and the noise stopped as if by magic. When she opened the door, the ravening pack was slinking round her feet ingratiatingly, showing the whites of their eyes and wagging their tucked-in tails. I had never seen such a servile crew. "Good afternoon," I said with my best smile. "My name is Herriot." The woman looked bigger than ever with the door open. She was about 60, but her hair, tightly pulled back from her forehead, was jet black and hardly streaked with grey. She nodded and looked at me with grim benevolence, but she seemed to be waiting for further information. Evidently, the name struck no answering spark. "Mr. Farnan is expecting me. He wrote asking me to come today." "Mr. Herriot," she said thoughtfully. "Surgery is from 6 to 7 o'clock. If you wanted to bring a dog in, that would be your best time." No, I said, hanging on to my smile. "I'm applying for the position of assistant. Mr. Farnan said to come in time for tea." "Assistant? Well, now, that's nice." The lines in her face softened a little. "I'm Mrs. Hall. I keep house for Mr. Farnan. He's a bachelor, you know." "He never said anything to me about you, but never mind. Come in and have a cup of tea." "He shouldn't be long before he's back." I followed her between the whitewashed walls, my feet clattering on the tiles. We turned right at the end into another passage, and I was beginning to wonder just how far back the house extended when I was shown into a sunlit room. It had been built in the grand manner, high-ceilinged and airy, with a massive fireplace flanked by arched alcoves. One end was taken up by a French window which gave on a long high-walled garden. I could see unkempt lawns, a rockery and many fruit trees. A great bank of peonies blazed in the hot sunshine, and at the far end, rooks cawed in the branches of a group of tall elms. Above and beyond were the green hills with their climbing walls. Ordinary-looking furniture stood around on a very worn carpet. Hunting prints hung on the walls and books were scattered everywhere, some on shelves in the alcoves, but others piled on the floor in the corners. A pewter pint pot occupied a prominent place at one end of the mantelpiece. It was an interesting pot. Cheques and banknotes had been stuffed into it till they bulged out of the top and overflowed onto the hearth beneath. I was studying this with astonishment when Mrs. Hall came in with a tea tray. "I suppose Mr. Farnan's out on a case," I said. "No, he's gone through to Broughton to visit his mother. I can't really say when he'll be back." She left me with my tea. The dogs arranged themselves peacefully around the room, and, except for a brief dispute between the Scottie and the Cocker Spaniel about the occupancy of a deep chair, there was no sign of their previous violent behaviour. They lay regarding me with a friendly boredom, and at the same time fighting a losing battle against sleep. Soon the last nodding head had fallen back, and a chorus of heavy breathing filled the room. But I was unable to relax with them. A feeling of let down gripped me. I had screwed myself up for an interview, and I was left dangling. This was all very odd. Why should anyone write for an assistant, arrange a time to meet him, and then go to visit his mother? Another thing, if I was engaged, I would be living in this house, yet the housekeeper had no instructions to prepare a room for me. In fact, she had never even heard of me. My musings were interrupted by the doorbell ringing, and the dogs, as if touched by a live wire, leapt screaming into the air and launched themselves in a solid mass through the door. I wished they didn't take their duties so seriously. There was no sign of Mrs. Hall, so I went out to the front door, where the dogs were putting everything into their fierce attack. "Shut up!" I shouted, and the din switched itself off. The 5 dogs cringed abjectly around my ankles, almost walking on their knees. The big greyhound got the best effect by drawing his lips back from his teeth in an apologetic grin. I opened the door and looked into a round, eager face. Its owner, a plump man in Wellington boots, leant confidently against the railings. Hello, Mr. Farnan in?" Not at the moment. Can I help you?" "Aye. Give him a message when he comes in. Tell him Bert Sharp of Barrow Hills has a cow what wants boring out. Boring out? That's right. She's nobbut going on 3 cylinders. 3 cylinders? Aye, and if we don't do something, she'll go ranging her ewer, won't she? Very probably. Don't want felon, do we? Certainly not. OK, you'll tell him then. Ta-ra. I returned thoughtfully to the sitting room. It was disconcerting, but I had listened to my first case history without understanding a word of it. I had hardly sat down when the bell rang again. This time I unleashed a frightening yell which froze the dogs when they were still in mid-air. They took the point and returned abashed to their chairs. This time it was a solemn gentleman, with a straightly adjusted cloth cap resting on his ears, a muffler knotted precisely over his Adam's apple, and a clay pipe growing from the exact centre of his mouth. He removed the pipe and spoke with a rich, unexpected accent. "Me name's Mulligan, and I want Mr. Farnan to make up some medicine for me dog." "Oh? What's the trouble with your dog, Mr. Mulligan?" He raised a questioning eyebrow and put a hand to his ear. I tried again with a full-blooded shout. "What's the trouble?" He looked at me doubtfully for a moment. "He's vomiting, sir. Vomiting bad." I immediately felt on secure ground now, and my brain began to seethe with diagnostic procedures. "How long after eating does he vomit?" The hand went to the ear again. "What's that?" I leant close to the side of his head, inflated my lungs, and bawled. "When does he vomit? Vomit." Comprehension spread slowly over Mr. Mulligan's face. He gave a gentle smile. "Oh, aye, he's vomiting. Vomiting bad, sir." I didn't feel up to another effort, so I told him I would see to it and asked him to call later. He must have been able to lip-read me because he seemed satisfied and walked away. Back in the sitting room, I sank into a chair and poured a cup of tea. I had taken one sip when the bell rang again. This time, a wild glare from me was enough to make the dogs cower back in their chairs. I was relieved they had caught on so quickly. Outside the front door, a lovely red-haired girl was standing. She smiled, showing a lot of very white teeth. "Good afternoon," she said in a loud, well-bred voice. "I am Diana Brompton. Mr. Farnan is expecting me for tea." I gulped and clung to the door handle. "He's asked you to tea?" The smile became fixed. "Yes, that is correct," she said, spelling the words out carefully. "He asked me to tea. I'm afraid Mr. Farnan isn't at home. I can't say when he'll be back." The smile was plucked away. "Oh," she said, and she got a lot into the word. "At any rate, perhaps I could come in." "Oh, certainly, do come in, I'm sorry," I babbled, suddenly conscious that I'd been staring open-mouthed at her. I held open the door and she brushed past me without a word. She knew her way about, because when I got to the first corner, she had disappeared into the room. I tiptoed past the door and broke into a gallop, which took me along another 30 yards or so of twisting passage to a huge, stone-flagged kitchen. Mrs. Hall was pottering about there, and I rushed at her. "There's a young lady here, a Miss Brompton. She's come to tea, too." I had to fight an impulse to pluck at her sleeve. Mrs. Hall's face was expressionless. I thought she might have started to wave her arms about, but she didn't even seem surprised. "You can go through and talk to her, and I'll bring a few more cakes," she said. "But what the heck am I going to talk to her about? Look, how long is Mr. Farnan going to be?" "Oh, just chat to her for a bit. I shouldn't think he'll be very long," she said, calmly. Slowly, I made my way back to the sitting room, and when I opened the door, the girl turned quickly with the makings of another big smile. She made no attempt to hide her disgust when she saw it was only me. "Mrs. Hall thinks he should be back fairly soon. Perhaps you would join me in a cup of tea while you're waiting." She gave me a quick glance which raked me from my rumpled hair to my scuffed old shoes. I realized suddenly how grimy and sweaty I was after the long journey. Then she shrugged her shoulders and turned away. The dogs regarded her apathetically. A heavy silence blanketed the room. I poured a cup of tea and held it out to her. She ignored me and lit a cigarette. This was going to be tough, but I could only try. I cleared my throat and spoke lightly. I've only just arrived myself. I hope to be the new assistant. This time she didn't trouble to look round. She just said, "Oh." And again the monosyllable carried a tremendous punch. "Lovely part of the world, this," I said, returning to the attack. "Yes." "I'd never been in Yorkshire before, but I like what I've seen." "Oh." "Have you known Mr. Farnham very long?" "Yes." "I believe he's quite young. About 30. "Yes." "Wonderful weather." "Yes." I kept at it with courage and tenacity for about 5 minutes, hunting for something original or witty, but finally Miss Brompton, instead of answering, took the cigarette from her mouth, turned towards me, and gave me a long, blank stare. I knew that was the end, and shrank into silence. After that, she sat staring out of the French window, pulling deeply at her cigarette, narrowing her eyes as the smoke trickled from her lips. As far as she was concerned, I just wasn't there. I was able to observe her at will, and she was interesting. I had never met a living piece of a society magazine before. Cool linen dress, expensive-looking cardigan, elegant legs, and the glorious red hair falling on her shoulders. And yet here was a fascinating thought. She was sitting there, positively hungering for a little fat German vet. This Farnham must have something. The tableau was finally broken up when Miss Brompton jumped to her feet. She hurled her cigarette savagely into the fireplace and marched from the room. Wearily, I got out of my chair. My head began to ache as I shuffled through the French window into the garden. I flopped down among the knee-deep grass on the lawn and rested my back against a towering acacia tree. Where the devil was Farnham? Was he really expecting me, or had somebody played a horrible practical joke on me? I felt suddenly cold. I had spent my last few pounds getting here, and if there was some mistake, I was in trouble. But looking around me, I began to feel better. The sunshine beat back from the high old walls. Bees droned among the bright masses of flowers. A gentle breeze stirred the withered blooms of a magnificent wisteria which almost covered the back of the house. There was peace here. I leant my head against the bark and closed my eyes. I could see Herr Farnham, looking just as I had imagined him, standing over me. He wore a shocked expression. "Was is this you have done?" he sputtered, his fat jowls quivering with rage. "You come to my house under false pretenses. You insult Fräulein Brompton. You drink my tea. You eat my food. What else you do, hein? Maybe you steal my spoons. You talk about assistant, but I want no assistant. It's best I telephone the police." Herr Farnham seized the phone in a pudgy hand. Even in my dream, I wondered how the man could use such a completely corny accent. I heard the thick voice saying, "Hello? Hello?" And I opened my eyes. Somebody was saying hello, but it wasn't Herr Farnham. A tall, thin man was leaning against the wall, his hands in his pockets. Something seemed to be amusing him. As I struggled to my feet, he heaved himself away from the wall and held out his hand. "Sorry you've had to wait. I'm Siegfried Farnham." He was just about the most English-looking man I'd ever seen. Long, humorous, strong-jawed face, small clipped moustache, untidy, sandy hair. He was wearing an old tweed jacket and shapeless flannel trousers. The collar of his checked shirt was frayed and the tie carelessly knotted. He looked as though he didn't spend much time in front of a mirror. Studying him, I began to feel better despite the ache in my neck where it had rested against the tree. I shook my head to get my eyes fully open, and tufts of grass fell from my hair. "There was a Miss Brompton here," I blurted out. "She came to tea. I explained that you'd been called away." Farnham looked thoughtful but not put out. He rubbed his chin slowly. Yes. Well, never mind, but I do apologize for being out when you arrived. I have a shocking memory and I just forgot. It was the most English voice, too. Farnan gave me a long, searching look, then he grinned. "Let's go inside. I want to show you around the place." Chapter 3. The long offshoot behind the house had been the servants' quarters in grander days. Here, everything was dark and narrow and poky, as if in deliberate contrast with the front. Farnan led me to the first of several doors which opened off a passage, where the smell of ether and carbolic hung on the air. "This," he said, with a secret gleam in his eye, as though he were about to unveil the mysteries of Aladdin's cave, "is the dispensary." The dispensary was an important place in the days before penicillin and the sulfonamides. Rows of gleaming Winchester bottles lined the white walls from floor to ceiling. I savoured the familiar names: sweet spirits of nitre, tincture of camphor, chlorodyne, formalin, salammoniac, hexamine, sugar of lead, liniment album, perchloride of mercury, red blister. The lines of labels were comforting. I was an initiate among old friends. I had painfully accumulated their lore, ferreting out their secrets over the years. I knew their origins, actions, and uses, and their maddeningly varied dosage. The examiner's voice. "And what is the dose for the horse, and the cow, and the sheep, and the pig, and the dog, and the cat?" These shelves held the vet's entire armoury against disease, and on a bench under the window I could see the instruments for compounding them, the graduated vessels and beakers, the mortars and pestles, and underneath in an open cupboard the medicine bottles, piles of corks of all sizes, pill boxes, powder papers. As we moved around, Farnan's manner became more and more animated. His eyes glittered and he talked rapidly. Often he reached up and caressed a Winchester on its shelf, or he would lift out a horseball, or an electuary from its box, give it a friendly pat, and replace it with tenderness. "Look at this stuff, Herriot!" he shouted without warning. "Adravan! This is the remedy par excellence for red worms in horses. A bit expensive, mind you, 10 bob a packet. And these gentian violet pessaries. If you shove one of these into a cow's uterus after a dirty cleansing, it turns the discharges a very pretty colour. Really looks as though it's doing something. And have you seen this trick?" He placed a few crystals of resublimated iodine on a glass dish and added a drop of turpentine. Nothing happened for a second, then a dense cloud of purple smoke rolled heavily to the ceiling. He gave a great bellow of laughter at my startled face. "Ha-ha! It's like witchcraft, isn't it? I use it for wounds in horses' feet. The chemical reaction drives the iodine deep into the tissues." "It does?" "Well, I don't know, but that's the theory, and anyway, you must admit it looks wonderful. Impresses the toughest client." Some of the bottles on the shelves fell short of the ethical standards I'd learnt in college, like the one labelled Colic Drench, and featuring a floridly drawn picture of a horse rolling in agony. The animal's face was turned outwards and wore an expression of very human anguish. Another bore the legend, "Universal Cattle Medicine," in ornate script. "A sovereign remedy for coughs, chills, scars, pneumonia, milk fever, gargit, and all forms of indigestion." At the bottom of the label, in flaring black capitals, was the assurance, "Never fails to give relief." Farnan had something to say about most of the drugs. Each one had its place in his 5 years' experience of practice. They all had their fascination, their individual mystique. Many of the bottles were beautifully shaped, with heavy glass stoppers and their Latin names cut deeply into their sides. Names familiar to physicians for centuries, gathering fables through the years. The two of us stood gazing at the gleaming rows without any idea that it was nearly all useless, and that the days of the old medicines were nearly over. Soon they would be hustled into oblivion by the headlong rush of the new discoveries, and they would never return. "This is where we keep the instruments," Farnan showed me into another little room. The small animal equipment lay on green baize shelves, very neat and impressively clean. Hypodermic syringes, whelping forceps, tooth scalers, probes, searchers, and, in a place of prominence, an ophthalmoscope. Farnan lifted it lovingly from its black box. "My latest purchase," he murmured, stroking its smooth shaft. "Wonderful thing. Here, have a peep at my retina." I switched on the bulb and gazed with interest at the glistening, coloured tapestry in the depths of his eye. "Very pretty. I could write you a certificate of soundness." He laughed and thumped my shoulder. "Good. I'm glad to hear it. I always fancied I had a touch of cataract in that one." He began to show me the large animal instruments which hung from hooks on the walls. Docking and firing irons, bloodless castrators, emasculators, casting ropes and hobbles, carving ropes and hooks. A new silvery embryotomy hung in the place of honour. But many of the instruments, like the drugs, were museum pieces. Particularly the bloodstick and phlegm, a relic of medieval times, but still used to bring the rich blood spouting into a bucket. "You still can't beat it for laminitis," Farnan declared seriously. We finished up in the operating room with its bare white walls, high table, oxygen, an ether anaesthetic outfit, and a small sterilizer. "Not much small animal work in this district," Farnan smoothed the table with his palm. "But I'm trying to encourage it. It makes a pleasant change from lying on your belly in a cowhouse. The thing is, we've got to do the job right. The old castor oil and prussic acid doctrine is no good at all. You probably know that a lot of the old hands won't look at a dog or a cat. But the profession has got to change its ideas." He went over to a cupboard in the corner and opened the door. I could see glass shelves with a few scalpels, artery forceps, suture needles, and bottles of catgut in spirit. He took out his handkerchief and flicked at an oroscope before closing the doors carefully. "Well, what do you think of it all?" he asked as we went out into the passage. "Great," I replied. "You've got just about everything you need here. I'm really impressed." He seemed to swell visibly. The thin cheeks flushed, and he hummed softly to himself. Then he burst loudly into song in a shaky baritone, keeping time with our steps as we marched along. Back in the sitting room, I told him about Bert Sharp. Something about boring out a cow which was going on 3 cylinders. He talked about her ewer and felon. I didn't quite get it. Farnan laughed. "Well, I think I can translate. He wants a Hudson's operation doing on a blocked teat. Ewer is the udder, and felon the local term for mastinitis." "Well, thanks. Oh, and there was a deaf Irishman, a Mr. Mulligan." "Wait a minute." Farnan held up a hand. "Let me guess. Vomiting?" "Aye, vomiting bad, sir." "Right. I'll put up another pint of bismuth carb for him. I'm in favour of long-range treatment for this dog. He looks like an Airedale, but he's as big as a donkey and has a moody disposition. He's had Joe Mulligan on the floor a few times. Just gets him down and worries him when he's got nothing better to do. But Joe loves him." "Well, how about the vomiting?" "That doesn't mean a thing. Natural reaction from eating every bit of rubbish he finds." "Well, we better get out to Sharp's, and there are 1 or 2 other visits. How about coming with me, and I'll show you a bit of the district?" Outside the house, Farnan motioned me towards a battered hillman, and as I moved round to the passenger's side, I shot a startled glance at the treadless tyres, the rusty bodywork, the almost opaque windscreen with its network of fine cracks. What I didn't notice was that the passenger seat was not fixed to the floor, but stood freely on its sledge-like runners. I dropped into it and went over backwards, finishing with my head on the rear seat and my feet against the roof. Farnan helped me up, apologising with great charm, and we set off. Once clear of the marketplace, the road dipped quite suddenly, and we could see all of the dales stretching away from us in the evening sunshine. The outlines of the great hills were softened in the gentle light, and a broken streak of silver showed where the Darrow wandered on the valley floor. Farnan was an unorthodox driver. Apparently captivated by the scene, he drove slowly down the hill, elbows resting on the wheel, his chin cupped in his hands. At the bottom of the hill, he came out of his reverie and spurted to 70 miles an hour. The old car rocked crazily along the narrow road, and my movable seat slewed from side to side as I jammed my feet against the floorboards. Then he slammed on the brakes and pointed out some pedigree shorthorns in a field, and then jolted away again. He never looked at the road in front. All his attention was on the countryside, around and behind him. It was that last bit that worried me, because he spent a lot of time driving fast and looking over his shoulder at the same time. We left the road at last and made our way up a gated lane. My years of seeing practice had taught me to hop in and out very smartly, as students were regarded primarily as gate-opening machines. Farnan, however, thanked me gravely every time, and once I got over my surprise, I found it refreshing. We drew up in a farmyard. "Lame horse here," Farnan said. A strapping Clydesdale gelding was brought out, and we watched attentively as the farmer trotted him up and down. "Which leg do you make it?" my colleague asked. "Near 4, yes, I think so too. Like to examine it?" I put my hand on the foot, feeling how much hotter it was than the other. I called for a hammer and tapped the wall of the hoof. The horse flinched, raised the foot, and held it trembling for a few seconds before replacing it carefully on the ground. "Looks like pus in the foot to me." "I bet you're right," Farnan said. "They call it gravel round here, by the way. What do you suggest we do about it?" "Open up the sole and evacuate the pus." "Right." He held out a hoof knife. "I'll watch your technique." With the uncomfortable feeling that I was on trial, I took the knife, lifted the foot, and tucked it between my knees. I knew what I had to do. Find the dark mark on the sole where the infection had entered, and follow it down till I reached the pus. I scraped away the caked dirt and found not one, but several marks. After more tapping to find the painful area, I selected the likely spot and started to cut. The horn seemed as hard as marble, and only the thinnest little shaving came away with each twist of the knife. The horse, too, appeared to appreciate having his sore foot lifted off the ground, and gratefully lent his full weight on my back. He hadn't been so comfortable all day. I groaned and dug him in the ribs with my elbow, and though it made him change his position for a second, he was soon leaning on again. The mark was growing fainter, and after a final gouge with the knife, it disappeared altogether. I swore quietly and started on another mark. With my back at breaking point and the sweat trickling into my eyes, I knew that if this one petered out too, I would have to let the foot go and take a rest. And with Farnan's eye on me, I didn't want to do that. Agonizingly, I hacked away, and as the hole deepened, my knees began an uncontrollable trembling. The horse rested happily, his 1,500 weight cradled by this thoughtful human. I was wondering how it would look when I finally fell flat on my face, when, under the knife blade, I saw a thin spurt of pus followed by a steady trickle. "There it goes," the farmer grunted. "He'll get relief now." I enlarged the drainage hole and dropped the foot. It took me a long time to straighten up, and when I stepped back, my shirt clung to my back. "Well done, Herriot!" Farnan took the knife from me and slipped it into his pocket. "It just isn't funny when the horn's as hard as that." He gave the horse a shot of tetanus antitoxin, then turned to the farmer. "I wonder if you'd hold up the foot for a second while I disinfect the cavity." The stocky little man gripped the foot between his knees and looked down with interest as Farnan filled the hole with iodine crystals and added some turpentine. Then he disappeared, behind a billowing purple curtain. I watched, fascinated, as the thick pall mounted and spread. I could locate the little man only by the spluttering noises from somewhere in the middle. As the smoke began to clear, a pair of round, startled eyes came into view. "By God, Mr. Farnan, I wondered what the hell had happened for a minute," the farmer said between coughs. He looked down again at the blackened hole in the hoof and spoke reverently. "It's wonderful what science can do nowadays." We did 2 more visits, one to a calf with a cut leg, which I stitched, dressed and bandaged, then to the cow with the blocked teat. Mr. Sharp was waiting, still looking eager. He led us into the byre, and Farnan gestured towards the cow. "See what you can make of it." I squatted down and palpated the teat, feeling the mass of thickened tissue halfway up. It would have to be broken down by a Hudson's instrument, and I began to work the thin metal spiral up the teat. 1 second later, I was sitting gasping in the dung channel, with the neat imprint of a cloven hoof on my shirt front just over the solar plexus. It was embarrassing, but there was nothing I could do but sit there fighting for breath, my mouth opening and shutting like a stranded fish. Mr. Sharp held his hand over his mouth, his innate politeness at war with his natural amusement at seeing the vet come to grief. "I'm sorry, young man, but I ought to have told you that this is a very friendly cow. She allus likes to shake hands." Then, overcome by his own wit, He rested his forehead on the cow's back and went into a long paroxysm of silent mirth. I took my time to recover, then rose with dignity from the channel. With Mr. Sharp holding the nose and Farnan lifting up the tail, I managed to get the instrument past the fibrous mass, and by a few downward tugs I cleared the obstruction. But though the precautions cramped the cow's style a little, she still got in several telling blows on my arms and legs. When it was over, the farmer grasped the teat and sent a long white jet frothing on the floor. "Capital! She's going on 4 cylinders now." Chapter 4. "We'll go home a different way." Farnan leant over the driving wheel and wiped the cracked windscreen with his sleeve. "Over the Brentstone Pass and down Silldale. It's not much further, and I'd like you to see it." We took a steep, winding road climbing higher and still higher, with the hillside falling away sheer to a dark ravine, where a rocky stream rushed headlong to the gentler country below. On the top, we got out of the car. In the summer dusk, a wild panorama of tumbling fells and peaks rolled away, and lost itself in the crimson and gold ribbons of the western sky. To the east, a black mountain overhung us. Huge square-cut boulders littered the lower slopes. I whistled softly as I looked around. This was different from the friendly hill country I'd seen on the approach to Darrowby. Farnan turned towards me. "Yes, one of the wildest spots in England. A fearsome place in winter. I've known this pass to be blocked for weeks on end." I pulled the clean air deeply into my lungs. Nothing stirred in the vastness, but a curlew cried faintly, and I could just hear the distant roar of the torrent 1,000 feet below. It was dark when we got into the car and started the long descent into Silldale. The valley was a shapeless blur, but points of light showed where the lonely farms clung to the hillsides. We came to a silent village, and Farnan applied his brakes violently. I tobogganed effortlessly across the floor on my mobile seat and collided with the windscreen. My head made a ringing sound against the glass, but Farnan didn't seem to notice. "There's a grand little pub here. Let's go in and have a beer." The pub was something new to me. It was simply a large kitchen, square and stone-flagged. An enormous fireplace and an old black cooking range took up one end. A kettle stood on the hearth, and a single large log hissed and crackled, filling the room with its resinous scent. About a dozen men sat on the high-backed settles which lined the walls. In front of them, rows of pint mugs rested on oak tables, which were fissured and twisted with age. There was a silence as we went in. Then somebody said, "Now then, Mr. Farnan." Not enthusiastically, but politely, and this brought some friendly grunts and nods from the company. They were mostly farmers or farm workers taking their pleasure without fuss or excitement. Most were burnt red by the sun, and some of the younger ones were tireless, muscular necks and chests showing through the open shirt fronts. Soft murmurs and clicks rose from a peaceful domino game in the corner. Farnan guided me to a seat, ordered 2 beers, and turned to face me. "Well, you can have this job if you want it. £4 a week and full board, okay?" The suddenness struck me silent. I was in. And £4 a week. I remembered the pathetic entries in the record. Veterinary surgeon, fully experienced, will work for keep. The BVMA had had to put pressure on the editor to stop him printing these cries from the heart. It hadn't looked so good to see members of the profession offering their services free. £4 a week was affluence. "Thank you," I said, trying hard not to look triumphant. "I accept." "Good." Farnan took a hasty gulp at his beer. "Let me tell you about the practice. I bought it a year ago from an old man of 80. Still practicing, mind you, a real tough old character. But he'd got past getting up in the middle of the night, which isn't surprising. And of course, in lots of ways, he had let things slide, hanging on to all the old ideas. Some of those ancient instruments in the surgery were his. One way and another, there was hardly any practice left, and I'm trying to work it up again now. There's very little profit in it so far. But if we stick in for a few years, I'm confident we'll have a good business. The farmers are pleased to see a younger man taking over, and they welcome new treatments and operations. But I'm having to educate them out of the 3 and 6penny consulting fee the old chap used to charge, and it's been a hard slog. These Dalesmen are wonderful people and you'll like them, but they don't like parting with their brass, unless you can prove they're getting something in return. He talked on enthusiastically of his plans for the future. The drinks kept coming, and the atmosphere in the pub thawed steadily. The place filled up as the regulars from the village streamed in. The noise and heat increased, and by near closing time I had got separated from my colleague, and was in the middle of a laughing group I seemed to have known for years. But there was one odd character who swam repeatedly into my field of vision. An elderly little man with a soiled white Panama perched above a smooth, brown, time-worn face like an old boot. He was dodging round the edge of the group, beckoning and winking. I could see there was something on his mind, so I broke away and allowed myself to be led to a seat in the corner. The old man sat opposite me, rested his hands and chin on the handle of his walking stick, and regarded me from under drooping eyelids. "Now then, young man, I've summat to tell thee. I've been among beasts all my life, and I'm going to tell thou summat." My toes began to curl. I'd been caught this way before. Early in my college career I had discovered that all the older inhabitants of the agricultural world seemed to have the idea that they had something priceless to impart, and it usually took a long time. I looked around me in alarm, but I was trapped. The old man shuffled his chair closer and began to talk in a conspiratorial whisper. Gusts of beery breath hit my face from 6 inches range. There was nothing new about the old man's tale. Just the usual recital of miraculous cures he had wrought, infallible remedies known only to himself, and many little sidetracks about how unscrupulous people had tried in vain to worm his secrets from him. He paused only to take expert pulls at his pint pot. His tiny frame seemed to be able to accommodate a surprising amount of beer. But he was enjoying himself, and I let him ramble on. In fact, I encouraged him by expressing amazement and admiration at his feats. The little man had never had such an audience. He was a retired smallholder, and it had been years since anybody had shown him the appreciation he deserved. His face wore a lopsided leer, and his swimmy eyes were alight with friendship. But suddenly he became serious and sat up straight. "Now, afore you go, young man, I'm going to tell thee summat nobody knows but me. I could have made a lot of money out of this. Folks have been after me for years to tell 'em, but I never have." He lowered the level in his glass by several inches, then narrowed his eyes to slits. "It's the cure for malanders and salanders in 'osses." I started up in my chair as though the roof had begun to fall in. "You can't mean it," I gasped. "Not malanders and salanders." The old man looked smug. "Ah, but I do mean it. All you have to do is to rub on this salve of mine, and the 'oss walks away, sound. He's better by that!" His voice rose to a thin shout, and he made a violent gesture with his arm which swept his nearly empty glass to the floor. I gave a low, incredulous whistle and ordered another pint. "And you're really going to tell me the name of this salve?" I whispered. "I am, young man, but only on one condition. Thou must tell no one. Thou must keep it to thyself. Then nobody'll know but thee and me." He effortlessly tipped half of his fresh pint down his throat. "Just thee and me, lad." "All right, I promise you. I'll not tell a soul. Now, what is this wonderful stuff?" The old man looked furtively round the crowded room. Then he took a deep breath, laid his hand on my shoulder and put his lips close to my ear. He hiccuped once, solemnly, and spoke in a hoarse whisper. "Marshmallow ointment." I grasped his hand and wrung it silently. The old man, deeply moved, spilled most of his final half-pint down his chin. But Farnan was making signals from the door. It was time to go. We surged out with our new friends, making a little island of noise and light in the quiet village street. A tow-haired young fellow in shirt-sleeves opened the car door with natural courtesy, and waving a final good night, I plunged in. This time the seat went over quicker than usual, and I hurtled backwards, coming to rest with my head among some Wellingtons and my knees tucked underneath my chin. A row of surprised faces peered in at me through the back window, but soon willing hands were helping me up, and the trick seat was placed upright on its rockers again. I wondered how long it had been like that, and if my employer had ever thought of having it fixed. We roared off into the darkness, and I looked back at the waving group. I could see the little man, his Panama gleaming like new in the light from the doorway. He was holding his finger to his lips. Chapter 5. The past 5 years had been leading up to one moment, and it hadn't arrived yet. I had been in Darrowby for 24 hours now, and I still hadn't been to a visit on my own. Another day had passed in going round with Farnan. It was a funny thing, but for a man who seemed careless, forgetful, and a few other things, Farnan was frustratingly cautious about launching his new assistant. We had been over into Lidderdale today, and I had met more of the clients. Friendly, polite farmers who received me pleasantly and wished me success. But working under Farnan's supervision was like being back at college, with the professor's eye on me. I felt strongly that my professional career would not start until I, James Herriot, went out and attended a sick animal unaided and unobserved. However, the time couldn't be very far away now. Farnan had gone off to Broughton to see his mother again. A devoted son, I thought wonderingly. And he had said he would be back late, so the old lady must keep unusual hours. But never mind about that. What mattered was that I was in charge. I sat in an armchair with a frayed loose cover and looked out through the French windows at the shadows thrown by the evening sun across the shaggy lawn. I had the feeling that I would be doing a lot of this. I wondered idly what my first call would be. Probably an anticlimax after the years of waiting. Something like a coughing calf or a pig with constipation. And maybe that would be no bad thing, to start with something I could easily put right. I was in the middle of these comfortable musings when the telephone exploded out in the passage. The insistent clamour sounded abnormally loud in the empty house. I lifted the receiver. "Is that Mr. Farnan?" It was a deep voice with a harsh edge to it, not a local accent. Possibly a trace of the southwest. "No, I'm sorry, he's out. This is his assistant." "When will he be back?" Not till late, I'm afraid. Can I do anything for you?" "I don't know whether you can do anything for me or not." The voice took on a hectoring tone. "I'm Mr. Soames, Lord Hulton's farm manager. I have a valuable hunting horse with colic. Do you know anything about colic?" I felt my hackles rising. I am a veterinary surgeon, so I think I should know something about it. There was a long pause, and the voice barked again. "In any case, I know the injection the horse wants. Bring some Erecaline with you. Mr. Farnan uses it. And for God's sake, don't be all night getting here. How long will you be?" "I'm leaving now." "Right." I heard the receiver bang down onto its rest. My face felt hot as I walked away from the phone. So my first case wasn't going to be a formality. Colics were tricky things, and I had an aggressive know-all called Soames thrown in for good measure. On the 8-mile journey to the case, I reread from memory the great classic, Colton Weekes' Common Colics of the Horse. I had gone through it so often in my final year that I could recite stretches of it like poetry. The well-thumbed pages hovered in front of me, phantom-like as I drove. This would probably be a mild impaction or a bit of spasm. Might have had a change of food or too much rich grass. Yes, that would be it. Most colics were like that. A quick shot of Erecaline and maybe some chlorodyne to relieve the discomfort, and all would be well. My mind went back to the cases I had met while seeing practice. The horse standing quietly, except that it occasionally eased a hind leg or looked round at its side. There was nothing to it, really. I was elaborating this happy picture when I arrived. I drove into a spotless, gravelled yard surrounded on 3 sides by substantial loose boxes. A man was standing there, a broad-shouldered, thick-set figure, very trim in check cap and jacket, well-cut breeches, and shiny leggings. The car drew up about 30 yards away, and as I got out, the man slowly and deliberately turned his back on me. I walked across the yard, taking my time, waiting for the other to turn round, but he stood motionless, hands in pockets, looking in the other direction. I stopped a few feet away, but still the man did not turn. After a long time, and when I got tired of looking at the back, I spoke. "Mr. Soames?" At first the man did not move. Then he turned very slowly. He had a thick red neck, a ruddy face and small, fiery eyes. He made no answer, but looked me over carefully from head to foot, taking in the worn raincoat, my youth, my air of inexperience. When he had completed his examination, he looked away again. "Yes, I am Mr. Soames." He stressed the Mr. as though it meant a lot to him. "I am a very great friend of Mr. Farnan." "My name is Herriot." Soames didn't appear to have heard. "Yes, a clever man is Mr. Farnan. We are great friends." "I understand you have a horse with colic." I wished my voice didn't sound so high and unsteady. Soames' gaze was still directed somewhere into the sky. He whistled a little tune softly to himself before replying. "In there," he said, jerking his head in the direction of one of the boxes. "One of his lordship's best hunters. In need of expert assistance, I think." He put a bit of emphasis on the expert. I opened the door and went inside. And I stopped as though I had walked. A bay horse was staggering round and round the perimeter where he had worn a deep path in the peat. He was lathered in sweat from nose to tail. His nostrils were dilated, and his eyes stared blankly in front of him. His head rolled about at every step, and through his clenched teeth gobbets of foam dripped to the floor. A rank steam rose from his body as though he had been galloping. My mouth had gone dry. I found it difficult to speak, and when I did, it was almost in a whisper. "How long has he been like this?" "Oh, he started with a bit of a bellyache this morning. I've been giving him black draughts all day, or at least this fellow has. I wouldn't be surprised if he's made a bloody mess of it, like he does everything." I saw that there was somebody standing in the shadows in the corner. A large, fat man with a head collar in his hand. "Oh, I got the draughts down him right enough, Mr. Soames, but they haven't done him no good." The big man looked scared. "You call yourself a horseman?" Soames said. "But I should have done the damn job myself. I reckon he'd have been better by now." "It would take more than a black draught to help him," I said. "This is no ordinary colic." "What the hell is it, then?" "Well, I can't say till I've examined him, but severe, continuous pain like this could mean a torsion. A twisted bowel." "Twisted bowel, my foot! He's got a bit of bellyache, that's all. He hasn't passed anything all day, and he wants something to shift him. Have you got the Eureka line with you?" "If this is a torsion, Eureka line would be the worst thing you could give him. He's in agony now, but that would drive him mad. It acts by contracting the muscles of the intestines." "God damn it!" snarled Soames. "Don't start giving me a bloody lecture. Are you going to start doing something for the horse, or aren't you?" I turned to the big man in the corner. "Slip on that head collar and I'll examine him." With the collar on, the horse was brought to a halt. He stood there, trembling and groaning as I passed a hand between ribs and elbows, feeling for the pulse. It was as bad as it could be. A racing, thready beat. I everted an eyelid with my fingers. The mucous membrane was a dark brick red. The thermometer showed a temperature of 103. I looked across the box at Soames. "Could I have a bucket of hot water, soap and a towel, please?" "What the devil for? You've done nothing yet, and you want to have a wash?" "I want to make a rectal examination. Will you please bring me the water?" "God help us, I've never seen anything like this." Soames passed a hand wearily over his eyes and then swung round on the big man. "Well, come on, don't stand around there. Get him his hot water, and then maybe we'll get something done." When the water came, I soaped my arm and gently inserted it into the animal's rectum. I could feel plainly the displacement of the small intestine on the left side, and a tense, tympanitic mass which should not have been there. As I touched it, the horse shuddered and groaned again. As I washed and dried my arms, my heart pounded. What was I to do? What could I say? Soames was stamping in and out of the box, muttering to himself, as the pain-maddened animal writhed and twisted. "Hold the bloody thing!" he bellowed at the horseman who was gripping the head collar. What the bloody hell are you playing at?" The big man said nothing. He was in no way to blame, but he just stared back stolidly at Soames. I took a deep breath. Everything points to the one thing. I'm convinced this horse has a torsion. "All right then, have it your own way. He's got a torsion. Only for God's sake, do something, will you? Are you going to stand in here all night?" There's nothing anybody can do. There is no cure for this. The important thing is to put him out of his pain as quickly as possible. Soames screwed up his face. "No cure? Put him out of his pain? What rubbish is this you're talking? Just what are you getting at?" I took a hold on myself. "I suggest you let me put him down immediately." "What do you mean?" Soames' mouth fell open. "I mean that I should shoot him now, straight away. I have a humane killer in the car." Soames looked as if he was going to explode. "Shoot him? Are you stark raving mad? Do you know how much that horse is worth?" "It makes no difference what he's worth, Mr. Soames. He has been going through hell all day and he's dying now. You should have called me out long ago. He might live a few hours more, but the end would be the same. And he's in dreadful pain. Continuous pain." Soames sunk his head in his hands. "Oh, God. Why did this have to happen to me? His lordship is on holiday, or I'd call him out to try to make you see some sense. I tell you, if your boss had been here, he'd have given that horse an injection and put him right in half an hour. Look here. Can't we wait till Mr. Farnan gets back tonight? And let him have a look at him?" Something in me leapt gladly at the idea. Give a shot of morphine and get away out of it. Leave the responsibility to somebody else. It would be easy. I looked again at the horse. He had recommenced his blind circling of the box, stumbling round and round in a despairing attempt to leave his agony behind. As I watched, he raised his lolling head and gave a little whinny. It was a desolate, uncomprehending, frantic sound, and it was enough for me. I strode quickly out and got the killer from the car. "Steady his head," I said to the big man, and placed the muzzle between the glazing eyes. There was a sharp crack, and the horse's legs buckled. He thudded down on the peat and lay still. I turned to Soames, who was staring at the body in disbelief. "Mr. Farnan will come round in the morning and carry out a post-mortem. I'd like Lord Hulton to have my diagnosis confirmed." I put on my jacket and went out to the car. As I started the engine, Soames opened the door and pushed his head in. He spoke quietly, but his voice was furious. "I'm going to inform his lordship about this night's work. And Mr. Farnan, too. I'll let him know what kind of an assistant he's landed himself with. And let me tell you this. You'll be proved wrong at that post-mortem tomorrow. And then I'm going to sue you." He banged the door shut and walked away. Back at the surgery, I decided to wait up for my boss, and I sat there trying to rid myself of the feeling that I had blasted my career before it had got started. Yet, looking back, I knew I couldn't have done anything else. No matter how many times I went over the ground, the conclusion was always the same. It was 1 a.m. before Farnan got back. His evening with his mother had stimulated him. His thin cheeks were flushed, and he smelt pleasantly of gin. I was surprised to see that he was wearing evening dress, and though the dinner jacket was of old-fashioned cut and hung in loose folds on his bony frame, he still managed to look like an ambassador. He listened in silence as I told him about the horse. He was about to comment when the phone rang. "A late one," he whispered. Then, "Oh, it's you, Mr. Soames." He nodded at me and settled down in his chair. He was a long time saying, "Yes," and "No," and "I see." Then he sat up decisively and began to speak. "Thank you for ringing, Mr. Soames, and it seems to me as though Mr. Herriot did the only thing possible in the circumstances. No, I cannot agree. It would have been cruel to leave him. One of our duties is to prevent suffering. Well, I'm sorry you feel like that, but I consider Mr. Herriot to be a highly capable veterinary surgeon. If I had been there, I have no doubt I'd have done the same thing. Good night, Mr. Soames. I'll see you in the morning." I felt so much better that I almost launched into a speech of gratitude, but in the end all I said was thanks. Farnan reached up into the glass-fronted cupboard above the mantelpiece and pulled out a bottle of whisky. He carelessly slopped out half a tumblerful and pushed it at me. He gave himself a similar measure and fell back into the armchair. He took a deep swallow, stared for a few seconds at the amber fluid in the glass, then looked at me with a smile. "Well, you certainly got chucked in at the deep end tonight, my boy. Your first case, and it had to be Soames, too. Do you know him very well?" "Oh, I know all about him. A nasty piece of work and enough to put anybody off their stroke. Believe me, he's no friend of mine. In fact, rumour has it he's a bit of a crook. They say he's been feathering his nest for a long time at his lordship's expense. He'll slip up one day, I expect." The neat whisky burned a fiery path down to my stomach, but I felt I needed it. I wouldn't like too many sessions like tonight's, but I don't suppose veterinary practice is like that all the time. "Well, not quite," Farnan replied. "But you never know what's in store for you. It's a funny profession, ours, you know. It offers unparalleled opportunities for making a chump of yourself. But I expect a lot depends on your ability. Well, to a certain extent. It helps to be good at the job, of course, but even if you're a positive genius, humiliation and ridicule are lurking just around the corner. I once got an eminent horse specialist along here to do a rig operation, and the horse stopped breathing halfway through. The sight of that man dancing frantically on his patient's ribs taught me a great truth. That I was going to look just as big a fool at fairly regular intervals throughout my career." I laughed. "Then I might as well resign myself to it right at the beginning. That's the idea. Animals are unpredictable things, so our whole life is unpredictable. It's a long tale of little triumphs and disasters, and you've got to really like it to stick it. Tonight it was Soames, but another night it'll be something else. One thing, you never get bored. Here, have some more whisky." I drank the whisky, and then some more, and we talked. It seemed no time at all before the dark bulk of the acacia tree began to emerge from the grey light beyond the French window. A blackbird tried a few tentative pipes, and Farnan was regretfully shaking the last drops from the bottle into the glass. He yawned, jerked the knot out of his black tie, and looked at his watch. "Well, 5 o'clock. Who would have thought it? But I'm glad we had a drink together. Only right to celebrate your first case. It was a right one, wasn't it?" Chapter 6. 2.5 hours sleep was a meagre ration, but I made a point of being up by 7:30 and downstairs shaved and scrubbed by 8. But I breakfasted alone. Mrs. Hall, impassively placing scrambled eggs before me, told me that my employer had left some time ago to do the post-mortem on Lord Halton's horse. I wondered if he had bothered to go to bed at all. I was busy with the last of the toast when Farnan burst into the room. I was getting used to his entrances and hardly jumped at all as he wrenched at the door handle and almost leapt into the middle of the carpet. He looked rosy and in excellent spirits. "Anything left in the coffee pot? I'll join you for a cup." He crashed down in a protesting chair. "Well, you've got nothing to worry about. The post-mortem showed a classical torsion. Several loops of bowel involved, black and tympanitic. I'm glad you put the poor beggar down straight away." "Did you see my friend Soames?" "Oh, he was there, of course. He tried to get in a few digs about you, but I quietened him. I just pointed out that he had delayed far too long in sending for us, and that Lord Halton wasn't going to be too pleased when he heard how his horse had suffered. I left him chewing over that." The news did a lot to lighten my outlook. I went over to the desk and got the daybook. "Here are this morning's calls. What would you like me to do?" Farnan picked out a round of visits, scribbled a list on a scrap of paper, and handed it over. "There you are," he said. "A few nice, trouble-free cases to get yourself worked in." I was turning to leave when he called me back. "Oh, there's one other thing I'd like you to do. My young brother is hitching from Edinburgh today. He's at the veterinary college there, and the term finished yesterday. When he gets within striking distance, he'll probably give us a ring. I wonder if you'd slip out and pick him up." "Yes, certainly. Glad to. His name's Tristan, by the way." "Tristan?" "Yes. Oh, I should have told you. You must have wondered about my own queer name. It was my father. Great Wagnerian. Nearly ruled his life. It was music all the time, mainly Wagner. I'm a bit partial myself." "Ah, well, yes, but you didn't get it morning, noon, and night like we did. And then to be stuck with a name like Siegfried. Anyway, could have been worse. Wotan, for instance. Or Pogner." Farnan looked startled. "By golly, you're right. I'd forgotten about old Pogner. I suppose I've got a lot to be thankful for." It was late afternoon before the expected call came. The voice at the other end was uncannily familiar. "This is Tristan Farnan." "Gosh, you sound just like your brother." A pleasant laugh answered me. "Everybody says that." "Oh, that's very good of you. I'd be glad of a lift. I'm at the Holly Tree Cafe on the Great North Road." After the voice, I had been expecting to find a younger edition of my employer, but the small, boyish-faced figure sitting on a rucksack could hardly have been less like him. He got up, pushed back the dark hair from his forehead, and held out his hand. The smile was charming. "Had much walking to do?" I asked. "Oh, a fair bit, but I needed the exercise. We had a roughish end-of-term party last night." He opened the car door and threw the rucksack into the back. As I started the engine, he settled himself in the passenger seat as though it were a luxurious armchair, pulled out a paper packet of Woodbines, lit one with tender concentration, and gulped the smoke down blissfully. He produced the Daily Mirror from a side pocket and shook it open with a sigh of utter content. The smoke, which had been gone a long time, began to wisp from his nose and mouth. I turned west off the great highway and the rumble of traffic faded rapidly behind us. I glanced round at Tristan. "You'll have just finished exams," I said. "Yes, pathology and parasitology." I almost broke one of my steadfast rules by asking him if he had passed, but stopped myself in time. It is a chancy business, but in any case there was no shortage of conversation. Tristan had something to say about most of the news items, and now and then he read out an extract and discussed it with me. I felt a growing conviction that I was in the presence of a quicker and livelier mind than my own. It seemed no time at all before we pulled up outside Skeldale House. Siegfried was out when we arrived, and it was early evening before he returned. He came in through the French window, gave me a friendly greeting, and threw himself into an armchair. He had begun to talk about one of his cases when Tristan walked in. The atmosphere in the room changed, as though somebody had clicked a switch. Siegfried's smile became sardonic, and he gave his brother a long, appraising look. He grunted a hello, then reached up and began to run his finger along the titles of the books in the alcove. He seemed absorbed in this for a few minutes, and I could feel the tension building up. Tristan's expression had changed remarkably. His face had gone completely deadpan, but his eyes were wary. Siegfried finally located the book he was looking for, took it down from the shelf, and began to leaf through it unhurriedly. Then, without looking up, he said quietly, "Well, how did the exams go?" Tristan swallowed carefully and took a deep breath. "Did all right in parasitology," he replied in a flat monotone. Siegfried didn't appear to have heard. He had found something interesting in his book and settled back to read. He took his time over it, then put the book back on the shelf. He began again the business of going along the titles. Still with his back to his brother, he spoke again in the same soft voice. "How about pathology?" Tristan was on the edge of his chair now, as if ready to make a run for it. His eyes darted from his brother to the bookshelves and back again. "Didn't get it," he said tonelessly. There was no reaction from Siegfried. He kept up his patient search for his book, occasionally pulling a volume out, glancing at it, and replacing it carefully. Then he gave up the hunt, lay back in the chair with his arms dangling almost to the floor, and looked at Tristan. "So, you failed pathology," he said conversationally. I was surprised to hear myself babbling with an edge of hysteria in my voice. "Well now, that's pretty good, you know. It puts him in the final year and you'll be able to sit pat at Christmas. He won't lose any time that way, and after all, it's a tough subject." Siegfried turned a cold eye on me. "So you think it's pretty good, do you?" There was a pause and a long silence, which was broken by a totally unexpected bellow as he rounded on his brother. "Well, I don't. I think it's bloody awful. It's a damn disgrace, that's what it is. What the hell have you been doing all this term, anyway? Boozing, I should think, chasing women, spending my money, anything but working. And now you've got the bloody nerve to walk in here and tell me you've failed pathology? You're lazy, that's your trouble, isn't it? You're bloody bone idle." He was almost unrecognizable. His face was darkly flushed and his eyes glared. He yelled wildly again at his brother. "But I've had enough this time. I'm sick of you. I'm not going to work my fingers to the bloody bone to keep you up there idling your time away. This is the end. You're sacked, do you hear? Sacked once and for all. So get out of here. I don't want to see you around any more. Go on, get out!" Tristan, who had preserved an air of injured dignity throughout, withdrew quietly. Writhing with embarrassment, I looked at Siegfried. He was showing the strain of the interview. His complexion had gone blotchy. He muttered to himself and drummed his fingers on the arm of the chair. I was aghast at having to witness this break-up, and I was grateful when Siegfried sent me on a call and I was able to get out of the room. It was nearly dark when I got back, and I drove round to the back lane and into the yard at the foot of the garden. The creaking of the garage doors disturbed the rooks and the great elms which overhung the buildings. Far up in the darkness there was a faint fluttering, a muffled cawing, then silence. As I stood listening, I became aware of a figure in the gloom, standing by the yard door, looking down the garden. As the face turned towards me, I saw it was Tristan. Again I felt embarrassed. It was an unfortunate intrusion when the poor fellow had come up here to brood alone. "Sorry about the way things turned out," I said awkwardly. The tip of a cigarette glowed brightly as Tristan took a long pull. No, that's all right. Could have been a lot worse, you know." "Worse? Well, it's bad enough, isn't it?" "What are you going to do?" "Do? What do you mean?" "Well, you've been kicked out, haven't you? I mean, where are you going to sleep tonight?" "Oh, I can see you don't understand," Tristan said. He took his cigarette from his mouth, and I saw the gleam of very white teeth as he smiled. "You needn't worry. I'm sleeping here, and I'll be down to breakfast in the morning." "But how about your brother?" "Siegfried? Oh, he'll have forgotten all about it by then." "Are you sure?" "Dead sure. He's always sacking me, and he always forgets. Anyway, things turned out very well. The only tricky bit back there was getting him to swallow the bit about parasitology." I stared at the shadowy form by my side. Again there was a rustling as the rooks stirred in the tall trees, then settled into silence. "The parasitology?" "Yes. If you think back, all I said was that I had done all right. I wasn't any more specific than that." "Then you mean—" Tristan laughed softly and thumped my shoulder. "That's right. I didn't get parasitology. I failed in both. But don't worry. I'll pass them at Christmas." Chapter 7. I huddled deeper in the blankets as the strident bring, 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 bring of the telephone echoed through the old house. It was 3 weeks since Tristan's arrival, and life at Scaledale had settled into a fairly regular pattern. Every day began much the same, with the phone ringing between 7 and 8 o'clock, after the farmers had had the first look at their stock. There was only one phone in the house. It rested on a ledge in the tiled passage downstairs. Siegfried had impressed on me that I shouldn't get out of bed for those early calls. He had delegated the job to Tristan. The responsibility would be good for him. Siegfried had been emphatic about it. I listened to the ringing. It went on and on. It seemed to get louder. There was neither sound nor movement from Tristan's room, and I waited for the next move in the daily drama. It came, as always, with a door crashing back on its hinges. Then Siegfried rushed out onto the landing and bounded down the stairs 3 at a time. A long silence followed, and I could picture him shivering in the draughty passage, his bare feet freezing on the tiles as he listened to the farmer's leisurely account of the animal's symptoms. Then the ting of the phone in its rest, and the mad pounding of feet on the stairs as Siegfried made a dash for his brother's room. Next, a wrenching sound as the door was flung open. Then a yell of rage. I detected a note of triumph. It meant Tristan had been caught in bed. A definite victory for Siegfried, and he didn't have many victories. Usually Tristan exploited his quick dressing technique and confronted his brother fully dressed. It gave him a psychological advantage to be knotting his tie when Siegfried was still in pyjamas. But this morning Tristan had overplayed his hand. Trying to snatch the extra few seconds he was caught between the sheets. I listened to the shouts. "Why didn't you answer the bloody phone like I told you? Don't tell me you're deaf as well as idle! Come on, out of it! Out, out!" But I knew Tristan would make a quick comeback. When he was caught in bed, he usually scored a few points by being halfway through his breakfast before his brother came in. Later, I watched Siegfried's face as he entered the dining room and saw Tristan munching his toast happily, his Daily Mirror balanced against the coffee pot. It was as if he had felt a sudden twinge of toothache. It all made for a strained atmosphere, and I was relieved when I was able to escape to collect my things for the morning round. Down the narrow passage with its familiar, exciting smell of ether and carbolic, and out into the high-walled garden which led to the yard where the cars were kept. It was the same every morning, but to me there was always the feeling of surprise. When I stepped out into the sunshine and the scent of flowers, it was as though I was doing it for the first time. The clear air held a breath of the nearby moorland. After being buried in a city for 5 years, it was difficult to take it all in. I never hurried over this part. There could be an urgent case waiting, but I still took my time. Along the narrow part between the ivy-covered wall and the long offshoot of the house, where the wisteria climbed, pushing its tendrils and its withered blooms into the very rooms. Then past the rockery where the garden widened to the lawn, unkempt and lost-looking, but lending coolness and softness to the weathered brick. Around its borders flowers blazed in untidy profusion, battling with a jungle of weeds. And so to the rose garden. Then an asparagus bed, whose fleshy fingers had grown into tall fronds. Further on were strawberries and raspberries. Fruit trees were everywhere, their branches dangling low over the path. Peaches, pears, cherries and plums were trained against the south wall, where they fought for a place with wild-growing rambler roses. Bees were at work among the flowers, and the song of blackbirds and thrushes competed with the cawing of the rooks high up in the elms. Life was full for me. There were so many things to find out, and a lot I had to prove to myself. The days were quick and challenging, and they pressed on me with their very newness. But it all stopped here in the garden. Everything seemed to have stopped here a long time ago. I looked back before going through the door into the yard, and it was like suddenly coming across a picture in an old book. The empty, wild garden and the tall, silent house beyond. I could never quite believe it was there, and that I was a part of it. And the feeling was heightened when I went into the yard. It was square and cobbled, and the grass grew in thick tufts between the stones. Buildings took up 2 sides, the 2 garages, once coach houses, a stable and saddle room, a loose box, and a pigsty. Against the free wall, a rusty iron pump hung over a stone water trough. Above the stable was a hayloft, and over one of the garages a dovecot. And there was old Boardman. He too seemed to have been left behind from grander days, hobbling round on his lame leg, doing nothing in particular. He grunted good morning from his cubbyhole where he kept a few tools and garden implements. Above his head his reminders of the war looked down, a row of coloured prints of Bruce Bairnsfather cartoons. He had stuck them up when he came home in 1918. And there they were still, dusty and curled at the edges, but still speaking to him of Kaiser Bill and the shell holes and muddy trenches. Boardman washed the car sometimes or did a little work in the garden, but he was content to earn £1 or 2 and get back to his yard. He spent a lot of time in the saddle room just sitting. Sometimes he looked round the empty hooks where the harness used to hang, and then he would make a rubbing movement with his fist against his palm. He often talked to me of the great days. "I can see t'out doctor now, standing on top step waiting for his caddies to come round. Big, smart-looking fellow he was. Allus wore a top hat and frock coat, and I can remember him when I was a lad, standing there pulling on his gloves and giving his hat a tilt while he waited." Boardman's features seemed to soften, and a light came into his eyes as though he were talking more to himself than to me. "The old house was different then. A housekeeper and 6 servants there were, and everything just so. And a full-time gardener. There weren't a blade of grass out of place in them days, and the flowers all in rows and the trees pruned tidy-like. And this yard, it were t'oud doctor's favourite spot. He'd come and look over at door at me sitting here polishing the harness and pass time of day quiet-like. He were a real gentleman, but you couldn't cross him. A few specks of dust anywhere down here and he'd go nearly mad. But the war finished it all. Everybody's rushing about now. They don't care about them things now. They've no time at all." He would look round in disbelief at the overgrown cobbles, the peeling garage doors hanging crazily on their hinges, at the empty stable and the pump from which no water flowed. He was always friendly with me in an absent way, but with Siegfried he seemed to step back into his former character, holding himself up smartly and saying, "Very good, sir," and saluting repeatedly with one finger. It was as though he recognized something there, something of the strength and authority of t'oud doctor, and reached out eagerly towards the lost days. "Morning, Boardman," I said as I opened the garage door. "How are you today?" "Oh, middling, lad. Just middling." He limped across and watched me get the starting handle and begin the next part of the daily routine. The car allotted to me was a tiny Austin of an almost forgotten vintage, and one of Boardman's voluntary duties was turning it off when it wouldn't start. But this morning, surprisingly, the engine coughed into life after 6 turns. As I drove round the corner of the back lane, I had the feeling, as I did every morning, that this was where things really got started. The problems and pressures of my job were waiting for me out there, and at the moment I seemed to have plenty. I had arrived in the Dales, I felt, at a bad time. The farmers, after a generation of neglect, had seen the coming of a prophet, the wonderful new vet, Mr. Farnan. He appeared like a comet, trailing his new ideas in his wake. He was able, energetic, and charming, and they received him as a maiden would her lover. And now, at the height of the honeymoon, I had to push my way into the act, and I just wasn't wanted. I was beginning to get used to the questions. "Where's Mr. Farnan? Is he ill or something? I expected Mr. Farnan." It was a bit daunting to watch their faces fall when they saw me walking onto their farms. Usually they looked past me hopefully, and some even went and peered into the car to see if the man they really wanted was hiding in there. And it was uphill work examining an animal when its owner was chafing in the background, wishing with all his heart that I was somebody else. But I had to admit that they were fair. I got no effusive welcomes, and when I started to tell them what I thought about the case, they listened with open skepticism. But I found that if I got my jacket off and really worked at the job, they began to thaw a little. And they were hospitable. Even though they were disappointed at having me, they asked me into their homes. "Come in and have a bit of dinner," was a phrase I heard nearly every day. Sometimes I was glad to accept, and I ate some memorable meals with them. Often, too, they would slip half a dozen eggs or a pound of butter into the car as I was leaving. This hospitality was traditional in the Dales, and I knew they would probably do the same for any visitor. But it showed the core of friendliness which lay under the often unsmiling surface of these people, and it helped. I was beginning to learn about the farmers, and what I found, I liked. They had a toughness and a philosophical attitude which was new to me. Misfortunes, which would make the city dweller want to bang his head against the wall, were shrugged off with, "Ah, well, these things happen." It looked like being another hot day, and I wound down the car windows as far as they would go. I was on my way to do a tuberculin test. The national scheme was beginning to make its first impact in the Dales, and the more progressive farmers were asking for survey tests. And this was no ordinary herd. Mr. Copfield's Galloway cattle were famous in their way. Siegfried had told me about them. The toughest lot in this practice. There's 85 of them, and none has ever been tied up. In fact, they've scarcely been touched by hand. They live out on the fells, they calve and rear their calves outside. It isn't often anybody goes near them, so they're practically wild animals. What do you do when there's anything wrong with them? I'd asked. Well, you have to depend on Frank and George. They're the two Copfield sons. They've been reared with those cattle since they were babies. Started tackling the little calves as soon as they could walk, then worked up to the big ones. They're about as tough as the Galloways. Copfield's place was one of the bleak ones. Looking across the sparse pastures to the bald heights with their spreading smudges of heather, it was easy to see why the farmer had chosen a breed hardier than the local shorthorns. But this morning the grim outlines were softened by the sunshine, and there was a desert peace in the endless greens and browns. Frank and George were not as I expected. The durable men who helped me in my daily jobs tended to be dark and lean with stringy muscles, but the Copfields were golden-haired and smooth-skinned. They were good-looking young men about my own age, and their massive necks and wide spread of shoulder made their heads look small. Neither of them was tall, but they looked formidable with their shirt sleeves rolled high to reveal wrestlers' arms, and their thick legs encased in cloth gaiters. Both wore clogs. The cattle had been herded into the buildings, and they just about filled all the available accommodation. There were about 25 in a long passage down the side of the fold yard. I could see the ragged line of heads above the rails, the steam rising from their bodies. 20 more occupied an old stable, and 2 lots of 20 milled about in large loose boxes. I looked at the black, untamed animals, and they looked back at me, their reddish eyes glinting through the rough fringe of hair which fell over their faces. They kept up a menacing, bad-tempered swishing with their tails. It wasn't going to be easy to get an intradermal injection into every one of them. I turned to Frank. "Can you catch these beggars?" I asked. "We'll have a bloody good try," he replied calmly, throwing a halter over his shoulder. He and his brother lit cigarettes before climbing into the passage where the biggest beasts were packed. I followed them and soon found that the tales I'd heard about the Galloways had not been exaggerated. If I approached them from the front, they came at me with their great hairy heads, and if I went behind them, they kicked me as a matter of course. But the brothers amazed me. One of them would drop a halter on a beast, get his fingers into its nose, and then be carried away as the animal took off like a rocket. They were thrown about like dolls, but they never let go. Their fair heads bobbed about incongruously among the black backs, and the thing that fascinated me was that through all the contortions the cigarettes dangled undisturbed. The heat increased until it was like an oven in the buildings, and the animals, their bowels highly fluid with their grass diet, ejected greenish-brown muck like non-stop geysers. The affair was conducted in the spirit of a game, with encouragement shouted to the man in action. "That was him, Frank! Sniggle him, George!" In moments of stress, the brothers cursed softly and without heat. "Get off my bloody foot, thou old bitch!" They both stopped work and laughed with sincere appreciation when a cow slashed me across the face with her sodden tail. And another little turn, which was well received, was when I was filling my syringe with both arms raised, and a bullock, backing in alarm from the halter, crashed its craggy behind into my midriff. The wind shot out of me in a sharp hiccup. Then the animal decided to turn round in the narrow passage, squashing me like a fly against the railings. I was pop-eyed as it scrambled round. I wondered whether the creaking was coming from my ribs or the wood behind me. We finished up with the smallest calves, and they were just about the most difficult to handle. The shaggy little creatures kicked, bucked, sprang into the air, ran through our legs, and even hurtled straight up the walls. Often the brothers had to throw themselves on top of them and bear them to the ground before I could inject them. And when the calves felt the needle, they stuck out their tongues and bawled deafeningly. Outside, the anxious mothers bellowed back in chorus. It was midday when I reeled out of the buildings. I seemed to have been a month in there, in the suffocating heat, the continuous din, the fusillade of muck. Frank and George produced a bucket of water and a scrubbing brush and gave me a rough clean-up before I left. A mile from the farm, I drove off the unfenced road, got out of the car, and dropped down on the cool fellside. Throwing wide my arms, I wriggled my shoulders and my sweat-soaked shirt into the tough grass and let the sweet breeze play over me. With the sun on my face, I looked through half-closed eyes at the hazy blue sky. My ribs ached, and I could feel the bruises of a dozen kicks on my legs. I knew I didn't smell so good either. I closed my eyes and grinned at the ridiculous thought that I had been conducting a diagnostic investigation for tuberculosis back there. A strange way to carry out a scientific procedure. A strange way, in fact, to earn a living. But then I might have been in an office with the windows tight shut against the petrol fumes and the traffic noise, the desk light shining on the columns of figures, my bowler hat hanging on the wall. Lazily I opened my eyes again and watched the cloud shadow riding over the face of the green hill across the valley. No. I wasn't complaining. Chapter 8. I hardly noticed the passage of the weeks as I rattled along the moorland roads on my daily rounds. But the district was beginning to take shape, the people to emerge as separate personalities. Most days, I had a puncture. The tyres were through to the canvas on all wheels. It surprised me that they took me anywhere at all. One of the few refinements on the car was a rusty sunshine roof. It grated dismally when I slid it back, but most of the time I kept it open, and the windows too, and I drove in my shirt sleeves with the delicious air swirling about me. On wet days it didn't help much to close the roof because the rain dripped through the joints and formed pools on my lap and the passenger seat. I developed great skill in zigzagging round puddles. To drive through was a mistake, as the muddy water fountained up through the gaps in the floorboards. But it was a fine summer, and long days in the open gave me a tan which rivaled the farmer's. Even mending a puncture was no penance on the high, unfenced roads, with the wheeling curlews for company and the wind bringing the scents of flowers and trees up from the valleys. And I could find other excuses to get out and sit on the crisp grass and look out over the airy roof of Yorkshire. It was like taking time out of life. Time to get things into perspective and assess my progress. Everything was so different that it confused me. This countryside after years of city streets, the sense of release from exams and study, the job with its daily challenge. And then there was my boss. Siegfried Farnan charged round the practice with fierce energy from dawn till dark, and I often wondered what drove him on. It wasn't money, because he treated that with scant respect. When the bills were paid, the cash went into the pint pot on the mantelpiece, and he grabbed handfuls when he wanted it. I never saw him take out a wallet, but his pockets bulged with loose silver and balled-up notes. When he pulled out a thermometer, they flew around him in a cloud. After a week or two of headlong rush, he would disappear, maybe for the evening, maybe overnight, and often without saying where he was going. Mrs. Hall would serve a meal for two, but when she saw I was eating alone, she would remove the food without comment. He dashed off the list of calls each morning with such speed that I was quite often sent hurrying off to the wrong farm, or to do the wrong thing. When I told him later of my embarrassment, he would laugh heartily. There was one time when he got involved himself. I had just taken a call from a Mr. Heaton of Bronsett about doing a post-mortem on a dead sheep. "I'd like you to come with me, James," Siegfried said. "Things are quiet this morning, and I believe they teach you blokes a pretty hot post-mortem procedure. I want to see you in action." We drove into the village of Bronsett, and Siegfried swung the car left into a gated lane. "Where are you going?" I said. "Heaton's is at the other end of the village." "But you said Seaton's." "No, I assure you. Look, James, I was right by you when you were talking to the man. I distinctly heard you say the name." I opened my mouth to argue further, but the car was hurtling down the lane, and Siegfried's jaw was jutting. I decided to let him find out for himself. We arrived outside the farmhouse with a screaming of brakes. Siegfried had left his seat and was rummaging in the boot before the car had stopped shuddering. "Oh, hell!" he shouted. "No post-mortem knife, never mind. I'll borrow something from the house." He slammed down the lid and bustled over to the door. The farmer's wife answered, and Siegfried beamed on her. "Good morning to you, Mrs. Seaton. Have you a carving knife?" The good lady raised her eyebrows. "What was that you said?" "A carving knife, Mrs. Seaton. A carving knife, and a good sharp one, please. You want a carving knife? Yes, that's right. A carving knife, Siegfried cried, his scanty store of patience beginning to run out. And I wonder if you'd mind hurrying. I haven't much time. The bewildered woman withdrew to the kitchen, and I could hear whispering and muttering. Children's heads peeped out at intervals to get a quick look at Siegfried stamping irritably on the step. After some delay, one of the daughters advanced timidly, holding out a long, dangerous-looking knife. Siegfried snatched it from her hand and ran his thumb up and down the edge. "This is no damn good!" he shouted in exasperation. "Don't you understand? I want something really sharp. Fetch me a steel." The girl fled back into the kitchen, and there was a low rumble of voices. It was some minutes before another young girl was pushed round the door. She inched her way up to Siegfried, gave him the steel at arm's length, and dashed back to safety. Siegfried prided himself on his skill at sharpening a knife. It was something he enjoyed doing. As he stropped the knife on the steel, he warmed to his work and finally burst into song. There was no sound from the kitchen, only the ring of steel on steel backed by the tuneless singing. There were silent intervals when he carefully tested the edge, then the noise would start again. When he had completed the job to his satisfaction, he appeared inside the door. "Where is your husband?" he called. There was no reply, so he strode into the kitchen, waving the gleaming blade in front of him. I followed him and saw Mrs. Seaton and her daughters cowering in the far corner, staring at Siegfried with large, frightened eyes. He made a sweeping gesture at them with a knife. "Well, come on, I can get started now." "Started what?" the mother whispered, holding her family close to her. "I want to post-mortem this sheep. You have a dead sheep, haven't you?" Explanations and apologies followed. Later, Siegfried remonstrated gravely with me for sending him to the wrong farm. "You'll have to be a bit more careful in future, James," he said seriously. "Creates a very bad impression, that sort of thing." Another thing about my new life which interested me was the regular traffic of women through Skeldale House. They were all upper class, mostly beautiful, and they had one thing in common: eagerness. They came for drinks, for tea, to dinner. But the real reason was to gaze at Siegfried like parched travellers in the desert sighting an oasis. I found it damaging to my own ego when their eyes passed over me without recognition or interest and fastened themselves hungrily on my colleague. I wasn't envious, but I was puzzled. I used to study him furtively, trying to fathom the secret of his appeal. Looking at the worn jacket hanging from the thin shoulders, the frayed shirt collar and anonymous tie, I had to conclude that clothes had nothing to do with it. There was something attractive in the long, bony face and humorous blue eyes, but a lot of the time he was so haggard and sunken-cheeked that I wondered if he was ill. I often spotted Diana Brompton in the queue, and at these times I had to fight down an impulse to dive under the sofa. She was difficult to recognize as the brassy beauty of that afternoon, as she looked up meltingly at Siegfried, hanging on his words, giggling like a schoolgirl. I used to grow cold at the thought that Siegfried might pick her out of the mob and marry her. It worried me a lot because I knew I would have to leave just when I was beginning to enjoy everything about Darrowby. But Siegfried showed no sign of marrying any of them, and the procession continued hopefully. I finally got used to it and stopped worrying. I got used, too, to my employer's violent changes of front. There was one morning when Siegfried came down to breakfast rubbing a hand wearily over red-rimmed eyes. "Out at 4 a.m., he groaned, buttering his toast listlessly. "And I don't like to have to say this, James, but it's all your fault." "My fault?" I said, startled. "Yes, lad, your fault. This was a cow with a mild impaction of the rumen. The farmer had been mucking about with it himself for days. A pint of linseed oil one day, a bit of bicarb and ginger the next, and at 4 o'clock in the morning he decides it is time to call the vet. When I pointed out he could have waited a few hours more, he said Mr. Herriot told him never to hesitate to ring. He'd come round at any hour of the day or night." He tapped the top of his egg as though the effort was almost too much for him. "Well, it's all very well being conscientious and all that, but if a thing has waited several days, it can wait till morning. You're spoiling these chaps, James, and I'm getting the backwash of it. I'm sick of tired of being dragged out of bed for trifles. Look, I'm truly sorry, Siegfried. I honestly had no wish to do that to you. Maybe it's just my inexperience. If I didn't go out, I'd be worried the animal might die. If I left it till morning and it died, how would I feel? That's all right, snapped Siegfried. There's nothing like a dead animal to bring them to their senses. They'll call us out a bit earlier next time. I absorbed this bit of advice and tried to act on it. A week later, Siegfried said he wanted a word with me. James, I know you won't mind my saying this, but old Sumner was complaining to me today. He says he rang you the other night and you refused to come out to his cow. He's a good client, you know, and a very nice fellow, but he was quite shirty about it. We don't want to lose a chap like that. But it was just a chronic mastitis, I said. A bit of thickening in the milk, that's all. He's been dosing it himself for nearly a week with some quack remedy. The cow was eating all right, so I thought it'd be quite safe to leave it till next day. Siegfried put a hand on my shoulder, and an excessively patient look spread over his face. I steeled myself. I didn't mind his impatience. I was used to it and could stand it. But the patience was hard to take. James, he said in a gentle voice, there is one fundamental rule in our job which transcends all others, and I'll tell you what it is. You must attend. That is it, and it ought to be written on your soul in letters of fire. He raised a portentous forefinger. You must attend. Always remember that, James. It is the basis of everything. No matter what the circumstances, whether it be wet or fine, night or day, if a client calls you out, you must go, and go cheerfully. You say this didn't sound like an urgent case. Well, after all, you have only the owner's description to guide you, and he is not equipped with the knowledge to decide whether it is urgent or not. No, lad, you have to go. Even if they've been treating the animal themselves, it may have taken a turn for the worse. And don't forget, wagging the finger solemnly, the animal may die. But I thought you said there was nothing like a dead animal to bring them to their senses, I said, querulously. What's that? Barked Siegfried, utterly astonished. Never heard such rubbish. Let's have no more of it. Just remember, you must attend. Sometimes he would give me advice on how to live. As when he found me hunched over the phone, which I had just crashed down. I was staring at the wall, swearing softly to myself. Siegfried smiled whimsically. Now, what is it, James? I have just had a torrid 10 minutes with Ralston. You remember that outbreak of calf pneumonia? Well, I spent hours with those calves, poured expensive drugs into them. There wasn't a single death, and now he's complaining about his bill. Not a word of thanks. Oh, hell, there's no justice. Siegfried walked over and put his arm round my shoulders. He was wearing his patient look again. My dear chap, he cooed. Just look at you. Red in the face, all tensed up. You mustn't let yourself get upset like this. You must try to relax. Why do you think professional men are cracking up all over the country with coronaries and ulcers? Just because they allow themselves to get all steamed up over piffling little things like you're doing now. Yes, I know these things are annoying, but you've got to take them in your stride. Keep calm, James. Calm. It just isn't worth it. I mean, it will all be the same in 100 years. He delivered the sermon with a serene smile, patting my shoulder reassuringly like a psychiatrist soothing a violent patient. I was writing a label on a jar of red blister a few days later when Siegfried catapulted into the room. He must have kicked the door open because it flew back viciously against the rubber stop and rebounded almost into his face. He rushed over to the desk where I was sitting and began to pound on it with the flat of his hand. His eyes glared wildly from a flushed face. "I've just come from that bloody swine Holt," he shouted. "Ned Holt, you mean?" "Yes, that's what I mean, damn him!" I was surprised. Mr. Holt was a little man who worked on the roads for the county council. He kept 4 cows as a sideline, and had never been known to pay a veterinary bill. But he was a cheerful character, and Siegfried had rendered his unpaid services over the years without objection. "One of your favourites, isn't he?" I said. "Was, by God, was," Siegfried snarled. I've been treating Muriel for him. You know, the big red cow second from the far end of the byre? She's had recurrent tympany, coming in from the field every night, badly blown, and I've tried about everything. Nothing did any good. Then it struck me that it might be actinobacillosis of the reticulum. I shot some sodium iodide into the vein, and when I saw her today, the difference was incredible. She was standing there, chewing her cud, right as rain. I was just patting myself on the back for a smart piece of diagnosis, and do you know what Holt said? He said he knew she'd be better today because last night he gave her half a pound of Epsom salts in a bran mash. That was what had cured her. Siegfried took some empty cartons and bottles from his pockets and hurled them savagely into the waste-paper basket. He began to shout again. Do you know, for the past fortnight I've puzzled and worried and damn nearly dreamt about that cow. Now I've found the cause of the trouble, applied the most modern treatment, and the animal has recovered. And what happens? Does the owner express his grateful thanks for my skill? Does he, hell? The entire credit goes to half a pound of Epsom salts. What I did was a pure waste of time. He dealt the desk another sickening blow. But I frightened him, James, he said, his eyes staring. By God, I frightened him. When he made that crack about the salts, I yelled out, You bugger! And I made a grab for him. I think I would have strangled him, but he shot into the house and stayed there. I didn't see him again. Siegfried threw himself into a chair and began to churn his hair about. Epsom salts, he groaned. Oh, God, it makes you despair. I thought of telling him to relax, and pointing out that it would all be the same in 100 years. But my employer still had an empty serum bottle dangling from one hand. I discarded the idea. Then there came the day when Siegfried decided to have my car rebored. It had been using a steady 2 pints of oil a day, and he hadn't thought this excessive. But when he got to half a gallon a day, he felt something ought to be done. What probably decided him was a farmer on market day saying he always knew when the young vet was coming because he could see the cloud of blue smoke miles away. When the tiny Austin came back from the garage, Siegfried fussed around it like an old hen. "Come over here, James," he called. "I want to talk to you." I saw he was looking patient again, and braced myself. "James," he said, pacing round the battered vehicle, whisking specks from the paintwork. "You see this car?" I nodded. "Well, it has been rebored, James. Rebored at great expense. And that's what I want to talk to you about. You now have in your possession what amounts to a new car." With an effort he unfastened the catch, and the bonnet creaked open in a shower of rust and dirt. He pointed down at the engine, black and oily, with the unrelated pieces of flex and rubber tubing hanging around it like garlands. "You have a piece of fine mechanism here, and I want you to treat it with respect. I've seen you belting along like a maniac, and it won't do. You've got to nurse this machine for the next 2,000 or 3,000 miles. 30 miles an hour is quite fast enough. I think it's a crime the way some people abuse a new engine. They should be locked up. So remember, lad, no flogging or I'll be down on you." He closed the bonnet with care, gave the cracked windscreen a polish with the cuff of his coat, and left. These strong words made such an impression on me that I crawled around the visits all day almost at walking pace. The same night I was getting ready for bed when Siegfried came in. He had 2 farm lads with him, and they both wore silly grins. A powerful smell of beer filled the room. Siegfried spoke with dignity, slurring his words only slightly. "James, I met these gentlemen in the Black Bull this evening. We have had several excellent games of dominoes, but unfortunately, they've missed the last bus. Will you kindly bring the Austin round, and I will run them home?" I drove the car to the front of the house, and the farm lads piled in, one in the front, the other in the back. I looked at Siegfried lowering himself unsteadily into the driving seat, and decided to go along. I got into the back. The 2 young men lived in a farm far up on the North Moors, and 3 miles out of town, we left the main road, and our headlights picked up a strip of track twisting along the dark hillside. Siegfried was in a hurry. He kept his foot on the boards. The note of the engine rose to a tortured scream, and the little car hurtled on into the blackness. Hanging on grimly, I leant forward so that I could shout into my employer's ear. "Remember, this is the car which has just been rebored," I bellowed above the din. Siegfried looked round with an indulgent smile. "Yes, yes, I remember, James. What are you fussing about?" As he spoke, the car shot off the road and bounded over the grass at 60 miles an hour. We all bounced around like corks till he found his way back. Unperturbed, he carried on at the same speed. The silly grins had left the lads' faces, and they sat rigid in their seats. Nobody said anything. The passengers were unloaded at a silent farmhouse, and the return journey began. Since it was downhill all the way, Siegfried found he could go even faster. The car leapt and bumped over the uneven surface with its engine whining. We made several brief but tense visits to the surrounding moors, but we got home. It was a month later that Siegfried had occasion to take his assistant to task once more. "James, my boy," he said sorrowfully, "you're a grand chap, but by God you're hard on cars. Look at this Austin. Newly rebored a short time ago in tip-top condition, and look at it now. Drinking oil. I don't know how you did it in the time. You're a real terror." Chapter 9. "First, please," I called as I looked into the waiting room. There was an old lady with a cat in a cardboard box, 2 small boys trying to keep hold of a rabbit, and somebody I didn't recognize at first. Then I remembered. It was Soames. When it was his turn, he came into the surgery, but he was a vastly different character from the one I knew. He wore an ingratiating smile. His head bobbed up and down as he spoke. He radiated anxiety to please, and the most interesting thing was that his right eye was puffed and closed and surrounded by an extensive area of bluish-black flesh. "I hope you don't mind me coming to see you, Mr. Herriot," he said. "The fact is, I have resigned my position with his lordship and am looking for another post. I was wondering if you and Mr. Farnan would put in a word for me if you heard of anything." I was too astonished at the transformation to say much. I replied that we would do what we could, and Soames thanked me effusively and bowed himself out. I turned to Siegfried after he'd gone. "Well, what do you make of that?" "Oh, I know all about it." Siegfried looked at me with a wry smile. "Remember I told you he was working 1 or 2 shady sidelines up there, selling a few bags of corn or 100 weight of fertilizer here and there? Well, it all mounted up, but it didn't last. He got a bit careless, and he was out on his ear before he knew what had happened." "And how about the lovely black eye?" "Oh, he got that from Tommy. You must have seen Tommy when you were there. He's the horseman." My mind went back to that uncomfortable night, and to the quiet man holding the horse's head. "I remember him. Big fat chap." "Yes, he's a big lad. And I'd hate to have him punch me in the eye." Soames gave him a hell of a life, and as soon as Tommy heard about the sacking, he paid a visit just to settle the score. I was now comfortably settled into the way of life in Scaledale House. At first I wondered where Tristan fitted into the setup. Was he supposed to be seeing practice, having a holiday, working, or what? But it soon became clear that he was a factotum who dispensed and delivered medicines, washed the cars, answered the phone, and even in an emergency, went to a case. At least, that was how Siegfried saw him, and he had a repertoire of tricks aimed at keeping him on his toes. Like returning unexpectedly, or bursting into a room, in the hope of catching him doing nothing. He never seemed to notice the obvious fact that the college vacation was over, and that Tristan should have been back there. I came to the conclusion over the next few months that Tristan must have had some flexible arrangement with the college authorities, because, for a student, he seemed to spend a surprising amount of time at home. He interpreted his role rather differently from his brother, and, while resident in Darrowby, he devoted a considerable amount of his acute intelligence to the cause of doing as little as possible. Tristan did, in fact, spend much of his time sleeping in a chair. When he was left behind to dispense, when we went out on our rounds, he followed an unvarying procedure. He half-filled a 16-ounce bottle with water, added a few drams of chlorodyne, and a little ipecacuanha, pushed the cork in, and took it through to the sitting room to stand by his favourite chair. It was a wonderful chair for his purpose, old-fashioned and high-backed with wings to support the head. He would get out his daily mirror, light a woodbine, and settle down till sleep overcame him. If Siegfried rushed in on him, he grabbed the bottle and started to shake it madly, inspecting the contents at intervals. Then he went through to the dispensary, filled up the bottle, and labelled it. It was a sound, workable system, but it had one big snag. He never knew whether it was Siegfried or not when the door opened, and often I walked in and found him half lying in his chair, staring up with startled, sleep-blurred eyes while he agitated his bottle. Most evenings found him sitting on a high stool at the bar counter of the Drover's Arms, conversing effortlessly with the barmaid. At other times he would be out with one of the young nurses from the local hospital, which he seemed to regard as an agency to provide him with female company. All in all, he managed to lead a fairly full life. Saturday night, 10:30 p.m., and I was writing up my visits when the phone rang. I swore, crossed my fingers, and lifted the receiver. "Hello, Herriot speaking." "Oh, it's you, is it?" growled a dour voice in broadest Yorkshire. "Well, I want Mr. Farnan." "I'm sorry, Mr. Farnan is out. Can I help you?" "Well, I hope so, but I'd far rather have your boss. This is Sims of Beale Close." Oh, no, please, no, not Beale Close on a Saturday night. Miles up in the hills at the end of a rough lane with about 8 gates. "Yes, Mr. Sims, and what is the trouble?" "I'll tell you. There is some trouble and all. I have a grand big show horse here, all of 17 hands. He's cut himself badly in the hind leg just above the hock. I want him stitched immediately." Glory be. Above the hock. What a charming place to have to stitch a horse. Unless he's very quiet, this is going to be a real picnic. "How big is the wound, Mr. Sims?" "Big? It's a girt big thing about a foot long and bleeding like hell. And this hoss is as wick as an eel. Could kick a fly's eye out. I can't get near him nohow. Goes straight up wall when he sees anybody, by God, I tell you. I had him to blacksmith the other day, and the fellow was dead scared of him. Twilting girt hoss he is." Damn you, Mr. Sims. Damn Beale Close, and damn your twilting girt hoss. "Well, I'll be along straight away. Try and have some men handy just in case we have to throw him." "Throw him? Throw him? You'd never throw this hoss. He'd kill you first. Anyways, I have no men here, so you'll have to manage on your own. And old Mr. Farnham wouldn't want a lot of men to help him." Oh, lovely. Lovely. This is going to be one for the diary. "Very well, I'm leaving now, Mr. Sims." "Oh, I nearly forgot. Me road got washed away in the floods yesterday. You'd have to walk the last mile and a half. So get a move on and don't keep me waiting all night." This is just a bit much. "Look here, Mr. Sims, I don't like your tone. I said I would leave now, and I will get there just as soon as I can." "You don't like my tone, eh? Well, I don't like useless young apprentices practising on me good stock, so I don't want no cheek from you. You know nowt about damn job any road." That finally does it. Now just listen to me, Sims. If it wasn't for the sake of the horse, I'd refuse to come out at all. Who do you think you are, anyway? If you ever try to speak to me like that again— Now, Jim, get a grip on yourself. Take it easy, old boy. You'll burst a blood vessel if you go on like this. Who the devil— Jim. Calm yourself now. That temper of yours, you know. You really have to watch it. Tristan? Where the hell are you speaking from? The kiosk outside the Drovers, 5 pints inside me, feeling a bit puckish. Thought I'd give you a ring. By God, I'll murder you one of these days if you don't stop this game. It's putting years on me. Now and again isn't so bad, but this is the 3rd time this week. But this was by far the best, Jim. It was really wonderful. When you started drawing yourself up to your full height, it nearly killed me. Oh, God, I wish you could have heard yourself. He trailed off into helpless laughter. And then my feeble attempts at retaliation, creeping, trembling into some lonely phone box. Is that young Mr. Fanning? In a guttural croak. Well, this is Tilson of Highwoods. I want you to come out here immediately. I have a terrible case of— Excuse me for interrupting, Jim, but is there something the matter with your tonsils? Oh, good. Well, go on with what you were saying, old lad. Sounds very interesting. There was only one time when I was not on the receiving end. It was Tuesday, my half-day, and at 11:30 a.m. a call came in. An eversion of the uterus in a cow. This is the tough job in country practice, and I felt the usual chill. It happens when the cow, after calving, continues to strain, until it pushes the entire uterus out, and it hangs down as far as the animal's hocks. It is a vast organ and desperately difficult to replace, mainly because the cow, having once got rid of it, doesn't want it back. And in a straightforward contest between man and beast, the odds were very much on the cow. The old practitioners, in an effort to even things up a bit, used to sling the cow up by his hind legs, and the more inventive among them came up with all sorts of contraptions like the uterine valise, which were supposed to squeeze the organ into smaller bulk. But the result was usually the same: hours of back-breaking work. The introduction of the epidural anesthetic made everything easier, by removing sensation from the uterus and preventing the cow from straining. But for all that, the words, "calf bed out," coming over the line, were guaranteed to wipe the smile off any vet's face. I decided to take Tristan in case I needed a few pounds of extra push. He came along, but showed little enthusiasm for the idea. He showed still less when he saw the patient, a very fat shorthorn lying quite unconcerned in her stall. Behind her, a bloody mass of uterus, afterbirth muck and straw spilled over into the channel. She wasn't at all keen to get up, but after we'd done a bit of shouting and pushing at her shoulders, she rose to her feet, looking bored. The epidural space was difficult to find among the rolls of fat, and I wasn't sure if I had injected all the anesthetic into the right place. I removed the afterbirth, cleaned the uterus and placed it on a clean sheet held by the farmer and his brother. They were frail men, and it was all they could do to keep the sheet level. I wouldn't be able to count on them to help much. I nodded to Tristan. We stripped off our shirts, tied clean sacks round our waists, and gathered the uterus in our arms. It was badly engorged and swollen, and it took us just an hour to get it back. There was a long spell at the beginning when we made no progress at all, and the whole idea of pushing the enormous organ through a small hole seemed ludicrous, like trying to thread a needle with a sausage. Then there was a few minutes when we thought we were doing famously, only to find we were feeding the thing down through a tear in the sheet. Siegfried once told me he had spent half a morning trying to stuff a uterus up a cow's rectum. What really worried him, he said, was that he nearly succeeded. And at the end, when hope was fading, there was the blissful moment when the whole thing began to slip inside and incredibly disappeared from sight. Somewhere halfway through, we both took a breather at the same time and stood panting, our faces almost touching. Tristan's cheeks were prettily patterned where a spouting artery had sprayed him. I was able to look deep into his eyes, and I read there a deep distaste for the whole business. Lathering myself in the bucket and feeling the ache in my shoulders and back, I looked over at Tristan. He was pulling his shirt over his head as though it cost him the last of his strength. The cow, chewing contentedly at a mouthful of hay, had come best out of the affair. Out in the car, Tristan groaned. "I'm sure that sort of thing isn't good for me. I feel as though I've been run over by a steamroller. Hell, what a life this is at times." After lunch, I rose from the table. "I'm off to Broughton now, Tris, and I think I'd better mention that you may not have seen the last of that cow. These bad cases sometimes recur, and there's a chance that that little lot may come out again. If it does, it's all yours, because Siegfried won't be back for hours, and nothing is going to stop me having my half-day." For once, Tristan's sense of humour failed him. He became haggard. He seemed to age suddenly. "Oh, God," he moaned. "Don't even talk about it. I'm all in. Another session like that, it would kill me. And on my own. It would be the end of me, I tell you." "Ah, well," I said sadistically. "Try not to worry. It may never happen." It was when I saw the phone box about 10 miles along the Broughton Road that the thought struck me. I slowed down and got out of the car. "I wonder," I muttered, "I wonder if I could do it just once." Inside the box, inspiration was strong in me. I wrapped my handkerchief over the mouthpiece, dialed the practice number, and when I heard Tristan on the line, I shouted at the top of my voice. "Are you chunk fellow that put our cow's calf bed back this morning?" "Yes, I'm one of them." Tension sprang into Tristan's voice. Why? Is there something wrong?
Aye, there is something wrong,
I bawled.
She's putting it out again.
Out again? Out again? What, all of it? He was almost screaming.
Aye, it's a terrible mess. Pouring blood on about twice size it was this morning. You'll have some job with her.
There was a long silence, and I wondered if he'd fainted. Then I heard him again, hoarse but resolute. Very well, I'll come straight away. There was another pause, then he spoke again, almost in a whisper. Is it out? Completely? I broke down then. There was a wistful quality about the words which defeated me, a hint of wild hope that the farmer may have been exaggerating, and that there might only be a tiny piece peeping out. I began to laugh. I would have liked to toy with my victim a little longer, but it was impossible. I laughed louder and took my handkerchief from the mouthpiece so Tristan could hear me. I listened for a few seconds to the frenzied swearing at the other end, then gently replaced the receiver. It would probably never happen again, but it was sweet. Very sweet. Chapter 10. You want Mr. Herriot? Certainly, I'll get him for you. Siegfried cupped the phone with his hand. Come on, James. Here's another one prefers you to me. I glanced at him quickly, but he was smiling. He was pleased. I thought as I took the phone of the tales I'd heard of the other kind of boss, the man who couldn't bear to be knocked off his little pedestal, and I thought too of the difference a few weeks had made in the farmer's attitude. They didn't look past me now, hoping that Mr. Farnan had come with me. They were beginning to accept me, and I like to think that it wasn't only their hospitable traditions that made them ask me in for a bit of dinner. This really meant something because with the passage of time, an appreciation of the Dales people had grown in me, a sense of the value of their carefully given friendship. The higher up the country, the more I liked them. At the bottom of the valley, where it widened into the plain, the farmers were like farmers everywhere. But the people grew more interesting as the land heightened. And in the scattered hamlets and isolated farms near the bleak tops, I found their characteristics most marked. Their simplicity and dignity, their rugged independence, and their hospitality. This Sunday morning it was the Bellabys, and they lived at the top of Haldon, a little valley branching off the main dale. My car bumped and rattled over the last rough mile of an earth road, with the tops of boulders sticking up every few yards. I got out, and from where I stood high at the head, I could see all of the strangely formed cleft in the hills, its steep sides grooved and furrowed by countless streams feeding the boisterous Haldon Beck, which tumbled over its rocky bed far below. Down there were trees and some cultivated fields, but immediately behind me the wild country came crowding in on the bowl where the farmhouse lay. Holston Pike, Alstang, Burnside. The huge fells with their barbarous names were very near. Up here the trappings of civilization seemed far away. The farm buildings had been built massively of stone hundreds of years ago with the simple object of sheltering the animals. Those ancient masons were untroubled by regulations about the light and ventilation, and the cow byre was gloomy, thick-walled, almost windowless. The floor was broken and pitted, and rotting wooden partitions separated the cows from each other. I went in, groping my way until my eyes grew accustomed to the dim light. There was nobody there, but a roan cow had a label tied to its tail. Since this was a common way of communicating with the vet, I lifted the tail and read, "Felon, back quarters." I pushed the cow over and began to examine the back teats. I was drawing out the stringy, discoloured milk when a voice addressed me from the doorway. "Oh, it's you, Mr. Herriot. I'm right glad you've come to see us this morning. You could do us such a great favour if you would." I looked up and saw Ruth Bellaby, a fine-looking woman in her late 30s. She was the go-ahead member of the family and had an intelligent, questing mind. She was a great believer in self-improvement for the Dales people. "Well, I'll be glad to help you if I can, Miss Bellaby. What is it you'd like me to do?" "Well, Mr. Herriot, you know they are putting on the Messiah at Darrowby Church this afternoon, and we did badly want to go. But it's such a job getting the pony and trap ready, and it's so slow. If you could give us a lift down in your car, I know we'd be able to get a ride back. It would be such a help." "Of course I'll run you down," I replied. "I'll be delighted to do it. I'm going myself, as a matter of fact. You don't get many chances to hear good music in Darrowby." It was good to have a chance to help these kindly people. I'd always marvelled at the Bellabys. They seemed to me to be survivors from another age, and their world had a timeless quality. They were never in a hurry. They rose when it was light, went to bed when they were tired, ate when they were hungry, and seldom looked at a clock. Ruth led the way over to the house. "There's just Mother and Dad and me going. Bob's not interested, I'm afraid." I was slightly taken aback when I entered the house. The family were just sitting down to Sunday dinner, and were still in their working clothes. I stole a look at my watch. 11:45, and the performance started at 2 p.m. Oh well, I probably had plenty of time. "Come on, young man," said little Mr. Bellaby. "Sit down and have a bit of dinner." It was always a bit tricky refusing these invitations without causing offence, but I pointed out that my own meal would be ready when I got back, and it would be hard on Mrs. Hall if it were wasted. They were quick to appreciate this argument and settled down round the scrubbed kitchen table. Mrs. Bellaby served a large, round Yorkshire pudding to each of them, and poured a pool of gravy into it from a quart-size enamel jug. I'd had a hard morning, and the delicious scent that rose from the gravy as it ran over the golden slabs was a sweet torture. But I consoled myself with the thought that the fact of my sitting there would make them hurry. The pudding was consumed in leisurely silence. Then Bob, an amiable, thick-set youth in his 20s, pushed out his empty plate. He did not say anything, but his mother planked down another pudding on the plate and plied the gravy jug again. His parents and sister watched him benevolently as he methodically demolished the thick, doughy mass. Next, a tremendous roast appeared from the oven, and Mr. Bellaby hacked and sawed at it till they all had a heap of thick slices on their plates. Then mountains of mashed potatoes were served from something that looked like a washing-up bowl. Chopped turnip followed, and the family went into action again. There was no sign of haste. They ate calmly and quietly without any small talk. Bob had an extra helping of mashed potatoes. The Bellabys were relaxed and happy, but I couldn't say the same about myself. Hunger was tearing fiercely at me, and the minutes on my watch were ticking away relentlessly. There was a decent interval before Mrs. Bellaby went over to the old fire oven in the corner, opened the door, and pulled forth a great flat baking tin of steaming apple pie. She then proceeded to carve off about a square foot for each of them, and deluged it with something like a pint of custard from another towering enamel jug. The family set to as though they were just beginning the meal, and once more a busy silence fell on the group. Bob cleared his plate in effortless style and pushed it wordlessly into the middle of the table. His mother was ready with another great rectangle of pie and another copious libation of custard. It was going to be a close thing, I thought, but this surely must be the end. They would realize time was getting short and start to change. But to my consternation, Mrs. Bellaby moved slowly over to the fire and put the kettle on, while her husband and Bob pushed their chairs back and stretched out their legs. They both wore corduroy breeches with the lacing undone, and on their feet were enormous hobnail boots. Bob, after a search through his pockets, brought out a battered packet of cigarettes, and lay back in a happy coma as his mother put a cup of tea in front of him. Mr. Bellaby produced a clasp knife and began to cut up some plug tobacco for his pipe. As they rearranged themselves round the table and began to slowly sip the hot tea, I found I had started to exhibit all the classical symptoms of tension: pounding pulse, tightly clenched jaws, and the beginnings of a headache. After a second cup of tea, there were signs of activity. Mr. Bellaby rose with a groan, scratched his shirt front, and stretched luxuriously. "Well, young man, we'll just have a bit of a wash and get changed. Bob will stay and talk to you. He's not coming with us." There was a lot of splashing and spluttering in the big stone sink at the far end of the kitchen as they made their ablutions. Then they disappeared upstairs. I was greatly relieved to find that it didn't take them long to change. Mr. Bellaby was down very soon, transformed in appearance by a stiff and shiny suit of navy blue serge with a faint greenish tinge. His wife and daughter followed soon in a blaze of flowered cotton. "Ah, well now, here we are. All ready, eh?" There was a note of hysteria in my heartiness. "Right then, off we go." After you, ladies. But Ruth did not move. She was pulling on a pair of white gloves and looking at her brother sprawled in his chair. "You know, Bob, you're naught but a disgrace," she burst out. "Here we are, going off to hear this lovely music, and you're lying there in your muck, not caring. You've no interest in culture at all. You care no more about bettering yourself than one of them bullocks out there." Bob stirred uneasily under the sudden attack, but there was more to come. Ruth stamped her foot. "Oh, really, it makes my blood boil to look at you. And I know we won't be right out at door before you're asleep. Aye, snoring there all afternoon like a pig." She swung round on Mrs. Bellaby. "Mother, I've made up my mind. I'm not going to leave him snoring here. He's got to come with us." I felt the sweat start on my brow. I began to babble. "But don't you think perhaps, might be just a little late. Starts at 2:00. My lunch—" But my words were utterly lost. Ruth had the bit properly between her teeth. "Get up out of there, Bob. Get up this minute and get dressed." She shut her mouth tightly and thrust out her lower jaw. She was too much for Bob. Although an impressive eater, he didn't seem to have much mind of his own. He mumbled sulkily and shuffled over to the sink. He took off his shirt and they all sat down and watched as he lathered his torso with a large block of white Windsor and sluiced his head and neck by working the pump handle by the side of the sink. The family regarded him happily, pleased that he was coming with them, and content in the knowledge that it would be good for him. Ruth watched his splashings with the light of love in her eyes. She kept looking over to me as if to say, "Isn't this grand?" For my part, I was only just stopping myself from tearing out my hair in great handfuls. A compulsion to leap up and pace the floor, to scream at the top of my voice, showing that I was nearing the end of my tether. I fought this feeling by closing my eyes, and I must have kept them closed for a long time, because when I opened them, Bob was standing by my side in a suit exactly like his father's. I could never remember much about that ride to Darrowby. I had only a vague recollection of the car hurtling down the stony track at 40 miles an hour, of myself staring straight ahead with protruding eyes, and the family tightly packed but cheerful, thoroughly enjoying the ride. Even the imperturbable Mrs. Hall was a little tight-lipped, as I shot into the house at 10 to 2 and out again at 2 after bolting. The marketplace, and many more were scattered behind the main thoroughfares in the old part of the town. From the outside you could only see an archway, and it was always a surprise to me to go down a narrow passage and come suddenly upon the uneven rows of little houses, with no two alike, looking into each other's windows across 8 feet of cobbles. In front of some of the houses a strip of garden had been dug out, and marigolds and nasturtiums straggled over the rough stones. But at the far end the houses were in a tumble-down condition, and some were abandoned with their windows boarded up. Number 3 was down at this end and looked as though it wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. The flakes of paint quivered on the rotten wood of the door as I knocked. Above, the outer wall bulged dangerously on either side of a long crack in the masonry. A small, white-haired man answered. His face, pinched and lined, was enlivened by a pair of cheerful eyes. He wore a much-darned woolen cardigan, patched trousers, and slippers. "I've come to see your dog," I said, and the old man smiled. "Oh, I'm glad you've come, sir," he said. "I'm getting a bit worried about the old chap. Come inside, please." He led me into the tiny living room. "I'm alone now, sir. Lost my missus over a year ago. She used to think the world of the old dog. The grim evidence of poverty was everywhere. In the worn-out lino, the fireless hearth, the dank, musty smell of the place. The wallpaper hung away from the damp patches, and on the table the old man's solitary dinner was laid. A fragment of bacon, a few fried potatoes, and a cup of tea. This was life on the old age pension. In the corner on a blanket lay my patient, a crossbred Labrador. He must have been a big, powerful dog in his time, but the signs of age showed in the white hairs round his muzzle, and the pale opacity in the depth of his eyes. He lay quietly and looked at me without hostility. "Well, getting on a bit, isn't he, Mr. Dean?" "Aye, he is that. Nearly 14, but he's been like a pup galloping about until these last few weeks. Wonderful dog for his age is old Bob, and he's never offered to bite anybody in his life. Children can do anything with him. He's my only friend now. I hope you'll soon be able to put him right." "Is he off his food, Mr. Dean?" "Yes, clean off. And that's a strange thing, because by gum he could eat. He always sat by me and put his head on my knee at meal times, but he hasn't been doing it lately." I looked at the dog with growing uneasiness. The abdomen was grossly distended, and I could read the telltale symptoms of pain. The catch in the respirations, the retracted commissures of the lips, the anxious, preoccupied expression in the eyes. When his master spoke, the tail thumped twice on the blankets, and a momentary interest showed in the white old eyes. But it quickly disappeared, and the blank inward look returned. I passed my hand carefully over the dog's abdomen. Ascites was pronounced, and the dropsical fluid had gathered till the pressure was intense. "Come on, old chap," I said. "Let's see if we can roll you over." The dog made no resistance as I eased him slowly onto his other side. But, just as the movement was completed, he whimpered and looked round. The cause of the trouble was now only too easy to find. I palpated gently. Through the thin muscle of the flank I could feel a hard, corrugated mass. Certainly a splenic or hepatic carcinoma, enormous and completely inoperable. I stroked the old dog's head as I tried to collect my thoughts. This wasn't going to be easy. "Is he going to be ill for long?" the old man asked, and again came the thump-thump of the tail at the sound of the loved voice. "It's miserable when Bob isn't following me round the house when I'm doing my little jobs." "I'm sorry, Mr. Dean, but I'm afraid this is something very serious. You see this large swelling? It is caused by an internal growth." "You mean cancer?" the little man said faintly. "I'm afraid so, and it has progressed too far for anything to be done. I wish there was something I could do to help him, but there isn't." The old man looked bewildered and his lips trembled. "Then he's going to die." I swallowed hard. We really can't just leave him to die, can we? He's in some distress now, but it will soon be an awful lot worse. Don't you think it would be kindest to put him to sleep? After all, he's had a good long innings. I always aimed at a brisk, matter-of-fact approach, but the old clichés had an empty ring. The old man was silent. Then he said, "Just a minute," and slowly and painfully knelt down by the side of the dog. He did not speak, but ran his hand again and again over the grey old muzzle and the ears, while the tail thump, thump, thumped on the floor. He knelt there a long time while I stood in the cheerless room, my eyes taking in the faded pictures on the walls, the frayed, grimy curtains, the broken-springed armchair. At length the old man struggled to his feet and gulped once or twice. Without looking at me, he said huskily, "All right. Will you do it now?" I filled the syringe and said the things I always said. "You needn't worry, this is absolutely painless. Just an overdose of an anesthetic. It is really an easy way out for the old fellow." The dog did not move as the needle was inserted, and as the barbiturate began to flow into the vein, the anxious expression left his face and the muscles began to relax. By the time the injection was finished, the breathing had stopped. "Is that it?" the old man whispered. "Yes, that's it," I said. "He's out of his pain now." The old man stood motionless except for the clasping and unclasping of his hands. When he turned to face me, his eyes were bright. "That's right. We couldn't let him suffer, and I'm grateful for what you've done. And now, what do I owe you for your services, sir?" "Oh, that's all right, Mr. Dean," I said quickly. "It's nothing at all. I was passing right by here. It was no trouble." The old man was astonished. But you can't do that for nothing." "Now, please say no more about it, Mr. Dean. As I told you, I was passing right by your door." I said goodbye and went out of the house through the passage and into the street. In the bustle of people and the bright sunshine, I could still see only the stark little room, the old man and his dead dog. As I walked towards my car, I heard a shout behind me. The old man was shuffling excitedly towards me in his slippers. His cheeks were streaked and wet, but he was smiling. In his hand he held a small, brown object. "You've been very kind, sir. I've got something for you." He held out the object, and I looked at it. It was tattered but just recognizable as a precious relic of a bygone celebration. "Go on, it's for you," said the old man. "Have a cigar." Chapter 12. It was unfortunate that Siegfried ever had the idea of delegating the bookkeeping to his brother, because Skeldale House had been passing through a period of peace, and I found it soothing. For nearly a fortnight there had hardly been a raised voice or an angry word, except for one unpleasant interlude, when Siegfried had come in and found his brother cycling along the passage. Tristan found all the rage and shouting quite incomprehensible. He had been given the job of setting the table, and it was a long way from kitchen to dining room. It seemed the most natural thing in the world to bring his bike in. Autumn had come with a sharpness in the air, and at night the log fire burned bright in the big room, sending shadows flickering over the graceful alcoves and up to the high carved ceiling. It was always a good time when the work of the day was through and the three of us lay back in the shabby armchairs and stretched our feet out to the blaze. Tristan was occupied with the Daily Telegraph crossword, which he did every night. Siegfried was reading, and I was dozing. It embarrassed me to be drawn into the crossword. Siegfried could usually make a contribution after a minute's thought, but Tristan could have the whole thing worked out while I wrestled with the first clue. The carpet round our feet was hidden by the dogs, all 5 of them, draped over each other in heavy breathing layers, and adding to the atmosphere of camaraderie and content. It seemed to me that a chill breath struck through the comfort of the room as Siegfried spoke. "Market day tomorrow, and the bills have just gone out. They'll be queuing up to give us their money, so I want you, Tristan, to devote the entire day to taking it from them. James and I are going to be very busy, so you'll be in sole charge. All you have to do is take their checks, give them a receipt, and enter their names in the receipt book. Now, do you think you can manage that without making a bloody hash of it?" I winced. It was the first discordant note for a long time, and it struck deep. "I think I might just about cope with that," Tristan replied, haughtily. "Good. Let's get to bed then." But next day it was easy to see that the assignment was right up Tristan's street. Stationed behind the desk, he took in the money in handfuls, and all the time he talked. But he did not talk at random. Each character got a personal approach. With the upright Methodist, it was the weather, the price of cows, and the activities of the village institute. The raffish type, with his cap on one side, exhaling fumes of market ale, got the latest stories which Tristan kept on the backs of envelopes, but with the ladies, he rose to his greatest heights. They were on his side from the first because of his innocent, boyish face, and when he turned the full blast of his charm on them, their surrender was complete. I was amazed at the giggles which came from behind the door. I was pleased the lad was doing well. Nothing was going wrong this time. Tristan was smug at lunchtime, and cock-a-hoop at tea. Siegfried, too, was satisfied with the day's takings, which his brother presented to him in the form of a column of neat figures accurately totalled at the bottom. "Thank you, Tristan. Very efficient." All was sweetness. At the end of the day, I was in the yard, throwing the used bottles from the boot of my car into a bin. It had been a busy day, and I had accumulated a bigger-than-usual load of empties. Tristan came panting in from the garden. "Jim, I've lost the receipt book." "Always trying to pull my leg, always joking," I said. "Why don't you give your sense of humour a rest sometime?" I laughed heartily and sent a liniment bottle crashing among the others. He plucked at my sleeve. I'm not joking, Jim, believe me. I really have lost the bloody thing. For once his sang-froid had deserted him. His eyes were wide, his face pale. But it can't just have disappeared, I said. It's bound to turn up. It'll never turn up. Tristan wrung his hands and did a bit of pacing on the cobbles. Do you know, I've spent about 2 hours searching for it. I've ransacked the house. It's gone, I tell you. But it doesn't matter, does it? You'll have transferred all the names into the ledger. That's just it. I haven't. I was going to do it tonight. So that means that all the farmers who've been handing you money today are going to get the same bill next month. Looks like it. I can't remember the names of more than 2 or 3 of them. I sat down heavily on the stone trough. Then God help us all, especially you. These Yorkshire lads don't like parting with their brass once, but when you ask them to do it twice, oh, brother. Another thought struck me, and I said with a touch of cruelty, "And how about Siegfried? Have you told him yet?" A spasm crossed Tristan's face. "No, he's just come in. I'm going to do it now." He squared his shoulders and strode from the yard. I decided not to follow him to the house. I didn't feel strong enough for the scene that was bound to follow. Instead, I went out into the back lane and round behind the house to the marketplace, where the lighted entrance of the Drover's Arms beckoned in the dusk. I was sitting behind a pint when Tristan came in, looking as though somebody had just drained half a gallon of blood from him. "How did it go?" I asked. "Oh, the usual, you know. Bit worse this time, maybe. But I can tell you this, Jim. I'm not looking forward to a month from today." The receipt book was never found, and a month later all the bills were sent out again, timed as usual to arrive on market day morning. The practice was quiet that particular day, and I had finished my round by mid-morning. I didn't go into the house because through the waiting room window I could see rows of farmers sitting round the walls. They all wore the same offended, self-righteous expression. I stole away to the marketplace. When I had time, I enjoyed moving among the stalls which crowded the ancient square. You could buy fruit, fish, second-hand books, cheeses, clothes, in fact nearly everything. But the china stall was my favourite. It was run by a Jewish gentleman from Leeds, fat, confident, sweating, and with a hypnotic selling technique. I never got tired of watching him. He fascinated me. He was in his best form today, standing in a little clearing surrounded on all sides by heaps of crockery, while beyond the farmers' wives listened open-mouthed to his oratory. "I'm not good-looking," he was saying. "I'm not clever. But by God I can talk. I can talk the hind leg off a donkey, now look here." He lifted a cheap cup and held it aloft, but tenderly, gripping it between his thick thumb and forefinger, his little finger daintily outspread. "Beautiful, isn't it? Now isn't that lovely?" Then he placed it reverently on the palm of his hand and displayed it to the audience. "Now I tell you this, ladies, you can buy this self-same tea set in Connors in Bradford for £3.15. I'm not joking nor jesting, it's there and that's the price. But my price, ladies," and here he fished out an old walking stick with a splintered handle. "My price for this beautiful tea set." He held the stick by its end and brought it crashing down on an empty tea chest. "Never mind £3.15, crash. Never mind £3, crash. Never mind £2, crash. Never mind 30 bob, crash. Here, come on, who'll give me a quid?" Not a soul moved. All right. I can see I've met me match today. Go on, 17 and a tanner the lot." A final, devastating crash, and the ladies began to make signals and fumble in their handbags. A little man emerged from the back of the stall and started to hand out the tea sets. The ritual had been observed, and everybody was happy. I was waiting, deeply content, for the next item from the virtuoso, when I saw a burly figure in a check cap waving wildly at me from the edge of the crowd. He had his hand inside his jacket, and I knew what he was feeling for. I didn't hesitate, but dodged quickly behind a stall laden with pig troughs and wire netting. I had gone only a few steps before another farmer hailed me purposefully. He was brandishing an envelope. I felt trapped. Then I saw a way of escape. Rapidly skirting a counter displaying cheap jewellery, I plunged into the doorway of the Drover's Arms and, avoiding the bar which was full of farmers, slipped into the manager's office. I was safe. This was one place where I was always welcome. The manager looked up from his desk, but he did not smile. "Look here," he said sharply. "I brought my dog in to see you some time ago, and in due course I received an account from you." I cringed inwardly. I paid by return and was extremely surprised this morning to find that another account had been rendered. I have here a receipt signed by... I couldn't stand any more. "Look, I'm very sorry, Mr. Brooke, but there's been a mistake. I'll put it right. Please accept our apologies." This became a familiar refrain over the next few days, but it was Siegfried who had the most unfortunate experience. It was in the bar of his favourite pub, the Black Swan. He was approached by Billy Breckenridge, a friendly, jocular little character, one of Darby's worthies. "Hey, remember that 3 and 6 I paid you at your surgery? I've had another bill for it." Siegfried made a polished apology. He'd had a lot of practice, and bought the man a drink. They parted on good terms. The pity of it was that Siegfried, who seldom remembered anything, didn't remember this. A month later, also in the Swan, he ran into Billy Breckenridge again. This time, Billy wasn't so jocular. "Hey, you remember that bill you sent me twice? Well, I've had it again." Siegfried did his best, but his charm bounced off the little man. He was offended. "Right, I can see you don't believe I paid your bill. I had a receipt from your brother, but I've lost it." He brushed aside Siegfried's protestations. No, there's only one way to settle this. I say I paid the 3 and 6, you say I haven't. All right, I'll toss you for it." Miserably, Siegfried demurred, but Billy was adamant. He produced the penny and with great dignity balanced it on his thumbnail. "Okay, you call." "Heads," muttered Siegfried, and heads it was. The little man did not change expression. Still dignified, he handed the 3 and 6 to Siegfried. "Perhaps we might be able to consider the matter closed." He walked out of the bar. Now there are all kinds of bad memories, but Siegfried's was of the inspired type. He somehow forgot to make a note of this last transaction, and at the end of the month, Billy Breckenridge received a fourth request for the amount which he had already paid twice. It was about then that Siegfried changed his pub and started going to the Cross Keys. Chapter 13. As autumn wore into winter, and the high tops were streaked with the first snows, the discomforts of practice in the dales began to make themselves felt. Driving for hours with frozen feet, climbing to the high barns in biting winds which seared and flattened the wiry hill grass. The interminable stripping off in draughty buildings, and the washing of hands and chest in buckets of cold water, using scrubbing soap and often a piece of sacking for a towel. I really found out the meaning of chapped hands. When there was a rush of work, my hands were never quite dry, and the little red fissures crept up almost to my elbows. This was when some small animal work came as a blessed relief. To step out of the rough, hard routine for a while, to walk into a warm drawing room instead of a cowhouse, and tackle something less formidable than a horse or bull. And among all those comfortable drawing rooms there was none so beguiling as Mrs. Pumphrey's. Mrs. Pumphrey was an elderly widow. Her late husband, a beer baron whose breweries and pubs were scattered widely over the broad bosom of Yorkshire, had left her a vast fortune and a beautiful house on the outskirts of Darrowby. Here she lived with a large staff of servants, a gardener, a chauffeur, and Tricky Woo. Tricky Woo was a Pekingese and the apple of his mistress' eye. Standing now in the magnificent doorway, I furtively rubbed the toes of my shoes on the back of my trousers and blew on my cold hands. I could almost see the deep armchair drawn close to the leaping flames, the tray of cocktail biscuits, the bottle of excellent sherry. Because of the sherry, I was always careful to time my visits for half an hour before lunch. A maid answered my ring, beaming on me as an honoured guest, and led me to the room crammed with expensive furniture and littered with glossy magazines and the latest novels. Mrs. Pumphrey, in a high-backed chair by the fire, put down her book with a cry of delight. "Tricky! Tricky! Here's your Uncle Herriot!" I had been made an uncle very early, and, sensing the advantages of the relationship, had made no objection. Tricky, as always, bounded from his cushion, leapt onto the back of a sofa, and put his paws on my shoulders. He then licked my face thoroughly before retiring, exhausted. He was soon exhausted, because he was given roughly twice the amount of food needed for a dog of his size, and it was the wrong kind of food. "Oh, Mr. Herriot," Mrs. Pumphrey said, looking at her pet anxiously, "I'm so glad you've come. Tricky has gone flop-bot again." This ailment, not to be found in any textbook, was her way of describing the symptoms of Tricky's impacted anal glands. When the glands filled up, he showed discomfort by sitting down suddenly in mid-walk, and his mistress would rush to the phone in great agitation. "Mr. Herriot, please come. He's going flop-bot again." I hoisted the little dog onto a table, and by pressure on the anus with a pad of cotton wool, I evacuated the glands. It baffled me that the Peak was always so pleased to see me. Any dog who could still like a man who grabbed him and squeezed his bottom hard every time they met had to have an incredibly forgiving nature. But Tricky never showed any resentment. In fact, he was an outstandingly equable little animal, bursting with intelligence, and I was genuinely attached to him. It was a pleasure to be his personal physician. The squeezing over, I lifted my patient from the table, noticing the increased weight, the padding of extra flesh over the ribs. "You know, Mrs. Pumphrey, you're overfeeding him again. Didn't I tell you to cut out all those pieces of cake and give him more protein?" "Oh, yes, Mr. Herriot," Mrs. Pumphrey wailed. "But what can I do? He's so tired of chicken." I shrugged. It was hopeless. I allowed the maid to lead me to the palatial bathroom where I always performed a ritual hand-washing after the operation. It was a huge room with a fully stocked dressing table, massive greenware and rows of glass shelves laden with toilet preparations. My private guest towel was laid out next to a slab of expensive soap. Then I returned to the drawing room. My sherry glass was filled, and I settled down by the fire to listen to Mrs. Pumphrey. It couldn't be called a conversation because she did all the talking, but I always found it rewarding. Mrs. Pumphrey was likeable, gave widely to charities, and would help anybody in trouble. She was intelligent and amusing and had a lot of waffling charm. But most people have a blind spot, and hers was Tricky Woo. The tales she told about her darling ranged far into the realms of fantasy, and I waited eagerly for the next installment. "Oh, Mr. Herriot, I had the most exciting news. Tricky has a pen pal. Yes! He wrote a letter to the editor of Doggy World enclosing a donation and told him that even though he was descended from a long line of Chinese emperors, he had decided to come down and mingle freely with the common dogs. He asked the editor to seek out a pen pal for him among the dogs he knew so that they could correspond to their mutual benefit. And for this purpose, Tricky said he would adopt the name of Mr. Utterbunkum. And you know, he received the most beautiful letter from the editor." I could imagine the sensible man leaping upon this potential goldmine, who said he would like to introduce Bonzo Fotheringham, a lonely Dalmatian who would be delighted to exchange letters with a new friend in Yorkshire. I sipped the sherry. Tricky snored on my lap. Mrs. Pumphrey went on. "But I'm so disappointed about the new summer house. You know, I got it specially for Tricky so we could sit outside together on warm afternoons. Well, it's such a nice little rustic shelter, but he's taken a passionate dislike to it. Simply loathes it. Absolutely refuses to go inside. You should see the dreadful expression on his face when he looks at it. And do you know what he called it yesterday? Oh, I hardly dare tell you." She looked around the room before leaning over and whispering, "He called it the bloody hut." The maid struck fresh life into the fire and refilled my glass. The wind hurled a handful of sleet against the window. This, I thought, was the life. I listened for more. "And did I tell you, Mr. Herriot? Tricky had another good win yesterday. You know, I'm sure he must study the racing columns. He's such a tremendous judge of form. Well, he told me to back Canny Lad in the 3 o'clock at Red Car yesterday, and, as usual, it won. He put on a shilling each way and got back 9 shillings. These bets were always placed in the name of Tricky Woo, and I thought with compassion of the reactions of the local bookies. The Darrowby turf accountants were a harassed and fugitive body of men. A board would appear at the end of some alley urging the population to invest with Joe Downs and enjoy perfect security. Joe would live for a few months on a knife edge while he pitted his wits against the knowledgeable citizens, but the end was always the same. A few favourites would win in a row and Joe would be gone in the night, taking his board with him. Once I had asked a local inhabitant about the sudden departure of one of these luckless nomads. He replied unemotionally, "Oh, we broke him." Losing a regular flow of shillings to a dog must have been a heavy cross for these unfortunate men to bear. "I had such a frightening experience last week. Mrs. Pumphrey continued. "I was sure I would have to call you out. Poor little Tricky, he went completely crack-a-dog." I mentally lined this up with Flopbot among the new canine diseases and asked for more information. Well, it was awful. I was terrified. The gardener was throwing rings for Tricky. You know he does this for half an hour every day. I had witnessed this spectacle several times. Hodgkin, a dour, bent old Yorkshireman who looked as though he hated all dogs and Tricky in particular, had to go out on the lawn every day and throw little rubber rings over and over again. Tricky bounded after them and brought them back, barking madly till the process was repeated. The bitter lines on the old man's face deepened as the game progressed. His lips moved continually, but it was impossible to hear what he was saying. Mrs. Pumphrey went on. "Well, he was playing his game, and he does adore it so, when suddenly, without warning, he went crack-a-dog. He forgot all about his rings and began to run round in circles, barking and yelping in such a strange way. Then he fell over on his side and lay like a little dead thing. Do you know, Mr. Herriot, I really thought he was dead, he lay so perfectly still, and what hurt me most was that Hodgkin began to laugh. He has been with me for 24 years, and I have never even seen him smile, and yet, when he looked down at that still form, he broke into a queer, high-pitched cackle. Oh, it was horrid. I was just about to rush to the telephone when Tricky got up and walked away, but he seemed perfectly normal." Hysteria, I thought, brought on by wrong feeding and overexcitement. I put down my glass and fixed Mrs. Pumphrey with a severe glare. "Now look, this is just what I was talking about. If you persist in feeding all that fancy rubbish to Tricky, you are going to ruin his health. You really must get him onto a sensible dog diet of 1 or at the most 2 small meals a day of meat and brown bread or a little biscuit, and nothing in between." Mrs. Pumphrey shrank into her chair, a picture of abject guilt. "Oh, please don't speak to me like that. I do try to give him the right things, but it is so difficult. When he begs for his little titbits, I can't refuse him." She dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, but I was unrelenting. "All right, Mrs. Pumphrey. It's up to you, but I warn you that if you go on as you are doing, Tricky will go crack-a-dog more and more often." I left the cosy haven with reluctance, pausing on the gravel drive to look back at Mrs. Pumphrey waving, and Tricky, as always, standing against the window, his wide-mouthed face apparently in the middle of a hearty laugh. Driving home, I mused on the many advantages of being Tricky's uncle. When he went to the seaside, he sent me boxes of oak-smoked kippers, and when the tomatoes ripened in his greenhouse, he sent me a pound or 2 every week. Tins of tobacco arrived regularly, sometimes with a photograph carrying a loving inscription. But it was when the Christmas hamper arrived from Fortnum & Mason's that I decided that I was on a really good thing which should be helped along a bit. Hitherto I had merely rung up and thanked Mrs. Pumphrey for the gift, and she had been rather cool, pointing out that it was Tricky who had sent the things, and he was the one who should be thanked. With the arrival of the hamper, it came to me blindingly that I had been guilty of a grave error of tactics. I set myself to compose a letter to Tricky. Avoiding Siegfried's sardonic eye, I thanked my doggy nephew for his Christmas gifts and for all his generosity in the past. I expressed my sincere hopes that the festive fare had not upset his delicate digestion, and suggested that if he did experience any discomfort, he should have recourse to the black powder his uncle always prescribed. A vague feeling of professional shame was easily swamped by floating visions of kippers, tomatoes, and hampers. I addressed the envelope to Master Tricky Pumphrey, Barlby Grange, and slipped it into the postbox with only a slight feeling of guilt. On my next visit, Mrs. Pumphrey drew me to one side. "Mr. Herriot," she whispered, "Tricky adored your charming letter, and he will keep it always, but he was very put out about one thing. You addressed it to Master Tricky, and he does insist upon Mr. He was dreadfully affronted at first, quite beside himself, but when he saw it was from you, he soon recovered his good temper. I can't think why he should have these little prejudices. Perhaps it's because he is an only dog. I do think an only dog develops more prejudices than one from a large family, Entering Skeldale House was like returning to a colder world. Siegfried bumped into me in the passage. "Ah, who have we here? Why, I do believe it's dear Uncle Herriot. And what have you been doing, Uncle? Slaving away at Balby Grange, I expect? Poor fellow, you must be tired out. Do you really think it's worth it? Working your fingers to the bone for another hamper? Chapter 14. Looking back, I can scarcely believe we used to spend all those hours in making up medicines. But our drugs didn't come to us in proprietary packages, and before we could get out on the road we had to fill our cars with a wide variety of carefully compounded and largely useless remedies. When Siegfried came upon me that morning, I was holding a 12-ounce bottle at eye level while I poured syrup of coquilana into it. Tristan was moodily mixing stomach powders with a mortar and pestle, and he stepped up his speed of stroke when he saw his brother's eye on him. He was surrounded by packets of the powder, and further along the bench were orderly piles of pessaries, which he had made by filling cellophane cylinders with boric acid. Tristan looked industrious. His elbow jogged furiously as he ground away at the Ammon carb and Nux vomica. Siegfried smiled benevolently. I smiled too. I felt the strain badly when the brothers were at variance, but I could see that this was going to be one of the happy mornings. There had been a distinct improvement in the atmosphere since Christmas, when Tristan had slipped casually back to college and apparently without doing any work had resat and passed his exams. And there was something else about my boss today. He seemed to glow with inner satisfaction, as though he knew for certain that something good was on the way. He came in and closed the door. "I've got a bit of good news." I screwed the cork into the bottle. "Well, don't keep us in suspense. Let's have it." Siegfried looked from one of us to the other. He was almost smirking. "You remember that bloody awful shambles when Tristan took charge of the bills?" His brother looked away and began to grind still faster, but Siegfried laid a friendly hand on his shoulder. No, don't worry. I'm not going to ask you to do it again. In fact, you'll never have to do it again, because from now on the job will be done by an expert." He paused and cleared his throat. "We're going to have a secretary." As we stared blankly at him, he went on. "Yes, I picked her myself, and I consider she's perfect." "Well, what's she like?" I asked. Siegfried pursed his lips. "Well, it's difficult to describe her, but just think. What do we want here? We don't want some flighty young thing hanging about the place. We don't want a pretty little blonde sitting behind that desk powdering her nose and making eyes at everybody." "We don't?" Tristan interrupted, plainly puzzled. "No, we don't." Siegfried rounded on him. "She'd be daydreaming about her boyfriends half the time, and just when we got her trained to our ways, she'd be running off to get married." Tristan still looked unconvinced, and it seemed to exasperate his brother. Siegfried's face reddened. "And there's another thing. How could we have an attractive young girl in here with somebody like you in the house? You'd never leave her alone." Tristan was nettled. "Well, how about you?" "I'm talking about you, not me," Siegfried roared. I closed my eyes. The peace hadn't lasted long. I decided to cut in. "All right, tell us about the new secretary." With an effort, he mastered his emotion. "Well, she's in her 50s, and she has retired after 30 years with Green & Moulton in Bradford. She was company secretary there, and I've had the most wonderful reference from the firm. They say she is a model of efficiency. And that's what we want in this practice. Efficiency. We're far too slack. It's just a stroke of luck for us that she decided to come and live in Darrowby. Anyway, you'll be able to meet her in a few minutes. She's coming at 10 o'clock this morning." The church clock was chiming when the doorbell rang. Siegfried hastened out to answer it and led his great discovery into the room in triumph. "Gentlemen, I want you to meet Miss Harbottle." She was a big, high-bosomed woman with a round, healthy face and gold-rimmed spectacles. A mass of curls, incongruous and very dark, peeped from under her hat. They looked as if they might be dyed, and they didn't go with her severe clothes and brogue shoes. It occurred to me that we wouldn't have to worry about her rushing off to get married. It wasn't that she was ugly, but she had a jutting chin and an air of effortless command that would send any man running for his life. I shook hands and was astonished at the power of Miss Harbottle's grip. We looked into each other's eyes and had a friendly trial of strength for a few seconds. Then she seemed happy to call it a draw and turned away. Tristan was entirely unprepared, and a look of alarm spread over his face as his hand was engulfed. He was released only when his knees started to buckle. She began a tour of the office while Siegfried hovered behind her, rubbing his hands and looking like a shopwalker with his favourite customer. She paused at the desk, heaped high with incoming and outgoing bills, Ministry of Agriculture forms, circulars from drug firms, and here and there stray boxes of pills and tubes of udder ointment. Stirring distastefully among the mess, she extracted the dog-eared old ledger and held it up between finger and thumb. "What's this?" Siegfried trotted forward. "Oh, that's our ledger. We enter the visits into it from our day book, which is here somewhere." He scrabbled about on the desk. "Ah, here it is. This is where we write the calls as they come in." She studied the two books for a few minutes with an expression of amazement which gave way to a grim humour. "You gentlemen will have to learn to write if I'm going to look after your books. There are 3 different hands here, but this one is by far the worst. It's quite dreadful. Whose is it?" She pointed to an entry which consisted of a long, broken line with an occasional undulation. "That's mine, actually," said Siegfried, shuffling his feet. "Must have been in a hurry that day." "But it's all like that, Mr. Farnan. Look, here, and here, and here. It won't do, you know." Siegfried put his hands behind his back and hung his head. "I expect you keep your stationery and envelopes in here." She pulled open a drawer in the desk. It appeared to be filled entirely with old seed packets, many of which had burst open. A few peas and French beans rolled gently from the top of the heap. The next drawer was crammed tightly with soiled carving ropes which somebody had forgotten to wash. They didn't smell so good, and Miss Harbottle drew back hurriedly. But she was not easily deterred and tugged hopefully at the third drawer. It came open with a musical clinking, and she looked down on a dusty row of empty pale ale bottles. She straightened up slowly and spoke patiently. "And where, may I ask, is your cash box?" "Well, we just stuff it in there, you know." Siegfried pointed to the pint pot on the corner of the mantelpiece. "Haven't got what you'd call a proper cash box, but this does the job all right." Miss Harbottle looked at the pot with horror. "You just stuff—" Crumpled cheques and notes peeped over the brim at her. Many of their companions had burst out onto the hearth below. "And you mean to say that you go out and leave that money there day after day?" "What never seems to come to any harm," Siegfried replied. "And how about your petty cash?" Siegfried gave an uneasy giggle. "Well, it's all in there, you know. All cash, petty and otherwise." Miss Harbottle's ruddy face had lost some of its colour. "Really, Mr. Farnan, this is too bad. I don't know how you've gone on so long like this. I simply do not know. However, I'm confident I will be able to straighten things out very soon. There is obviously nothing complicated about your business. A simple card index system would be the thing for your accounts. The other little things—" she glanced back unbelievingly at the pot— "I will put right very quickly." "Fine, Miss Harbottle, fine." Siegfried was rubbing his hands harder than ever. "We'll expect you on Monday morning. 9 o'clock sharp, Mr. Farnan." After she had gone, there was a silence. Tristan had enjoyed her visit and was smiling thoughtfully, but I felt uncertain. "You know, Siegfried," I said, "maybe she is a demon of efficiency, but isn't she just a bit tough?" "Tough?" Siegfried gave a loud, rather cracked laugh. "Not a bit of it! You leave her to me. I can handle her." Chapter 15. There was little furniture in the dining room, but the noble lines and the very size of the place lent grace to the long sideboard and the Morris mahogany table where Tristan and I sat at breakfast. The single large window was patterned with frost, and in the street outside the footsteps of the passers-by crunched in the crisp snow. I looked up from my boiled egg as a car drew up. There was a stamping in the porch, the outer door banged shut, and Siegfried burst into the room. Without a word he made for the fire and hung over it, leaning his elbows on the grey marble mantelpiece. He was muffled almost to the eyes in greatcoat and scarf, but what you could see of his face was purplish blue. He turned a pair of streaming eyes to the table. "A milk fever up at old Hazeltine's. One of the high buildings. God, it was cold out there. I could hardly breathe." As he pulled off his gloves and shook his numbed fingers in front of the flames, he darted sidelong glances at his brother. Tristan's chair was nearest the fire, and he was enjoying his breakfast as he enjoyed everything, slapping the butter happily onto the toast and whistling as he applied the marmalade. His Daily Mirror was balanced against the coffee pot. You could almost see the waves of comfort and contentment coming from him. Siegfried dragged himself unwillingly from the fire and dropped into a chair. "I'll just have a cup of coffee, James." Hazeltine was very kind. Asked me to sit down and have breakfast with him. He gave me a lovely slice of home-fed bacon. A bit fat, maybe, but what a flavour. I can taste it now. He put down his cup with a clatter. "You know, there's no reason why we should have to go to the grocer for our bacon and eggs. There's a perfectly good hen-house at the bottom of the garden and a pigsty in the yard with a boiler for the swill. All our household waste could go towards feeding the pig. We'd probably do it quite cheaply." He rounded on Tristan, who had just lit a woodbine and was shaking out his mirror with the air of ineffable pleasure which was peculiar to him. "And it would be a useful job for you. You're not producing much sitting around here on your arse all day. A bit of stock-keeping would do you good." Tristan put down his paper as though the charm had gone out of it. "Stock-keeping? Well, I feed your mare as it is." He didn't enjoy looking after Siegfried's new hunter, because every time he turned her out to water in the yard, she would take a playful kick at him in passing. Siegfried jumped up. "I know you do, and it doesn't take all day, does it? It won't kill you to take on the hens and pigs." "Pigs?" Tristan looked startled. "I thought you said pig." "Yes, pigs. I've just been thinking. If I buy a litter of wieners, we can sell the others and keep one for ourselves. Won't cost a thing that way." "Not with free labour, certainly." "Labour? Labour? You don't know what it means. Look at you, lying there, puffing your head off. You smoke too many of those bloody cigarettes. So do you. Never mind about me, I'm talking about you," Siegfried shouted. I got up from the table with a sigh. Another day had begun. When Siegfried got an idea, he didn't muck about. Immediate action was his watchword. Within 48 hours, a litter of 10 little pigs had taken up residence in the sty, and 12 light Sussex pullets were pecking about behind the wire of the henhouse. He was particularly pleased with the pullets. "Look at them, James. Just on point of lay and a very good strain, too. There'll be just a trickle of eggs at first, but once they get cracking we'll be snowed under. Nothing like a nice fresh egg warm from the nest." It was plain from the first that Tristan didn't share his brother's enthusiasm for the hens. I often found him hanging about outside the henhouse, looking bored and occasionally throwing bread crusts over the wire. There was no evidence of the regular feeding, the balanced diet recommended by the experts. As egg producers, the hens held no appeal for him. But he did become mildly interested in them as personalities. An odd way of clucking, a peculiarity in gait, these things amused him. But there were no eggs, and as the weeks passed, Siegfried became increasingly irritable. "Wait till I see the chap that sold me those hens. Damned scoundrel. Good laying strain, my foot." It was pathetic to see him anxiously exploring the empty nesting boxes every morning. One afternoon I was going down the garden when Tristan called to me. "Come over here, Jim. This is something new. I bet you've never seen anything like this before." He pointed upwards, and I saw a group of unusually coloured large birds perched in the branches of the elms. There were more of them in the neighbours' apple trees. I stared in astonishment. "You're right. I've never seen anything like them. What are they?" "Oh, come on," said Tristan, grinning in delight. "Surely there's something familiar about them. Take another look." I peered upwards again. "No. I've never seen birds as big as that and with such exotic plumage. What is it, a freak migration?" Tristan gave a shout of laughter. "Ha! There are hens!" "How the devil did they get up there?" "They've left home. Hopped it." "But I can only see 7. Where are the rest of them?" "God knows. Let's have a look over the wall." The crumbling mortar gave plenty of toe holes between the bricks, and we looked down into the next garden. The other 5 hens were there, pecking contentedly among some cabbages. It took a long time to get them all back into the henhouse, and the tedious business had to be repeated several times a day thereafter. For the hens had clearly grown tired of life under Tristan, and decided that they would do better living off the country. They became nomads, ranging ever further afield in their search for sustenance. At first, the neighbours chuckled. They phoned to say their children were rounding up the hens and would we come and get them. But with the passage of time, Their jocularity wore thin. Finally, Siegfried was involved in some painful interviews. His hens, he was told, were an unmitigated nuisance. It was after one particularly unpleasant session that Siegfried decided that the hens must go. It was a bitter blow, and as usual he vented his fury on Tristan. "I must have been mad to think any hens under your care would ever lay eggs. But really, isn't it just a bit hard? I give you this simple little job, and one would have thought that even you would be hard put to make a mess of it. But look at the situation after only 3 weeks. Not one solitary egg have we seen. The bloody hens are flying about the countryside like pigeons. We are permanently estranged from our neighbours. You've done a thorough job, haven't you?" All the frustrated egg producer in Siegfried welled out in his shrill tones. Tristan's expression registered only wounded virtue, but he was rash enough to try to defend himself. "You know, I thought there was something queer about those hens from the start," he muttered. Siegfried shed the last vestiges of his self-control. "Queer?" he yelled wildly. "You're the one that's queer, not the poor bloody hens. You're the queerest bugger there is. For God's sake, get out! Get out of my sight!" Tristan withdrew with quiet dignity. It took some time for the last echoes of the poultry venture to die away, but after a fortnight, sitting again at the dining table with Tristan, I felt sure that all was forgotten. So that it was with a strange sense of the workings of fate that I saw Siegfried stride into the room and lean menacingly over his brother. "You remember those hens, I suppose?" he said, almost in a whisper. "You'll recall that I gave them away to Mrs. Dale, that old-age pensioner down Brown's Yard. Well, I've just been speaking to her. She's delighted with them, gives them a hot mash night and morning, and she's collecting 10 eggs a day." His voice rose almost to a scream. 10 eggs! Do you hear? 10 eggs! I hurriedly swallowed the last of my tea and excused myself. I trotted along the passage out of the back door and up the garden to my car. On the way, I passed the empty henhouse. It had a forlorn look. It was a long way to the dining room, but I could still hear Siegfried. Chapter 16. "Jim, come over here and take a look at these little beggars." Tristan laughed excitedly as he leant over the door of the pigsty. I walked across the yard. "What is it?" "Well, I've just given them their swill, and it's a bit hot. Look at them." The little pigs were seizing the food, dropping it, and walking suspiciously round it. Then they would creep up, touch the hot potatoes with their muzzles, and leap back in alarm. There was none of the usual mealtime slobbering, just a puzzled grunting. Right from the start, Tristan had found the pigs more interesting than the hens, which was a good thing, because he had to retrieve himself after the poultry disaster. He spent a lot of time in the yard, sometimes feeding or mucking out, but more often resting his elbows on the door, watching his charges. As with the hens, he was more interested in their characters than their ability to produce pork or bacon. After he poured the swill into the long trough, he always watched, entranced, while the pigs made their first rush. Soon, in the desperate gobbling, there would be signs of uneasiness. The tiny animals would begin to glance sideways till their urge to find out what their mates were enjoying so much became unbearable. They would start to change position frantically, climbing over each other's backs and falling into the swill. Old Boardman was a willing collaborator, but mainly in an advisory capacity. Like all countrymen, he considered he knew all about the husbandry and diseases of animals, and it turned out pigs were his speciality. There were long conferences in the dark room under the Bairnsfather cartoons, and the old man grew animated over his descriptions of the vast, beautiful animals he had reared in that very sty. Tristan listened with respect, because he had solid proof of Boardman's expertise in the way he handled the old brick boiler. Tristan could like the thing, but he went out if he turned his back on it. But it was docile in Boardman's hands. I often saw Tristan listening wonderingly to the steady blub-blub while the old man rambled on, and the delicious scent of cooking pig potatoes drifted over them both. But no animal converts food more quickly into flesh than a pig, and as the weeks passed, the little pink creatures changed with alarming speed into 10 solid, no-nonsense porkers. Their characters deteriorated too. They lost all their charm. Mealtime stopped being fun and became a battle, with the odds growing heavier against Tristan all the time. I could see that it brought a lot of colour into old Boardman's life, and he always dropped whatever he was doing when he saw Tristan scooping the swill from the boiler. He obviously enjoyed watching the daily contest from his seat on the stone trough. Tristan bracing himself, listening to the pigs squealing at the rattle of the bucket, giving a few fearsome shouts to encourage himself, then shooting the bolt and plunging among the grunting, jostling animals, broad, greedy snouts forcing into the bucket, sharp feet grinding his toes, heavy bodies thrusting against his legs. I couldn't help smiling when I remembered the light-hearted game it used to be. There was no laughter now. Tristan finally took to brandishing a heavy stick at the pigs before he dared to go in. Once inside, his only hope of staying on his feet was to clear a little space by beating on the backs. It was on a market day, when the pigs had almost reached bacon weight, that I came upon Tristan sprawled in his favourite chair. But there was something unusual about him. He wasn't asleep, no medicine bottle, no woodbines, no Daily Mirror. His arms hung limply over the sides of the chair, his eyes were half closed, and sweat glistened on his forehead. "Jim," he whispered, "I've had the most hellish afternoon I've ever had in my life." I was alarmed at his appearance. "What's happened?" "The pigs," he croaked. "They escaped today." "Escaped? How the devil could they do that?" Tristan tugged at his hair. "It was when I was feeding the mare. I gave her a hay, and I thought I might as well feed the pigs at the same time. You know what they've been like lately. Well, today, they went berserk. As soon as I opened the door, they charged out in a solid block, sent me up in the air, bucket and all, then ran over the top of me." He shuddered and looked up at me wide-eyed. "I'll tell you this, Jim. When I was lying there on the cobbles, covered with swill and that lot trampling on me, I thought it was all over. But they didn't savage me. They belted out through the yard door at full gallop. The yard door was open then. Too true it was. I would just choose this one day to leave it open." Tristan sat up and wrung his hands. "Well, you know, I thought it was all right at first. You see, they slowed down when they got into the lane and trotted quietly round into the front street, with Boardman and I hard on their heels. Well, they formed a group there. Didn't seem to know where to go next. I was sure we were going to be able to head them off, but just then, one of them caught sight of itself in Robson's shop window." He gave a remarkable impression of a pig staring at its reflection for a few moments, then leaping back with a startled grunt. "Well, that did it, Jim. The bloody animal panicked and shot off into the marketplace at about 50 miles an hour, with the rest after it." I gasped. 10 large pigs loose among the packed stalls and market day crowds was difficult even to imagine. "Oh, God, you should have seen it." Tristan fell back wearily into his chair. "Women and kids screaming, the stall holders and police and everybody else cursing me. There was a terrific traffic jam, too. Miles of cars tooting like hell, while the policeman on point duty concentrated on browbeating me." He wiped his brow. "You know that fast-talking merchant on the china stall? Well, today I saw him at a loss for words. He was balancing a cup on his palm and in full cry when one of the pigs got its 4 feet onto his stall and stared him straight in the face. He stopped as if he'd been shot. Any other time it would have been funny, but I thought the perishing animal was going to wreck the stall. The counter was beginning to rock when the pig changed its mind and made off." "What's the position now?" I asked. "Have you got them back?" "I've got 9 of them back," Tristan replied, leaning back and closing his eyes. "With the help of almost the entire male population of the district, I've got 9 of them back. The 10th was last seen heading north at a good pace. God knows where it is now. Oh, I didn't tell you. One of them got into the post office. Spent quite some time in there." He put his hands over his face. "I'm for it this time, Jim. I'll be in the hands of the law after this lot. There's no doubt about it." I leant over and slapped his leg. "Oh, I shouldn't worry. I don't suppose there's been any serious damage done." Tristan replied with a groan. "But there's something else." When I finally closed the door after getting the pigs back in their sty, I was on the verge of collapse. I was leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, when I saw the mare had gone. Yes, gone. I'd gone straight out after the pigs and forgot to close her box. I don't know where she is. Boardman said he'd look around. I haven't the strength. Tristan lit a trembling woodbine. "This is the end, Jim. Siegfried will have no mercy this time." As he spoke, the door flew open and his brother rushed in. "What the hell is going on?" he roared.
I've just been speaking to the vicar, and he says my mare is in his garden eating his wallflowers. He's hopping mad, and I don't blame him. Go on, you lazy scoundrel. Don't lie there. Get over to the vicarage this instant and bring her back.
Tristan did not stir. He lay inert, looking up at his brother. His lips moved feebly. "No," he said.
What's that?
Siegfried shouted incredulously.
Get out of that chair immediately. Go and get that mare.
"No," replied Tristan. I felt a chill of horror. This sort of mutiny was unprecedented. Siegfried had gone very red in the face, and I steeled myself for an eruption. But it was Tristan who spoke. "If you want your mare, you can get her yourself." His voice was quiet, with no note of defiance. He had the air of a man to whom the future is of no account. Even Siegfried could see that this was one time when Tristan had had enough. After glaring down at his brother for a few seconds, he turned and walked. He got the mare himself. Nothing more was said about the incident, but the pigs were moved hurriedly to the bacon factory and were never replaced. The stock-keeping project was at an end. Chapter 17. When I came in, Miss Harbottle was sitting head bowed over the empty cash box. She looked bereaved. It was a new, shiny black box with the words "Petty Cash" printed on top in white letters. Inside was a red book with the incomings and outgoings recorded in neat columns. But there was no money. Miss Harbottle's sturdy shoulders sagged. She listlessly took up the red book between her finger and thumb, and a lonely sixpence rolled from between its pages and tinkled into the box. "He's been at it again," she whispered. A stealthy footstep sounded in the passage. "Mr. Farnan," she called out. And to me, "It's really absurd the way the man always tries to slink past the door." Siegfried shuffled in. He was carrying a stomach tube and pump. Calcium bottles bulged from his jacket pockets, and a bloodless castrator dangled from the other hand. He smiled cheerfully, but I could see he was uncomfortable, not only because of the load he carried, but because of his poor tactical position. Miss Harbottle had arranged her desk across the corner, diagonally opposite the door, and he had to walk across a long stretch of carpet to reach her. From her point of view, it was strategically perfect. From her corner, she could see every inch of the big room, into the passage when the door was open, and out onto the front street from the window on her left. Nothing escaped her. It was a position of power. Siegfried looked down at the square figure behind the desk. "Good morning, Miss Harbottle. Can I do anything for you?" The grey eyes glinted behind the gold-rimmed spectacles. "You can indeed, Mr. Farnan. You can explain why you have once more emptied my petty cash box." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I had to rush through to Broughton last night, and I found myself a bit short. There was really nowhere else to turn to." "But, Mr. Farnan, in the 2 months I have been here, we must have been over this a dozen times. What is the good of my trying to keep an accurate record of the money in the practice if you keep stealing it and spending it?" "Well, I suppose I got into the habit in the old pint-pot days. Wasn't a bad system, really." "It wasn't a system at all. It was anarchy. You cannot run a business that way. But I've told you this so many times, and each time you have promised to alter your ways. I feel almost at my wit's end." "Oh, never mind, Miss Harbottle. Get some more out of the bank and put it in your box. That'll put it right." Siegfried gathered up the loose coils of the stomach tube from the floor and turned to go. But Miss Harbottle cleared her throat, warningly. "There are 1 or 2 other matters. Will you please try to keep your other promises to enter your visits in the book every day and to price them as you do so? Nearly a week has gone by since you wrote anything in. How can I possibly get the bills out on the 1st of the month? This is most important, but how do you expect me to do it when you impede me like this?" Yes, I'm sorry, but I have a string of calls waiting. I really must go." He was halfway across the floor, and the tube was uncoiling itself again when he heard the ominous throat clearing behind him. "And one more thing, Mr. Farnan. I still can't decipher your writing. These medical terms are difficult enough, so please take a little care and don't scribble."
Very well, Miss Harbottle. He quickened his pace through the door and into the passage where it seemed was safety and peace. He was clattering thankfully over the tiles when the familiar rumbling reached him. She could project that sound a surprising distance by giving it a bit of extra pressure, and it was a summons which had to be obeyed. I could hear him wearily putting the pump and tube on the floor. The calcium bottles must have been digging into his ribs because I heard them go down too. He presented himself again before the desk. Miss Harbottle wagged a finger at him. While I have you here, I'd like to mention another point which troubles me. Look at this daybook. You see all these slips sticking out of the pages? They are all queries. There must be scores of them. And I am at a standstill until you clear them for me. When I ask you, you never have the time. Can you go over them with me now? Siegfried backed away hurriedly. No, not just now. As I said, I have some urgent calls waiting. I'm very sorry, but it will have to be some other time. First chance I get, I'll come in and see you. He felt the door behind him, and with a last glance at the massive, disapproving figure behind the desk, he turned and fled. Chapter 18. I could look back now on 6 months of hard, practical experience. I had treated cows, horses, pigs, dogs, and cats 7 days a week, in the morning, afternoon, evening, and through the hours when the world was asleep. I had carved cows and farrowed sows till my arms ached and the skin peeled off. I had been knocked down, trampled on, and sprayed liberally with every kind of muck. I had seen a fair cross-section of the diseases of animals. And yet, a little voice had begun to niggle at the back of my mind. It said, I knew nothing. Nothing at all. This was strange, because those 6 months had been built upon 5 years of theory. A slow, painful assimilation of thousands of facts, and a careful storage of fragments of knowledge, like a squirrel with its nuts. Beginning with the study of plants and the lowest forms of life, working up to dissection in the anatomy lab, and physiology, and the vast soulless territory of materia medica. Then pathology, which tore down the curtain of ignorance and let me look for the first time into the deep secrets. And parasitology, the teeming otherworld of the worms and fleas and mange mites. Finally, medicine and surgery, the crystallization of my learning and its application to the everyday troubles of animals. And there were many others like physics, chemistry, hygiene. They didn't seem to have missed a thing. Why then should I feel I knew nothing? Why had I begun to feel like an astronomer looking through a telescope at an unknown galaxy? This sensation that I was only groping about on the fringes of limitless space was depressing. It was a funny thing because everybody else seemed to know all about sick animals. The chap who held the cow's tail, the neighbour from the next farm, men in pubs, jobbing gardeners, they all knew and were free and confident with their advice. I tried to think back over my life. Was there any time when I had felt this supreme faith in my own knowledge? And then I remembered. I was back in Scotland. I was 17, and I was walking under the arch of the veterinary college into Montrose Street. I had been a student for 3 days, but not until this afternoon had I felt the thrill of fulfillment. Messing about with botany and zoology was all right, but this afternoon had been the real thing. I had had my first lecture in animal husbandry. The subject had been the points of the horse. Professor Grant had hung up a life-size picture of a horse and had gone over it from nose to tail, indicating the withers, the stifle, the hock, the pole, and all the other rich equine terms. And the professor had been wise. To make his lecture more interesting, he kept throwing in little practical points like, this is where we find curb, or here is the site for wind galls. He talked of thoroughpins and side bones, splints and quitter, things the students wouldn't learn for another 4 years, but he brought it all to life. The words were still spinning in my head as I walked slowly down the sloping street. This was what I had come for. I felt as though I had undergone an initiation and become a member of an exclusive club. I really knew about horses. And I was wearing a brand new riding mac,
with all sorts of extra straps and buckles which slapped against my legs as I turned the corner of the hill into busy Newton Road. I could hardly believe my luck when I saw the horse. It was standing outside the library, below Queen's Cross, like something left over from another age. It drooped dispiritedly between the shafts of a coal cart, which stood like an island in an eddying stream of cars and buses. Pedestrians hurried by uncaring, but I had the feeling that fortune was smiling on me. A horse. Not just a picture, but a real, genuine horse. Stray words from the lecture floated up into my mind. The pastern, cannonbone, coronet, and all those markings, snip, blaze, white sock near hind. I stood on the pavement and examined the animal critically. I thought it must be obvious to every passer-by that here was a true expert, not just an inquisitive onlooker, but a man who knew and understood all. I felt clothed in a visible aura of horsiness. I took a few steps up and down, hands deep in the pockets of the new riding mac, eyes probing for possible shoeing faults or curbs or bog spavins. So thorough was my inspection that I worked round to the offside of the horse and stood perilously among the racing traffic. I glanced around at the people hurrying past. Nobody seemed to care, not even the horse. He was a large one, at least 17 hands, and he gazed apathetically down the street, easing his hind legs alternately in a bored manner. I hated to leave him, but I had completed my examination and it was time I was on my way. But I felt that I ought to make a gesture before I left. Something to communicate to the horse that I understood his problems and that we belonged to the same brotherhood. I stepped briskly forward and patted him on the neck. Quick as a striking snake, the horse whipped downwards and seized my shoulder in his great, strong teeth. He laid back his ears, rolled his eyes wickedly, and hoisted me up, almost off my feet. I hung there helplessly, suspended like a lopsided puppet. I wriggled and kicked, but the teeth were clamped immovably in the material of my coat. There was no doubt about the interest of the passers-by now. The grotesque sight of a man hanging from a horse's mouth brought them to a sudden halt, and a crowd formed, with people looking over each other's shoulders and others fighting at the back to see what was going on. A horrified old lady was crying, "Oh, poor boy, help him, somebody!" Some of the braver characters tried pulling at me, but the horse whickered ominously and hung on tighter. Conflicting advice was shouted from all sides. With deep shame, I saw two attractive girls in the front row giggling helplessly. Appalled at the absurdity of my position, I began to thrash about wildly. My shirt collar tightened round my throat. A stream of the horse's saliva trickled down the front of my mac. I could feel myself choking and was giving up hope when a man pushed his way through the crowd. He was very small. Angry eyes glared from a face blackened by coal dust. 2 empty sacks were draped over an arm.
"What the hell's this?"
he shouted. A dozen replies babbled in the air.
"Can you no leave the bloody horse alone?"
He yelled into my face. I made no reply, being pop-eyed, half-throttled, and in no mood for conversation. The coalman turned his fury on the horse.
"Drop him, you big bastard! Go on, let go! Drop him!"
Getting no response, he dug the animal viciously in the belly with his thumb. The horse took the point at once and released me like an obedient dog dropping a bone. I fell on my knees and ruminated in the gutter for a while, till I could breathe more easily, as from a great distance I could still hear the little man shouting at me. After some time, I stood up. The coalman was still shouting and the crowd was listening appreciatively.
"What do you think you're playing at? Keep your hands off my bloody horse! Get the police to you!"
I looked down at my new Mac. The shoulder was chewed to a sodden mass. I felt I must escape and began to edge my way through the crowd. Some of the faces were concerned, but most were grinning. Once clear, I started to walk away rapidly, and as I turned the corner, the last faint cry from the coalman reached me.
"You don't meddle with things you care nothing about!"
Chapter 19. I flipped idly through the morning mail. The usual stack of bills, circulars, brightly coloured advertisements for new drugs. After a few months, the novelty had worn off and I hardly bothered to read them. I had almost reached the bottom of the pile when I came on something different. An expensive-looking envelope in heavy deckle-edged paper, addressed to me personally. I ripped it open and pulled out a gilt-coloured card, which I scanned quickly. I felt my face redden as I slipped the card into an inside pocket. Siegfried finished ticking off the visits and looked up. "What are you looking so guilty about, James? Your past catching up with you, huh? What is it, anyway? A letter from an outraged mother?" "Go on, then," I said sheepishly, pulling out the card and handing it to him. "Have a good laugh. I suppose you'd find out anyway." Siegfried's face was expressionless as he read the card aloud. "Tricky requests the pleasure of Uncle Herriot's company on Friday, February the 5th. Drinks and dancing." He looked up and spoke seriously. "Now, isn't that nice? You know, that must be one of the most generous Pekineses in England. Sending you kippers and tomatoes and hampers isn't enough. He has to ask you to his home for a party." I grabbed the card and slipped it out of sight. All right, I know. But what am I supposed to do?" "Do? What you do is sit down right away and get a letter off saying thank you very much, you'll be there on February the 5th. Mrs. Pumphrey's parties are famous. Mountains of exotic food, rivers of champagne. Don't miss it, whatever you do." "Will there be a lot of people there?" I asked, shuffling my feet. Siegfried struck himself on the forehead with an open hand. "Of course there'll be a lot of people. What did you think? Did you expect it would be just you and Tricky? You'd have a few beers together, and then you'd dance a slow foxtrot with him? The cream of the county will be there in full regalia. But my guess is that there will be no more honoured guest than Uncle Herriot. Why? Because Mrs. Pumphrey invited the others, but Tricky invited you." Okay, I groaned. "I'll be on my own, and I haven't got a proper evening suit. I don't fancy it." Siegfried rose and put a hand on my shoulder. "My dear chap, don't mess about. Sit down and accept the invitation and then go into Broughton and hire a suit for the night. You won't be on your own for long. The Debs will be tramping over each other for a dance with you." He gave the shoulder a final pat before walking to the door. Before leaving, he turned round, and his expression was grave. "And remember, for Pete's sake, don't write to Mrs. Pumphrey. Address your letter to Tricky himself, or you're sunk." I had a lot of mixed feelings churning around in me when I presented myself at the Pumphrey home on the night of February the 5th. A maid let me into the hall, and I could see Mrs. Pumphrey at the entrance to the ballroom, receiving her guests, and beyond, an elegant throng standing around with drinks. There was a well-bred clamour, a general atmosphere of wealth. I straightened the tie on my hired outfit, took a deep breath, and waited. Mrs. Pumphrey was smiling sweetly as she shook hands with the couple in front of me, but when she saw me, her face became radiant. "Oh, Mr. Herriot, how nice of you to come! Tricky was so delighted to have your letter. In fact, we really must go in and see him now." She led me across the hall. "He's in the morning room," she whispered. "Between ourselves, he finds these affairs rather a bore, but he'll be simply furious if I don't take you in for a moment." Tricky was curled up in an armchair by the side of a bright fire. When he saw me, he jumped on the back of the chair, barking in delight, his huge, laughing mouth bisecting his face. I was trying to fend off his attempts to lick my face when I caught sight of two large food bowls on the carpet. One contained about a pound of chopped chicken, the other a mass of crumbled cake. "Mrs. Pumphrey!" I thundered, pointing at the bowls. The poor woman put her hand to her mouth and shrank away from me. "Oh, do forgive me," she wailed, her face a picture of guilt. "It's just a special treat because he's alone tonight, and the weather is so cold, too." She clasped her hands and looked at me abjectly. "I'll forgive you," I said sternly, "if you will remove half the chicken and all the cake." Fluttering like a little girl caught in naughtiness, she did as I said. I parted regretfully from the little peak. It had been a busy day and I was sleepy from the hours in the biting cold. The room, with its fire and soft lighting, looked more inviting than the noisy glitter of the ballroom, and I would have preferred to curl up there with Tricky on my knee for an hour or two. Mrs. Pumphrey became brisk. "Now, you must come and meet some of my friends." We went into the ballroom where light blazed down from 3 cut-glass chandeliers and was reflected dazzlingly from the cream and gold many-mirrored walls. We moved from group to group as Mrs. Pumphrey introduced me, and I squirmed in embarrassment as I heard myself described as Tricky's dear, kind uncle. But either they were people of superb self-control, or they were familiar with their hostess's blind spot, because the information was received with complete gravity. Along one wall, a 5-piece orchestra was tuning up. White-jacketed waiters hurried among the guests with trays of food and drinks. Mrs. Pumphrey stopped one of the waiters. "Francois, some champagne for this gentleman." "Yes, madame." The waiter proffered his tray. No, not those. One of the big glasses." Francois hurried away and returned with something like a soup plate with a stem. It was brimming with champagne. "Francois." "Yes, madame." "This is Mr. Herriot. I want you to take a good look at him." The waiter turned a pair of sad, spaniel eyes on me and dragged me in for a few moments. "I want you to look after him. See that his glass is full and that he has plenty to eat." "Certainly, madame." He bowed and moved away. I buried my face in the ice-cold champagne, and when I looked up, there was Francois holding out a tray of smoked salmon sandwiches. It was like that all evening. Francois seemed always to be at my elbow, filling up the enormous glass or pushing dainties at me. I found it delightful. The salty snacks brought on a thirst, which I quenched with deep draughts of champagne. Then I had more snacks, which made me thirsty again, and Francois would unfailingly pop up with the magnum. It was the first time I had had the opportunity of drinking champagne by the pint, and it was a rewarding experience. I was quickly aware of a glorious lightness, a heightening of the perceptions. I stopped being overawed by this new world and began to enjoy it. I danced with everybody in sight, sleek young beauties, elderly dowagers, and twice with a giggling Mrs. Pumphrey. Or I just talked, and it was witty talk. I repeatedly amazed myself by my lightning shafts. Once I caught sight of myself in the mirror. A distinguished figure, glass in hand, the hired suit hanging on me with quiet grace. It took my breath away. Eating, drinking, talking, dancing, the evening winged past. When it was time to go and I had my coat on and was shaking hands with Mrs. Pumphrey in the hall, Francois appeared again with a bowl of hot soup. He seemed to be worried lest I grow faint on the journey home. After the soup, Mrs. Pumphrey said, "And now you must come and say good night to Tricky. He'll never forgive you if you don't." We went into his room and the little dog yawned from the depths of the armchair and wagged his tail. Mrs. Pumphrey put her hand on my sleeve. "While you're here, I wonder if you'd be so kind as to examine his claws. I've been so worried in case they might be growing too long." I lifted up the paws one by one and scrutinized the claws while Tricky lazily licked my hands. "No, you needn't worry. They're perfectly all right." "Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to you. Now you must wash your hands." In the familiar bathroom with the sea-green basins and the enamelled fishes on the walls and the dressing table and the bottles on the glass shelves, I looked around as the steaming water ran from the tap. There was my own towel by the basin and the usual new slab of soap. Soap that lathered in an instant and gave off an expensive scent. It was the final touch of balm on a gracious evening. It had been a few hours of luxury and light, and I carried the memory back with me to Skeldale House. I got into bed, switched off the light, and lay on my back looking up into the darkness. Snatches of music still tinkled about in my head, and I was beginning to swim back to the ballroom when the phone rang.
"This is Atkinson of Beck Cottage,"
a faraway voice said.
"I have a sow here that can't get pegged. She's been on all night. Will you come?"
I looked at the clock as I put down the receiver. It was 2 a.m. I felt numbed. A farrowing right on top of the champagne and the smoked salmon and those little biscuits with the black heaps of caviar. and at Beck Cottage, one of the most primitive small holdings in the district. It wasn't fair. Sleepily, I took off my pyjamas and pulled on my shirt. As I reached for the stiff, worn corduroys I use for work, I tried not to look at the hired suit hanging on the corner of the wardrobe. I groped my way down the long garden to the garage. In the darkness of the yard, I closed my eyes, and the great chandeliers blazed again. The mirrors flashed, and the music played. It was only 2 miles out to Beck Cottage. It lay in a hollow, and in the winter the place was a sea of mud. I left my car and squelched through the blackness to the door of the house. My knock was unanswered, and I moved across to the cluster of buildings opposite and opened the half door into the byre. The warm, sweet bovine smell met me as I peered towards a light, showing dimly at the far end where a figure was standing. I went inside past the shadowy rows of cows, standing side by side with broken wooden partitions between them, and past the mounds of manure piled behind them. Mr. Atkinson didn't believe in mucking out too often. Stumbling over the broken floor, splashing through pools of urine, I arrived at the end, where a pen had been made by closing off a corner with a gate. I could just make out the form of a pig, pale in the gloom, lying on her side. There was a scanty bed of straw under her, and she lay very still except for the trembling of her flanks. As I watched, she caught her breath and strained for a few seconds. Then the straining began again. Mr. Atkinson received me without enthusiasm. He was middle-aged, sported a week's growth of beard, and wore an ancient hat with a brim which flopped round his ears. He stood hunched against the wall, one hand deep in a ragged pocket, the other holding a bicycle lamp with a fast-failing battery. "Is that all the light we've got?" I asked. "Aye, it is," Mr. Atkinson replied, obviously surprised. He looked from the lamp to me with a "what more does he want?" expression. "Let's have it then." I trained the feeble beam on my patient. "Yeah, just a young pig, isn't she?" "Aye, not but a gilt. First litter." The pig strained again, shuddered, and lay still. "Something stuck there, I reckon," I said. "Will you bring me a bucket of hot water, some soap and a towel, please?" "Haven't got no hot water. Fire's out." "OK, bring me whatever you've got." The farmer clattered away down the bar, taking the light with him. And, with the darkness, the music came back again. It was a Strauss waltz, and I was dancing with Lady Frenswick. She was young and very fair, and she laughed as I swung her round. I could see her white shoulders and the diamonds winking at her throat and the wheeling mirrors. Mr. Atkinson came shuffling back and dumped a bucket of water on the floor. I dipped a finger in the water. It was ice cold, and the bucket had seen many hard years. I would have to watch my arms on that jagged rim. Quickly stripping off jacket and shirt, I sucked in my breath as a villainous draught blew through a crack onto my back. "Soap, please," I said through clenched teeth. "In bucket." I plunged an arm into the water, shivered, and felt my way round till I found a roundish object about the size of a golf ball. I pulled it out and examined it. It was hard and smooth and speckled like a pebble from the seashore, and, optimistically, I began to rub it between my hands and up my arms, waiting for the lather to form. But the soap was impervious. It yielded nothing. I discarded the idea of asking for another piece in case this would be construed as another complaint. Instead, I borrowed the light and tracked down the bar into the yard, the mud sucking at my Wellingtons, goose pimples rearing on my chest. I searched around in the car boot, listening to my teeth chattering, till I came on a jar of antiseptic lubricating cream. Back in the pen, I smeared the cream on my arm, knelt behind the pig, and gently inserted my hand into the vagina. I moved my hand forward, and as wrist and elbow disappeared inside the pig, I was forced to roll over on my side. The stones were cold and wet, but I forgot my discomfort when my fingers touched something. It was a tiny tail. Almost a transverse presentation. Biggish piglet, stuck like a cork in a bottle. Using one finger, I worked the hind legs back until I was able to grasp them and draw the piglet out. "Yeah, this is the one that's been causing the trouble. He's dead, I'm afraid, been squashed in there too long. But there could be some live ones still inside. I'll have another feel." I greased my arm and got down again. Just inside the os uteri, almost at arm's length, I found another piglet, and I was feeling at the face when a set of minute but very sharp teeth sank into my finger. I yelped and looked up at the farmer from my stony bed. "Well, this one's alive anyway. I'll soon have him out." But the piglet had other ideas. He showed no desire to leave his warm haven, and every time I got hold of his slippery little foot between my fingers, he jerked it away. After a minute or two of this game, I felt a cramping in my arm. I relaxed and lay back, my head resting on the cobbles, my arm still inside the pig. I closed my eyes, and immediately I was back in the ballroom, in the warmth and the brilliant light. I was holding out my immense glass while Francois poured from the magnum. Then I was dancing, close to the orchestra this time, and the leader, beating time with one hand, turned round and smiled into my face. Smiled and bowed as though he had been looking for me all his life. I smiled back, but the band leader's face dissolved, and there was only Mr. Atkinson looking down at me, expressionlessly, his unshaven jaw and shaggy eyebrows thrown into sinister relief by the light striking up from the bicycle lamp. I shook myself and raised my cheek from the floor. This wouldn't do. Falling asleep on the job? Either I was very tired, or there was still some champagne in me. I reached again, and grasped the foot firmly between two fingers, and this time, despite his struggles, the piglet was hauled out into the world. Once arrived, he seemed to accept the situation, and tottered round philosophically to his mother's udder. "Well, she's not helping at all," I said. "Been on so long that she's exhausted. I'm going to give her an injection." Another numbing expedition through the mud to the car, a shot of Petruitin into the gilt's thigh, and within minutes the action began with powerful contractions of the uterus. There was no obstruction now, and soon a wriggling pink piglet was deposited in the straw. Then quite quickly another, and another. "Coming off the assembly line now, all right?" I said. Mr. Atkinson grunted. 8 piglets had been born, and the light from the lamp had almost given out when a dark mass of afterbirth welled from the gilt's vulva. I rubbed my cold arms. "Well, I should say that's the lot now." I felt suddenly chilled. I couldn't say how long I'd been standing there looking at the wonder that never grew stale. The little pigs struggling onto their legs and making their way unguided to the long double row of teats, the mother with her first family easing herself over to expose as much as possible of her udder to the hungry mouths. Better get dressed quickly. I had another try at the marble-like soap, but it defeated me as easily as the first time. I wondered how long it had been in the family. Down my right side, my cheek and ribs were caked with dirt and mucus. I did my best to scrape off some with my fingernails, then I swilled myself down with the cold water from the bucket. "Have you a towel there?" I gasped. Mr. Atkinson wordlessly handed me a sack. Its edges were stiff with old manure, and it smelled musty from the meal it had long since contained. I took it and began to rub my chest, and as the sour grains of the meal powdered my skin, the last bubbles of champagne left me, drifted up through the gaps in the tiles, and burst sadly in the darkness beyond. I dragged my shirt over my gritty back, feeling a sense of coming back to my own world. I buttoned my coat, picked up the syringe and the bottle of Petruitin, and climbed out of the pen. I had a last look before I left. The bicycle lamp was shedding its final faint glow, and I had to lean over the gate to see the row of little pigs sucking busily, utterly absorbed. The gilt carefully shifted her position and grunted. It was a grunt of deep content. Yes, I was back, and it was all right. I drove through the mud and up the hill, where I had to get out to open a gate, and the wind, with the cold, clean smell of the frosty grass in it, caught at my face. I stood for a while looking across the dark fields, thinking of the night which was ending now. My mind went back to my school days, and an old gentleman talking to the class about careers. He had said, "If you decide to become a veterinary surgeon, you will never grow rich, but you will have a life of endless interest and variety." I laughed aloud in the darkness, and as I got into the car I was still chuckling. That old chap certainly wasn't kidding. Variety. That was it. Variety. Chapter 20. As I checked my list of calls, it occurred to me that this time Siegfried didn't look so much like a schoolboy as he faced Miss Harbottle. For one thing, he hadn't marched straight in and stood in front of the desk. That was disastrous, and he always looked beaten before he started. Instead, he had veered off over the last few yards till he stood with his back to the window. This way she had to turn her head slightly to face him, and besides, he had the light at his back. He thrust his hands into his pockets and leant back against the window frame. He was wearing his patient look. His eyes were kind, and his face was illumined by an almost saintly smile. Miss Harbottle's eyes narrowed. "I just wanted a word with you, Miss Harbottle. One or two little points I'd like to discuss. Now, first, about your petty cash box. It's a nice box, and I think you are quite right to institute it, but I think you would be the first to agree that the main function of a cash box is to have cash in it." He gave a light laugh. "Ah, last night I had a few dogs in the surgery, and the owners wanted to pay on the spot. I had no change and went for some to your box. It was quite empty. I had to say I would send them a bill, and that isn't good business, is it, Miss Harbottle? It doesn't look good, so I really must ask you to keep some cash in your cash box." Miss Harbottle's eyes widened incredulously. "But, Mr. Farnan, you removed the entire contents to go to the Hunt Ball, and—" Siegfried held up a hand, and his smile took on an unearthly quality. "Please hear me out. There is another very small thing I want to bring to your attention. It is now the 10th day of the month, and the accounts have not gone out. Now, this is a very undesirable state of affairs, and there are several points to consider here." "But, Mr. Farnan—" "Just one moment, Miss Harbottle, till I explain this to you. It is a known fact that farmers pay their bills more readily if they receive them on the 1st of the month. And there is another, more important factor." The beautiful smile left his face and was replaced by an expression of sorrowing gravity. "Have you ever stopped to work out just how much interest the practice is losing on all the money lying out there because you are late in sending out the accounts?" "Mr. Farnan—" "I am almost finished, Miss Harbottle, and believe me, it grieves me to have to speak like this, but the fact is, I can't afford to lose money this way." He spread out his hands in a gesture of charming frankness. "So, if you will just apply yourself to this little matter, I am sure all will be well." "But will you tell me how I can possibly send the accounts when you refuse to write up the—" "In conclusion, Miss Harbottle, let me say this. I have been very satisfied with your progress since you joined us, and I am sure that with time you will tighten up on these little points I have just mentioned." A certain roguishness crept into his smile, and he put his head on one side. Miss Harbottle's strong fingers closed tightly round a heavy ebony ruler. "Efficiency," he said, crinkling his eyes. "That's what we must have. Efficiency." Chapter 21. I dropped the suture needle into the tray and stepped back to survey the finished job. Well, though I say it myself, that looks rather nice. Tristan leant over the unconscious dog and examined the neat incision with its row of regular stitches. "Very pretty indeed, my boy. Couldn't have done better myself." The big black Labrador lay peacefully on the table, his tongue lolling, his eyes glazed and unseeing. He had been brought in with an ugly growth over his ribs, and I had decided that it was a simple lipoma, quite benign and very suitable for surgery. And so it had turned out. The tumour had come away with almost ridiculous ease, round, intact, and shining like a hard-boiled egg from its shell. No hemorrhage, no fear of recurrence. The unsightly swelling had been replaced by this tidy scar which would be invisible in a few weeks. I was pleased. "We'd better keep him up here till he comes round," I said. "Give me a hand to get him onto one of these blankets." We made the dog comfortable in front of an electric stove, and I left to start my morning round. It was during lunch when we first heard the strange sound. It was something between a moan and a howl, starting quite softly but rising to a piercing pitch before shuddering back down the scale to silence.
Siegfried looked up, startled from his soup. "What in God's name's that?" "Must be that dog I operated on this morning," I replied. "The old one does that coming out of barbiturates. I expect he'll stop soon." Siegfried looked at me doubtfully. "Well, I hope so. I could soon get tired of that. Gives me the creeps." We went through and looked at the dog. Pulse strong, respirations deep and regular, mucous membranes of good colour. He was still stretched out, immobile, and the only sign of returning consciousness was the howl, which seemed to have settled down into a groove of 1 every 10 seconds. "Yes, he's perfectly all right," Siegfried said. "But what a bloody noise! Let's get out of here." Lunch was finished hastily and in silence, except for the ceaseless background wailing. Siegfried had scarcely swallowed his last mouthful before he was on his feet. "Well, must fly. Got a lot on this morning. Tristan, I think it would be a good idea to bring that dog through to the sitting room and put him by the fire. Then you could stay by him and keep an eye on him." Tristan was stunned. "You mean I have to stay in the same room as that noise all afternoon?" "Yes. I mean just that. We can't send him home as he is, and I don't want anything to happen to him. He needs care and attention." "Well, perhaps you'd like me to hold his paw, or perhaps wheel him round the marketplace." "Don't give me any more of your bloody cheek. You stay with the dog, and that's an order." Tristan and I stretchered the heavy animal along the passage on the blankets. Then I had to leave for the afternoon round. I paused and looked back at the big black form by the fire, and Tristan, crouched miserably in his chair. The noise was overpowering. I closed the door hurriedly. It was dark when I got back, and the old house hung over me, black and silent against the frosty sky. Silent, that is, except for the howling which still echoed along the passage and filtered eerily into the deserted street. I glanced at my watch as I slammed the car door. It was 6 o'clock, so Tristan had had 4 hours of it. I ran up the steps and along the passage, and when I opened the sitting-room door, the noise jarred in my head. Tristan was standing with his back to me, looking through the French window into the darkness of the garden. His hands were deep in his pockets. Tufts of cotton wool drooped from his ears. "Well, how's it going?" I asked. There was no reply, so I walked over and tapped him on the shoulder. The effect was spectacular. Tristan leapt into the air and corkscrewed round. His face was ashen, and he was trembling violently. "God help us, James, you nearly killed me there. I can't hear a thing through these damned earplugs, except the dog, of course. Nothing keeps that out." I knelt by the Labrador and examined him. The dog's condition was excellent, but, except for a faint eye reflex, there was no sign that he was regaining consciousness, and all the time there were the piercing, evenly spaced howls. "He's taking a hell of a long time to come out of it," I said. "Has he been like this all afternoon?" "Yes, just like that. Not one bit different. And don't waste any sympathy on him, the yowling devil. He's as happy as a sandboy down by the fire, doesn't know a thing about it. But how about me? My nerves are about shot to bits listening to him hour after hour. Much more of it, you'll have to give me a shot too." He ran a shaking hand through his hair, and a twitching started in his cheek. I took his arm. "Well, come through and eat. You'll feel better after some food." I led him unresisting into the dining room. Siegfried was in excellent form over the meal. He seemed to be in a mood of exhilaration that monopolized the conversation, but he did not once refer to the shrill obligato from the other room. There was no doubt, however, that it was still getting through to Tristan. As we were leaving the room, Siegfried put his hand on my shoulder. "Remember, we've got that meeting in Broughton tonight, James. Old Reeves on diseases of sheep. He's usually very good. Pity you can't come too, Tristan, but I'm afraid you'll have to stay with the dog till he comes round." Tristan flinched as if he'd been struck. "Oh no, not another session with that bloody animal. He's driving me mad. I'm afraid there's nothing else for it. James or I could have taken over tonight, but we have to show up at this meeting. It would look bad if we missed it." Tristan stumbled back into the room, and I put on my coat. As I went out into the street, I paused for a moment and listened. The dog was still howling. The meeting was a success. It was held in one of Broughton's lush hotels, and, as usual, the best part was the get-together of the vets in the bar afterwards. It was infinitely soothing to hear the other man's problems and mistakes,
especially the mistakes. It amused me to look round the crowded room and try to guess what the little knots of men were talking about. Well, that man over there, bent double and slashing away at the air with one hand, he was castrating a colt in the standing position. And the one with his arm out at full stretch, his fingers working busily at nothing, almost certainly foaling a mare, probably correcting a carpal flexion, and doing it effortlessly too. Veterinary surgery was a childishly simple matter in a warm bar with a few drinks inside you. It was 11 o'clock before we all got into our cars and headed for our own particular niche in Yorkshire. Some to the big industrial towns of the West Riding, others to the seaside places of the East Coast, and Siegfried and I hurrying thankfully back on the narrow road which twisted between its stone walls into the northern Pennines. I thought guiltily that for the last few hours I had completely forgotten about Tristan and his vigil. Still, it must have been better tonight. The dog would surely have quietened down by now. But, jumping from the car in Dannerby, I froze in mid-stride as a thin wail came out faintly from Skeldale House. This was incredible. It was after midnight and the dog was still at it. And what of Tristan? I hated to think what kind of shape he'd be in. Almost fearfully, I turned the knob on the sitting-room door. Tristan's chair made a little island in a sea of empty beer bottles. An upturned crate lay against the wall, and Tristan was sitting very upright and looking solemn. I picked my way over the debris. "Well, has he been rough, Tris? How do you feel now?" Could be worse, old lad. Could be worse." Soon as you'd gone, I slipped over to the drovers for a crate of pint magnets. Made all the difference. After 3 or 4, the dog stopped worrying me. Matter of fact, I've been yowling back at him for hours now. We've had quite an interesting evening. Anyway, he's coming out now. Look at him." The big dog had his head up, and there was recognition in his eyes. The howling had stopped. I went over and patted him, and the long black tail jerked in a fair attempt at a wag. "That's better, old boy," I said. "But you'd better behave yourself now. You've given your Uncle Tristan one hell of a day." The Labrador responded immediately by struggling to his feet. He took a few swaying steps and collapsed among the bottles. Siegfried appeared at the doorway and looked distastefully at Tristan, still very upright and wearing a judicial expression, and at the dog scrabbling among the bottles. "What an infernal mess! Surely you can do a little job without making an orgy out of it." At the sound of his voice, the Labrador staggered up and, in a flush of overconfidence, tried to run towards him, wagging his tail unsteadily. He didn't get very far and went down in a heap, sending an empty magnet rolling gently up to Siegfried's feet. Siegfried bent over and stroked the shining black head. "Ah, nice friendly animal, that. I should think he's a grand dog when he's got his senses about him. He'll be normal in the morning, but the problem is what to do with him now. We can't leave him staggering about down here. He could break a leg." He glanced at Tristan, who had not moved a muscle. He was sitting up, straighter than ever, stiff and motionless, like a Prussian general. "You know, I think the best thing would be for you to take him up to your room tonight. Now we've got him so far, we don't want him to hurt himself. Yes, that's it. He can spend the night with you." "Thank you. Thank you very much indeed," Tristan said in a flat voice, still looking straight to his front. Siegfried looked at him narrowly for a moment, then turned away. "Right then, clear away this rubbish and let's get to bed." My bedroom and Tristan's were connected by a door. Mine was the main room, huge, square, with a high ceiling, pillared fireplace, and graceful alcoves like the ones downstairs. I always felt a little like a duke lying there. Tristan's had been the old dressing room, and was long and narrow, with his small bed crouching at one end as if trying to hide. There were no carpets on the smooth, varnished boards, so I laid the dog on a heap of blankets and talked down soothingly at Tristan's wan face on the pillow. "He's quiet now, sleeping like a baby, and looks as though he's going to stay that way. You'll be able to get a well-earned rest now." I went back to my own room, undressed quickly, and got into bed. I went to sleep immediately, and I couldn't tell just when the noises started next door, but I came suddenly wide awake with an angry yell ringing in my ears. Then there was a slithering and a bump, followed by another distracted cry from Tristan. I quailed at the idea of going into the dressing room. There was nothing I could do anyway, so I huddled closer into the sheets and listened. I kept sliding into a half-sleep, then starting into wakefulness as more bumping and shouting came through the wall. After about 2 hours, the noises began to change. The Labrador seemed to have gained mastery over his legs and was marching up and down the room, his claws making a regular tick-tack, tick-tack, tick-tack on the wooden floor. It went on and on interminably. At intervals, Tristan's voice, hoarse now, burst out.
"Stop it! For Christ's sake, stop it! Sit down, you bloody dog!"
I must have fallen into a deeper sleep because when I awoke, the room was grey with the cold light of morning. I rolled onto my back and listened. I could still hear the tick-tack of the claws, but it had become irregular, as though the Labrador was strolling about instead of blundering blindly from one end of the room to the other. There was no sound from Tristan. I got out of bed, shivering as the icy air of the room gripped me, and pulled on my shirt and trousers. Tiptoeing across the floor, I opened the connecting door and was almost floored as 2 large feet were planted on my chest. The Labrador was delighted to see me and appeared to be thoroughly at home. His fine brown eyes shone with intelligence and well-being, and he showed rows of glittering teeth and a flawlessly pink tongue in a wide, panting grin. Far below, the tail lashed ecstatically. "Well, you're all right, chum," I said. "Let's have a look at that wound." I removed the horny paws from my chest and explored the line of stitches over the ribs. No swelling, no pain, no reaction at all. "Oh, lovely!" I cried. "Beautiful! You're as good as new again." I gave the dog a playful slap on the rump which sent him into a transport of joy. He leapt all over me, clawing and licking. I was fighting him off when I heard a dismal groan from the bed. In the dim light, Tristan looked ghastly. He was lying on his back, both hands clutching the quilt, and there was a wild look in his eyes. "Not a wink of sleep, Jim," he whispered. "Not a bloody wink. He's got a wonderful sense of humour, my brother, making me spend the night with this animal. It'll really make his day when he hears what I've been through. Just watch him. I'll bet you anything you like he'll look pleased." Later, over breakfast, Siegfried heard the details of his brother's harrowing night and was very sympathetic. He condoled with him at length and apologized for all the trouble the dog had given him. But Tristan was right. He did look pleased. Chapter 22. As I came into the operating room, I saw that Siegfried had a patient on the table. He was thoughtfully stroking the head of an elderly and rather woebegone border terrier. "James," he said, "I want you to take this dog through to Greer." "Greer? Vet at Broughton. He was treating the case before the owner moved into our district. I've seen it a couple of times, stones in the bladder. It needs an immediate operation, and I think I'd better let Greer do it. He's a touchy devil, and I don't want to stand on his toes." "Oh, I think I've heard of him," I said. "Probably you have. A cantankerous Aberdonian. Since he practices in a fashionable town, he gets quite a few students, and he gives them hell. That sort of thing gets round." He lifted the terrier from the table and handed him to me. "The sooner you get through there, the better. You can see the op and bring the dog back here afterwards, but watch yourself. Don't rub Greer the wrong way, or he'll take it out of you somehow." At my first sight of Angus Greer, I thought immediately of whiskey. He was about 50, and something had to be responsible for the fleshy mottled cheeks, the swimmy eyes, and the pattern of purple veins which chased each other over his prominent nose. He wore a permanently insulted expression. He didn't waste any charm on me. A nod and a grunt, and he grabbed the dog from my arms. Then he stabbed a finger at a slight, fairish youth in a white coat. "That's Clinton, final year student. Do you not think there's some pansy-looking buggers coming into this profession?" During the operation, he niggled constantly at the young man, and in an attempt to create a diversion, I asked him when he was going back to college. Beginning of next week," he replied. "Aye, then he's away home tomorrow," Greer rasped. "Wasting his time when he could be getting good experience here." The student blushed.
Well, I've been seeing practice for over a month, and I felt that I ought to spend a couple of days with my mother before the term starts. Oh, I can. You're all the same. Can I stay away from the titty? The operation was uneventful, and as Greer inserted the last stitch, he looked up at me. You'll now want to take the dog back till he's out of the anaesthetic. I've got a case to visit. You can come with me to pass the time. We didn't have what you would call a conversation in the car. It was a monologue. A long recital of wrongs suffered at the hands of wicked clients and predatory colleagues. The story I liked best was about a retired admiral who had asked Greer to examine his horse for soundness. Greer said the animal had a bad heart and was not fit to ride, whereupon the admiral flew into a fury and got another vet to examine the horse. The second vet said there was nothing the matter with the heart and passed the animal sound. The admiral wrote Greer a letter and told him what he thought of him in fairly ripe quarterdeck language. Having got this out of his system, he felt refreshed and went out for a ride, during which, in the middle of a full gallop, the horse fell down dead and rolled on the admiral, who sustained a compound fracture of the leg and a crushed pelvis. "Oh, man," said Greer with deep sincerity. "Man, I was awful glad." We drew up in a particularly dirty farmyard, and Greer turned to me. "I've got a cow to cleanse here." "Right," I said. "Fine." I settled down in my seat and took up my pipe. Greer paused halfway out of the car. "Are you not coming to give me a hand?" I couldn't understand him. Cleansing of cows is simply the removal of retained afterbirth, and is a one-man job. "Well, there isn't much I can do, is there?" I said. "And my Wellingtons and coat are back in my car. I didn't realize it was a farm visit. I'd probably get messed up for nothing." I knew immediately that I'd said the wrong thing. The toadskin jowls flushed darker, and he gave me a malevolent glance before turning away. But halfway across the yard, he stopped and stood for a few minutes in thought before coming back to the car. "I've just remembered. I've got something here you can put on. You might as well come with me. You'll be able to pass me a pessary when I want one." It sounded nutty to me, but I got out of the car and went round to the back. Greer was fishing out a large wooden box from the boot. "Here, you can put this on. It's a carving outfit I got a bit ago. I haven't used it much because I found it a mite heavy, but it'll keep you grand and clean." I looked in the box and saw a suit of thick, black, shining rubber. I lifted out the jacket. It bristled with zip fasteners and press studs and felt as heavy as lead. The trousers were even more weighty, with many clips and fasteners. The whole thing was a most imposing creation, obviously designed by somebody who had never seen a cow carved, and having the disadvantage that anybody wearing it would be pretty well immobilized. I studied Greer's face for a moment, but the watery eyes told me nothing. I began to take off my jacket. It was crazy, but I didn't want to offend the man. And in truth, Greer seemed anxious to get me into the suit because he was holding it up in a helpful manner. It was a two-man operation. First, the gleaming trousers were pulled on and zipped up fore and aft. Then it was the turn of the jacket. A wonderful piece of work, fitting tightly around the waist and possessing short sleeves about 6 inches long with powerful elastic gripping my biceps. Before I could get it on, I had to roll my shirt sleeves to the shoulder. Then Greer, heaving and straining, worked me into it. I could hear the zips squeaking into place, the final one being at the back of my neck to close a high, stiff collar, which held my head in an attitude of supplication, my chin pointing at the sky. Greer's heart really seemed to be in his work, and for the final touch, he produced a black rubber skull cap. I shrank away from the thing and began to mouth such objections as the collar would allow, but Greer insisted. "Stand still a wee bit longer. We might as well do the job right." When he had finished, he stood back admiringly. I must have been a grotesque sight. Sheathed from head to foot in gleaming black, my arms, bare to the shoulders, sticking out almost at right angles. Greer appeared well satisfied. "Well, come on. It's time to get on with the job." He turned and hurried towards the byre. I plodded ponderously after him, like an automaton. Our arrival in the byre caused a sensation. There were present the farmer, 2 cowmen, and a little girl. The men's cheerful greeting froze on their lips as the menacing figure paced slowly, deliberately in. The little girl burst into tears
and ran outside. Cleansing is a dirty, smelly job for the operator and a bore for the onlooker, who may have to stand around for 20 minutes without being able to see anything. But this was one time the spectators were not bored. Greer was working away inside the cow and mumbling about the weather, but the men weren't listening. They never took their eyes from me as I stood rigid like a suit of armour against the wall. They studied each part of the outfit in turn, wonderingly. I knew what they were thinking. Just what was going to happen when this formidable unknown finally went into action? Anybody dressed like that must have some tremendous task ahead of him. The intense pressure of the collar against my larynx kept me entirely out of any conversation, and this must have added to my air of mystery. I began to sweat inside the suit. The little girl had plucked up courage and brought her brothers and sisters to take a look at me. I could see the row of little heads peeping round the door, and, screwing my head round painfully, I tried to give them a reassuring smile, but the heads disappeared and I heard their feet clattering across the yard. I couldn't say how long I stood there, but Greer at last finished his job and called out, "All right, I'm ready for you now." The atmosphere became suddenly electric. The men straightened up and stared at me with slightly open mouths. This was the moment they had been waiting for. I pushed myself away from the wall and did a tight turn with some difficulty before heading for the tin of pessaries. It was only a few yards, but it seemed a long way as I approached it like a robot, head in the air, arms extended stiffly on either side. When I arrived at the tin, I met a fresh difficulty. I could not bend. After a few contortions, I got my hand into the tin, then had to take the paper off the pessary with one hand. A new purgatory. The men watched in fascinated silence. Having removed the paper, I did a careful about-turn and paced back along the byre with measured tread. When I came level with the cow, I extended my arm stiffly to Greer, who took the pessary and inserted it in the uterus. I then took up my old position against the wall while my colleague cleaned himself down. I glanced down my nose at the men. Their expressions had changed to open disbelief. Surely the mystery man's assignment was tougher than that. He couldn't be wearing that outfit just to hand over a pessary. But when Greer started the complicated business of snapping open the studs and sliding the zips, they realized the show was over. And fast on the feeling of letdown came amusement. As I tried to rub some life back into my swollen arms, which had been strangulated by the elastic sleeves, I was surrounded by grinning faces. They could hardly wait, I imagined, to get round to the local that night to tell the tale. Pulling together the shreds of my dignity, I put on my jacket and got into the car. Greer stayed to say a few words to the men, but he wasn't holding their attention. It was all on me, huddling in the seat. They couldn't believe I was true. Back at the surgery, the border terrier was coming out of the anaesthetic. He raised his head and tried bravely to wag his tail when he saw me. I wrapped him in a blanket, gathered him up, and was preparing to leave when I saw Greer through the partly open door of a small storeroom. He had the wooden box on a table and he was lifting out the rubber suit, but there was something peculiar about the way he was doing it. The man seemed to be afflicted by a kind of rigour. His body shook and jerked, the mottled face was strangely contorted, and a half-stifled wailing issued from his lips. I stared in amazement. I would have said it was impossible, yet it was happening right in front of me. There was not a shadow of a doubt about it. Angus Greer was laughing. Chapter 23. Milk fever is one of the straightforward conditions. But looking down into the beck in the dreary dawn light, I realized that this was one of its more bizarre manifestations. The illness had struck immediately after calving, and the cow had slithered down the muddy bank into the water. She was unconscious when I arrived, her hindquarters completely submerged, the head resting on a shelf of rock. Her calf, sodden and pathetic in the driving rain, trembled by her side. Dan Cooper's eyes were anxious as we made our way down. "I doubt we're too late. She's dead, isn't she? I can't see her breathing." "Pretty far gone, I'm afraid," I replied, "but I think there's still life there. If I can get some calcium into her veins, she might still come round." "Damn, I hope so," Dan grunted. "She's one of my best milkers. It always happens to the good uns." It does with milk fever anyway. Here, hold these bottles for me. I pulled out the syringe box and selected a wide-bored needle. My fingers, numb with the special kind of cold you felt in the early morning, with your circulation sluggish and your stomach empty, could hardly hold it. The water was deeper than I thought, and it was over my Wellington tops at the first stride. Gasping, I bent down and dug my thumb into the jugular furrow at the base of the neck. The vein came up, and as I pushed the needle in, the blood ran warm and dark over my hand. I fumbled the flutter valve from my pocket, pushed the bottle into the cup end, and inserted the other end into the needle. The calcium began to flow into the vein. Standing there in the icy beck, holding the bottle aloft with bloody fingers and feeling the rain working its way inside my collar, I tried to keep out the black thoughts. About all those people I knew who were still in bed, and would only leave it when their alarm clocks rang. And they would read their papers over breakfast and drive out to their cosy banks or insurance offices. Maybe I should have been a doctor. They treated their patients in nice warm bedrooms. I pulled the needle from the vein and threw the empty bottle onto the bank. There was no response to the injection. I took the other bottle and began to run more calcium under the skin. Might as well go through the motions, futile though it seemed now. It was when I was rubbing away the subcutaneous injection that I noticed the eyelids quiver. A quick ripple of relief and excitement went through me. I looked up at the farmer and laughed. "She's still with us, Dan." I flicked her ear and her eyes opened wide. "We'll wait a few minutes and then try to roll her onto her chest." Within a quarter of an hour she was beginning to toss her head about, and I knew it was time. I caught hold of her horns and pulled while Dan and his tall son pushed at her shoulder. We made slow progress, but after several concerted heaves, the cow took over herself and settled on her chest. Immediately, everything looked rosier. When a cow is lying on her side, she always has the look of death on her. I was pretty sure then that she would recover, but I couldn't go away and leave her lying in the beck. Milk fever cows can stay down for days on end, but I had the feeling that this one would be up soon. I decided to stick it out a bit longer. She didn't seem to relish her situation in the peaty water and began to make determined efforts to rise. But it was another half hour, and my teeth were chattering uncontrollably before she finally staggered to her feet. "Well, that's a licker," Dan said. "I never thought she'd stand up again. Must be good stuff you give her." "It's a bit quicker than the old bicycle pump," I laughed. The spectacular effects of intravenous calcium were still enough of a novelty to intrigue me. For generations, cows with milk fever had just died. Then inflation of the udder had saved many. But the calcium was the thing. When they got up within an hour like this one, I always felt like a successful conjurer. We guided the cow up the bank, and at the top, the full force of the wind and rain struck us. The house was only 100 yards away, and we battled towards it, Dan and his son leading, holding the calf in a sack slung between them. The tiny animal swung to and fro, screwing up its eyes against the hard world it had entered. And close behind followed the anxious mother, still rocky on her legs, but doing her best to poke her muzzle into the sack. I squelched along in the rear. We left the cow knee-deep in straw in a warm shed, licking her calf vigorously. In the porch of the house, the others dutifully pulled off their Wellingtons. I did the same, pouring about a pint of beck water from each boot. Mrs. Cooper had the reputation of being a firebrand, who exercised an iron rule over Dan and her family. But from my previous contacts with her, I had the feeling that Dan didn't do so badly. I thought so again as I saw her, square-built but comely, plaiting a little girl's pigtails in readiness for school. A crackling fire was mirrored in the gleaming brass of the hearth, and above the clean farmhouse smell there was a hint of home-cured bacon just beginning to fry. Mrs. Cooper sent Dan and the boy scurrying upstairs to change their socks. Then she turned a calm gaze on me as I dripped on her linoleum. She shook her head as though I were a naughty child. "All right, off with your socks," she rapped out. "And your coat, and roll up your trousers and sit down here and dry your hair with this." A clean towel landed on my lap, and Mrs. Cooper bent over me. "Don't you ever think of wearing a hat?" "Not keen on them, I'm afraid," I mumbled, and she shook her head once again. She poured hot water from a kettle into a large bowl and added mustard from a pound tin. "Here, stick your feet in this." I had obeyed all her commands with alacrity, and I gave an involuntary yelp as I made contact with the bubbling mixture. At this, she shot a fierce glance at me, and I took care to keep my feet in the bowl. I was sitting, teeth clenched, enveloped in the steam when she pushed a pint pot of tea into my hand. It was old-fashioned treatment, but effective. By the time I was halfway down the pint pot, I felt as though I was being consumed by fire. The riverbed chill was a dream which vanished completely as Mrs. Cooper topped up my bowl with another scalding quart from the kettle. Next, she grabbed chair and bowl and swivelled me round till I was sitting at the table, still with my feet in the water. Dan and the children were already at their breakfast, and in front of me was a plate with 2 eggs, a rough-cut piece of bacon, and several sausages. I had learnt enough of Dale's ways to keep quiet at meals. When I first came to the district, I had thought it incumbent on me to provide light conversation in return for their hospitality, but the questioning glances they exchanged with each other silenced me effectively. So this morning I attacked the food without preamble. But the first mouthful almost made me break my newfound rule. It was the first time I had tasted a homemade Yorkshire sausage, and it was an effort to restrain the cries of congratulation which would have been natural in other circles, but Mrs. Cooper had been watching me out of the corner of her eye, and she must have noticed my rapt expression. Casually, she rose, brought over the frying pan, and rolled a few more links onto my plate. "Killed a pig last week," she said, pulling open the pantry door. I could see the dishes, heaped with chopped meat, spare rib, liver, the rows of pies with the jelly gleaming on their pale gold crusts. I finished my meal, pulled on a thick pair of socks borrowed from Dan, and my dry shoes. I was about to leave when Mrs. Cooper tucked a parcel under my arm. I knew it contained further samples from the pantry, but her eyes dared me to say much about it. I muttered a few words of thanks and went out to the car. The church clock was chiming 9:15 when I pulled up outside Skeldale House. I felt good, warm, full of superb food, and with the satisfying memory of the cow's quick recovery. And there was my parcel on the back seat. It was always a stroke of luck to land on a farm after a pig killing, and there was usually a gift from the hospitable farmers, but these sausages were something I would never forget. I took the surgery steps at a jump and trotted along the passage, but as I rounded the corner my progress was halted. Siegfried was standing there, rigid, his back pressed against the wall. Over his shoulder dangled a long, flexible leather probang. Between us was the half-open door of the office, with Miss Harbottle clearly visible at her desk. I waved cheerily. "Hello, hello, after a choke?" Siegfried's face twisted in anguish, and he held up a warning hand. Then he began to creep past the door, balancing on the balls of his feet like a tightrope walker. He was beyond the door, and the tense lines of his body had begun to relax when the brass end of the swinging probang clattered against the wall, and, as if in reply, came the familiar rumble from Miss Harbottle's corner. Siegfried gave me a single despairing glance, then, shoulders drooping, he went slowly into the room. Watching him go, I thought wonderingly of how things had built up since the secretary's arrival. It was naked war now, and it gave life an added interest to observe the tactics of the two sides. At the beginning it seemed that Siegfried must run out an easy winner. He was the employer. He held the reins, and it appeared that Miss Harbottle would be helpless in the face of his obstructive strategy. But Miss Harbottle was a fighter, and a resourceful one, and it was impossible not to admire the way she made use of the weapons at her command. In fact, over the past week the tide had been running in her favour. She had been playing Siegfried like an expert fisherman with a salmon, bringing him repeatedly back to her desk to answer footling questions. Her throat-clearing had developed into an angry bark, which could penetrate the full extent of the house. And she had a new weapon. She had taken to writing Siegfried's clerical idiocies on slips of paper, misspellings, errors in addition, wrong entries. They were all faithfully copied down. Miss Harbottle used these slips as ammunition. She never brought one out when things were slack and her employer was hanging about the surgery. She saved them until he was under pressure. Then she would push a slip under his nose and say, "How about this?" She always kept an expressionless face at these times, and it was impossible to say how much pleasure it gave her to see him cower back like a whipped animal. But the end was unvarying. mumbled explanations and apologies from Siegfried, and Miss Harbottle, radiating self-righteousness, correcting the entry. As Siegfried went into the room, I watched him through the partly open door. I knew my morning round was waiting, but I was impelled by morbid curiosity. Miss Harbottle, looking brisk and businesslike, was tapping an entry in the book with her pen, while Siegfried shuffled his feet and muttered replies. He made several vain attempts to escape, and as the time passed, I could see he was nearing breaking point. His teeth were clenched and his eyes had started to bulge. The phone rang and the secretary answered it. Her employer was making again for the door when she called happily, "Colonel Brent for you?" Like a man in a dream, he turned back. The colonel, a racehorse owner, had been a thorn in our flesh for a long time, with his complaints and his continual questioning and probing. A call from him was always liable to send up the blood pressure. I could see that it was that way this morning. The minutes ticked away and Siegfried's face got redder. He made his replies in a choked voice, which finally rose almost to a shout. At the end, he crashed the receiver down and leant on the desk, breathing heavily. Then, as I watched, unbelieving, Miss Harbottle began to open the drawer where she kept her slips. She fished one out, coughed, and held it in Siegfried's face. "How about this?" she asked. I resisted the impulse to close my eyes and stared in horror. For a few seconds, nothing happened, and there was a tense interval while Siegfried stood quite motionless. Then his face seemed to break up, and with a scything sweep of his arm, he snatched the slip from the secretary's hand and began to tear it with fierce intensity. He didn't say a word, but as he tore, he leant forward over the desk, and his glaring eyes approached even nearer to Miss Harbottle, who slowly edged her chair back till it was jammed against the wall. It was a weird picture. Miss Harbottle straining back, her mouth slightly open, her tinted curls bobbing in alarm, and Siegfried, his ravaged features close to hers, still tearing with insane vigour at the piece of paper. The scene ended when Siegfried, putting every ounce of his strength into an action like a javelin thrower, hurled the torn-up slip at the wastepaper basket. It fell in a gentle shower like confetti, in and around the basket, and Siegfried, still without speaking, wrapped his probang around him and strode from the room. In the kitchen, Mrs. Hall opened the parcel and extracted a pie, a chunk of liver, and a cluster of the exquisite sausages. She turned a quizzical eye on me. "You look kind of pleased with yourself this morning, Mr. Herriot." I leant back against the oak dresser. "Yes, Mrs. Hall, I've just been thinking. It must be very nice to be the principal of a practice, but you know, it's not such a bad life being an assistant." Chapter 24. The day had started badly. Tristan had been trapped by his brother at 4 a.m., returning from the bell ringers' outing. This function took place annually when a busload of the bell ringers of all the local churches made a trip to Morecambe. They spent very little time on the beach, however, and when they weren't working their way from one pub to another, they were attacking the crates of beer they'd brought with them. When they rolled into Darrowby in the small hours, most of the occupants of the bus were unconscious. Tristan, an honoured guest of the party, had been tipped out in the back lane behind Skeldale House. He waved weakly as the bus moved away, but drew no response from the unseeing faces at the windows. Lurching down the garden path, he was horrified to see a light in Siegfried's room. Escape was impossible, and when asked to explain where he'd been, he made a series of attempts to articulate "bell ringer's outing" without success. Siegfried, seeing that he was wasting his time, had saved his wrath till breakfast time. That was when Tristan told me the story, just before his brother came into the dining room and started on him. But, as usual, it seemed to take more out of Siegfried, who went off on his rounds, glowering and hoarse from shouting. 10 minutes after he'd gone, I found Tristan closeted cheerfully in Boardman's cubbyhole, Boardman listening to some fresh material from the backs of the envelopes and sniggering appreciatively. The old man had cheered up greatly since Tristan came home, and the two of them spent a lot of time in the gloom, where the light from the tiny window picked out the rows of rusting tools, the Bairnsfather cartoons looking down from the wall. The place was usually kept locked, and visitors were not encouraged, but Tristan was always welcome. Often when I was passing, I would peep in and see Tristan patiently pulling at a woodbine while Boardman rambled on.
We were 6 weeks up the line. The French was on our right and the Jocks on our left. Or, poor old Fred. 1 minute he was standing by me, next he was gone. Never found so much as a trouser button. This morning, Tristan hailed me boisterously, and I marvelled again at his resilience and his power to bend like a willow before the winds of misfortune and spring back unscathed. He held up 2 tickets. "Village dance tonight, Jim, and I can guarantee it. Some of my harem from the hospital are going, so I'll see you all right. And that's not all. Look here." He went into the saddle room, lifted out a loose board and produced a bottle of sherry. "We'll be able to have a toothful between dances." I didn't ask where the tickets or the sherry had come from. I liked the village dances. The packed hall with the 3-piece band at one end, piano, scraping fiddle and drums, and at the other end the older ladies looking after the refreshments. Glasses of milk, mounds of sandwiches, ham, homemade brawn, trifles heaped high with cream. That evening Tristan came out with me on my last visit, and in the car the talk was all about the dance. The case was simple enough: a cow with an infected eye. But the farm was in a village high up the dale, and when we finished it was dusk. I felt good, and everything seemed to stand out, clear and meaningful. The single empty grey stone street, the last red streaks in the sky, the dark purple of the enclosing fells. There was no wind, but a soft breath came from the quiet moors, sweet and fresh and full of promise. Among the houses, the thrilling smell of wood smoke was everywhere. When we got back to the surgery, Siegfried was out, but there was a note for Tristan propped up on the mantelpiece. It said simply, "Tristan, go home, Siegfried." This had happened before, everything in Scaledale House being in short supply, especially beds and blankets. When unexpected visitors arrived, Tristan was packed off to stay with his mother in Broughton. Normally he would board a train without comment, but tonight was different. "Good God," he said. "Somebody must be coming for the night, and of course I'm the one who's just expected to disappear. It's a nice bloody carry-on, I must say. And isn't that a charming letter? It doesn't matter if I've made any private arrangements, oh no. There's no question of asking me if it's convenient to leave, it's just, Tristan, go home. Polite and thoughtful, isn't it?" It was unusual for him to get worked up like this. I spoke soothingly. "Look, Tris, maybe we'd better just skip the dance. There'll be others." Tristan clenched his fists. "Why should I let him push me around like this?" he fumed. "I'm a person, am I not? I have my own life to lead, and I tell you I am not going to Broughton tonight. I've arranged to go to a dance, and I am damn well going to a dance." This was fighting talk, but I felt a twinge of alarm. Look, wait a minute. What about Siegfried? What's he going to say when he comes in and finds you still here? "To hell with Siegfried," said Tristan. So I left it at that. Siegfried came home when we were upstairs changing. I was first down, and I found him sitting by the fire reading. I said nothing, but sat down and waited for the explosion. After a few minutes, Tristan came in. He had chosen with care among his limited wardrobe, and was resplendent in a dark grey suit. A scrubbed face shone under carefully combed hair. He was wearing a clean collar. Siegfried flushed as he looked up from his book. "What the bloody hell are you doing here? I told you to go to Broughton. Joe Ramage is coming tonight." "Couldn't go." "Why not?" "No trains." "What the hell do you mean, no trains?" "Just that. No trains." The crosstalk was bringing on the usual sense of strain in me. The interview was falling into the habitual pattern. Siegfried, red-faced, exasperated, his brother expressionless, answering in a flat monotone, fighting a defensive battle with the skill of long practice. Siegfried sank back in his chair, baffled for the moment, but he kept a slit-eyed gaze on his brother. The smart suit, the slicked hair, and polished shoes all seemed to irritate him further. "All right," he said suddenly. "It's maybe just as well you are staying. I want you to do a job for me. You can open that hematoma on Charlie Dent's pig's ear." This was a bombshell. Charlie Dent's pig's ear was something we didn't talk about. A few weeks earlier, Siegfried himself had gone to the small holding halfway along a street on the outskirts of the town to see a pig with a swollen ear. It was an oral hematoma, and the only treatment was to lance it, but for some reason Siegfried had not done the job, but had sent me the following day.
I had wondered about it, but not for long. When I climbed into the sty, the biggest sow I had ever seen rose from the straw, gave an explosive bark, and rushed at me with its huge mouth gaping. I didn't stop to argue. I made the wall about 6 inches ahead of the pig and vaulted over into the passage. I stood there considering the position, looking thoughtfully at the mean little red eyes, the slavering mouth with its long yellow teeth. Usually I paid no attention when pigs barked and grumbled at me, but this one really seemed to mean it. As I wondered what the next step would be, the pig gave an angry roar, reared up on its hind legs and tried to get over the wall at me. I made up my mind quickly. "I'm afraid I haven't got the right instruments with me today, Mr. Dent. I'll pop back another day and open the ear for you. It's nothing serious, only a small job. Goodbye." There the matter had rested, with nobody caring to mention it till now. Tristan was aghast. "You mean you want me to go along there tonight? Saturday night? Surely some other time would do. I'm going to a dance." Siegfried smiled bitterly from the depths of his chair. "It has to be done now. That's an order. You can go to your dance afterwards." Tristan started to say something, but he knew he had pushed his luck far enough. "Right," he said. "I'll go and do it." He left the room with dignity. Siegfried resumed his book, and I stared into the fire, wondering how Tristan was going to handle this one. He was a lad of infinite resource, but he was going to be tested this time. Within 10 minutes he was back. Siegfried looked at him suspiciously. "Have you opened that ear?" "No." "Why not?" "I couldn't find the place. You must have given me the wrong address. Number 98, you said?" "It's number 89, and you know damn well it is. Now get back there and do your job." The door closed behind Tristan, and again I waited. 15 minutes later it opened again, and Tristan reappeared looking faintly triumphant. His brother looked up from his book. "Done it?" "No." "Why not?" "The family are all out of the pictures. Saturday night, you know." "I don't care a damn where the family are. Just get into that sty and lance that ear. Now get out, and this time I want the job done." Again Tristan retreated, and a new vigil began. Siegfried did not say a word, but I could feel the tension building up. 20 minutes passed, and Tristan was with us again. "Have you opened that ear?" "Nope." "Why not?" "It's pitch dark in there. How do you expect me to work? I've only got 2 hands, one for the knife and one for the torch. How can I hold the ear?" Siegfried had been keeping a tight hold on himself, but now his control snapped. "Don't give me any more of your bloody excuses!" he shouted, leaping from his chair. "I don't care how you do it, but by God you are going to open that pig's ear tonight, or I finish with you. Now get the hell out of here and don't come back till it's done." My heart bled for Tristan. He had been dealt a poor hand and had played his cards with rare skill, but he had nothing left now. He stood silent in the doorway for a few moments, then he turned and walked out. The next hour was a long one. Siegfried seemed to be enjoying his book, and I even tried to read myself, but I got no meaning out of the words, and it made my head ache to sit staring at them. It would have helped if I could have paced up and down the carpet, but that was pretty well impossible in Siegfried's presence. I had just decided to excuse myself and go out for a walk when I heard the outer door open, then Tristan's footsteps in the passage. A moment later, the man of destiny entered. But the penetrating smell of pig got into the room just ahead of him, and as he walked over to the fire, pungent waves seemed to billow round him. Pig muck was spattered freely over his nice suit, and on his clean collar, his face, and hair. There was a great smear of the stuff on the seat of his trousers, but despite his ravaged appearance, he still maintained his poise. Siegfried pushed his chair back hurriedly, but did not change expression. "Have you got that ear opened?" he asked quietly. "Yes." Siegfried returned to his book without comment. It seemed that the matter was closed, and Tristan, after staring briefly at his brother's bent head, turned and marched from the room. But even after he'd gone, the odour of the pigsty hung in the room like a cloud. Later in the drovers, I watched Tristan draining his 3rd pint. He had changed, and if he didn't look as impressive as when he started the evening, at least he was clean and hardly smelt at all. I had said nothing yet, but the old light was returning to his eye. I went over to the bar and ordered my second half and Tristan's fourth pint, and as I set the glasses on the table, I thought perhaps that it was time. Well, what happened? Tristan took a long, contented pull at his glass and lit a woodbine. Well now, all in all, Jim, it was rather a smooth operation, but I'll start at the beginning. Now, you can imagine me standing all alone outside the sty in the pitch darkness with that bloody great pig grunting and growling on the other side of the wall. I didn't feel so good, I can tell you. I shone my torch on the thing's face, and it jumped up and ran at me, making a noise like a lion and showing all those dirty yellow teeth. I nearly wrapped it up and came home there and then, but I got to thinking about the dance and all, and on the spur of the moment, I hopped over the wall. 2 seconds later, I was on my back. It must have charged me, but couldn't see enough to get a bite in. I just heard a bark, then a terrific weight against my legs, and I was down. Well, it's a funny thing, Jim. You know I'm not a violent chap, but as I lay there, all my fears vanished, and all I felt was a cold hatred of that bloody animal. I saw it as the cause of all my troubles, and before I knew what I was doing, I was up on my feet and booting its ass round and round the sty. And you know, it showed no fight at all. That pig was a coward at heart. I was still puzzled. But the ear. How did you manage to open the hematoma? No problem, Jim. That was done for me. You don't mean to say... Yes, Tristan said, holding his pint up to the light and studying a small foreign body floating in the depths. Yes. It was really very fortunate. In the scuffle in the dark, the pig ran up against the wall and burst the thing itself. Made a beautiful job. Chapter 25. I realized quite suddenly that spring had come. It was late March and I'd been examining some sheep in a hillside fold. On my way down in the lee of a small pine wood, I leant my back against the tree and was aware all at once of the sunshine warm on my closed eyelids, the clamour of the larks, the muted sea sound of the wind in the high branches. And though the snow still lay in long runnels behind the walls and the grass was lifeless and winter-yellowed, there was the feeling of change, almost of liberation, because unknowing I had surrounded myself with a carapace against the iron months, the relentless cold. It wasn't a warm spring, but it was dry with sharp winds which fluttered the white heads of the snowdrops and bent the clumps of daffodils on the village greens. In April, the roadside banks were bright with the fresh yellow of the primroses. And in April, too, came the lambing. It came in a great tidal wave, the most vivid and interesting part of the veterinary surgeon's year, the zenith of the annual cycle, and it came as it always does when we were busiest with our other work. In the spring, the livestock were feeling the effects of the long winter. Cows had stood for months in the same few feet of byre, and were in dire need of the green grass and the sun on their backs, while their calves had very little resistance to disease. And just when we were wondering how we could cope with the coughs, the colds, the pneumonias, the acetoniemias, the wave struck us. The odd thing is that for about 10 months of the year, sheep hardly entered into the scheme of our lives. They were just woolly things on the hills, but for the other 2 months, they almost blotted out everything else. First came the early troubles, the pregnancy toxemias, the prolapses, then the lambings in a concentrated rush followed by the calcium deficiencies, the horrible gangrenous mastitis when the udder turns black and sloughs away, and the diseases which beset the lambs themselves, swayback, pulpy kidney, dysentery. Then the flood slackened, became a trickle, and by the end of May had almost dried up. Sheep became woolly things on the hills again. But in this first year I found a fascination in the work which had remained with me. Lambing, it seemed to me, had all the thrill and interest of carving without the hard labour. It was usually uncomfortable in that it was performed in the open, either in draughty pens improvised from straw bales and gates, or more often out in the fields. It didn't seem to occur to the farmers that the ewe might prefer to produce her family in a warm place, or that the vet may not enjoy kneeling for an hour in his shirt sleeves in the rain. But the actual job was as easy as a song. After my experiences in correcting the malpresentations of calves, it was delightful to manipulate these tiny creatures. Lambs are usually born in 2s or 3s, and some wonderful mix-ups occur. tangles of heads and legs all trying to be the first out, and it is the vet's job to sort them around and decide which leg belonged to which head. I revelled in this. It was a pleasant change to be for once stronger and bigger than my patient. But I didn't overstress this advantage. I have not changed the opinion I formed then, that there are just two things to remember in lambing: cleanliness and gentleness. And the lambs. All young animals are appealing, but the lamb has been given an unfair share of charm. The moments come back, of a bitterly cold evening when I delivered twins on a wind-scarred hillside. The lambs shaking their heads convulsively, and within minutes one of them struggling upright and making its way unsteady, knock-kneed towards the other, while the other followed resolutely on its knees. The shepherd, his purpled, weather-roughened face almost hidden by the heavy coat, which muffled him to his ears, gave a slow chuckle. How the hell do they know? He had seen it happen thousands of times, and he still wondered. So do I. And another memory of 200 lambs in a barn on a warm afternoon. We were inoculating them against pulpy kidney, and there was no conversation because of the high-pitched protests of the lambs and the unremitting deep baaing from nearly 100 ewes milling anxiously round outside. I couldn't conceive how these ewes could ever get their own families sorted out from that mass of almost identical little creatures. It would take hours. It took about 25 seconds. When we had finished injecting, we opened the barn doors, and the outpouring lambs were met by a concerted rush of distraught mothers. At first the noise was deafening, but it died away rapidly to an occasional bleat as the last stray was rounded up. Then, neatly paired off, the flock headed calmly for the field. Through May and early June, my world became softer and warmer. The cold wind dropped, and the air, fresh as the sea, carried a faint breath of the thousands of wild flowers which speckled the pastures. At times it seemed unfair that I should be paid for my work. For driving out in the early morning with the fields glittering under the first pale sunshine, and the wisps of mist hanging on the high tops. At Scaledale House, the wisteria exploded into a riot of mauve blooms, which thrust themselves through the open windows, and each morning as I shaved, I breathed in the heady fragrance from the long clusters drooping by the side of the mirror. Life was idyllic. There was only one jarring note. It was the time of the horse. In the 30s, there were still quite a lot of horses on the farms, though the tractors had already sounded their warning knell. In the farms near the foot of the dale, where there was a fair amount of arable land, the rows of stables were half empty, but there were still enough horses to make May and June uncomfortable. This was when the castrations were done. Before that came the foaling, and it was a common enough thing to see a mare with her foal either trotting beside her or stretched flat on the ground as its mother nibbled at the grass. Nowadays, the sight of a cart mare and foal in a field would make me pull up my car to have another look. There was all the work connected with the foalings: cleansing the mares, docking the foals' tails, treating the illnesses of the newborn, joint ill, retained meconium. It was hard and interesting, but as the weather grew warmer, the farmers began to think of having the year-old colts castrated. I didn't like the job, and since there might be up to 100 to be done, it cast a shadow over this and many subsequent springs. For generations the operations had been done by casting the colt and tying him up very like a trussed chicken. It was a bit laborious, but the animal was under complete restraint, and it was possible to concentrate entirely on the job. But at about the time I qualified, standing castration was coming very much to the fore. It consisted simply of applying a twitch to the colt's upper lip, injecting a shot of local anesthetic into each testicle, and going straight ahead. There was no doubt it was a lot quicker. The obvious disadvantage was that the danger of injury to the operator and his helpers was increased tenfold, but for all that the method rapidly became more popular. A local farmer called Kenny Bright, who considered himself an advanced thinker, took the step of introducing it to the district. He engaged Major Farley, the horse specialist, to give a demonstration on one of his colts, and a large gathering of farmers came to spectate. Kenny, smug and full of self-importance, was holding the twitch and beaming around the company as his protege prepared to disinfect the operation site. But as soon as the Major touched the scrotum with his antiseptic, the colt reared and brought a forefoot crashing down on Kenny's head. He was carried away on a gate with his skull fractured and spent a long time in hospital. The other farmers didn't stop laughing for weeks, but the example failed to deter them. Standing castration was in. I said it was quicker. It was when everything went smoothly. But there were other times when the colt kicked or threw himself on top of us, or just went generally mad. Out of 10 jobs, 9 would be easy, and the 10th would be a rodeo. I don't know how much apprehension this state of affairs built up in other vets, but I was undeniably tense on castration mornings. Of course, one of the reasons was that I was not, am not, and never will be, a horseman. It is difficult to define the term, but I am convinced that horsemen are either born or acquire the talent in early childhood. I knew it was no good my trying to start in my mid-20s. I had the knowledge of equine diseases. I believed I had the ability to treat sick horses efficiently. But that power the real horseman had, to soothe and quieten and mentally dominate an animal, was beyond my reach. I didn't even try to kid myself. It was unfortunate because there is no doubt horses know. It is quite different with cows. They don't care either way. If a cow feels like kicking you, she will kick you. She doesn't give a damn whether you are an expert or not. But horses know. So on those mornings my morale was never very high, as I drove out with my instruments rattling and rolling about on an enamel tray on the back seat. Would he be wild or quiet? How big would he be? One morning when the season was at its height, and I'd had about enough of the equine race, Siegfried called to me as he was going out. "James, there's a horse with a tumour on its belly at Wilkinson's of Whitecross. Get along and take it off. Today if possible, but otherwise fix your own time. I'll leave it with you." Feeling a little disgruntled at fate having handed me something on top of the seasonal tasks, I balled up a scalpel, tumour spoons and syringe and put them on my tray with local anaesthetic, iodine and tetanus antitoxin. I drove to the farm with the tray rattling ominously behind me. That sound always had a connotation of doom for me. I wondered about the horse. Maybe it was just a yearling. They did get those little dangling growths sometimes. Nanberries, the farmers called them. Over the 6 miles, I managed to build up a comfortable picture of a soft-eyed little colt with pendulous abdomen and overlong hair. It hadn't done well over the winter and was probably full of worms. Shaky on its legs with weakness, in fact. At Wilkinson's, all was quiet. The yard was empty except for a lad of about 10 who didn't know where the boss was. "Well, where's the horse?" I asked. The lad pointed to the stable. "He's in there." I went inside. At one end stood a high, open-topped loose box with a metal grille topping the wooden walls, and from within I heard a deep-throated whinnying and snorting followed by a series of tremendous thuds against the sides of the box. A chill crept through me. That was no colt in there. I opened the top half door, and there, looking down at me, was an enormous animal. I hadn't realized horses ever came quite as big as this. A chestnut stallion with a proud arch to his neck, and feet like manhole covers. Surging swathes of muscles shone on his shoulders and quarters, and when he saw me he laid back his ears, showed the whites of his eyes, and lashed out viciously against the wall. A foot-long splinter flew high up into the air as the great hoof crashed against the boards. "God almighty," I breathed, and closed the half-door hurriedly. I leant my back against the door and listened to my heart thumping. I turned to the lad. How old is that horse?" "Over 6 years, sir." I tried a little calm thinking. How did you go about tackling a man-eater like this? I'd never seen such a horse. He must weigh over a ton. I shook myself. I hadn't even had a look at the tumour I was supposed to remove. I lifted the latch, opened the door about 2 inches, and peeped inside. I could see it plainly dangling from the belly. Probably a papilloma, about the size of a cricket ball, with a lobulated surface which made it look like a little cauliflower. It swung gently from side to side as the horse moved about. Well, no trouble to take it off. Nice narrow neck to it. A few cc's of local in there, and I could twist it off easily with the spoons. But the snag was obvious. I would have to go under that shining barrel of an abdomen within easy reach of the great feet and stick a needle into those few inches of skin. Not a happy thought. But I pulled my mind back to practical things, like a bucket of hot water, soap and a towel, and I'd need a good man on the twitch. I began to walk towards the house. There was no answer to my knock. I tried again, still nothing. There was nobody at home. It seemed the most natural thing in the world to leave everything till another day. The idea of going round the buildings and fields till I found somebody never entered my head. I almost broke into a gallop on my way to the car, backed it round with the tyres squealing, and roared out of the yard. Siegfried was surprised. "Nobody there? Well, that's a damn funny thing. I'm nearly sure they were expecting you today. Give them a ring and fix it up again as soon as possible." I found it wonderfully easy to forget about the stallion over the days and weeks that followed, except when my defences were down. At least once a night it thundered through my dreams with gaping nostrils and a flying mane, and I developed an uncomfortable habit of coming bolt awake at 5 o'clock in the morning and starting immediately to operate on the horse. On an average, I took that tumour off 20 times before breakfast each morning. I told myself it would be a lot easier to fix the job up and get it over. What was I waiting for anyway? Was there a subconscious hope that if I put it off long enough, something would happen to get me off the hook? The tumour might fall off or shrink away and disappear, or the horse might drop down dead. I could have passed the whole thing on to Siegfried. He was good with horses, but my confidence was low enough without that. All my doubts were resolved one morning when Mr. Wilkinson came on the phone. He wasn't in the least upset at the long delay, but he made it quite clear that he could wait no longer. "You see, I want to sell this horse, young man, but I can't let him go with that thing on him, can I?" My journey to Wilkinson's wasn't enlivened by the familiar clatter of the tray on the back seat. It reminded me of the last time when I was wondering what was ahead of me. This time, I knew. Stepping out of the car, I felt almost disembodied. It was like walking a few inches above the ground. I was greeted by a reverberating din from the loose box, the same angry whinnies and splintering crashes I had heard before. I tried to twist my stiff face into a smile as the farmer came over. "My chaps are getting a halter on him," he said, but his words were cut short by an enraged squealing from the box and 2 tremendous blows against the wooden sides. I felt my mouth going dry. The noise was coming nearer. Then the stable doors flew open, and the great horse catapulted out into the yard, dragging 2 big fellows along on the end of the halter shank. The cobbles struck sparks from the men's boots as they slithered about, but they were unable to stop the stallion backing and plunging. I imagined I could feel the ground shudder under my feet as the hooves crashed down. At length, after much manoeuvring, the men got the horse standing with its offside against the wall of the barn. One of them looped the twitch onto the upper lip and tightened it, expertly. The other took a firm grip on the halter and turned towards me. "Ready for you now, sir?" I pierced the rubber cap on the bottle of cocaine, withdrew the plunger of the syringe and watched the clear fluid flow into the glass barrel. 7, 8, 10 cc's. If I could get that in, the rest would be easy, but my hands were trembling. Walking up to the horse was like watching an action from a film. It wasn't really me doing this, the whole thing was unreal. The near side eye flickered dangerously at me as I raised my left hand and passed it over the muscles of the neck, down the smooth, quivering flank, and along the abdomen till I was able to grasp the tumour. I had the thing in my hand now, the lobulations firm and lumpy under my fingers. I pulled gently downwards, stretching the brown skin, joining the growth to the body. I would put the local in there. A few good wheels. It wasn't going to be so bad. The stallion laid back his ears and gave a warning whicker. I took a long, careful breath, brought up the syringe with my right hand, placed the needle against the skin, then thrust it in. The kick was so explosively quick that at first I felt only surprise that such a huge animal could move so swiftly. It was a lightning outward slash that I never even saw, and the hoof struck the inside of my right thigh, spinning me round helplessly. When I hit the ground, I lay still, feeling only a curious numbness. Then I tried to move, and a stab of pain went through my leg. When I opened my eyes, Mr. Wilkinson was bending over me. "Are you all right, Mr. Herriot?" The voice was anxious. "I don't think so." I was astonished at the matter-of-fact sound of my own words. But stranger still was the feeling of being at peace with myself for the first time for weeks. I was calm and completely in charge of the situation. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Wilkinson. You'd better put the horse back in his box for now. We'll have a go at him another day. And I wonder if you'd ring Mr. Farnham to come and pick me up. I don't think I'll be able to drive." My leg wasn't broken, but it developed a massive hematoma at the point of impact, and then the whole limb blossomed into an unbelievable range of colours from delicate orange to deepest black. I was still hobbling like a Crimean veteran when a fortnight later, Siegfried and I, with a small army of helpers, went back, roped the stallion, chloroformed him, and removed that little growth. I have a cavity in the muscle of my thigh to remind me of that day, but some good came out of the incident. I found that the fear is worse than the reality, and horsework has never worried me as much since then. Chapter 26. The first time I saw Finn Calvert was in the street outside the surgery when I was talking to Brigadier Julian Coots-Brown about his shooting dogs. The Brigadier was almost a stage version of an English aristocrat, immensely tall, with a pronounced stoop, hawk features, and a high, drawling voice. As he spoke, smoke from a narrow cigar trickled from his lips. I turned my head at the clatter of heavy boots on the pavement. A thick-set figure was stumping rapidly towards us, hands tucked behind his braces, ragged jacket pulled wide to display a curving expanse of collarless shirt, wisps of grizzled hair hanging in a fringe beneath a greasy cap. He was smiling widely at nobody in particular, and he hummed busily to himself. The Brigadier glanced at him. "Morning, Calvert," he grunted coldly. Phineas threw up his head in pleased recognition.
"Now then, Charlie, how is ta?"
he shouted. The Brigadier looked as though he had swallowed a swift pint of vinegar. He removed his cigar with a shaking hand and stared after the retreating back. "Impudent devil," he muttered. Looking at Finn, you would never have thought he was a prosperous farmer. I was called to his place a week later and was surprised to find a substantial house and buildings and a fine dairy herd grazing in the fields. I could hear him even before I got out of the car.
Hello, what's this we've got then? New chap, eh? Now we're going to learn summat."
He still had his hands inside his braces and was grinning wider than ever. "My name is Herriot," I said.
"Is it now?"
Finn cocked his head and surveyed me. Then he turned to three young men standing by.
"Hasn't he a nice smile, lads? He's a real happy Harry."
He turned and began to lead the way across the yard.
"Come on then, and we'll see what you're made of. I hope you know a bit about cars, because I got some in here that are right dowly."
As he went into the calf house, I was hoping I'd be able to do something impressive. Perhaps use some of the new drugs and sera I had in my car. It was going to take something special to make an impact here. There were 6 well-grown young animals, almost stirk size, and 3 of them were behaving very strangely, grinding their teeth, frothing at the mouth, and blundering about the pen as though they couldn't see. As I watched, one of them walked straight into the wall and stood with its nose pressed against the stone. Finn, apparently unconcerned, was humming to himself in the corner. When I started to take my thermometer from its case, he burst into a noisy commentary.
"Now then, what's he doing? Ah, we're off now. Get up there."
The half-minute which my thermometer spends in an animal's rectum is usually devoted to hectic thought. But this time I didn't need the time to work out my diagnosis. The blindness made it easy. I began to look round the walls of the calf house. It was dark and I had to get my face close to the stone. Finn gave tongue again.
"Hey, what's going on? You're as bad as calves, nosing about there dozy-like. What do you think you're looking for?"
"Paint, Mr. Calvert. I'm nearly sure your calves have got lead poisoning." Finn said what all farmers say at this juncture.
They can't have. I've had calves in here for 30 years and they've never taken any harm before. There's no paint in here anyway.
How about this then? I peered into the darkest corner and pulled at a piece of loose board.
Oh, that's no but a piece of wood I nailed down there last week to block up a hole. Came off an old hen house.
I looked at the 20-year-old paint hanging off from the loose flakes which calves find so irresistible.
This is what's done the damage, I said. Look, you can see the tooth marks where they've been at it.
Finn studied the board at close quarters and grunted doubtfully.
All right. What do we do now?
First thing is to get this painted board out of here and then give all the calves Epsom salts. Have you got any? Phil gave a bark of laughter.
Aye! I've got a bloody great sack full. But can't you do out better than that? Aren't you going to inject them?
It was a little embarrassing. The specific antidotes to metal poisoning had not been discovered, and the only thing which sometimes did a bit of good was magnesium sulfate, which caused the precipitation of insoluble lead sulfate. The homely term for magnesium sulfate is, of course, Epsom salts.
No, I said, there's nothing I can inject that will help at all, and I can't even guarantee the salts will. But I'd like you to give the calves 2 heaped tablespoons 3 times a day. Oh, hell! You'll skitter the poor buggers to death.
Maybe so, but there's nothing else for it, I said. Finn took a step towards me so that his face, dark-skinned and deeply wrinkled, was close to mine. The suddenly shrewd, mottled brown eyes regarded me steadily for a few seconds, then he turned away quickly.
Right, he said. Come in and have a drink.
Finn stumped into the farm kitchen ahead of me, threw back his head and let loose a bellow that shook the windows.
Mother! Fellow here wants a glass of beer! Come and meet Happy Harry!
Mrs. Calvert appeared with magical speed and put down glasses and bottles. I glanced at the labels. Smith's Nutty Brown Ale, and filled my glass. It was a historic moment, although I didn't know it then. It was the first of an incredible series of Nutty Browns I was to drink at that table. Mrs. Calvert sat down for a moment, crossed her hands on her lap and smiled encouragingly.
Can you do anything for the calves, then? She asked.
Finn butted in before I could reply.
Oh, aye, he can and all. He's put them onto Epsom salts.
Epsom salts?
That's it, missus. I said when he came that we'd get something real smart and scientific-like. You can't beat new blood and modern ideas.
Finn sipped his beer, gravely. Over the following days, the calves gradually improved, and at the end of a fortnight, they were all eating normally. The worst one still showed a trace of blindness, but I was confident this too would clear up. It wasn't long before I saw Finn again. It was early afternoon, and I was in the office with Siegfried when the outer door banged and the passage echoed to the clumping of hobnails. I heard a voice raised in song.
Ah, diddly-rum-ti-tum.
Phineas was in our midst once more.
Well, well, well!
He bawled heartily at Miss Harbottle.
It's Flossie! And what's my little darling doing this fine day?
There was not a flicker from Miss Harbottle's granite features. She directed an icy stare at the intruder, but Finn swung round on Siegfried with a yellow-toothed grin.
Now, Gaffer! How's tricks?
Everything's fine, Mr. Calvert, Siegfried replied. What can we do for you? Finn stabbed a finger at me.
There's my man! I want him out to my place right sharpish.
What's the trouble, I asked. Is it the calves again?
Damn no, wish it was. It's me good bull. He's puffing like a bellows. Bit like pneumonia, but worse than I've known. He's in a hell of a state. Looks like he's pigging out.
For an instant, Finn lost his jocularity. I had heard of this bull. Pedigree shorthorn, show winner, the foundation of his herd. I'll be right after you, Mr. Calvert. I'll follow you along.
Good lad. I'm off then.
Finn paused at the door, a wild figure, tireless, tattered, baggy trousers ballooning from his ample middle. He turned again to Miss Harbottle,
and contorted his leathery features into a preposterous leer.
"Ta-ra, Floss!"
he cried, and was gone. For a moment the room seemed very empty and quiet, except for Miss Harbottle's acid, "Oh, that man! Dreadful! Dreadful!" I made good time to the farm and found Finn waiting with his 3 sons. The young men looked gloomy, but Finn was still indomitable.
"Here he is!"
he shouted.
"Happy Harry again! Now we'll be all right!"
He even managed a little tune as we crossed to the bullpen. But when he looked over the door, his head sank on his chest, and his hands worked deeper behind his braces. The bull was standing as though rooted to the middle of the pen. His great ribcage rose and fell with the most laboured respirations I'd ever seen. His mouth gaped wide. A bubbling foam hung round his lips and his flaring nostrils. His eyes, almost starting from his head in terror, stared at the wall in front of him. This wasn't pneumonia. It was a frantic battle for breath, and it looked like a losing one. He didn't move when I inserted my thermometer, and though my mind was racing, I suspected the half-minute wasn't going to be long enough this time. I had expected accelerated breathing, but nothing like this.
"Poor old bugger,"
Finn muttered.
"He's bred me the finest calves I've ever had, and he's quiet as a sheep too. I've seen my little grandchildren walk under his belly and he took no notice. I hate to see him suffering like this. If you can't do no good, just tell me, and I'll get the gun out."
I took the thermometer out and read it. 110 degrees Fahrenheit. This was ridiculous. I shook it vigorously and pushed it back into the rectum. I gave it nearly a minute this time, so that I could get in some extra thinking. The second reading said 110 again, and I had an unpleasant conviction that if the thermometer had been a foot long, the mercury would still have been jammed against the top. What in the name of God was this? Could be anthrax. Well, it must be, and yet... I looked over at the row of heads above the half door. They were waiting for me to say something, and their silence accentuated the agonized groaning and panting. I looked above the heads to the square of deep blue and a tufted cloud moving across the sun. As it passed, a single dazzling ray made me close my eyes, and a faint bell rang in my mind.
"Has he been out today?"
I asked.
"Aye, he's been out on the grass in his tether all morning. It were that grand and warm."
The bell became a triumphant gong.
"Get a hosepipe in here, quick. You can rig it up to that tap in the yard." "A hosepipe? Well, what the hell?"
"Yes, quick as you can. He's got sunstroke." They had the hose fixed in less than a minute. I turned it full on and began to play the jet of cold water all over the huge form, his face and neck, along the ribs, up and down the legs. I kept this up for about 5 minutes, but it seemed a lot longer as I waited for some sign of improvement. I was beginning to think I was on the wrong track when the bull gulped, just once. It was something. He had been unable to swallow his saliva before in his desperate efforts to get the air into his lungs. And I really began to notice a change in the big animal. Surely he was looking just a little less distressed, and wasn't the breathing slowing down a bit? Then the bull shook himself, turned his head, and looked at us. There was an awed whisper from one of the young men.
"By God, it's working."
I enjoyed myself after that. I can't think of anything in my working life that has given me more pleasure than standing in that pen directing the life-saving jet and watching the bull savouring it. He liked it on his face best, and as I worked my way up from the tail and along the steaming back, he would turn his nose full into the water, rocking his head from side to side and blinking blissfully. Within half an hour, he looked almost normal. His chest was still heaving a little, but he was in no discomfort. I tried the temperature again, down to 105. "He'll be all right now," I said, "but I think one of the lads should keep the water on him for another 20 minutes or so. I'll have to go now."
"You've time for a drink?"
Finn grunted. In the farm kitchen, his bellow of
"Mother!"
lacked some of its usual timbre. He dropped into a chair and stared into his glass of nutty brown.
"Harry,"
he said,
"I'll tell you flummoxed me this time."
He sighed and rubbed his chin in apparent disbelief.
"I don't know what the hell to say to you."
It wasn't often that Finn lost his voice, but he found it again very soon at the next meeting of the farmers' discussion group. A learned and earnest gentleman had been expounding on the advances in veterinary medicine, and how the farmers could now expect their stock to be treated as the doctors treated their human patients, with the newest drugs and procedures. It was too much for Finn. He jumped to his feet and he cried,
I think you're talking a lot of rubbish. There's a young fella in Derby, not long out of college, and it doesn't matter what you call him out for, he uses nought but Epsom salts and cold water.
Chapter 27. It was during one of Siegfried's efficiency drives that Colonel Merrick's cow picked up a wire. The Colonel was a personal friend, which made things even more uncomfortable. Everybody suffered when Siegfried had these spells. They usually came on after he'd been reading a technical work or when he had seen a film of some new technical procedure. He would rampage around, calling on the cowering household to stir themselves and be better men. He would be obsessed for a time with the craving for perfection.
We must put on a better show at these operations on the farms. It just isn't good enough to fish out a few old instruments from a bag and start hacking at the animal. We must have cleanliness, asepsis if possible, and an orderly technique.
So he was jubilant when he diagnosed traumatic reticulitis, a foreign body in the second stomach, in the Colonel's cow.
We'll really show old Hubert something. We'll give him a picture of veterinary surgery he'll never forget.
Tristan and I were pressed into service as assistants, and our arrival at the farm was really impressive. Siegfried led the procession, looking unusually smart in a brand-new tweed jacket of which he was very proud. He was a debonair figure as he shook hands with his friend. The Colonel was jovial.
Here you're going to operate on my cow. Take out a wire, eh? Like to watch you do it if that's all right with you.
By all means, Hubert, please do. You'll find it very interesting. In the byre, Tristan and I had to bustle about. We arranged tables alongside the cow, and on these we placed new metal trays with rows of shining, sterilized instruments. Scalpels, directors, probes, artery forceps, hypodermic syringes, suture needles, gut silk in glass vials, rolls of cotton wool, and various bottles of spirit and other antiseptics. Siegfried fussed around, happy as a schoolboy. He had clever hands, and as a surgeon, he was worth watching. I could read his mind without much trouble. This, he was thinking, was going to be good. When all was to his liking, he took off his jacket and donned a brilliantly white smock. He handed the jacket to Tristan, and almost instantly gave a roar of anger.
Hey, don't just throw it down on that meal bin. Give it to me. I'll find a safe place for it.
He dusted the new garment down tenderly and hung it on a nail on the wall. Meanwhile, I had shaved and disinfected the operation site on the flank, and everything was ready for the local anesthetic. Siegfried took the syringe and quickly infiltrated the area.
This is where we go inside, Hubert. I hope you aren't squeamish.
The Colonel beamed.
I've seen blood before. You needn't worry, I shan't faint.
With a bold sweep of the scalpel, Siegfried incised the skin, then the muscles, and finally, with delicate care, the glistening peritoneum. The smooth wall of the rumen, the large first stomach, lay exposed. Siegfried reached for a fresh scalpel and looked for the best place to cut in. But as he poised his knife, the wall of the rumen suddenly bulged out through the skin incision. "Unusual," he muttered. "Probably a bit of ruminal gas." Unflurried, he gently thrust back the protrusion and prepared again to make his cut. But as he withdrew his hand, the rumen welled out after it, a pinkish mass bigger than a football. Siegfried pushed it back again, and it shot out again immediately, ballooning to a startling size. This time he took two hands to the job, pushing and pressing till he forced the thing once more out of sight. He stood for a moment with his hands inside the cow, breathing heavily. 2 beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Carefully, he withdrew his hands. Nothing happened. It must have settled down. He was reaching back for his knife, when, like a live thing, the rumen again came leaping and surging out. It seemed almost as though the entire organ had escaped through the incision, a slippery, gleaming mass rising and swelling till it was level with his eyes. Siegfried had dropped all pretense of calm and was fighting desperately, both arms round the thing, pressing downwards with all his strength. I hastened forward to help, and as I drew near, he whispered hoarsely, "What the hell is it?" Clearly he was wondering if this pulsating heap of tissue was some part of the bovine anatomy he'd never even heard of. Silently we fought the mass down till it was level with the skin. The Colonel was watching intently. He hadn't expected the operation to be so interesting. His eyebrows were slightly raised.
"It must be the gas doing this," panted Siegfried. "Pass me the knife and stand back."
He inserted the knife into the rumen and cut sharply downwards. I was glad I had moved away, because through the incision shot a high-pressure jet of semi-liquid stomach contents, a greenish-brown, foul-smelling cascade which erupted from the depths of the cow as from an invisible pump. The first direct hit was on Siegfried's face. He couldn't release his hold of the rumen, or it would have slipped back into the abdomen and contaminated the peritoneum. So he hung on to each side of the opening while the evil torrent poured onto his hair, down his neck, and all over his lovely white smock. Now and then, the steady stream would be varied by a sudden explosion which sent the fermenting broth spouting viciously over everything in the immediate vicinity. Within a minute, the trays with their gleaming instruments were thoroughly covered. The tidy rows of swabs, the snowy tufts of cotton wool disappeared without trace. But it was the unkindest cut of all when a particular powerful jet sent a liberal spray over the new jacket hanging on the wall. Siegfried's face was too obscured for me to detect any change of expression, but at this disaster I saw real anguish in his eyes. The Colonel's eyebrows were now raised to the maximum, and his mouth hung open as he gazed in disbelief at the chaotic scene. Siegfried, still hanging grimly on, was the centre of it all, paddling about in a reeking swamp which came halfway up his Wellington boots. He looked like a Fiji islander, with his hair stiffened and frizzled, and his eyes rolling whitely in the brown face. Eventually, the flood slowed to a trickle and stopped. I was able to hold the lips of the wound while Siegfried inserted his arm and felt his way to the reticulum. I watched him as he groped inside the honeycombed organ far out of sight against the diaphragm. A satisfied grunt told me he had located the piercing wire, and within seconds he had removed it. Tristan had been frantically salvaging and washing suture materials, and soon the incision in the rumen was stitched. Siegfried's heroic stand had not been in vain. There was no contamination of the peritoneum. Silently and neatly, he secured the skin and muscles with retention sutures and swabbed round the wound. Everything looked fine. The cow seemed unperturbed. Under the anesthetic, she had known nothing of the titanic struggle with her insides. In fact, freed from the discomfort of the transfixing wire, she appeared already to be feeling better. It took quite a time to tidy up the mess, and the most difficult job was to make Siegfried presentable. We did our best by swilling him down with buckets of water, while all the time he scraped sadly at his new jacket with a flat stick. It didn't make much difference. The Colonel was hearty and full of congratulations.
"Come in, my dear chap. Come in and have a drink."
But the invitation had a hollow ring, and he took care to stand at least 10 feet away from his friend. Siegfried threw his bedraggled jacket over his shoulder.
"No, thank you, Hubert. It's most kind of you, but we must be off."
He went out of the byre.
"I think you'll find the cow will be eating in a day or two. I'll be back in a fortnight to take out the stitches."
In the confined space of the car, Tristan and I were unable to get as far away from him as we would have liked. Even with our heads stuck out of the windows, it was still pretty bad. Siegfried drove for a mile or two in silence. Then he turned to me, and his streaked features broke into a grin. There was something indomitable about him.
"You never know what's round the corner in this game, my boys. But just think of this. That operation was a success."
Chapter 28. There were 3 of us in the cheerless yard: Isaac Cranford, Jeff Mallock, and myself. The only one who looked at ease was Mallock, and it was fitting that it should be so, since he was, in a manner of speaking, the host. He owned the knacker yard, and he looked on benignly as we peered into the carcass of the cow he had just opened. In Darrowby, the name Malloch had a ring of doom. It was the graveyard of livestock, of farmers' ambitions, of veterinary surgeons' hopes. If ever an animal was very ill, somebody was bound to say, "I reckon she'll be off to Malloch's before long," or "Jeff Malloch'll have her finish." And the premises fitted perfectly into the picture. A group of drab red brick buildings standing a few fields back from the road, with a stumpy chimney from which rolled endlessly a dolorous black smoke. It didn't pay to approach Malloch's too closely unless you had a strong stomach, so the place was avoided by the townspeople. But if you ventured up the lane and peeped through the sliding metal doors, you could look in on a nightmare world. Dead animals lay everywhere. Most of them were dismembered and great chunks of meat hung on hooks. But here and there you could see a bloated sheep or a greenish swollen pig, which not even Jeff could bring himself to open. Skulls and dry bones were piled to the roof in places, and brown mounds of meat stood in the corners. The smell was bad at any time, but when Jeff was boiling up the carcasses, it was indescribable. The Malloch family bungalow stood in the middle of the buildings, and strangers could be pardoned if they expected a collection of wizened gnomes to dwell there. But Jeff was a pink-faced, cherubic man in his 40s, his wife plump, smiling, and comely. Their family ranged from a positively beautiful girl of 19 down to a robust 5-year-old boy. There were 8 young Mallochs, and they had spent their lifetimes playing among tuberculous lungs and a vast spectrum of bacteria from salmonella to anthrax. They were the healthiest children in the district. It was said in the pubs that Jeff was one of the richest men in the town, but the locals, as they supped their beer, had to admit that he earned his money. At any hour of the day or night, he would rattle out into the country in his ramshackle lorry, winch on a carcass, bring it back to the yard, and cut it up. A dog food dealer came twice a week from Broughton with a van and bought the fresh meat. The rest of the stuff Jeff shoveled into his boiler to make the meat meal, which was in great demand for mixing in pig and poultry rations. The bones went for making fertilizer, the hides to the tanner, and the nameless odds and ends were collected by a wild-eyed individual known only as the Ket Fella. Sometimes, for a bit of variety, Jeff would make long slabs of strange-smelling soap which found a brisk sale for scrubbing shop floors. Yes, people said. There was no doubt Jeff did all right. But by gore, he earned it. My contacts with Malloch were fairly frequent. A knacker's yard had a useful function for a vet. It served as a crude post-mortem room, a place where he could check on his diagnosis in fatal cases, and on occasions where he had been completely baffled, the mysteries would be revealed under Jeff's knife. Often, of course, farmers would send in an animal which I had been treating and ask Jeff to tell them what had been wrong with it. And this was where a certain amount of friction arose, because Jeff was placed in a position of power and seldom resisted the temptation to wield it. Although he could neither read nor write, he was a man of great professional pride. He didn't like to be called a knackerman, but preferred fellmonger. He considered in his heart that after 20-odd years of cutting up diseased animals, he knew more than any vet alive, and it made things rather awkward that the farming community unhesitatingly agreed with him. It never failed to spoil my day if a farmer called in at the surgery and told me that once more Jeff Malloch had confounded my diagnosis. "Hey, remember that cow you were treating for magnesium deficiency? She never did no good and I sent her into Malloch's. Well, you know what was really the matter with her? Worm in tail, Jeff said. If you'd nobbut cut her tail off, that cow would have gotten up and walked away." It was no good arguing or saying that there was no such thing as worm in the tail. Jeff knew. That was all about it. If only Jeff had taken his priceless opportunities to acquire a common-sense knowledge, it wouldn't have been so bad. But instead, he had built up a weird pathology of his own, and backed it up by black magic remedies gleaned from his contacts with the more primitive members of the farming community. His 4 stock diseases were stagnation at lungs, black rot, gastric ulcers, and gallstones. It was a quartet which made the vets tremble for miles around. Another cross which the vets had to bear was his unique gift of being able to take one look at a dead animal on a farm and pronounce immediately on the cause of death. The farmers, awestruck by his powers, were always asking me why I couldn't do it. But I was unable to dislike the man. He would have had to be more than human to resist the chance to be important, and there was no malice in his actions. Still, it made things uncomfortable at times, and I liked to be on the spot myself whenever possible, especially when Isaac Cranford was involved. Cranford was a hard man, a man who had cast his life in a mould of iron austerity, a sharp bargainer, a win-at-all-costs character, and in a region where thrift was general, he was noted for meanness. He farmed some of the best land in the Lower Dale. His shorthorns won prizes regularly at the shows, but he was nobody's friend. Mr. Bateson, his neighbour to the north, summed it up. "Well, that fella 'ud skin a flea for its hide." Mr. Dickon, his neighbour to the south, put it differently. "If he gets out on a pound note, by gor, it's a prisoner." This morning's meeting had had its origin the previous day. A phone call mid-afternoon from Mr. Cranford. "I've had a cow struck by lightning. She's laid dead in the field." I was surprised. "Lightning? Are you sure? We haven't had a storm today." "Maybe you haven't, but we have here." All right, I'll come and have a look at her." Driving to the farm, I couldn't work out much enthusiasm for the impending interview. This lightning business could be a bit of a headache. All farmers were insured against lightning stroke. It was usually part of their fire policy, and after a severe thunderstorm it was common enough for the vet's phone to start ringing with requests to examine dead beasts. The insurance companies were reasonable about it. If they received a certificate from the vet that he believed lightning to be the cause of death, they would usually pay up without fuss. In cases of doubt, they would ask for a post-mortem or a second opinion from another practitioner. The difficulty was that there are no diagnostic post-mortem features to go on. Occasionally a bruising of the tissues under the skin, but very little else. The happiest situation was when the beast was found with the telltale scorch marks running from an ear down the leg to earth into the ground. Often the animal would be found under a tree, which itself had obviously been blasted and torn by lightning. Diagnosis was easy then. 99% of the farmers were looking only for a square deal, and if their vet found some other clear cause of death, they would accept his verdict philosophically. But the odd one could be very difficult. I had heard Siegfried tell of one old chap who had called him out to verify a lightning death. The long scorch marks on the carcass were absolutely classical, and Siegfried, viewing them, had been almost lyrical. "Beautiful, Charlie. Beautiful. I've never seen more typical marks. But there's just one thing." He put an arm round the old man's shoulder. "What a great pity you let the candle grease fall on the skin." The old man looked closer and thumped a fist into his palm. "Dang it, you're right, master. I've mucked job up, and I took pains over it and all. Been on for dang near an hour." He walked away, muttering. He showed no embarrassment, only disgust at his own technological shortcomings. But this, I thought, as the stone walls flipped past the car windows, would be very different. Cranford was in the habit of getting his own way, right or wrong, and if he didn't get it today, there would be trouble. I drove through the farm gate and along a neat tarmac road across the single field. Mr. Cranford was standing motionless in the middle of the yard, and I was struck not for the first time by the man's resemblance to a big, hungry bird. The hunched, narrow shoulders, the forward-thrust, sharp-beaked face, the dark overcoat hanging loosely on the bony frame. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had spread his wings and flapped his way onto the byre roof. Instead, he nodded impatiently at me and began to hasten with short, tripping steps to a field at the back of the house. It was a large field, and the dead cow lay almost in the centre. There were no trees, no hedges, not even a small bush. My hopeful picture of the body under a stricken tree melted immediately, leaving an anxious void. We stopped beside the cow, and Mr. Cranford was the first to speak. "Bound to be lightning. Can't be out else. Nasty storm, then this beast, dropping down dead." I looked at the grass around the big shorthorn. It had been churned and torn out, leaving patches of bare earth. But it hasn't exactly dropped down, has it? It died in convulsions. You can see where its feet have kicked out the grass. All right, then. It had a convulsion, but it was lightning that caused it. Mr. Cranford had fierce little eyes, and they darted flitting glances at my shirt collar, Macintosh belt, Wellingtons. He could never quite bring himself to look at anybody in the eye. Well, I doubt it, Mr. Cranford. One of the signs of lightning stroke is that the beast has fallen without a struggle. Some of them even have grass in their mouths. Oh, I know all about that, Cranford snapped, his thin face flushing. I've been among livestock for half a century, and this isn't the first beast I've seen that's been struck. They're not all the same, you know. Oh, I realise that, but you see, this death could have been caused by so many things. What sort of things? Well, anthrax for a start, magnesium deficiency, heart trouble. There's quite a list. I really think we ought to do a post-mortem to make sure. Now, see here. Are you saying I'm trying to do something I shouldn't? Not at all. I'm only saying we should make sure before I write a certificate. We can go and see her opened at Malek's, and believe me, if there's no other obvious cause of death, you'll get the benefit of the doubt. The insurance people are pretty good about it. Mr. Cranford's predatory features sank lower into his coat collar. He dug his hands viciously into his pockets. I've had veterinaries at these jobs before. Proper experienced veterinaries, too. The little eyes flashed in the direction of my left ear. They've never messed about like this. What's the use of going to all that trouble? Why do you have to be so damn particular? Why indeed, I thought. Why make an enemy of this man? He wielded a lot of power in the district, prominent in the local farmers' union, a member of every agricultural committee for miles around. He was a wealthy, successful man, and if people didn't like him, they respected his knowledge and listened to him. He could do a young vet a lot of harm. Why not write the certificate and go home? This is to certify that I have examined the above-mentioned animal, and in my opinion, lightning stroke was the cause of death. It would be easy, and Cranford would be mollified. It would be the end of the whole thing. Why antagonize this dangerous character for nothing? Maybe it really was lightning anyway. I turned to face Mr. Cranford, trying in vain to look into his eyes that always veered away at the last moment. I'm sorry, but I feel we ought to have a look inside this cow. I'll ring Malek and ask him to pick her up, and we can see her in the morning. I'll meet you there at 10 o'clock. Will that be all right? Reckon it'll have to be, Cranford spat out. It's a piece of nonsense, but I suppose I've got to humour you. But just let me remind you, this was a good cow worth all of £80. I can't afford to lose that amount of money. I want me rights. I'm sure you'll get them, Mr. Cranford. And before I have her moved, I'd better take a blood film to eliminate anthrax. The farmer had been under a mounting load of pressure. As a pillar of the Methodist chapel, his range of language was restricted. So he vented his pent-up feelings by kicking out savagely at the carcass. His toe made contact with the unyielding backbone, and he hopped around on one leg for a few seconds. Then he limped off towards the house. I was alone as I nicked the dead ear with my knife and drew a film of blood across a couple of glass slides. It hadn't been a happy session, and the one tomorrow didn't hold out much more promise. I enclosed the blood films carefully in a cardboard box and set off for Skeldale House to examine them under the microscope. So it wasn't a particularly cheerful group which assembled at the knacker yard the following morning. Even Jeff, though he preserved his usual Buddha-like expression, was in fact deeply offended. The account he had given me when I first arrived at the yard was fragmentary, but I could piece the scene together. Jeff, leaping from his lorry at Cranford's, sweeping the carcass with a piercing glance and making his brilliant spot diagnosis. Stagnation at lungs! I can always tell by the look in their eyes, and the way their hair lies along back, waiting confidently for the wondering gasps, the congratulatory speeches which always followed his tour de force. Then Mr. Cranford, almost dancing with rage. Shut your big, stupid mouth, Malek, thou knows nought about it. This cow was struck by lightning, and you better remember that. And now, bending my head over the carcass, I couldn't find a clue anyway. No sign of bruising when the skin was removed. The internal organs clean and normal. I straightened up and pushed my fingers through my hair. The boiler bubbled softly, puffing out odoriferous wisps into the already highly charged atmosphere. 2 dogs licked busily at a pile of meat meal. Then a chill of horror struck through me. The dogs had competition. A little boy with golden curls was pushing a forefinger into the heap, inserting it in his mouth and sucking with rapt enjoyment. "Look at that!" I quavered. The Knacker man's face lit up with a paternal pride. "Aye," he said happily. "It isn't only the 4-legged uns what likes my meal. Wonderful stuff. Full of nourishment." His good humour completely restored, he struck a match and began to puff appreciatively at a short pipe, which was thickly encrusted with evidence of his grisly trade. I dragged my attention back to the job in hand. "Cut into the heart, will you, Jeff?" I said. Jeff deftly sliced the big organ from top to bottom, and I knew immediately that my search was over. The auricles and ventricles were almost completely occluded by a cauliflower-like mass growing from the valves. Varicose endocarditis, common in pigs, but seldom seen in cattle. "That's what killed your cow, Mr. Cranford," I said. Cranford aimed his nose at the heart. "Fiddlesticks! You're not telling me that them little things could kill a beast like that?" "They're not so little. Big enough to stop the flow of blood. I'm sorry, but there's no doubt about it. Your cow died of heart failure." "And how about lightning?" "No sign of it, I'm afraid. You can see for yourself." "And what about my 80 pounds? "I'm truly sorry about that, but it doesn't alter the facts." "Facts? What facts? I've come along this morning and you've shown me now to make me change my opinion." "Well, there's nothing more I can say. It's a clear-cut case." Mr. Cranford stiffened in his perching stance. He held his hands against the front of his coat, and the fingers and thumbs rubbed together unceasingly, as though fondling the beloved banknotes which were slipping away from him. His face, sunk deeper in his collar, appeared still sharper in outline. Then he turned to me and made a ghastly attempt to smile, and his eyes, trained on my lapels, tried valiantly to inch their way upwards. There was a fleeting instant when they met my gaze before flickering away in alarm. He drew me to one side and addressed himself to my larynx. There was a wheedling note in the hoarse whisper. "Now look here, Mr. Herriot. We're both men of the world. You know as well as I do that the insurance company can afford this loss a lot better than me. So why can't you just say, it is lightning?" "Well, even though I think it isn't?" "Well, what the hangman does it matter? You can say it is, can't you? Nobody's going to know." I scratched my head. "But what would bother me, Mr. Cranford, is that I would know." "You would know?" The farmer was mystified. "That's right. And it's no good. I can't give you a certificate for this cow, and that's the end of it." Dismay, disbelief, frustration chased across Mr. Cranford's features. "Well, I'll tell you this. I'm not leaving the matter here. I'm going to see your boss about you." He swung round and pointed at the cow. "There's no sign of disease there. Trying to tell me it's all due to a little things in the heart. You don't know your job. You don't even know what them things are." Jeff Mallock removed his unspeakable pipe from his mouth. "But I know. It's what I said. Stagnation at lungs is caused by milk from milk vein getting back into the body. Finally, it gets to heart, and then it's over with. Them's milk clots you're looking at." Cranford rounded on him. "Shut up, you great gumph. You're as bad as this fellow here. It was lightning killed my good cow. Lightning!" He was almost screaming. Then he controlled himself and spoke quietly to me. "You'll hear more of this, Mr. Knowledge.
And I'll just tell you one thing. You'll never walk on my farm again."
He turned and hurried away with his quick-stepping gait. I said good morning to Jeff and climbed wearily into my car. Well, everything had worked out just great. If only vetting just consisted of treating sick animals. But it didn't. There were so many other things. I started the engine and drove away. Chapter 29. It didn't take Mr. Cranford long to make good his threat. He called at the surgery shortly after lunch the following day, and Siegfried and I, enjoying a postprandial cigarette in the sitting room, heard the jangle of the doorbell. We didn't get up because most of the farmers walked in after ringing. The dogs, however, went into their usual routine. They had had a long run on the high moor that morning and had just finished licking out their dinner bowls. Tired and distended, they had collapsed in a snoring heap round Siegfried's feet. There was nothing they wanted more than 10 minutes' peace, but, dedicated as they were to their self-appointed role of fierce guardians of the house, they did not hesitate. They leapt, baying from the rug, and hurled themselves into the passage. People often wondered why Siegfried kept 5 dogs. Not only kept them, but took them everywhere with him. Driving on his rounds, it was difficult to see him at all among the shaggy heads and waving tails, and anybody approaching the car would recoil in terror from the savage barking and the bared fangs and glaring eyes framed in the windows. "I cannot for the life of me understand," Siegfried would declare, thumping his fist on his knee, "why people keep dogs as pets. A dog should have a useful function. Let it be used for farm work, for shooting, for guiding, but why anybody should keep the things just hanging around the place beats me." It was a pronouncement he was continually making, often through a screen of flapping ears and lolling tongues as he sat in his car. His listener would look wonderingly from the huge greyhound to the tiny terrier, from the spaniel to the whippet to the Scottie, but nobody ever asked Siegfried why he kept his own dogs. I judged that the pack fell upon Mr. Cranford about the bend of the passage, and many a lesser man would have fled, but I could hear him fighting his way doggedly forward. When he came through the sitting-room door, he had removed his hat and was beating the dogs off with it. It wasn't a wise move, and the barking rose to a higher pitch. The man's eyes stared and his lips moved continuously, but nothing came through. Siegfried, courteous as ever, rose and indicated a chair. His lips too were moving, no doubt in a few gracious words of welcome. Mr. Cranford flapped his black coat, swooped across the carpet, and perched. The dogs sat in a ring around him and yelled up into his face. Usually they collapsed after their exhausting performance, but there was something in the look or smell of Mr. Cranford that they didn't like. Siegfried leant back in his chair, put his fingers together, and assumed a judicial expression. Now and again he nodded understandingly or narrowed his eyes as if taking an interesting point. Practically nothing could be heard from Mr. Cranford, but occasionally a word or phrase penetrated.
"Have a serious complaint to make. Doesn't know his job. Can't afford. Not a rich man. These dang dogs. Won't have him again. Down dog, get by. Now but robbery."
Siegfried, completely relaxed and apparently oblivious of the din, listened attentively. But as the minutes passed, I could see the strain beginning to tell on Mr. Cranford. His eyes began to start from their sockets, and the veins corded on his scrawny neck, as he tried to get his message across. Finally, it was too much for him. He jumped up, and a leaping brown tide bore him to the floor. He gave a last defiant cry, lashed out again with his hat, and was gone. Pushing open the dispensary door a few weeks later, I found my boss mixing an ointment. He was working with great care, turning and returning the glutinous mass on a marble slab. "What's this you're doing?" I asked. Siegfried threw down his spatula and straightened his back. "Ointment for a boar." He looked past me at Tristan, who had just come in. "And I don't know why the hell I'm doing it when some people are sitting round on their backsides." He indicated the spatula. "Right, Tristan, you can have a go. When you've finished your cigarette, that is." His expression softened as Tristan hastily nipped out his woodbine and began to work away on the slab. "Pretty stiff concoction, that. Takes a bit of mixing," Siegfried said, with satisfaction, looking at his brother's bent head. The back of my neck was beginning to ache with it. He turned to me. "By the way, you'll be interested to hear it's for your old friend Cranford, for that prize boar of his. It's got a nasty sore across his back, and he's worried to death about it. Wins him a lot of money at the shows, and a blemish there would be disastrous." "Cranford's still with us, then?" "Yes. It's a funny thing, but we can't get rid of him. I don't like losing clients, but I'd gladly make an exception of this chap. He won't have you near the place after that lightning job, and he makes it very clear he doesn't think much of me either. Tells me I never do his beasts any good, says it would have been a lot better if he'd never called me, and moans like hell when he gets his bill. He's more bother than he's worth, and on top of everything, he gives me the creeps. But he won't leave. He damn well won't leave." "Well, he knows which side his bread's buttered," I said. "He gets first-rate service, and the moaning is part of the system to keep the bills down. Maybe you're right. But I wish there was a simple way to get rid of him." He tapped Tristan on the shoulder. "All right, don't strain yourself, that'll do. Put it into this ointment box and label it, 'Apply liberally to the boar's back 3 times daily, working it well in with the fingers.' Oh, and post it to Mr. Cranford. And while you're on, will you post this feces sample to the laboratory at Leeds to test for Jonas disease?" He held out a treacle tin brimming with foul-smelling liquid diarrhea. It was a common thing to collect such samples and send them away for Jonas tests, worm counts, etc. And there was always one thing all the samples had in common. They were very large. All that was needed for the tests was a couple of teaspoonfuls, but the farmers were lavish in their quantities. They seemed pleasantly surprised that all the vet wanted was a bit of muck from the dung channel. They threw aside their natural caution and shoveled the stuff up cheerfully into the biggest container they could find. They brushed aside all protests. "Say, plenty, we've lots of it," was their attitude. Tristan took hold of the tin gingerly and began to look along the shelves. "We don't seem to have any of those little glass sample jars." "That's right, we're out of them," said Siegfried. "I meant to order some more, but never mind. Shove the lid on that tin and press it down tight, then parcel it up well in brown paper. It'll travel to the lab, all right." It took only 3 days for Mr. Cranford's name to come up again. Siegfried was opening the morning mail, throwing the circulars to one side and making a pile of the bills and receipts, when he became suddenly very still. He had frozen over a letter on blue notepaper, and he sat like a statue till he read it through. At length he raised his head, his face was expressionless. "James, this is just about the most vitriolic letter I've ever read. It's from Cranford. He's finished with us for good and all, and is considering taking legal action against us." "What have we done this time?" I said. "He accuses us of grossly insulting him and endangering the health of his boar. He says we sent him a treacle tin full of cow shit, with instructions to rub it on the boar's back 3 times daily." Tristan, who had been sitting with his eyes half closed, became fully awake. He rose unhurriedly and began to make his way towards the door. His hand was on the knob when his brother's voice thundered out, "Tristan, come back here. Sit down. I think we have something to talk about." Tristan looked up resolutely, waiting for the storm to break. But Siegfried was unexpectedly calm. His voice was gentle. "So, you've done it again. When will I ever learn that I can't trust you to carry out the simplest task? It wasn't much to ask, was it? 2 little parcels to post. Hardly a tough assignment. But you managed to botch it. You got the labels wrong, didn't you?" Tristan wriggled in his chair. "I'm sorry. I can't think how—" Siegfried held up his hand. "Oh, don't worry. Your usual luck has come to your aid. With anybody else, this bloomer would be a catastrophe, but with Cranford, it's like divine providence." He paused for a moment, and a dreamy expression crept into his eyes. "The label said to work it well in with the fingers, I seem to recall. And Mr. Cranford says he opened the package at the breakfast table. Yes, Tristan, I think you have found the way. This, I do believe, has done it." I said, "Yeah, but how about the legal action?" Oh, I think we can forget about that. Mr. Cranford has a great sense of his own dignity. Just think how it would sound in court. He crumpled the letter and dropped it into the waste paper basket. Well, let's get on with some work. He led the way out and stopped abruptly in the passage. He turned to face us. There's another thing, of course. I wonder how the lab is making out, testing that ointment for Jonas disease. Chapter 30. I was really worried about Tricky this time. I had pulled out my car when I saw him in the street with his mistress, and I was shocked at his appearance. He had become hugely fat, like a bloated sausage with a little leg at each corner. His eyes, bloodshot and rheumy, stood straight ahead, and his tongue lolled from his jaws. Mrs. Pumphrey hastened to explain. "He was so listless, Mr. Herriot. He seemed to have no energy. I thought he must be suffering from malnutrition, so I've been giving him some little extras between meals to build him up. Some calf's foot jelly and molten cod liver oil and a bowl of Horlicks each night to make him sleep. Nothing much, really." "And did you cut down on the sweet things as I told you?" "Oh, I did for a bit, but he seemed to be so weak. I had to relent. He does love cream cakes and chocolate so. I can't bear to refuse him." I looked down again at the little dog. That was the trouble. Tricky's only fault was greed. He had never been known to refuse food. He would tackle a meal at any hour of the day or night. And I wondered about all the things Mrs. Pumphrey hadn't mentioned. The pâté on thin biscuits, the fudge, the rich trifles. Tricky loved them all. I tried to sound severe. "Now, I really mean this. If you don't cut his food right down and give him more exercise, he is going to be really ill. You must harden your heart and keep him on a very strict diet." Mrs. Pumphrey wrung her hands. "Oh, I will, Mr. Herriot. I'm sure you're right, but it is so difficult, so very difficult." She set off head down along the road, as if determined to put the new regime into practice immediately. I watched their progress with growing concern. Tricky was tottering along in his little tweed coat. He had a whole wardrobe of these coats, warm tweed or tartan ones for the cold weather, and mackintoshes for the wet days. He struggled on, drooping in his harness. I thought it wouldn't be long before I heard from Mrs. Pumphrey. The expected call came within a few days. Mrs. Pumphrey was distraught. Tricky would eat nothing, refused even his favourite dishes, and besides, he had bouts of vomiting. He spent all his time lying on a rug, panting, didn't go for walks, didn't want to do anything. I had made my plans in advance. The only way was to get Tricky out of the house for a period. I suggested that he be hospitalised for about a fortnight to be kept under observation. The poor lady almost swooned. She had never been separated from her darling before. She was sure he would pine and die if he didn't see her every day. But I took a firm line. Tricky was very ill, and this was the only way to save him. In fact, I thought it best to take him away without delay, and, followed by Mrs. Pumphrey's wailings, I marched out to the car, carrying the little dog wrapped in a blanket. The entire staff were roused, and maids rushed in and out bringing his daily bed, his night bed, favourite cushions, toys and rubber rings, breakfast bowl, lunch bowl, supper bowl. Realising that my car would never hold all the stuff, I started to drive away. As I moved off, Mrs. Pumphrey, with a despairing cry, threw an armful of little coats through the window. I looked in the mirror before I turned the corner of the drive. Everybody was in tears. Out on the road, I glanced down at the pathetic little animal gasping on the seat by my side. I patted the head, and Tricky made a brave effort to wag his tail. "Poor old lad," I said. "You haven't a kick in you. But I think I know the cure for you." At the surgery, the household dogs surged around me. Tricky looked down at the noisy pack with dull eyes, and when put down, lay motionless on the carpet. The other dogs, after sniffing round him for a few seconds, decided he was an uninteresting object and ignored him. I made up a bed for him in a warm, loose box next to the one where the other dogs slept. For 2 days I kept an eye on him, giving him no food but plenty of water. At the end of the second day, he started to show some interest in his surroundings, and on the third he began to whimper when he heard the dogs in the yard. When I opened the door, Tricky trotted out and was immediately engulfed by Joe the greyhound and his friends. After rolling him over and thoroughly inspecting him, the dogs moved off down the garden. Tricky followed them, rolling slightly with his surplus fat, but obviously intrigued. Later that day, I was present at feeding time. I watched while Tristan slopped the food into the bowls. There was the usual headlong rush followed by the sounds of high-speed eating. Every dog knew that if he fell behind the others, he was liable to have some competition for the last part of his meal. When they had finished, Tricky took a walk round the shining bowls, licking casually inside one or two of them. Next day, an extra bowl was put out for him, and I was pleased to see him jostling his way towards it. From then on, his progress was rapid. He had no medicinal treatment of any kind, but all day he ran about with the dogs, joining in their friendly scrimmages. He discovered the joys of being bowled over, trampled on, and squashed every few minutes. He became an accepted member of the gang, an unlikely, silky little object among the shaggy crew, fighting like a tiger for his share at mealtimes and hunting rats in the old henhouse at night. He had never had such a time in his life. All the while, Mrs. Pumphrey hovered anxiously in the background, ringing a dozen times a day for the latest bulletins. I dodged the questions about whether his cushions were being turned regularly or his correct coat worn, according to the weather, but I was able to tell her that the little fellow was out of danger and convalescing rapidly. The word convalescing seemed to do something to Mrs. Pumphrey. She started to bring round fresh eggs, 2 dozen at a time, to build up Tricky's strength. For a happy period, there were 2 eggs each for breakfast. But when the bottles of sherry began to arrive, the real possibilities of the situation began to dawn on the household. It was the same delicious vintage that I knew so well, and it was to enrich Tricky's blood. Lunch became a ceremonial occasion with 2 glasses before and several during the meal. Siegfried and Tristan took turns at proposing Tricky's health, and the standard of speech-making improved daily. As the sponsor, I was always called upon to reply. We could hardly believe it when the brandy came. 2 bottles of cordon bleu, intended to put a final edge on Tricky's constitution. Siegfried dug out some balloon glasses belonging to his mother. I had never seen them before, but for a few nights they saw constant service as the fine spirit was rolled around, inhaled, and reverently drunk. They were days of deep content, starting well with the extra egg in the morning, bolstered up and sustained by the midday sherry, and finishing luxuriously around the fire with the brandy. It was a temptation to keep Tricky on as a permanent guest, but I knew Mrs. Pumphrey was suffering, and after a fortnight felt compelled to phone and tell her that the little dog had recovered and was awaiting collection. Within minutes, about 30 feet of gleaming black metal drew up outside the surgery. The chauffeur opened the door, and I could just make out the figure of Mrs. Pumphrey almost lost in the interior. Her hands were tightly clasped in front of her. Her lips trembled.
"Oh, Mr. Herriot, do tell me the truth. Is he really better?"
"Yes, he's fine. There is no need for you to get out of the car. I'll go and fetch him." I walked through the house and into the garden. A mass of dogs was hurtling round and round the lawn, and in their midst, ears flapping, tail waving, was the little golden figure of Tricky. In 2 weeks he had been transformed into a lithe, hard-muscled animal. He was keeping up well with the pack, stretching out in great bounds, his chest almost brushing the ground. I carried him back along the passage to the front of the house. The chauffeur was still holding the car door open, and when Tricky saw his mistress, he took off from my arms in a tremendous leap and sailed into Mrs. Pumphrey's lap. She gave a startled, "Oh!" and then had to defend herself as he swarmed over her, licking her face and barking. During the excitement, I helped the chauffeur to bring out the beds, toys, cushions, coats, and bowls, none of which had been used. As the car moved away, Mrs. Pumphrey leant out of the window. Tears shone in her eyes. Her lips trembled.
"Oh, Mr. Herriot," she cried, "how can I ever thank you? This is a triumph of surgery."
Chapter 31. I came suddenly and violently awake, my heart thudding and pounding in time with the insistent summons of the telephone. These bedside phones were undoubtedly an improvement on the old system, when you had to gallop downstairs and stand shivering with your bare toes on the tiles of the passage. But this explosion a few inches from your ear in the small hours of the morning, when the body was weak and the resistance low, was shattering. I felt sure it couldn't be good for me. The voice at the other end was offensively cheerful. "I have a mare on foaling. She doesn't seem to be getting on with job. Reckon foal must be laid wrong. Can you come and give me an hand?" My stomach contracted to a tight ball. This was just a little bit too much. Once out of bed in the middle of the night was bad enough, but twice was unfair. In fact, it was sheer cruelty. I had had a hard day, and had been glad to crawl between the sheets at midnight. I had been hauled out at 1 o'clock to a damned awkward carving and hadn't got back till nearly 3. What was the time now? 3:15, good God! I'd only had a few minutes' sleep, and a foaling. Twice as difficult as a carving as a rule. What a life. What a bloody awful life. I muttered into the receiver, "Right, Mr. Dixon, I'll come straight away," and shuffled across the room, yawning and stretching, feeling the ache in my shoulders and arms. I looked down at the pile of clothing on the chair. I'd taken them off, put them on again, taken them off already tonight, and something in me rebelled at the thought of putting them on again. With a weary grunt, I took my mackintosh from the back of the door and donned it over my pyjamas, went downstairs to where my Wellingtons stood outside the dispensary door, and stuck my feet into them. It was a warm night. What was the point of getting dressed up? I'd only have to strip off again at the farm. I opened the back door and trailed slowly down the long garden, my tired mind only faintly aware of the fragrance that came from the darkness. I reached the yard at the bottom, opened the double doors into the lane, and got the car out of the garage. In the silent town, the buildings glowed whitely as the headlights swept across the shuttered shop fronts, the tight-drawn curtains. Everybody was asleep. Everybody, except me, James Herriot, creeping, sore and exhausted, towards another spell of hard labour. Why the hell had I ever decided to become a country vet? I must have been crazy to pick a job where you worked 7 days a week and through the night as well. Sometimes I felt as though the practice was a malignant living entity, testing me, trying me out, putting the pressure on more and more to see just at what point I would drop down dead. It was a completely unconscious reaction which hoisted me from my bath of self-pity and left me dripping on the brink, regarding the immediate future with a return of some of my natural optimism. For one thing, Dixon's place was down at the foot of the dale, just off the main road, and they had that unusual luxury, electric light in the buildings. And I couldn't be all that tired, not at the age of 24 with all my faculties unimpaired. I'd take a bit of killing yet. I smiled to myself and relapsed into the state of half-suspended animation which was normal to me at these times. A sleepy blanketing of all the senses except those required for the job in hand. Many times over the past months I'd got out of bed, driven far into the country, done my job efficiently, and returned to bed without ever having been fully awake. There was almost certainly a malpresentation. Still thinking hard, I removed my mackintosh and was jerked out of my reverie by a shout of laughter from the farmer.
God help us all! What's this? The foldy rolls?
I looked down at my pyjamas, which were pale blue with an arresting broad stripe. "This, Mr. Dixon," I replied with dignity, "is my night attire. I didn't bother to dress."
"Oh, I see now."
The farmer's eyes glinted impishly.
"I'm sorry, but I thought I got the wrong chap for a second."
I saw a fellow just like you at Blackpool last year. Same suit exactly, but he had a stripy top hat too and a stick. Did a champion little dance.
Can't oblige you, I'm afraid, I said with a wan smile. I'm not in the mood right now. I stripped off, noting with interest the deep red grooves caused by the calf's teeth a couple of hours ago. Those teeth had been like razors, peeling off neat little rolls of skin every time I pushed my arm past them. The mare trembled as I felt my way inside her. Nothing. Nothing, then just a tail and the pelvic bone and the body and hind legs disappearing way beyond my reach. Breech presentation. Easy in the cow for a man who knew his job, but tricky in the mare, because of the tremendous length of the foal's legs. It took me a sweating, panting half hour with ropes and a blunt hook in the end of the flexible cane to bring the first leg round. The second leg came more easily, and the mare seemed to know that there was no obstruction now. She gave a great heave, and the foal shot out onto the straw with myself, arms around its body, sprawling on top of it. To my delight, I felt the small form jerking convulsively. I had felt no movement while I was working, and had decided that it was dead. But the foal was very much alive, shaking its head and snorting out the placental fluid it had inhaled during its delayed entry. When I had finished toweling myself, I turned to see the farmer with an abnormally straight face, holding out my colourful jacket like a valet.
"Allow me, sir,"
he said gravely. Okay, I laughed. I'll get properly dressed next time. As I was putting my things in the car boot, the farmer carelessly threw a parcel onto the back seat. "Bit of butter for you," he muttered. When I started the engine, he bent level with the window. "I think a bit about that mare, and I've been badly wanting a foal out of her. Thank you, lad. Thank you very much." He waved as I moved away, and I heard his parting cry. "You did all right for a Kentucky minstrel." I leaned back in my seat and peered through heavy lids at the empty road unwinding in the pale morning light. The sun had come up, a dark crimson ball hanging low over the misted fields. I felt utterly content, warm with the memory of the foal trying to struggle onto its knees, its absurdly long legs still out of control. Grand that the little beggar had been alive after all. There was something desolate about delivering a lifeless creature. The Dixon farm was in the low country where the dale widened out and gave onto the great plain of York. I had to cross a loop of the busy road which connected the West Riding with the industrial northeast. A thin tendril of smoke rose from the chimney of the all-night transport cafe which stood there, and as I slowed down to take the corner, a faint but piercing smell of cooking found its way into the car. The merest breath, but rich in the imagery of fried sausages and beans and tomatoes and chips. God, I was starving. I looked at my watch. 5:15. I wouldn't be eating for a long time yet. I turned in among the lorries on the broad strip of tarmac. Hastening towards the still-lighted building, I decided that I wouldn't be greedy. Nothing spectacular, just a nice sandwich. I had been here a few times before, and the sandwiches were very good, and I deserved some nourishment after my hard night. I stepped into the warm interior where groups of lorry drivers sat behind mounded plates. But as I crossed the floor, the busy clatter died and was replaced by a tense silence. A fat man in a leather jacket sat transfixed, a loaded fork halfway to his mouth, while his neighbour, gripping a huge mug of tea in an oily hand, stared with bulging eyes at my ensemble. It occurred to me then that bright red striped pyjamas and Wellingtons might seem a little unusual in these surroundings, and I hastily buttoned my mackintosh, which had been billowing behind me. Even closed, it was on the short side, and at least a foot of pyjama leg showed above my boots. Resolutely, I strode over to the counter. An expressionless blonde, bulging out of a dirty white overall on the breast pocket of which was inscribed Dora, regarded me blankly. "A ham sandwich and a cup of Bovril, please," I said huskily. As the blonde put a teaspoonful of Bovril into a cup and filled it with a hissing jet of hot water, I was uncomfortably aware of the silence behind me and of the battery of eyes focused on my legs. On my right, I could just see the leather-jacketed man. He filled his mouth and chewed reflectively for a few moments. "Takes all kinds, don't it, Ernest?" he said in a judicial tone. "Does indeed, Kenneth. Does indeed," replied his companion. "Would you say, Ernest, that this is what the Yorkshire country gentleman is wearing this spring?" "Could be, Kenneth. Could be." Listening to the titters from the rear, I concluded that these two were the accepted cafe wags. Best to eat up quickly and get out. Dora pushed the thickly meated sandwich across the counter and spoke with all the animation of a sleepwalker. "That'll be a shilling." I slipped my hand inside my coat and encountered the pocketless flannelette beneath. God almighty, my money was in my trousers back in Darrowby. A wave of sickly horror flooded me as I began a frantic, meaningless search through my mackintosh. I looked wildly at the blonde and saw her slip the sandwich under the counter. Look, I've, come out without any money. I've been in here before. Do you know who I am?" Dora gave a single, bored shake of her head. "Well, never mind," I babbled. "I'll pop in with the money next time I'm passing." Dora's expression did not alter, but she raised one eyebrow fractionally. She made no effort to retrieve the sandwich from its hiding place. Escape was the only thing in my mind now. Desperately I sipped at the scalding fluid. Kenneth pushed back his plate and began to pick his teeth with a match. "Ernest," he said, as though coming to a weighty conclusion, "it's my opinion that this here gentleman is eccentric." "Eccentric?" Ernest sniggered into his tea. "Bloody daft, more like." "Ah, but not so daft, Ernest. Not daft enough to pay for his grub." "You have a point there, Kenneth. A definite point. You bet I have. He's enjoying a nice cup of Bovril on the house, and if he hadn't mistimed his fumble, he'd be at the sandwich too. Dora moved a bit sharpish for him there. Another 5 seconds, and he'd have had his choppers in the ham." "True, true," muttered Ernest, seemingly content with his role of straight man. Kenneth put away his match, sucked his teeth noisily, and leant back. "There's another possibility we haven't considered. He could be on the run." "Escaped convict, do you mean, Kenneth?" "I do, Ernest. I do indeed." "But them fellas allers have adders on their uniforms." "Ah, some of them do, but I heard somewhere that some of the prisons is going in for stripes now." I had had enough. Tipping the last searing drops of Bovril down my throat, I made headlong for the door. As I stepped out into the early sunshine, Kenneth's final pronouncement reached me. "Probably got away from a working party. Look at them Wellingtons." Chapter 32. I could see that Mr. Hanshaw didn't believe a word I was saying. He looked down at his cow and his mouth tightened into a stubborn line. "Broken pelvis? You're trying to tell me she'll never get up no more? Why, look at her chewing her cud. I'll tell you this, young man. Me dad would have got her up if he'd been alive today." I had been a veterinary surgeon for a year now, and I had learnt a few things. One of them was that farmers weren't easy men to convince, especially Yorkshire dalesmen. And that bit about his dad. Mr. Hanshaw was in his 50s, and I suppose there was something touching about his faith in his late father's skill and judgment. But I could have done very nicely without it. It had acted as an additional irritant in a case in which I felt I had troubles enough, because there are few things which get more deeply under a vet's skin than a cow which won't get up. To the layman it may seem strange that an animal can be apparently cured of its original ailment, and yet be unable to rise from the floor, but it happens. And it can be appreciated that a completely recumbent milk cow has no future. The case had started when my boss, Siegfried Farnan, who owned the practice in the little Dales market town of Darrowby, sent me to a milk fever. This suddenly occurring calcium deficiency attacks high-yielding animals just after calving and causes collapse and progressive coma. When I first saw Mr. Hanshaw's cow, she was stretched out motionless on her side, and I had to look carefully to make sure she wasn't dead. But I got out my bottles of calcium with an airy confidence because I'd been lucky enough to qualify just about the time when the profession had finally got on top of this hitherto fatal condition. The breakthrough had come many years earlier with inflation of the udder, and I still carried a little blowing-up outfit around with me. The farmers used bicycle pumps, but with the advent of calcium therapy, one could bask in a cheap glory by jerking an animal back from imminent death within minutes. The skill required was minimal, but it looked very, very good. By the time I had injected the 2 bottles, one into the vein, the other under the skin, and Mr. Hanshaw had helped me roll the cow onto her chest, the improvement was already obvious. She was looking about her and shaking her head, as if wondering where she'd been for the last few hours. I felt sure that if I'd had the time to hang about for a bit, I could see her on her feet, but other jobs were waiting. "Give me a ring if she isn't up by dinner time," I said, but it was a formality. I was pretty sure I wouldn't be seeing her again. When the farmer rang at midday to say she was still down, it was just a pinprick. Some cases needed an extra bottle. It would be all right. I went out and injected her again. I wasn't really worried when I learned she hadn't got up the following day, but Mr. Hanshaw, hands deep in pockets, shoulders hunched as he stood over his cow, was grievously disappointed at my lack of success. "It's time Tow bitch was up. She's doing no good laid there. Surely there's something you can do. I poured a bottle of water into her lug this morning, but even that hasn't shifted her." "You what?" "Poured some cold water down her lug hole. Me dad used to get 'em up that way, and he was a very clever man with stock, was me dad." "I've no doubt he was," I said primly, "but I really think another injection is more likely to help her." The farmer watched glumly as I ran yet another bottle of calcium under the skin. The procedure had lost its magic for him. As I put the apparatus away, I did my best to be hearty. "But I shouldn't worry. A lot of them stay down for a day or two. You'll probably find her walking about in the morning." The phone rang just before breakfast, and my stomach contracted sharply as I heard Mr. Hanshaw's voice. It was heavy with gloom. "Well, she's no different. Lying there eating her head off, but never offers to rise. What you going to do now?" What indeed, I thought as I drove out to the farm. The cow had been down for 48 hours now. I didn't like it a bit. The farmer went into the attack immediately. "Me dad always used to say they had a worm in the tail when they stayed down like this. He said if you cut the tail end off, it did the trick." My spirits sagged lower. I had had trouble with this myth before. The insidious thing was that the people who still practiced this relic of barbarism could often claim that it worked because after the end of the tail had been chopped off, the pain of the stump touching the ground forced many a sulky cow to scramble to her feet. "There's no such thing as a worm in the tail, Mr. Hanshaw," I said. "And don't you think it's a cruel business cutting off a cow's tail? I hear the RSPCA had a man in court last week over a job like that." The farmer narrowed his eyes. Clearly he thought I was hedging. "Well, if you won't do that, what the hangment are you going to do? You've got to get this cow up somehow." I took a deep breath. "Well, I'm sure she's got over the milk fever because she's eating well and she looks quite happy. It must be a touch of posterior paralysis that's keeping her down. There's no point in giving her any more calcium, so I'm going to try this stimulant injection." I filled the syringe with a feeling of doom. I hadn't a scrap of faith in the stimulant injection, but I just couldn't do nothing. I was scraping the barrel out now. I was turning to go when Mr. Hanshaw called after me. "Hey, mister, I remember something else my dad used to do. Shout in their lugs. He got many a cow up that way. I'm not very strong in the voice. How about you having a go?" It was a bit late to stand on my dignity. I went over to the animal and seized her by the ear. Inflating my lungs to the utmost, I bent down and bawled wildly into the hairy depths. The cow stopped chewing for a moment and looked at me inquiringly. Then her eyes drooped, and she returned contentedly to her cudding. "We'll give her another day," I said wearily, "and if she's still down tomorrow, we'll have a go at lifting her. Could you get a few of the neighbours to give us a hand?" Driving round my other cases that day, I felt tied up inside with sheer frustration. Damn and blast the thing. What the hell was keeping her down? And what else could I do? This was 1938 and my resources were limited. 30 years later, there are still milk fever cows which won't get up. But the vet has a much wider armoury if the calcium has failed to do the job. The excellent Bagshaw hoist, which clamps onto the pelvis and raises the animal in a natural manner. The phosphorus injections. Even the electric goad, which administers a swift shock when applied to the rump and sends many a comfortably ensconced cow leaping to her feet with an offended bellow. As I expected, the following day brought no change. And as I got out of the car in Mr. Hanshaw's yard, I was surrounded by a group of his neighbours. They were in festive mood, grinning, confident, full of helpful advice, as farmers always are with somebody else's animals. There was much laughter and leg-pulling as we drew sacks under the cow's body, and a flood of weird suggestions to which I tried to close my ears. When we all finally gave a concerted heave and lifted her up, the result was predictable. She just hung there placidly with her legs dangling, whilst her owner leant against the wall, watching us with deepening gloom. After a lot of puffing and grunting, we lowered the inert body, and everybody looked at me for the next move. I was hunting round desperately in my mind when Mr. Hanshaw piped up again. "Me dad used to say a strange dog could allus get a cow up." There were murmurs of assent from the assembled farmers, and immediate offers of dogs. I tried to point out that one would be enough, but my authority had dwindled, and anyway, everybody seemed anxious to demonstrate their dog's cow-raising potential. There was a sudden, excited exodus, and even Mr. Smedley, the village shopkeeper, pedalled off at frantic speed for his border terrier. It seemed only minutes before the byre was alive with snapping, snarling curs, but the cow ignored them all, except to wave her horns warningly at the ones which came too close. The flashpoint came when Mr. Hanshaw's own dog came in from the fields where he had been helping to round up the sheep. He was a skinny, hard-bitten little creature, with lightning reflexes and a short temper. He stalked, stiff-legged and bristling, into the byre, took a single, astounded look at the pack of foreigners on his territory, and flew into action with silent venom. Within seconds, the finest dogfight I'd ever seen was in full swing, and I stood back and surveyed the scene with a feeling of being completely superfluous. The yells of the farmers rose above the enraged yapping and growling. One intrepid man leapt into the melee and reappeared with a tiny Jack Russell hanging on determinedly to the heel of his Wellington boot. Mr. Reynolds of Clover Hill was rubbing the cow's tail between two short sticks and shouting, "Cush! Cush!" And as I watched helplessly, a total stranger tugged at my sleeve and whispered, "Has they tried a teaspoonful of Jay's fluid in a pint of old beer every 2 hours?" It seemed to me that all the forces of black magic had broken through and were engulfing me, and that my slender resources of science had no chance of shoring up the dike. I don't know how I heard the creaking sound above the din. Probably because I was bending low over Mr. Reynolds in an attempt to persuade him to desist from his tail rubbing. But at that moment the cow shifted her position slightly, and I distinctly heard it. It came from the pelvis. It took me some time to attract attention. I think everybody had forgotten I was there. But finally the dogs were separated and secured with innumerable lengths of binder twine. Everybody stopped shouting, Mr. Reynolds was pulled away from the tail, and I had the stage. I addressed myself to Mr. Hanshaw. "Would you please get me a bucket of hot water, some soap, and a towel, please?" He trailed off, grumbling as though he didn't expect much from the new gambit. My stock was definitely low. I stripped off my jacket, soaped my arms, and pushed a hand into the cow's rectum until I felt the hard bone of the pubis. Gripping it through the wall of the rectum, I looked up at my audience. "Will 2 of you get hold of the hook bones and rock the cow gently from side to side?" Yes, there it was again, no mistake about it. I could both hear it and feel it. A looseness, a faint creaking, almost a grating. I got up and washed my arm. "Well, I know why your cow won't get up. She has a broken pelvis. Probably did it during the first night when she was staggering about with the milk fever. I should think the nerves are damaged too. It's hopeless, I'm afraid." Even though I was dispensing bad news, it was a relief to come up with something rational. Mr. Hanshaw stared at me. "Hopeless? How's that? "I'm sorry," I said, "but that's how it is. The only thing you can do is to get her off to the butcher. She has no power in her hind legs. She'll never get up again." That was when Mr. Hanshaw really blew his top and started a lengthy speech. He wasn't really unpleasant or abusive, but firmly pointed out my shortcomings, and bemoaned again the tragic fact that his dad was not there to put everything right. The other farmers stood in a wide-eyed ring, enjoying every word. At the end of it, I took myself off. There was nothing more I could do, and anyway, Mr. Hanshaw would have to come round to my way of thinking. Time would prove me right. I thought of that cow as soon as I awoke the next morning. It hadn't been a happy episode, but at least I did feel a certain peace in the knowledge that there were no more doubts. I knew what was wrong. I knew there was no hope. There was nothing more to worry about. I was surprised when I heard Mr. Hanshaw's voice on the phone so soon. I had thought it would take him 2 or 3 days to realize he was wrong. "Is that Mr. Herriot?" "Aye, well, good morning to you. I'm just ringing to tell you that me cow's up on her legs and doing fine." I gripped the receiver tightly with both hands. "What? What's that you say?" "I said me cow's up. Found her walking about bar this morning, fit as a fiddle. You'd think there'd never been out the matter with her." He paused for a few moments, then spoke with grave deliberation like a disapproving schoolmaster. "And you stood there and looked at me and said she'd never get up no more. But, you're wondering how I did it. Well, I just happened to remember another old trick of me dad's. I went round to butcher and got a fresh-killed sheepskin and put it on her back. Had her up in no time. You'd have to come round and see her. Wonderful man was me dad." Blindly, I made my way into the dining room. I had to consult my boss about this. Siegfried's sleep had been broken by a 3 a.m. carving, and he looked a lot older than his 30-odd years. He listened in silence as he finished his breakfast, then pushed away his plate and poured a last cup of coffee. "Hard luck, James. The old sheepskin, eh? Funny thing. You've been in the Dales over a year now and never come across that one. Suppose it must be going out of fashion a bit now, but you know, it has a grain of sense behind it like a lot of these old remedies. You can imagine there's a lot of heat generated under a fresh sheepskin, and it acts like a great hot poultice on the back. Really tickles them up after a while, and if a cow is lying there out of sheer cussedness, she'll often get up just to get rid of it. But damn it, how about the broken pelvis? I tell you, it was creaking and wobbling all over the place." "Well, James, you're not the first to have been caught that way. Sometimes the pelvic ligaments don't tighten up for a few days after calving, and you get this effect." "Oh, God," I moaned, staring down at the tablecloth. "What a bloody mess I've made of the whole thing." "Oh, you haven't really?" Siegfried lit a cigarette and leant back in his chair. "That old cow was probably toying with the idea of getting up for a walk just when old Hanshaw dumped the skin on her back. She could just as easily have done it after one of your injections, and then you'd have got the credit. Don't you remember what I told you when you first came here? There's a very fine dividing line between looking a real smart vet on the one hand and an immortal fool on the other. This sort of thing happens to us all, so forget it, James." But forgetting wasn't so easy. The cow became a celebrity in the district. Mr. Hanshaw showed her with pride, to the postman, the policeman, corn merchants, lorry drivers, fertilizer salesmen, Ministry of Agriculture officials, and they all tell me about it frequently with pleased smiles. Mr. Hanshaw's speech was always the same, delivered, they said, in ringing, triumphant tones. "There's the cow that Mr. Herriot said would never get up no more." I'm sure there was no malice behind the farmer's actions. He had put one over on the young clever-pants vet, and nobody could blame him for preening himself a little. And in a way, I did that cow a good turn. I considerably extended her lifespan, because Mr. Hanshaw kept her long beyond her normal working period, just as an exhibit. Years after she had stopped giving more than a couple of gallons of milk a day, she was still grazing happily in the field by the roadside. She had one curiously upturned horn and was easy to recognize. I often pulled up my car and looked wistfully over the wall at the cow that would never get up no more. Chapter 33. Siegfried came away from the telephone. His face was expressionless. "That was Mrs. Pumphrey. She wants you to see her pig." "Peak, you mean?" I said. "No, pig. She has a 6-week-old pig she wants you to examine for soundness." I laughed sheepishly. My relations with the elderly widow's Peak was a touchy subject. All right, don't start again. What did she really want? Is Tricky Woo's bottom playing up again?" "James," said Siegfried gravely, "it is unlike you to doubt my word in this way. I will repeat the message from Mrs. Pumphrey, and then I shall expect you to act upon it immediately and without further question. The lady informed me that she has become the owner of a 6-week-old piglet, and she wants the animal thoroughly vetted. You know how I feel about these examinations, and I don't want the job scamped in any way. I should pay particular attention to its wind. Have it well galloped round a paddock before you get your stethoscope on it, and for heaven's sake don't miss anything obvious like curbs or ring bones. I think I'd take its height while you're about it. You'll find the measuring stick in—" His words trailed on as I hurried down the passage. This was a bit baffling. I usually had a bit of leg-pulling to stand ever since I became Tricky the Peak's adopted uncle, and received regular presents, and letters, and signed photographs from him. But Siegfried wasn't in the habit of flogging the joke to this extent. The idea of Mrs. Pumphrey with a pig was unthinkable. There was no room in her elegant establishment for livestock. Oh, he must have got it wrong somehow. But he hadn't. Mrs. Pumphrey received me with a joyful cry. "Oh, Mr. Herriot, isn't it wonderful? I have the most darling little pig. I was visiting some cousins who are farmers, and I picked him out. He will be such company for Tricky. You know how I worry about his being an only dog." I shook my head vigorously in bewilderment as I crossed the oak-panelled hall. My visits here were usually associated with a degree of fantasy, but I was beginning to feel out of my depth. "You mean you actually have this pig in the house?" "But of course." Mrs. Pumphrey looked surprised. "He's in the kitchen. Come and see him." I had been in this kitchen a few times, and had been almost awestruck by its shining spotlessness. The laboratory look of the tiled floors and walls, the gleaming surfaces of sink unit, cooker, refrigerator. Today, a cardboard box occupied one corner, and inside I could see a tiny pig. Standing on his hind legs, his 4 feet resting on the rim, he was looking round him appreciatively at his new surroundings. The elderly cook had her back to us, and did not look round when we entered. She was chopping carrots and hurling them into a saucepan, with, I thought, unnecessary vigour. "Isn't he adorable?" Mrs. Pumphrey bent over and tickled the little head. "It's so exciting having a pig of my very own. Mr. Herriot, I have decided to call him Nugent." I swallowed. Nugent. The cook's broad back froze into immobility. "Yes, after my great-uncle Nugent. He was a little pink man with tiny eyes and a snub nose. The resemblance is striking." "I see," I said. And the cook started her splashing again. For a few moments I was at a loss. The ethical professional man in me rebelled at the absurdity of examining this obviously healthy little creature. In fact, I was on the point of saying that he looked perfectly all right to me when Mrs. Pumphrey spoke. "Come now, Nugent," she said. "You must be a good boy and let your Uncle Herriot look at you." That did it. Stifling my inner feelings, I seized the string-like tail and held Nugent almost upside down as I took his temperature. I then solemnly auscultated his heart and lungs, peered into his eyes, ran my fingers over his limbs, and flexed his joints. The cook's back radiated stiff disapproval, but I carried on doggedly. Having a canine nephew, I had found, carried incalculable advantages. It wasn't only the frequent gifts, and I could still taste the glorious kippers Tricky had posted to me from Whitby. It was the vein of softness in my rough life. The sherry before lunch. The warmth and luxury of Mrs. Pumphrey's fireside. The way I saw it, if a piggy nephew of the same type had been thrown in my path, then Uncle Herriot was going to be the last man to interfere with the inscrutable workings of fate. The examination over, I turned to Mrs. Pumphrey, who was anxiously awaiting the verdict. "Sound in all respects," I said briskly. "In fact, you've got a very fine pig there. But there is just one thing. He can't live in the house." For the first time, the cook turned towards me, and I read a mute appeal in her face. I could sympathize with her, because the excretions of the pig are peculiarly volatile, and even such a minute specimen as Nugent had already added his own faint pungency to the atmosphere in the kitchen. Mrs. Pumphrey was appalled at the idea at first, but when I assured her that he wouldn't catch pneumonia, and in fact would be happier and healthier outside, she gave way. An agricultural joiner was employed to build a palatial sty in a corner of the garden. It had a warm sleeping apartment on raised boards, and an outside run. I saw Nugent installed in it, curled up blissfully in a bed of clean straw. His trough was filled twice daily with the best meal, and he was never short of an extra tidbit, such as a juicy carrot or some cabbage leaves. Every day he was allowed out to play and spent a boisterous hour frisking round the garden with Tricky. In short, Nugent had it made. But it couldn't have happened to a nicer pig. Because though most of his species have an unsuspected strain of friendliness, this was developed in Nugent to an extraordinary degree. He just liked people, and over the next months, his character flowered under the constant personal contact with humans. I often saw him strolling companionably in the garden with Mrs. Pumphrey, and in his pen he spent much of the time standing upright, with his cloven feet against the wire netting, waiting eagerly for his next visitor. Pigs grow quickly, and he soon left the pink baby stage behind, but his charm was undiminished. His chief delight was to have his back scratched. He would grunt deeply, screwing up his eyes in ecstasy. Then gradually his legs would start to buckle, until finally he toppled over on his side. Nugent's existence was sunny, and there was only one cloud in the sky. Old Hodgkin, the gardener, whose attitude to domestic pets had been permanently soured by having to throw rubber rings for Tricky every day, now found himself appointed personal valet to a pig. It was his duty to feed and bed down Nugent, and to supervise his play periods. The idea of doing all this for a pig who was never ever going to be converted into pork pies must have been nearly insupportable for the old countryman. The harsh lines on his face deepened whenever he took hold of the meal bucket. On the first of my professional visits to his charge, he greeted me gloomily with, "Hast thou come to see Nudist?" I knew Hodgkin well enough to realize the impossibility of any whimsical wordplay. It was a genuine attempt to grasp the name, and throughout my nephew's long career he remained Nudist to the old man. There is one memory of Nugent which I treasure. The telephone rang one day just after lunch. It was Mrs. Pumphrey, and I knew by the stricken voice that something momentous had happened. It was the same voice which had described Tricky Woo's unique symptoms of flopbot and cracker dog.
"Oh, Mr. Herriot, thank heavens you're in. It's Nugent. I'm afraid he's terribly ill."
"Really? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. What's he doing?" There was a silence at the other end, except for gasping breathing when Mrs. Pumphrey spoke again.
"Well, he can't manage to... Well..."
She was obviously confused.
"Not properly."
"That's strange," I said. "Is he eating all right?"
"I think so, but..."
Then she suddenly blurted out,
"Oh, Mr. Herriot, I'm so terribly worried. I've heard of men being dreadfully ill, just like this. It's a gland, isn't it?"
"Oh, you needn't worry about that. Pigs don't have that trouble, and anyway, I think 4 months is a bit young for hypertrophy of the prostate."
Oh, I'm so glad, but something is stopping it. Oh, you will come, won't you?"
"I'm leaving now." I had quite a long wait outside Nugent's pen. He had grown into a chunky little porker, and grunted amiably as he surveyed me through the netting. Clearly he expected some sort of game, and, growing impatient, he performed a few stiff-legged little gallops up and down the run. I had almost decided that my visit was fruitless when Mrs. Pumphrey, who had been pacing up and down, wringing her hands, stopped dead and pointed a shaking finger at the pig.
"Oh, God!" she breathed. There it is now!"
All the colour had drained from her face, leaving her deathly pale.
"Oh, it's awful! I can't look any longer."
With a moan, she turned away and buried her face in her hands. I scrutinised Nugent closely. He had halted in mid-gallop, and was contentedly relieving himself by means of the intermittent spurting jets of the normal male pig. I turned to Mrs. Pumphrey. "I really can't see anything wrong there."
"But he's...
She still didn't dare to look.
he's doing it in fits and starts."
I had had considerable practice at keeping a straight face in Mrs. Pumphrey's presence, and it stood me in good stead now. "But they all do it that way, Mrs. Pumphrey." She half-turned and looked tremblingly out of the corner of her eye at Nugent.
"You mean all boy pigs?"
"Every single boy pig I have ever known has done it like that."
Oh, how odd! How very odd!"
The poor lady fanned herself with a handkerchief. Her colour had come back in a positive flood. To cover her confusion, I became very businesslike. Yes, indeed. Lots of people make the same mistake, I assure you. Oh, well, I suppose I'd better be on my way now. It's been nice to see the little fellow looking so well and happy. Nugent enjoyed a long and happy life, and more than fulfilled my expectations of him. He was every bit as generous as tricky with his presence, and, as with the little peak, I was able to salve my conscience with the knowledge that I was really fond of him. As always, Siegfried's sardonic attitude made things a little uncomfortable. I had suffered in the past when I got the signed photographs from the little dog, but I never dared let him see the one from the pig. Chapter 34. Angus Greer, MRCVS, was never pretty to look at, but the sight of him propped up in bed, his mottled, pop-eyed face scowling above a pink, quilted bed jacket, was enough to daunt the bravest, especially at 8 in the morning, when I usually had the first of my daily audiences with him.
"You're late again,"
he said, his voice grating.
"Can you not get out of your bed in the morning? I've told you till I'm tired that I want you out on the road by 8 o'clock.
As I mumbled apologies, he tugged fretfully at the counterpane and looked me up and down with deepening distaste.
"And another thing, that's a terrible pair of breeches you're wearing. If you must wear breeches to your work, for heaven's sake, go and get a pair made at a proper tailor. There's nae cut about those things at all. They're not fit to be worn by a veterinary surgeon."
The knife really went in then. I was attached to those breeches. I had paid 30 shillings for them at the Army and Navy stores and cherished the private conviction that they gave me a certain air. And Greer's attack on them was all the more wounding when I considered that the man was almost certainly getting my services free. Siegfried, I felt sure, would have waved aside any offers of payment. I had been there a week, and it seemed like a lifetime. Somewhere far back I knew there had been a brighter, happier existence, but the memory was growing dim. Siegfried had been sincerely apologetic that morning back in Darrowby.
"James, I have a letter here from Greer of Broughton. It seems he was castrating a colt and the thing threw itself on top of him. He has a couple of cracked ribs. Apparently his assistant walked out on him recently, and so there's nobody to run his practice. He wants me to send you along there for a week or two."
Oh, no.
"There's a mistake somewhere. He doesn't like me." "He doesn't like anybody. But there's no mistake, it's down here, and honestly, what can I do?"
But the only time I met him, he worked me into a horrible rubber suit and made me look a right chump. Siegfried smiled, sadly.
"I remember, James. I remember. He's a mean old devil, and I hate to do this to you, but I can't turn him down, can I?"
At the time, I couldn't believe it. The whole idea was unreal. but it was real enough now as I stood at the foot of Greer's bed, listening to him ranting away. He was at me again.
Another thing, my wife tells me you didn't eat your porridge. Did you not like it?
I shuffled my feet. Oh, yes, it was very nice. I just didn't feel hungry this morning. I had pushed the tasteless mass about with my spoon and done my best with it, but it had defeated me in the end.
There's something wrong with a man that cannot eat his good food.
Greer peered at me suspiciously, then held out a slip of paper.
Here's a list of your visits for this morning. There's a good few, so you'll not have to waste your time getting round. This one here of Adamson's of Grenton, a prolapse of the cervix in a cow. What could you do about that, think you?
I put my hand in my pocket, got hold of my pipe, then dropped it back again. Greer didn't like smoking. Well, I'd give her an epidural anesthetic, replace the prolapse, and fasten it in with retention sutures through the vulva.
Heavers, man, heavers, snorted Greer. What a lot of twaddle! There's no need for all that. It'll just be constipation that's doing it. Push the thing back. Build the cow up with some boards under her hind feet and put her onto linseed oil for a few days.
Surely it'll come out again if I don't stitch it in, I said.
No, not at all, Greer cried angrily. Just you do as I tell you now. I ken more about this than you.
He probably did. He should anyway. He had been qualified for 30 years, and I was starting my second. I looked at him glowering from his pillow and pondered for a moment on the strange fact of our uncomfortable relationship. It might have been expected that some sort of rapport would exist between us, if only on national grounds, but there was none. Right, just as you say. I left the room and went downstairs to gather up my equipment. As I set off on the round, I had the same feeling as every morning. Relief at getting out of the house. I'd had to go flat out all week to get through the work, but I had enjoyed it. Farmers are nearly always prepared to make allowances for a young man's inexperience, and Greer's clients had treated me kindly. But I still had to come back to that joyless establishment for my meals, and it was becoming more and more wearing. Mrs. Greer bothered me just as much as her husband. She was a tight-lipped woman of amazing thinness, and she kept a Spartan board in which soggy porridge figured prominently. It was porridge for breakfast, porridge for supper, and in between, a miserable procession of watery stews, anemic mince, and nameless soups. Nothing she cooked ever tasted of anything. Angus Greer had come to Yorkshire 30 years ago, a penniless Scot just like myself, and acquired a lucrative practice by the classical expedient of marrying the boss's daughter. So he got a good living handed to him on a plate, but he also got Mrs. Greer. It seemed to me that she felt that she was still in charge. Probably because she had always lived in this house with its memories of her father who had built up the practice. Other people would seem like interlopers, and I could understand how she felt. After all, she was childless. She didn't have much of a life, and she had Angus Greer for a husband. I could feel sorry for her. But that didn't help because I just couldn't get her out of my hair. She hung over my every move like a disapproving spectre. When I came back from a round, she was always there with a barrage of questions.
Where have you been all this time?
Or,
I wondered wherever you got to, where you lost.
Or,
there's an urgent case waiting, why are you always so slow?
Maybe she thought I'd nipped into a cinema for an hour or two. There was a pretty full small animal surgery every night, and she had a nasty habit of lurking just outside the door so that she could listen to what I was saying to the clients. She really came into her own in the dispensary, where she watched me narrowly, criticizing my prescriptions and constantly pulling me up for being extravagant with the drugs.
You're putting in far too much chlorodyne. Don't you know it's very expensive?
I developed a deep sympathy for the assistants who had fled without warning. Jobs were hard to come by, and young graduates would stand nearly anything just to be at work. But I realized that there had been no other choice for that shadowy figure. Adamson's place was a small holding on the edge of the town. And maybe it was because I had just been looking at Greer, but by contrast, the farmer's lined, patient face and friendly eyes seemed extraordinarily warming and attractive. A ragged khaki smock hung loosely on his gaunt frame as he shook hands with me. "Now then, we've got a new man today, have we?" He looked me over for a second or two. "And by the look of you, you're pretty fresh at job." "That's right," I replied, "but I'm learning fast." Mr. Adamson smiled. "Don't worry about that, lad. I believe in new blood and new ideas. It's what we want in farming. We've stood still too long in this game. Come in to buy it and I'll show you the cow." There were about a dozen cows, not the usual shorthorns, but Ayrshires, and they were obviously well-kept and healthy. My patient was easy to pick out by the football-sized, rose-pink protrusion of the vaginal wall and the corrugated uterine cervix. But the farmer had wasted no time in calling for assistance. The mass was clean and undamaged. He watched me attentively as I swabbed the prolapse with antiseptic and pushed it back out of sight. Then he helped me build a platform with soil and planks for the cow's hind feet. When we'd finished, she was standing on a slope with her tail higher than her head. "And you say that if I give her linseed oil for a few days, that thing won't come out again?" "Well, that's the idea," I said. "Be sure to keep her built up like this." "I will, young man, and thank you very much. I'm sure you've done a good job for me, and I'll be looking forward to seeing you again." Back in the car, I groaned to myself. Good job. How the hell could that thing stay in without stitches? But I had to do as I was told, and Greer, even if he was unpleasant, wasn't a complete fool. Maybe he was right. I put it out of my mind and got on with the other visits. It was less than a week later at the breakfast table, and I was prodding at the inevitable porridge when Greer, who had ventured downstairs, barked suddenly at me.
"I've got a card here fra Adamson. He says he's not satisfied with your work. We'd better get out there this morning and see what's wrong. I dinna like these complaints." His normal expression of being perpetually offended deepened, and the big pale eyes swam and brimmed till I was sure he was going to weep in his porridge. At the farm, Mr. Adamson led us into the byre. "Well, what do you think of that, young man?" I looked at the prolapse and my stomach lurched. The innocuous-looking pink projection had been transformed into a great, bloated purple mass. It was caked with filth, and an ugly wound ran down one side of it. "It didn't stay in very long, did it?" the farmer said quietly. I was too ashamed to speak. This was a dreadful thing to do to a good cow. I felt my face reddening, but luckily I had my employer with me. He would be able to explain everything. I turned towards Greer, who snuffled, mumbled, blinked his eyes rapidly, but didn't say anything. The farmer went on. "And you see, she's damaged it. Must have caught it on something. I'll tell you, I don't like the look of it." It was against this decent man's nature to be unpleasant, but he was upset all right. "Maybe it would be better if you could take the job on this time, Mr. Greer," he said. Greer, who had still not uttered an intelligible word, now sprang into action. He clipped the hair over the base of the spine, inserted an epidural anesthetic, washed and disinfected the mass, and with an effort pushed it back into its place. Then he fastened it in with several strong retention sutures, with little 1-inch lengths of rubber tubing to stop them cutting into the flesh. The finished job looked neat and workmanlike. The farmer took me gently by the shoulder. "Now that's something like. You can see it's not going to come out again, can't you? Why didn't you do something like that when you came before?" I turned again to Greer, but this time he was seized by a violent fit of coughing. I continued to stare at him, but when he still said nothing, I turned and walked out of the bar. "No hard feelings, though, young man," Mr. Adamson called after me. "I reckon we've all got to learn, and there's no substitute for experience. That's so, Mr. Greer, isn't it?" Aye, that's right enough. Aye, rightly so, there's no doubt about that, Greer mumbled.
We got into the car. I settled down and waited for some explanation from him. I was interested to know just what he would say. But the blue-veined nose pointed straight ahead, and the bulging eyes fixed themselves blankly on the road ahead of us. We drove back to the surgery in silence. Chapter 35. It wasn't long before Greer had to return to bed. He began to groan a lot and hold his injured ribs, and soon he was reinstalled upstairs with the pillows at his back and the little pink jacket buttoned to the neck. Whiskey was the only thing that gave him relief from his pain, and the level of his bedside bottle went down with remarkable speed. Life resumed its dreary pattern. Mrs. Greer was usually around when I had to report to her husband. Beyond the bedroom door there would be a lot of whispering which stopped as soon as I entered. I would receive my instructions while Mrs. Greer fussed round the bed, tucking things in, patting her husband's brow with a folded handkerchief, and all the time darting little glances of dislike at me. Immediately I got outside the door, the whispering started again. It was quite late one evening, about 10 o'clock, when the call from Mrs. Mallard came in. Her dog had a bone in its throat, and would Mr. Greer come at once? I was starting to say that he was ill and I was doing his work, but he was too late. There was a click as the receiver went down at the other end. Greer reacted to the news by going into a sort of trance. His chin sank on his chest, and he sat immobile for nearly a minute while he gave the matter careful thought. Then he straightened up suddenly and stabbed a finger at me.
It'll not be a bone in its throat. It'll only be a touch of pharyngitis making it cough.
I was surprised at his confidence. Don't you think I'd better take some long forceps just in case?
No, I've told you now. There'll be no bone. So go down and put up some of the syrup of squills and ipecacuanha mixture. That's all it'll want. And another thing, if you can't find anything wrong, don't say so. Tell the lady it's pharyngitis and how to treat it. You have to justify your visit, you can.
I felt a little bewildered as I filled a 4-ounce bottle in the dispensary, but I took a few pairs of forceps with me too. I had lost a bit of faith in Greer's long-range diagnosis. I was surprised when Mrs. Mallard opened the door of the smart, semi-detached house. For some reason I had expected an old lady, but here was a striking-looking blonde woman of about 40, with her hair piled up high in glamorous layers, as was the fashion at that time. And I hadn't expected the long ballroom dress in shimmering green, the enormous swaying earrings, the heavily made-up face. Mrs. Mallard seemed surprised too. She stared blankly at me till I explained the position. "I've come to see your dog. I'm Mr. Greer's locum. He's ill at the moment, I'm afraid." It took a fair time for the information to get through, because she still stood on the doorstep as if she didn't know what I was talking about. Then she came to life and opened the door wide. "Oh yes, of course. I'm sorry. Do come in." I walked past her through an almost palpable wall of perfume and into a room on the left of the hall. The perfume was even stronger in here, but it was in keeping with the single pink-tinted lamp, which shed a dim but rosy light on the wide divan drawn close to the flickering fire. Somewhere in the shadows a radiogram was softly pouring out Body and Soul. There was no sign of my patient, and Mrs. Mallard looked at me irresolutely, fingering one of her earrings. "Do you want me to see him in here?" I asked. "Oh, yes, certainly." She became brisk and opened a door at the end of the room. Immediately, a little West Highland terrier bounded across the carpet and hurled himself at me with a woof of delight. He tried his best to lick my face by a series of mighty springs, and this might have gone on for quite a long time had I not caught him in mid-air. Mrs. Mallard smiled nervously. "He seems a lot better now," she said. I flopped down on the divan, still with the little dog in my arms, and prized open his jaws. Even in that dim light, it was obvious that there was nothing in his throat. I gently slid my forefinger over the back of his tongue, and the terrier made no protest as I explored his gullet. Then I dropped him down on the carpet and took his temperature. Normal. "Well, Mrs. Mallard," I said, "there is certainly no bone in his throat, and he has no fever." I was about to add that the dog seemed perfectly fit to me when I remembered Greer's parting admonition. I had to justify my visit. I cleared my throat. "It's just possible, though, that he has a little pharyngitis which has been making him cough or retch." I opened the terrier's mouth again. "As you see, the back of the throat is rather inflamed. He may have got a mild infection in there, or perhaps swallowed some irritant. I have some medicine in the car which will soon put him right." Realizing I was beginning to gabble, I brought my speech to a close. Mrs. Mallard hung on every word, peering anxiously into the little dog's mouth and nodding her head rapidly. "Oh, yes, I do see," she said. "Thank you so much. What a good thing I sent for you." On the following evening, I was halfway through a busy surgery when a fat man in a particularly vivid tweed jacket bustled in and deposited a sad-eyed basset hound on the table.
Shaking his head about a bit,
he boomed.
"Think he must have a touch of canker."
I got an oroscope from the instrument cupboard and had begun to examine the ear when the fat man started again.
"I see you were out our way last night. I live next door to Mrs. Mallard."
"Oh, yes?" I said, peering down the lighted metal tube. "That's right. Yes, I was." The man drummed his fingers on the table for a moment.
"Aye, that dog must have a lot of ailments. The vet's car always seems to be outside the house."
"Really? I shouldn't have thought so. Seemed a healthy little thing to me." I finished examining one ear and started on the other.
"Well, it's just as I say," said the man. "The poor creature's always in trouble, and it's funny how often it happens at night."
I looked up quickly. There was something odd in the way he said that. He looked at me for a moment with a kind of wide-eyed innocence. Then his whole face creased into a knowing leer. I stared at him. "You can't mean—"
"Not with that ugly old devil, you mean, eh? Takes a bit of reckoning up, doesn't it?"
The eyes in the big red face twinkled with amusement. I dropped the oroscope on the table with a clatter, and my arms fell by my sides.
"Don't look like that, lad,"
shouted the fat man, giving me a playful punch in the chest.
"It's a rum old world, you know."
But it wasn't just the thought of Greer that was filling me with horror. It was the picture of myself, in that harem atmosphere, pontificating about pharyngitis against a background of body and soul to a woman who knew I was talking rubbish. In another 2 days, Angus Greer was out of bed and apparently recovered. Also, a replacement assistant had been engaged and was due to take up his post immediately. I was free to go. Having said I would leave first thing in the morning, I was out of the house by 6:30 a.m. in order to make Darrowby by breakfast. I wasn't going to face any more of that porridge. As I drove west across the plain of York, I began to catch glimpses over the hedge tops and between the trees of the long spine of the Pennines, lifting into the morning sky. They were pale violet at this distance, and still hazy in the early sunshine, but they beckoned to me. And later, when the little car pulled harder against the rising ground, and the trees became fewer, and the hedges gave way to the clean limestone walls, I had the feelings I always had of the world opening out, of shackles falling away. And there, at last, was Darrowby sleeping under the familiar bulk of Herne Fell, and beyond, the great green folds of the dales. Nothing stirred as I rattled across the cobbled marketplace, then down the quiet street to Skeldale House, with the ivy hanging in untidy profusion from its old bricks, and Siegfried Farnen, MRCVS, on the lopsided brass plate. I think I would have galloped along the passage beyond the glass door, but I had to fight my way through the family dogs, all 5 of them, who surged around me, leaping and barking in delight. I almost collided with the formidable bulk of Mrs. Hall, who was carrying the coffee pot out of the dining room. "You're back, then?" she said, and I could see she was really pleased because she almost smiled. Well, go in and sit down. I've got a bit of home cured in the pan for you. My hand was on the door when I heard the brothers' voices inside. Tristan was mumbling something, and Siegfried was in full cry.
Where the hell were you last night, anyway? I heard you banging about at 3 o'clock in the morning, and your room stinks like a brewery. God, I wish you could see yourself. Eyes like piss-ells in the snow.
Smiling to myself, I pushed open the door. I went over to Tristan, who stared up in surprise as I seized his hand and began to pump it. He looked as boyishly innocent as ever, except for the eyes which, though a little sunken, still held their old gleam. Then I approached Siegfried at the head of the table. Obviously startled at my formal entry, he had choked in mid-chew. He reddened, tears coursed down his thin cheeks, and the small sandy moustache quivered. Nevertheless, he rose from his chair, inclined his head, and extended his hand with the grace of a marquis.
"Welcome, James,"
he spluttered, spraying me lightly with toast crumbs.
"Welcome home."
Chapter 36. I had been away for only 2 weeks, but it was enough to bring it home to me afresh that working in the high country had something for me that was missing elsewhere. My first visit took me up on one of the narrow, unfenced roads which join Silldale and Cosdale, and when I had ground my way to the top in bottom gear, I did what I so often did, pulled the car onto the roadside turf and got out. That quotation about not having time to stand and stare had never applied to me. I seemed to have spent a good part of my life, probably too much, in just standing and staring. And I was at it again this morning. From up here you could see over the plain of York to the sprawl of the Hambledon Hills 40 miles to the east, while behind me the ragged miles of moorland rolled away, dipping and rising over the flat fell top. In my year at Darrowby I must have stood here scores of times, and the views across the plain always looked different. Sometimes in the winter the low country was a dark trough between the snow-covered Pennines and the distant white gleam of the Hambletons. And in April, the rain squalls drifted in slow, heavy veils across the great green and brown dappled expanse. There was a day, too, when I stood in brilliant sunshine, looking down over miles of thick fog like a rippling layer of cotton wool, with dark tufts of trees and hilltops pushing through here and there. But today, the endless patchwork of fields slumbered in the sun, and the air even on the hill was heavy with the sense of summer. There must be people working among the farms down there, I knew, but I couldn't see a living soul. And the peace, which I always found in the silence and emptiness of the moors, filled me utterly. At these times I often seemed to stand outside myself, calmly assessing my progress. It was easier to flick back over the years, right back to the time I had decided to become a veterinary surgeon. I could remember the very moment. I was 13, and I was reading an article about careers for boys in the Meccano magazine, and as I read I felt a surging conviction that this was for me. And yet, what was it based on? Only that I liked dogs and cats and didn't care much for the idea of an office life. It seemed a frail basis on which to build a career. I knew nothing about agriculture or about farm animals, and though during the years in college I learnt about these things, I could see only one future for myself. I was going to be a small animal surgeon. This lasted right up to the time I qualified. A kind of vision of treating people's pets in my own animal hospital, where everything would be not just modern, but revolutionary. The fully equipped operating theatre, laboratory and x-ray room. They had all stayed crystal clear in my mind until I had graduated MR.CVS. How on earth, then, did I come to be sitting on a high Yorkshire moor in shirt-sleeves and Wellingtons, smelling vaguely of cows? The change in my outlook had come quite quickly, in fact almost immediately after my arrival in Darrowby. The job had been a godsend in those days of high unemployment, but only, I had thought, a stepping stone to my real ambition. I had But everything had switched round, almost in a flash. Maybe it was something to do with the incredible sweetness of the air which still took me by surprise when I stepped out into the old, wild garden at Scaledale House every morning. Or perhaps the daily piquancy of life in the graceful old house with my gifted but mercurial boss, Siegfried, and his reluctant student brother, Tristan. Or it could be that it was just the realization that treating cows and pigs and sheep and horses had a fascination I had never even suspected. And this brought with it a new concept of myself as a tiny wheel in the great machine of British agriculture. There was a kind of solid satisfaction in that. Probably it was because I hadn't dreamt that there was a place like the Dales. I hadn't thought it possible that I could spend all my days in a high, clean-blown land where the scent of grass or trees was never far away, and where, even in the driving rain of winter, I could snuff the air and find the freshness of growing things hidden somewhere in the cold clasp of the wind. Anyway, it had all changed for me, and my work consisted now of driving from farm to farm across the roof of England, with a growing conviction that I was a privileged person. I got back into the car and looked at my list of visits. It was good to be back, and the day passed quickly. It was about 7 o'clock in the evening, when I thought I had finished, that I had a call from Terry Watson, a young farm worker who kept 2 cows of his own. One of them, he said, had summer mastitis. Mid-July was a bit early for this, but in the later summer months we saw literally hundreds of these cases. In fact, a lot of the farmers called it August bag. It was an unpleasant condition because it was just about incurable, and usually resulted in a cow losing a quarter. That's the area of the udder which supplies each teat with milk, and sometimes even her life. Terry Watson's cow looked very sick. She had limped in from the field at milking time, swinging her right hind leg wide to keep it away from the painful udder, and now she stood trembling in her stall, her eyes staring anxiously in front of her. I drew gently at the affected teat, and instead of milk, a stream of dark, foul-smelling serum spurted into the tin can I was holding. "No mistaking that stink, Terry," I said. "It's the real summer type, all right." I felt my way over the hot, swollen quarter, and the cow lifted her leg quickly as I touched the tender tissue. Pretty hard, too. Looks bad, I'm afraid. Terry's face was grim as he ran his hand over the cow's back. He was in his early 20s, had a wife and a small baby, and was one of the breed who was prepared to labour all day for somebody else, and then come home and start work on his own few stock. His 2 cows, his few pigs and hens made a big difference to somebody who had to live on 30 shillings a week. "I can't understand it," he muttered. "It's usually dry cows that get it, and this one's still giving 2 gallons a day. I'd have been on with the tar if only she'd been dry." The farmers used to dab the teats of the dry cows with Stockholm tar to keep off the flies which were blamed for carrying the infection. "No, I'm afraid all cows can get it, especially the ones that are beginning to dry off." I pulled the thermometer from the rectum. It said 106. "What's going to happen then? Can you do out for her?" "I'll do what I can, Terry. I'll give her an injection, and you must strip the teat out as often as you can. But you know as well as I do that it's a poor outlook with these jobs." "Aye, I know all about it." He watched me gloomily as I injected the Corian pyogenes toxoid into the cow's neck. Even now we are still doing this for summer mastitis, because it is a sad fact none of the modern range of antibiotics has much effect on it. "She'll lose her quarter, won't she? And maybe she'll even peg out." I tried to be cheerful. "Well, I don't think she'll die. And even if the quarter goes, she'll make it up on the other 3. But there was a feeling of helplessness I always had when I could do little about something which mattered a great deal. Because I knew what a blow it was to the young man. A 3-teated cow has lost a lot of her market value, and this was about the best outcome I could see. I didn't like to think about the possibility of the animal dying. Look, is there naught at all I can do myself? Is the job a bad un, do you think? Terry Watson's thin cheeks were pale, and as I looked at the slender figure with the slightly stooping shoulders, I thought, not for the first time, that he didn't look robust enough for this hard trade. I can't guarantee anything, I said, but the cases that do the best are the ones that get the most stripping. So work away at this evening, every half hour if you can manage it. That rubbish in her quarter can't do any harm if you draw it out as soon as it's formed. And I think you ought to bathe the udder with warm water and massage it well. What'll I rub it with? Oh, well, it doesn't matter what you use. The main thing is to move the tissue about so you can get more of that stinking stuff out. Vaseline would do nicely. Well, I've got a bowl of goose grease. Okay, use that. I reflected that there must be a bowl of goose grease on most farms. It was the all-purpose lubricant and liniment for man and beast. Terry seemed relieved at the opportunity to do something. He fished out an old bucket, tucked the milking stool between his legs, and crouched down against the cow. He looked up at me with a strangely defiant expression. "Right," he said. "I'm starting now." As it happened, I was called out early the next morning to a milk fever, and on the way home I decided to look in at the Watsons' cottage. It was about 8 o'clock when I entered the little two-stall shed. Terry was in the same position that I had left him in the previous night. He was pulling at the infected teat, eyes closed, cheek resting against the cow's flank. He started as though roused from sleep when I spoke. "Hello. You're having another go, I see." The cow looked round too at my words, and I saw immediately with a thrill of pleasure that she was immeasurably improved. She had lost her blank stare and was looking at me with the casual interest of the healthy bovine, and best of all, her jaws were moving with that slow, regular lateral grind that every vet loves to see. "My God, Terry, she looks a lot better. She isn't like the same cow." The young man seemed to have difficulty in keeping his eyes open, but he smiled. "Aye. And come and have a look at this end." He rose slowly from the stool, straightened his back a little bit at a time, and leant his elbow on the cow's rump. I bent down by the udder, feeling carefully for the painful swelling of last night. But my hand came up against the smooth, yielding surface, and in disbelief I kneaded the tissue between my fingers. The animal showed no sign of discomfort. With a feeling of bewilderment, I drew on the teat with thumb and forefinger. The quarter was nearly empty, but I did manage to squeeze a single jet of pure white milk onto my palm. "What's going on here, Terry? You must have switched cows on me. You're having me on, aren't you?" "Nay, governor," the young man said with his slow smile. "It's the same cow, all right. She's better, that's all." "But it's impossible. What the devil have you done to her?" "Just what you told me to do. Rub and strip." I scratched my head. "But she's back to normal. I've never seen anything like it." "Aye, I know you haven't." It was a woman's voice, and I turned and saw young Mrs. Watson standing at the door holding her baby. "You've never seen a man that will rub and strip a cow right round the clock, have you?" "Round the clock?" I said. She looked at her husband with a mixture of concern and exasperation. "Yes. He's been there on that stool since you left last night. Never been to bed, never been in for a meal. I've been bringing in bits and pieces and cups of tea. Great fool. It's enough to kill anybody." I looked at Terry and my eyes moved from the pallid face over the thin, slightly swaying body to the nearly empty bowl of goose grease at his feet. "Good Lord, man," I said. "You've done the impossible, but you must be about all in. Anyway, you..." Chapter 37. I couldn't help feeling a little bit smug as I squeezed the bright red rubber ball out through the incision in the dog's stomach. We got enough small animal work in Danbury to make a pleasant break from our normal life around the farms, but not enough to make us blasé. No doubt the man with an intensive town practice looks on gastrotomy as a fairly routine and unexciting event. But as I watched the little red ball roll along the table and bounce on the surgery floor, a glow of achievement filled me. The big lolloping red setter pup had been brought in that morning. His mistress said that he had been trembling, miserable, and occasionally vomiting for 2 days, ever since their little girl's ball had mysteriously disappeared. Diagnosis had not been difficult. I inverted the lips of the stomach wound and began to close it with a continuous suture. I was feeling pleasantly relaxed, unlike Tristan, who had been unable to light a woodbine because of the ether which bubbled in the glass bottle behind him and out through the anaesthetic mask which he held over the dog's face. He stared moodily down at the patient, and the fingers of his free hand drummed on the table. But it was soon my turn to be tense because the door of the operating room burst open and Siegfried strode in. I don't know why it was, but whenever Siegfried watched me do anything, I started to go to pieces. Great waves seemed to billow from him. Impatience, frustration, criticism, irritation. I could feel the waves buffeting me now, although my employer's face was expressionless. He was standing quietly at the end of the table, but as the minutes passed, I had the growing impression of a volcano on the bubble. The eruption came when I began to stitch the deep layer of the abdominal muscle. I was pulling a length of catgut from a glass jar when I heard a sharp intake of breath.
God help us, James, cried Siegfried. Stop pulling at that bloody gut. Do you know how much that stuff costs per foot? Well, it's a good job you don't, or you'd faint dead away. And that expensive dusting powder you've been chucking about, there must be about half a pound of it inside the dog right now.
He paused and breathed heavily for a few moments.
Another thing. If you want to swab, a little bit of cotton wool is enough. You don't need a square foot at a time like you've been using. Here, give me the needle, let me show you.
He hastily scrubbed his hands and took over. First he took a minute pinch of the out-of-form powder and sprinkled it daintily into the wound, rather like an old lady feeding her goldfish. Then he cut off a tiny piece of gut and inserted a continuous suture in the muscle. He had hardly left himself enough to tie the knot at the end, and it was touch and go, but he just made it after a few moments of intense concentration. This process was repeated about 10 times as he closed the skin wound with interrupted silk sutures, his nose almost touching the patient as he laboriously tied off each little short end with forceps. When he had finished, he was slightly pop-eyed.
Right, turn off the ether, Tristan,
he said as he pulled off half an inch of wool and primly wiped the wound down. He turned to me and smiled gently. With dismay, I saw his patient look spreading over his face.
James, please don't misunderstand me. You've made a grand job of this dog, but you've got to keep an eye on the economic side of things. I know it doesn't matter a hoot to you just now, but someday, no doubt, you will have your own practice, and then you'll realize some of the worries I have on my shoulders.
He patted my arm, and I steeled myself as he put his head on one side, and a hint of roguishness crept into his smile.
After all, James, you'll agree it is desirable to make some sort of profit in the end.
It was a week later, and I was kneeling on the neck of a sleeping colt in the middle of a field. The sun was hot on the back of my neck as I looked down at the peacefully closed eyes, the narrow face disappearing into the canvas chloroform muzzle. I tipped a few more drops of the anaesthetic on a sponge and screwed the cap onto the bottle. He had had about enough now. I couldn't count the number of times Siegfried and I have enacted this scene. The horse on his grassy bed, my employer cutting away at one end while I watched the head. Siegfried was a unique combination of born horseman and dexterous surgeon, with which I couldn't compete. So I had inevitably developed into an anaesthetist. We liked to do the operations in the open. It was cleaner, and if the horse was wild, he stood less chance of injuring himself. We just hoped for a fine morning, and today we were lucky. In the early haze, I looked over the countless buttercups. The field was filled with them, and it was like sitting in a shimmering yellow ocean. Their pollen had powdered my shoes and the neck of the horse beneath me. Everything had gone off more or less as it usually did. I had gone into the box with the colt, buckled on the muzzle underneath his head collar, then walked him quietly out to a soft, level spot in the field. I left the man at the head holding a long shank on the head collar and poured the first half-ounce of chloroform onto a sponge, watching the colt snuffling and shaking his head at the strange scent. As the man walked him slowly round, I kept adding a little more chloroform, till the colt began to stagger and sway. This stage always took a few minutes, and I waited confidently for Siegfried's little speech, which always came about now. I was not disappointed. "He isn't going to go down, you know, James. Don't you think we should tie a foreleg up?" I adopted my usual policy of feigning deafness, and a few seconds later the colt gave a final lurch and collapsed on his side. Siegfried, released from his enforced inactivity, sprang into action.
Sit on his head,
He yelled.
get a rope on that upper hind leg and pull it forward. Bring me that bucket of water over here. Come on, move!
It was a violent transition. Just moments ago, peace and silence, and now men scurrying in all directions, bumping into each other, urged on by Siegfried's cries. 30 years later, I am still dropping horses for Siegfried, and he is still saying,
He isn't going to go down, James.
These days, I mostly use an intravenous injection of thiopentone, and it puts a horse out in about 10 seconds. It doesn't give Siegfried much time to say his piece, but he usually gets it in somewhere between the 7th and 10th seconds. This morning's case was an injury, but it was a pretty dramatic one, justifying general anaesthetic to repair it. The colt, bred from a fine hunter mare, had been galloping around his paddock and had felt the urge to visit the outside world. He had chosen the only sharp fence post to try to jump over, and had been impaled between the forelegs. In his efforts to escape, he had caused so much damage in the breast region that it looked like something from a butcher's shop, with the skin extensively lacerated and the big, sternal muscles hanging out, chopped through as though by a cleaver.
Roll him on his back,
said Siegfried.
That's better.
He took a probe from the tray which lay on the grass nearby and carefully explored the wound.
No damage to the bone,
he grunted, still peering into the depths. Then he took a pair of forceps and fished out all the loose debris he could find before turning to me.
Well, it's just a big stitching job. You carry on if you like.
As we changed places, it occurred to me that he was disappointed it was not something more interesting. I couldn't see him asking me to take over in a rig operation or something like that. Then, as I picked up the needle, my mind clicked back to the gastrotomy on the dog. Maybe I was on trial for my wasteful ways. This time, I would be on my guard. I threaded the needle with a minute length of gut, took a bite at the severed muscle, and with an effort stitched it back into place. But it was a laborious business tying the little short ends. It was taking me at least 3 times as long as it should. However, I stuck to it doggedly. I had been warned, and I didn't want another lecture. I had put in 6 sutures in this way when I began to feel the waves. My employer was kneeling close to me on the horse's neck, and the foaming breakers of disapproval were crashing into me from close range. I held out for another 2 sutures, then Siegfried exploded in a fierce whisper.
What the hell are you playing at, James?
Well, just stitching. What do you mean?
But why are you buggering about with those little bits of gut? We'll be here all bloody day.
I fumbled another knot into the muscle.
For reasons of economy,
I whispered back, virtuously. Siegfried leapt from the neck as though the horse had bitten him.
I can't stand any more of this. Here, let me have a go.
He strode over to the tray, selected the needle, and caught hold of the free end of the catgut protruding from the jar. With a scything sweep of his arm, he pulled forth an enormous coil of gut, setting the bobbin inside the jar whirring wildly like a salmon reel with a big fish on the line. He returned to the horse, stumbling slightly as the gut caught round his ankles, and began to stitch. It wasn't easy, because even at the full stretch of his arm he was unable to pull the suture tight, and had to keep getting up and down. By the time he had tacked the muscles back into their original position, he was puffing, and I could see a faint dew of perspiration on his forehead. "Drop of blood seeping from somewhere down there," he muttered, and he visited the tray again, where he tore savagely at a huge roll of cotton wool. Trailing untidy white streamers over the buttercups, he returned and swabbed out the wound with one corner of the mass. Back to the tray again. "Just a touch of powder before I stitch the skin," he said lightly, and he seized the 2-pound carton. He poised for a moment over the wound, then began to dispense the powder with extravagant jerks of the wrist. A considerable amount did go into the wound, but much more floated over other parts of the horse, over me, over the buttercups, and a particularly wayward flick obscured the sweating face of the man on the foot rope. When he had finished coughing, he looked very like Coco the Clown. Siegfried completed the closure of the skin using several yards of silk, and when he stood back and surveyed the tidy result, I could see that he was in excellent humour. "Well now, that's fine. A young horse like that will heal in no time. Shouldn't be surprised if he doesn't even leave a mark." He came over and addressed me as I washed the instruments in the bucket. "Sorry I pushed you out like that, James, but honestly I couldn't think what had come over you. You were like an old hen. You know, it looks bad trying to work with piddling little amounts of materials. One has to operate with a certain, well, panache, if I can put it that way, and you just can't do it if you stint yourself." I finished washing the instruments, dried them off, and laid them on the enamel tray. Then I lifted the tray and set off for the gate at the end of the field. Siegfried, walking alongside me, laid his hand on my shoulder. "Mind you, don't think I'm blaming you, James. It's probably your Scottish upbringing. And don't misunderstand me, this same upbringing has inculcated in you so many of the qualities I admire: integrity, industry, loyalty, but I'm sure you'll be the first to admit," and here he stopped and wagged a finger at me, "that you Scots sometimes overdo the thrift." He gave a light laugh. "So remember, James, don't be too, canny when you are operating, huh?" I measured him up. If I dropped the tray quickly, I felt sure I could fell him with a right hook. Siegfried went on. "But I know I don't have to ramble on at you, James. You always pay attention to what I say, don't you?" I tucked the tray under my arm and set off again. "Yes," I replied. "I do. Every single time." Chapter 38. "I can see you like pigs," said Mr. Worley as I edged my way into the pen. "You can?" "Oh, yes, I can always tell. As soon as you went in there nice and quiet and scratched Queenie's back and spoke to her, I said, 'There's a young man as likes pigs.'" "Oh, good. Well, as a matter of fact, you're absolutely right. I do like pigs." I had, in truth, been creeping very cautiously past Queenie, wondering just how she was going to react. She was a huge animal, and sows with litters can be very hostile to strangers. When I had come into the building, she had got up from where she was suckling her piglets and eyed me with a non-committal grunt, reminding me of the number of times I had left the pig pen a lot quicker than I had gone in. A big, barking, gaping-mouthed sow had always been able to make me move very smartly. Now that I was right inside the narrow pen, Queenie seemed to have accepted me. She grunted again, but peaceably, then carefully collapsed on the straw and exposed her udder to the eager little mouths. When she was in this position, I was able to examine her foot. "Aye, that's the one," Mr. Worley said anxiously. "She could hardly hobble when she got up this morning." There didn't seem to be much wrong. A flap of the horn of one claw was a bit overgrown and was rubbing on the sensitive sole, but we didn't usually get called out for little things like that. I cut away the overgrown part and dressed the sore place with our multi-purpose ointment, Ung, Pini, Sedativum, while all the time Mr. Worley knelt by Queenie's head and patted her and sort of crooned into her ear. I couldn't make out the words he used. Maybe it was pig language because the sow really seemed to be answering him with little, soft grunts. Anyway, it worked better than an anaesthetic, and everybody was happy, including the long row of piglets working busily at the double line of teats. "Right, Mr. Worley." I straightened up and handed him the jar of Ung Pini. "Keep rubbing in a little of that twice a day, and I think she'll be sound in no time." Thank you, I'm very grateful." He shook my hand vigorously as though I had saved the animal's life. "I'm very glad to meet you for the first time, Miss Herriot. I've known Mr. Farnham for a year or two, of course, and I think a bit about him. Loves pigs, there's that man. Loves them. And his young brother's been here once or twice. I reckon he's fond of pigs, too." "Devoted to them, Mr. Worley." "Ah, yes, I thought so. I can always tell." He regarded me for a while with a moist eye, then smiled, well satisfied. We went out into what was really the backyard of an inn, because Mr. Worley wasn't a regular farmer. He was the landlord of the Langthorpe Falls Hotel, and his precious livestock were crammed into what had once been the stables and coach houses of the inn. They were all Tamworths, and whichever door you opened, you found yourself staring into the eyes of ginger-haired pigs. There were a few porkers and the odd one being fattened for bacon, but Mr. Worley's prize was his sows. He had 6 of them: Queenie, Princess, Ruby, Marigold, Delilah, and Primrose. For years, expert farmers had been assuring Mr. Worley that he'd never do any good with his sows. If you were going in for breeding, they said, you had to have proper premises. It wasn't a bit of use shoving sows into converted buildings like his. And for years, Mr. Worley's sows had responded by producing litters of unprecedented size and raising them with tender care. They were all good mothers and didn't savage their families or crush them clumsily under their bodies, so it turned out with uncanny regularity that at the end of 8 weeks, Mr. Worley had around 12 chunky weaners to take to market. It must have spoiled the farmer's beer. None of them could equal that. And the pill was all the more bitter because the landlord had come from the industrial West Riding. Halifax, I think it was. A frail, short-sighted little retired newsagent with no agricultural background. By all the laws, he just didn't have a chance. Leaving the yard, we came onto the quiet loop of road where my car was parked. Just beyond, the road dipped steeply into a tree-lined ravine, where the Darrow hurled itself over a great, broken shelf of rock in its passage to the lower dale. I couldn't see down from where I was standing, but I could hear the faint roar of the water, and could picture the black cliff lifting sheer from the boiling river, and on the other bank the gentle slope of turf, where people from the towns came to sit and look in wonder. Some of them were here now. A big, shiny car had drawn up, and its occupants were disembarking. The driver, sleek, fat, and impressive, strolled towards us and called out, "We would like some tea." Mr. Worley swung round on them. "And you can have some, mister, but when I'm ready. I've some very important business with this gentleman." He turned his back on the man and began to ask me for final instructions about Queenie's foot. The man was obviously taken aback, and I couldn't blame him. It seemed to me that Mr. Worley might have shown a little more tact. After all, serving food and drink was his living. But as I came to know him better, I realized that his pigs came first, and everything else was an irritating intrusion. Knowing Mr. Worley better had its rewards. The time when I feel most like a glass of beer is not in the evening when the pubs are open, but at around 4:30 on a hot afternoon, after wrestling with young cattle in some stifling cowshed. It was delightful to retire, sweating and weary, to the shaded sanctuary of Mr. Worley's back kitchen, and sip at the bitter ale, cool, frothing, straight from the cellar below. The smooth working of the system was facilitated by the attitude of the local constable, P.C. Dalloway, a man whose benign disposition and elastic interpretation of the licensing laws had made him deeply respected in the district. Occasionally he joined us, took off his uniform jacket, and in shirt and braces consumed a pint with a massive dignity which was peculiar to him. But mostly Mr. Worley and I were on our own, and when he had brought the tall jug up from the cellar, he would sit down and say, "Well now, Let's have a piggy talk." His use of this particular phrase made me wonder if perhaps he had some humorous insight into his obsessive preoccupation with the porcine species. Maybe he had, but for all that, our conversation seemed to give him the deepest pleasure. We talked about erysipelas and swine fever, brine poisoning and paratyphoid, the relative merits of dry and wet mash, while pictures of his peerless sows with their show rosettes looked down at us from the walls. On one occasion, in the middle of a particularly profound discussion on the ventilation of farrowing houses, Mr. Worley stopped suddenly and, blinking rapidly behind his thick spectacles, burst out, "You know, Mr. Herriot, sitting here talking like this with you, I'm as happy as the King of England." His devotion resulted in my being called out frequently for very trivial things, and I swore freely under my breath when I heard his voice on the other end of the line at 1 o'clock one morning. "Marigold pigged this afternoon, Mr. Herriot, and I don't think she's got much milk. Little pigs look very hungry to me. Will you come?" I groaned my way out of bed and downstairs and through the long garden to the yard. By the time I got the car out into the lane, I had begun to wake up, and when I rolled up to the inn, was able to greet Mr. Worley fairly cheerfully. But the poor man did not respond. In the light from the oil lamp, his face was haggard with worry. "I hope you can do something quick. I'm real upset about her. She's just laid there doing nothing, and it's such a lovely litter. 14 she's had." I could understand his concern as I looked into the pen. Marigold was stretched, motionless on her side, while the tiny piglets swarmed around her udder. They were rushing from teat to teat, squealing and falling over each other in their desperate quest for nourishment, and the little bodies had the narrow, empty look which meant they had nothing in their stomachs. I hated to see a litter die from sheer starvation, but it could happen so easily. There came a time when they stopped trying to suck and began to lie about the pen. After that, it was hopeless. Crouching behind the sow with my thermometer in her rectum, I looked along the swelling flank, the hair a rich copper red in the light of the lamp. Did she eat anything today? Aye, cleaned up just as usual. The thermometer reading was normal. I began to run my hand along the udder, pulling in turn at the teats. The ravenous piglets caught at my fingers with their sharp teeth as I pushed them to one side, but my efforts failed to produce a drop of milk. The udder seemed full, even engorged, but I was unable to get even a bead down to the end of the teat. "There's an out there, is there?" Mr. Worley whispered anxiously. I straightened up and turned to him. "This is simply agalactia. There's no mastitis and Marigold isn't really ill, but there's something interfering with the letdown mechanism of the milk. She's got plenty of milk and there's an injection which ought to bring it down." I tried to keep the triumphant look off my face as I spoke, because this was one of my favourite party tricks. There is a flavour of magic in the injection of pituitary in these cases. It works within a minute, and though no skill is required, the effect is spectacular. Marigold didn't complain as I plunged in the needle and administered 3 cc deep into the muscle of her thigh. She was too busy conversing with her owner. They were almost nose to nose, exchanging soft pig noises. After I had put away my syringe and listened for a few moments to the cooing sounds from the front end, I thought it might be time. Mr. Worley looked up in surprise as I reached down again to the udder. "What are you doing now?" "Having a feel to see if the milk's come down yet." "Why, damn, it can't be. You've only just given stuff, and she's bone dry." Oh, this was going to be good. A roll of drums would be appropriate at this moment. With finger and thumb, I took hold of one of the teats at the turgid back end of the udder. I suppose it's a streak of exhibitionism in me which always makes me send the jet of milk spraying against the opposite wall in these circumstances. This time, I thought it would be more impressive if I directed my shot past the innkeeper's left ear. But I got my trajectory wrong and sprinkled his spectacles instead. He took them off and wiped them slowly as if he couldn't believe what he had seen. Then he bent over and tried for himself. "It's a miracle!" he cried as the milk spouted eagerly over his hand. "I've never seen out like it!" It didn't take the little pigs long to catch on. Within a few seconds they had stopped their fighting and squealing and settled down in a long, silent row. Their utterly rapt expressions all told the same story. They were going to make up for lost time. I went into the kitchen to wash my hands and was using the towel hanging behind the door when I noticed something odd. There was a subdued hum of conversation, the low rumble of many voices. It seemed unusual in a pub at 2 a.m., and I looked through the partly open door into the bar. The place was crowded. In the light of a single weak electric bulb, I could see a row of men drinking at the counter while others sat behind foaming pint pots on the wooden settles against the walls. Mr. Worley grinned as I turned to him in surprise. "Didn't expect to see this lot, did you? Well, I'll tell you, the real drinkers don't come in till after closing time. Aye, it's a rum 'un. Every night a locked front door, and these lads come in the back." I pushed my head round the door for another look. It was a kind of rogues' gallery of Darrowby. All the dubious characters in the town seemed to be gathered in that room, the names which regularly enlivened the columns of the weekly newspaper with their activities. Drunk and disorderly, non-payment of rates, wife-beating, assault and battery. I could almost see the headings as I went from face to face. I had been spotted. Beery cries of welcome ran out, and I was suddenly conscious of all eyes fixed on me in the smoky atmosphere. Above the rest, a voice said, "Are you going to have a drink?" What I wanted most was to get back to my bed, but it wouldn't look so good just to close the door and go. I went inside and over to the bar. I seemed to have plenty of friends there, and within seconds was in the centre of a merry group with a pint glass in my hand. My nearest neighbour was a well-known Darrowby worthy called Gobber Newhouse, an enormously fat man who had always seemed to be able to get through life without working at all. He occupied his time with drinking, brawling, and gambling. At the moment he was in a mellow mood, and his huge, sweating face, pushed close to mine, was twisted into a comradely leer. "Now then, Herriot, how's dog trade?" he inquired, courteously. I had never heard my profession described in this way and was wondering how to answer when I noticed that the company were looking at me expectantly. Mr. Worley's niece, who served behind the bar, was looking at me expectantly too. "6 pints of best bitter, 6 shillings, please," she said, clarifying the situation. I fumbled the money from my pocket. Obviously, my first impression that somebody had invited me to have a drink with them had been mistaken. Looking round the faces, there was no way of telling who had called out, and as the beer disappeared, the group round the bar thinned out like magic. The members just drifted away as though by accident, till I found myself alone. I was no longer an object of interest, and nobody paid any attention as I drained my glass and left. The glow from the pig pen showed through the darkness of the yard, and as I crossed over, the soft rumble of pig and human voices told me that Mr. Worley was still talking things over with his sow. He looked up as I came in, and his face in the dim light was ecstatic. "Mr. Herriot," he whispered, "isn't that a beautiful sight?" He pointed to the little pigs who were lying motionless in a layered heap, sprawled over each other without plan or pattern, eyes tightly closed, stomachs bloated with Marigold's bountiful fluid. "It is indeed," I said, prodding the sleeping mass with my finger, but getting no response beyond the lazy opening of an eye. "You'd have to go a long way to beat it." And I did share his pleasure. It was one of the satisfying little jobs. Climbing into the car, I felt that the nocturnal visit had been worthwhile, even though I had been duped into buying a round with no hope of reciprocation. Not that I wanted to drink any more. My stomach wasn't used to receiving pints of ale at 2 a.m., and a few whimpers of surprise and indignation were already coming up. But I was just a bit ruffled by the offhand, professional way those gentlemen in the tap room had handled me. But, winding my way home through the empty, moonlit roads, I was unaware that the hand of retribution was hovering over that happy band. This was, in fact, a fateful night, because 10 minutes after I had left, Mr. Worley's pub was raided. Perhaps that is a rather dramatic word, but it happened that it was the constable's annual holiday, and the relief man, a young policeman who did not share Mr. Dalloway's liberal views, had come up on his bicycle and pinched everybody in the place. The account of the court proceedings in the Darrowby and Hulton Times made good reading. Gobber Newhouse and company were all fined £2 each, and warned as to their future conduct. The magistrates, obviously a heartless lot, had remained unmoved by Gobber's passionate protestations that the beer in the glasses had all been purchased before closing time, and that he and his friends had been lingering over it in light conversation for the subsequent 4 hours. Mr. Worley was fined £15, but I don't think he really minded. Marigold and her litter were doing well.
Chapter 39.
This was the last gate. I got out to open it since Tristan was driving, and looked back at the farm a long way below us now, and at the marks our tyres had made on the steep, grassy slopes. Strange places, some of these Dales farms. This one had no road to it, not even a track. From down there you just drove across the fields from gate to gate till you got to the main road above the valley, and this was the last one. 10 minutes driving, and we'd be home. Tristan was acting as my chauffeur, as my left hand had been infected after a bad carving, and I had my arm in a sling. He didn't drive up through the gate, but got out of the car, leant his back against the gatepost, and lit a woodbine. Obviously he wasn't in any rush to leave. And with the sun warm on the back of his neck, and the 2 bottles of Whitbreads nestling comfortably in his stomach, I could divine that he felt pretty good. Come to think of it, it had been all right back there. He had taken some warts off a heifer's teats, and the farmer had said he shaped well for a young'un. Aye, you really framed it, job lad. And asked us in for a bottle of beer since it was so hot. Impressed by the ecstatic speed with which Tristan had consumed his, he had given him another. Yes, it had been all right. And I could see Tristan thought so too. With a smile of utter content, he took a long, deep gulp of moorland air and woodbine smoke, and closed his eyes. He opened them quickly as a grinding noise came from the car.
Christ! She's off, Jim!
He shouted. The little Austin was moving gently backwards down the slope. It must have slipped out of gear, and it had no brakes to speak of. We both leapt after it. Tristan was near us, and he just managed to touch the bonnet with one finger. The speed was too much for him. We gave it up and watched. The hillside was steep, and the little car rapidly gathered momentum, bouncing crazily over the uneven ground. I glanced at Tristan. His mind invariably worked quickly and clearly in a crisis, and I had a good idea what he was thinking. It was only a fortnight since he had turned the hillman over, taking a girl home from a dance. It had been a complete write-off, and the insurance company had been rather nasty about it. And of course Siegfried had gone nearly berserk, and had finished by sacking him finally, once and for all. Never wanted to see his face in the place again. But he had been sacked so often, he knew he had only to keep out of his way for a bit and his brother would forget. And he had been lucky this time, because Siegfried had talked his bank manager into letting him buy a beautiful new Rover, and this had blotted everything else from his mind. It was distinctly unfortunate that this should happen when he, as driver, was technically in charge of the Austin. The car appeared now to be doing about 70 miles per hour, hurtling terrifyingly down the long, green slope. One by one the doors burst open till all 4 flapped wildly, and the car swooped downwards looking like a huge, ungainly bird. From the open doors, bottles, instruments, bandages, cotton wool cascaded out onto the turf, leaving a long, broken trail. Now and again a packet of Nux Vomica and bicarb stomach powder would fly out and burst like a bomb, splashing vivid white against the green. Tristan threw up his arms.
Look! The bloody thing's going straight for that hut!
He drew harder on his woodbine. There was indeed only one obstruction on the bare hillside, a small building near the foot where the land levelled out, and the Austin, as if drawn by a magnet, was thundering straight towards it. I couldn't bear to watch. Just before the impact, I turned away and focused my attention at the end of Tristan's cigarette, which was glowing bright red when the crash came. When I looked back down the hill, the building was no longer there. It had been completely flattened, and everything I had ever heard about houses of cards surged into my mind. On top of the shattered timbers, the little car lay peacefully on its side, its wheels still turning lazily. As we galloped down the hill, it was easy to guess Tristan's thoughts. He wouldn't be looking forward to telling Siegfried he had wrecked the Austin. In fact, it was something the mind almost refused to contemplate. But as we neared the scene of devastation, passing on our way syringes, scalpels, bottles of vaccine, it was difficult to see any other outcome. Arriving at the car, we made an anxious inspection. The body had been so bashed and dented before that it wasn't easy to identify any new marks. Certainly the rear end was pretty well caved in, but it didn't show up very much. The only obvious damage was a smashed rear light. Our hopes rising, we set off for the farm for help. The farmer greeted us amiably.
"Now then, lads. Has to come back for more beer?"
"It wouldn't come amiss," Tristan replied. "We've had a bit of an accident." We went into the house and the hospitable man opened some more bottles. He didn't seem disturbed when he heard of the demolition of the hut.
"Nay, that's not mine. Belongs to the golf club. It's the clubhouse."
Tristan's eyebrows shot up. "Oh, no. Don't say we've flattened the headquarters of the Darrowby Golf Club."
"Aye, lad, you must have.
It's the only wooden building in them fields. I rent that part of my land to the club, and they've made a little 9-hole course. Don't worry, hardly anybody plays on it. Mainly it's a bank manager, and I don't like that fellow anyway." Mr. Prescott got a horse out of the stable, and we went back to the car and pulled it upright again. Trembling a little, Tristan climbed in and pressed the starter. The sturdy little engine burst into a confident roar immediately, and he drove carefully over the prostrate wooden walls onto the grass.
"Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Prescott,"
he shouted.
"We seem to have got away with it."
"Champion, lad, champion. They're as good as new."
Then the farmer winked and held up a finger.
"Now you say nowt about this job, and I'll say nowt. Right? Right. Come on, Jim, get in."
Tristan put his foot down and we chugged thankfully up the hill once more. He seemed thoughtful on the way and didn't speak till we got onto the road. Then he turned to me. "You know, Jim, it's all very well, but I've still got to confess to Siegfried about that rear light. And of course I'll get the lash again. Don't you think it's a bit hard the way I get blamed for everything that happens to his cars? You've seen it over and over again. He gives me a lot of bloody old wrecks to drive, and when they start to fall to bits, it's always my fault. The bloody tires are all down to the canvas, but if I get a puncture, there's hell to pay. It isn't fair." "Well, Siegfried isn't the man to suffer in silence, you know," I said. "He's got to lash out, and you're the nearest." Tristan was silent for a moment. Then he took a deeper drag of his woodbine, blew out his cheeks, and assumed a judicial expression. Mind you, I'm not saying I was entirely blameless with regard to the hillman. I was taking that sharp turn at Dringley at 60 with my arm round a little nurse, but, all in all, I've just had sheer bad luck. In fact, Jim, I'm a helpless victim of prejudice." Siegfried was out of sorts when we met him in the surgery. He was starting a summer cold and was snuffly and listless, but he still managed to raise a burst of energy at the news. "You bloody young maniac, it's the rear light now, is it? God help me, I think all I work for is to pay for the repair bills you run up. You'll ruin me before you're finished. Go on, get the hell out of it, I'm finished with you." Tristan retired with dignity and followed his usual policy of lying low. He didn't see his brother until the following morning. Siegfried's condition had deteriorated. The cold had settled in his throat, always his weak spot, and he was down with laryngitis. His neck was swathed in vinegar-soaked thermogene, and when Tristan and I came into the bedroom, he was feebly turning over the pages of the Darrowby and Hulton Times. He spoke in a tortured whisper. "Have you seen this? It says here that the golf clubhouse was knocked down yesterday, and there's no clue as to how it happened. A damn funny thing. On Prescott's land, isn't it? His head jerked suddenly from the pillow, and he glared at his brother. You were there yesterday, he croaked. Then he fell back, muttering. Oh, no. No, I'm sorry. It's too ridiculous. And it's wrong of me to blame you for everything. Tristan stared. He had never heard this kind of talk from Siegfried before. I too felt a pang of anxiety. Could my boss be delirious? Siegfried swallowed painfully. I've just had an urgent call from Armitage of Sorton. He's got a cow down with milk fever, and I want you to drive James out there straight away. Go on now, get moving. Afraid I can't. Tristan shrugged. Jim's car's in Hammond's garage. They're fixing that light. It'll take them about an hour. Oh, God, yes. And they said they couldn't let us have a spare. Well, Armitage is in a bit of a panic. That cow could be dead in an hour. What the hell can we do? There's the rover, Tristan said quietly. Siegfried's form stiffened suddenly under the blankets, and wild terror flickered in his eyes. For a few moments his head rolled about on the pillow, and his long, bony fingers picked nervously at the quilt. Then, with an effort, he heaved himself onto his side and stared into his brother's eyes. He spoke slowly, and the agonized hissing of his voice lent menace to his words. Right. So you'll have to take the rover. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd let a wrecker like you drive it, but just let me tell you this. If you put a scratch on that car, I'll kill you. I'll kill you with my own 2 hands. The old pattern was asserting itself. Siegfried's eyes had begun to bulge. A dark flush was creeping over his cheeks, while Tristan's face had lost all expression. Using the last remnants of his strength, Siegfried hoisted himself even higher. Now, do you really think that you are capable of driving that car 5 miles to Sorton and back without smashing it up? All right then, get on with it. And just remember what I've said. Tristan withdrew in offended silence, and as I followed him I took a last look at the figure on the bed. Siegfried had fallen back and was staring at the ceiling with feverish eyes. His lips moved feebly as though he were praying. Outside the room, Tristan rubbed his hands delightedly. What a break, Jim! The chance of a lifetime! You know, I never thought I'd get behind the wheel of that rover in 100 years. He dropped his voice to a whisper. Just shows you. Everything happens for the best. 5 minutes later, he was backing carefully out of the yard and into the lane, and once on the Sorton Road I saw he was beginning to enjoy himself. For 2 miles the way ahead stretched straight and clear except for a milk lorry approaching in the far distance, a perfect place to see what the rover could do. He nestled down in the deep, rich leather upholstery and pressed his foot hard on the accelerator. We were doing an effortless 80 when I saw a car beginning to overtake the milk lorry. It was an ancient, square-topped, high-built vehicle like a biscuit tin on wheels, and it had no business trying to overtake anything. I waited for it to pull back, but it still came on, and the lorry, perhaps with a sporting driver, seemed to be spurting to make a race of it. With increasing alarm, I saw the 2 vehicles abreast and bearing down on us only a few hundred yards away, and not a foot of space on either side of them. Of course, the old car would pull in behind the lorry. It had to. There was no other way, but it was taking a long time about it. Tristan jammed on his brakes. If the lorry did the same, the other car would just be able to dodge between. But within seconds I realized nothing like that was going to happen, and as they thundered towards us I resigned myself with dumb horror to a head-on collision. Just before I closed my eyes I had a fleeting glimpse of a large, alarmed face behind the wheel of the old car. Then something hit the left side of the rover with a rending crash. When I opened my eyes, we were stationary. There was just Tristan and myself staring straight ahead at the road, empty and quiet, curving ahead of us into the peaceful green of the hills. I sat motionless, listening to my thumping heart, Then I looked over my shoulder and saw the lorry disappearing at great speed round a distant bend. In passing, I studied Tristan's face with interest. I had never seen a completely green face before. After quite a long time, feeling a draft from the left, I looked carefully round in that direction. There were no doors on that side. One was lying by the roadside a few yards back, and the other hung from a single broken hinge. As I watched, this one too clattered onto the tarmac with a note of flat finality. Slowly, as in a dream, I got out and surveyed the damage. The left side of the Rover was a desert of twisted metal, where the old car, diving for the verge at the last split second, had ploughed its way. Tristan had flopped down on the grass, his face blank. A nasty scratch on the paintwork might have sent him into a panic, but this wholesale destruction seemed to have numbed his senses. But this state didn't last long. He began to blink, then his eyes narrowed and he felt for his woodbines. His agile mind was back at work, and it wasn't difficult to read his thoughts. What was he going to do now? It seemed to me, after a short appraisal of the situation, that he had three possible courses of action. First, and most attractive, he could get out of Darrowby permanently, emigrate if necessary. Second, he could go straight to the railway station and board a train for Broughton, where he could live quietly with his mother till this had blown over. Third, and he didn't bear thinking about, he could go back to Scaledale House and tell Siegfried he had smashed up his new Rover. As I weighed up the possibilities, I spotted the old car which had hit us. It was lying upside down in a ditch about 50 yards down the road. Hurrying towards it, I could hear a loud cackling coming from the interior, and I remembered it was market day, and many of the farmers would be bringing in crates of hens and maybe 20 or 30 dozen eggs to sell. We peered in through a window, and Tristan gasped. A fat man, obviously unhurt, was lying in a great pool of smashed eggs. His face wore a wide, reassuring smile. In fact, his whole expression was ingratiating as far as it could be seen through the mask of eggs which covered his features. The rest of the interior was filled with frantic hens, which had escaped from their crates in the crash and were hunting for a way out. The fat man, smiling up happily from his bed of eggs, was shouting something, but it was difficult to hear him above the wild cackling. I managed to pick out the odd phrase. "Very sorry indeed. Entirely my fault. I'll make good the damage." The words floated up cheerfully while the hens scampered across the man's beaming face, and yolks coursed sluggishly down his clothes. With an effort, Tristan managed to wrench open a door, and was driven back immediately by a rush of hens. Some of them galloped off in various directions till they were lost to sight, while their less adventurous companions began to peck about philosophically by the roadside.
Are you all right?
Tristan shouted. Yes, young man. I'm not hurt. Please don't worry about me. The fat man struggled vainly to rise from the squelching mass. I am sorry about this, but I'll see you right, you can be sure. He held up a dripping hand and we helped him out onto the road. Despite his saturated clothes and the pieces of shell sticking to his hair and moustache, he hadn't lost his poise. In fact, he radiated confidence. The same confidence, I thought, which made him think his old car could overtake that speeding lorry. He laid a hand on Tristan's shoulder. There's a simple explanation, you know. The sun got in my eyes. It was 12 noon and the fat man had been driving due north, but there didn't seem much point in arguing. We lifted the shattered doors from the road, put them inside the Rover, drove to Sawton, treated the milk fever cow, and returned to Darrowby. Tristan gave me a single, despairing look, then squared his shoulders and marched straight to his brother's room. I followed close on his heels. Siegfried was worse. His face was red with fever, and his eyes burned deeply in their sockets. He didn't move when Tristan walked over to the foot of the bed. Well, how did you get on? The whisper was barely audible. Oh, fine. The cow was on her feet when we left, but there's just one thing. I had a bit of a bump with a car. Siegfried had been wheezing stertorously and staring at the ceiling. but the breathing stopped as if it had been switched off. There was an eerie silence. Then, from the completely motionless figure, 2 strangled words escaped. "What happened?" "It wasn't my fault. Chap tried to overtake a lorry and didn't make it. Caught one side of the rover." Again the silence, and again the whisper. "Much damage. Front and rear wings pretty well mangled, I'm afraid, and both doors torn off the left side." As if operated by a powerful spring, Siegfried came bolt upright in the bed. It was startlingly like a corpse coming to life, and the effect was heightened by the coils of thermogene which had burst loose and trailed in shroud-like garlands from the haggard head. The mouth opened wide in a completely soundless scream. "You bloody fool! You're sacked!" He crashed back onto the pillow as though the mechanism had gone into reverse and lay very still. We watched him for a few moments in some anxiety, but when we heard the breathing restart, we tiptoed from the room. On the landing, Tristan blew out his cheeks and drew a woodbine from its packet. "A tricky little situation, Jim, but you know what I always say." He struck a match and pulled the smoke down blissfully. "Things usually turn out better than you expect."
Chapter 40.
A lot of the Dales' farms were anonymous, and it was a help to find this one so plainly identified. Heston Grange, it said on the gate, in bold black capitals. I got out of the car and undid the latch. It was a good gate, too, and swung easily on its hinges, instead of having to be dragged round with a shoulder under the top spar. The farmhouse lay below me, massive, grey-stoned, with a pair of bow windows which some prosperous Victorian had added to the original structure. It stood on a flat green neck of land in a loop of the river, and the lushness of the grass and the quiet fertility of the surrounding fields contrasted sharply with the stark hills behind. Towering oaks and beeches sheltered the house, and a thick pine wood covered the lower slopes of the fell. I walked round the building, shouting as I always did, because some people considered it a subtle insult to go to the house and ask if the farmer was in. Good farmers are indoors only at mealtimes. But my shouts drew no reply, so I went over and knocked at the door, set deep among the weathered stones. A voice answered, "Come in," and I opened the door into a huge stone-flagged kitchen, with hams and sides of bacon hanging from hooks in the ceiling. A dark girl in a check blouse and green linen slacks was kneading dough in a bowl. She looked up and smiled. "Sorry I couldn't let you in. I've got my hands full." She held up her arms, flowery white to the elbow. "Oh, that's all right. My name's Herriot. I've come to see a calf. It's lame, I understand." "Yes, we think he's broken his leg. Probably got his foot in a hole when he was running about. If you don't mind waiting a minute, I'll come with you. My father and the men are in the fields. I'm Helen Alderson, by the way." She washed and dried her arms and pulled on a pair of short Wellingtons. "Take over the bread, will you, Meg?" she said to an old woman who came through from an inner room. "I'll have to show Mr. Herriot the calf." Outside, she turned to me and laughed. "We've got a bit of a walk, I'm afraid. He's in one of the top buildings. Look, you can just see it up there." She pointed to a squat stone barn high on the fell side. I knew all about those top buildings. They were scattered all over the high country, and I got a lot of healthy exercise going round them. They were used for storing hay and other things, and as shelters for the animals on the hill pastures. I looked at the girl for a few seconds. "Oh, that's all right. I don't mind. I don't mind in the least." We went over the field to a narrow bridge spanning the river, and following her across, I was struck by a thought. This new fashion of women wearing slacks might be a bit revolutionary, but there was a lot to be said for it. The path led upwards through the pine wood, and here the sunshine was broken up into islands of brightness among the dark trunks. The sound of the river grew faint, and we walked softly on a thick carpet of pine needles. It was cool in the wood, and silent, except when a bird call echoed through the trees. 10 minutes of hard walking brought us out again into the hot sun on the open moor, and the path curved steeper still round a series of rocky outcrops. I was beginning to puff, but the girl kept up a brisk pace, swinging along with easy strides. I was glad when we reached the level ground on the top and the barn came in sight again. When I opened the half door, I could see my patient in the dark interior, which was heavy with the fragrance of hay piled nearly to the roof. He looked very small and sorry for himself, with his dangling foreleg which trailed uselessly along the strawed floor as he tried to walk. "Will you hold his head while I examine him, please?" I said. The girl caught the calf expertly, one hand under its chin, the other holding an ear. As I felt my way over the leg, the little creature stood trembling, his face a picture of woe. "Well, your diagnosis was correct. Clean fracture of the radius and ulna. But there's very little displacement, so it should do well with plaster on it." I opened my bag, took out some plaster bandages, then filled a bucket with water from a nearby spring. I soaked one of the bandages and applied it to the leg, following it with a second and a third till the limb was encased in a rapidly hardening white sheath from elbow to foot. "We'll just wait a couple of minutes till it hardens, then we can let him go." I kept tapping the plaster till I was satisfied it was set like stone. "All right," I said finally. "He can go now." The girl released the head and the little animal trotted away. "Look!" she cried. "He's putting his weight on it already. And doesn't he look a lot happier?" I smiled. I felt I had really done something. The calf felt no pain now the broken ends of the bone were immobilized, and the fear which always demoralizes a hurt animal had magically vanished. "Yes," I said. "He certainly has perked up quickly." My words were almost drowned by a tremendous bellow, and the patch of blue above the half door was suddenly obscured by a large, shaggy head. Two great liquid eyes stared down anxiously at the little calf, and it answered with a high-pitched bawl. Soon a deafening duet was in progress. "That's his mother!" the girl shouted above the din. "Poor old thing! She's been hanging about here all morning wondering what we've done with her calf. She hates being separated from him." I straightened up and drew the bolt on the door. "Well, she can come in now." The big cow almost knocked me down as she rushed past me. Then she started a careful, sniffing inspection of her calf, pushing him round with her muzzle and making muffled, lowing noises deep in her throat. The little creature submitted happily to all the fuss, and when it was over and his mother was finally satisfied, he limped round to her udder and began to suck heartily. "Soon got his appetite back," I said, and we both laughed. I threw the empty tins into my bag and closed it. "He'll have to keep the plaster on for about a month, so if you'll give me a ring, then I'll come back and take it off. Just keep an eye on him and make sure his leg doesn't get sore around the top of the bandage." As we left the barn, the sunshine and the sweet warm air met us like a high wave. I turned and looked across the valley to the soaring green heights, smooth, enormous, hazy in the noon heat. Beneath my feet, the grassy slopes fell away steeply to where the river glimmered among the trees. "It's wonderful up here," I said. "Just look at that gorge over there, and that great hill. I suppose you could call it a mountain." I pointed at a giant which heaved its heather-mottled shoulders high above the others. "That's Heskett Fell, nearly 2,500 feet. And that's Eddleton just beyond, and Wedderfell on the other side, and Culver and Senna." The names with their wild Nordic ring fell easily from her tongue. She spoke of them like old friends, and I could sense the affection in her voice. We sat down on the warm grass of the hillside. A soft breeze pulled at the heads of the moorland flowers. Somewhere a curlew cried. Garraby and Scaledale House and veterinary practice seemed 1,000 miles away. "God, you're lucky to live here," I said. "But I don't think you need me to tell you that. No. I love this country. There's nowhere else quite like it. She paused and looked slowly round her. I'm glad it appeals to you too. A lot of people find it too bare and wild. It almost seems to frighten them. I laughed. Yes, I know. But as far as I'm concerned, I can't help feeling sorry for all the thousands of vets who don't work in the Yorkshire Dales. I began to talk about my work. Then, almost without knowing, I was going back over my student days, telling her of the good times, the friends I'd made, and our hopes and aspirations. I surprised myself with my flow of talk. I wasn't much of a chatterbox usually, and I felt I must be boring my companion, but she sat quietly looking over the valley, her arms around her green-clad legs, nodding at times as though she understood. And she laughed in all the right places. I wondered, too, at the silly thing that I would like to forget all about the rest of the day's duty and stay up here on the sunny hillside. It came to me that it had been a long time since I'd sat down and talked to a girl of my own age. I'd almost forgotten what it was like. I didn't hurry back down the path and through the scented pine wood, but it seemed no time at all before we were walking across the wooden bridge and over the field to the farm. I turned with my hand on the car door. Well, I'll see you in a month. It sounded like an awful long time. The girl smiled. Thank you for what you've done. As I started the engine, she waved and went into the house. Helen Alderson, Siegfried said later over lunch. Of course I know her. Lovely girl. Tristan, across the table, made no comment, but he laid down his knife and fork, raised his eyes reverently to the ceiling, and gave a long, low whistle. Then he started to eat again. Siegfried went on. Oh, yes, I know her very well. And I admire her. Her mother died a few years ago, and she runs the whole place. Cooks and looks after her father and a younger brother and sister. He spooned some mashed potatoes onto his plate. Any men friends? Well, half the young bloods in the district are chasing her, but she doesn't seem to be going steady with any of them. Choosy sort, I think.
Chapter 41.
It was when I was plodding up Mr. K's field for the 9th time that it began to occur to me that this wasn't going to be my day. For some time now I had been an LVI, the important owner of a little certificate informing whosoever it may concern that James Herriot, MRCVS, was a local veterinary inspector of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries. It meant that I was involved in a lot of routine work like clinical examination and tuberculin testing. It also highlighted something which I had been suspecting for some time. The Dales farmers' attitude to time was different from my own. It had been all right when I was calling on them to see a sick animal. They were usually around waiting for me, and the beast would be confined in some building when I arrived. It was very different, however, when I sent them a card saying I was coming to inspect their dairy cows or test their herd. It stated quite clearly on the card that the animals must be assembled indoors and that I would be there at a certain time, and I planned my day accordingly. 15 minutes or so for a clinical and anything up to several hours for a test, depending on the size of the herd. If I was kept waiting for 10 minutes at every clinical while they got the cows in from the field, it meant simply that after 6 visits I was running an hour late. So when I drove up to Mr. K's farm for a tuberculin test and found the cows tied up in their stalls, I breathed a sigh of relief. We were through them in no time at all, and I thought I was having a wonderful start to the day when the farmer said he had only half a dozen young heifers to do to complete their job. It was when I left the building and saw the group of shaggy roans and reds grazing contentedly at the far end of a large field that I felt the old foreboding. I thought you'd have them inside, Mr. K, I said apprehensively. Mr. K tapped out his pipe onto his palm, mixed the sodden dottle with a few strands of villainous-looking twist, and crammed it back into the bowl. Nay, nay, he said, puffing appreciatively. I don't like to put them in on a grand hot day like this. We'll drive them up to that little house. He pointed to a tumble-down grey stone barn at the summit of the long, steeply sloping pasture, and blew out a cloud of choking smoke.
Won't take many minutes.
At his last sentence, a cold hand clutched at me. I'd heard those dreadful words so many times before, but maybe it would be all right this time. We made our way to the bottom of the field and got behind the heifers.
Gosh! Gosh!
Cried Mr. K.
Cush! Cush!
I added encouragingly, slapping my hands against my thighs. The heifers stopped pulling the grass and regarded us with mild interest, their jaws moving lazily. Then, in response to further cries, they began to meander casually up the hill. We managed to coax them to the door of the barn, but there they stopped. The leader put her head inside for a moment, then turned suddenly and made a dash down the hill. The others followed suit immediately, and though we danced about and waved our arms, they ran past us as if we weren't there. I looked thoughtfully at the young beasts thundering down the slope, their tails high, kicking up their heels like mustangs. They were enjoying this new game. Down the hill once more, and again the slow wheedling up to the door, and again the sudden breakaway. This time one of them tried it on her own, and as I galloped vainly to and fro trying to turn her, the others charged with glee through the gap and down the slope again. It was a long, steep hill, and as I trudged up for the third time with the sun blazing on my back, I began to regret being so conscientious about my clothes. In the instructions to the new LVIs, the ministry had been explicit that they expected us to be properly attired to carry out our duties. I had taken it to heart and rigged myself out in the required uniform. But I realized now that the long oilskin coat and Wellingtons was not an ideal outfit for the job in hand. The sweat was trickling into my eyes, and my shirt was beginning to cling to me. When, for the third time, I saw the retreating backs careering joyously down the hill, I thought it was time to do something about it.
Just a minute,
I called to the farmer.
I'm getting a bit warm.
I took off the coat, rolled it up, and placed it on the grass well away from the barn. And as I made up a neat pile of my syringe, the box of tuberculin, my calipers, scissors, notebook and pencil, the thought kept intruding that I was being cheated in some way. After all, ministry work was easy. Any practitioner could tell you that. You didn't have to get up in the middle of the night, you had nice set hours, and you never really had to exert yourself. In fact, it was money for old rope. A pleasant relaxation from the real thing. I wiped my streaming brow and stood for a few seconds panting gently. This just wasn't fair. We started again, and at the fourth visit to the barn I thought we had won because all but one of the heifers strolled casually inside. But that last one just wouldn't have it. We cushed imploringly, waved, and even got near enough to poke at its rump, but it stood in the entrance regarding the interior with deep suspicion. Then the heads of its mates began to reappear in the doorway, and I knew we had lost again. Despite my frantic dancing and shouting, they wandered out one by one before joining again in their happy downhill dash. This time I found myself galloping down after them in an agony of frustration. We had another few tries during which the heifers introduced touches of variation by sometimes breaking away halfway up the hill, or occasionally trotting round the back of the barn and peeping at us coyly from behind the old stones, before frisking to the bottom again. After the 8th descent, I looked appealingly at Mr. K, who was relighting his pipe calmly and didn't appear to be troubled in any way. My time schedule was in tatters, but I don't think he had noticed that we had been going on like this for about 40 minutes.
Look, we're getting nowhere, I said. I've got a lot of other work waiting for me. Isn't there anything more we can do?
The farmer stamped down the twist with his thumb, drew deeply and pleasurably a few times, then looked at me with mild surprise.
Well, let's see. We could bring Dog out, but don't know as he'll be much good. He's not but a young'un.
He sauntered back to the farmhouse and opened a door, a shaggy cur catapulted out, barking in delight, and Mr. K brought him over to the field.
Get away, boy!
He cried, gesturing towards the cattle who had resumed their grazings, and the dog streaked behind them. I really began to hope as we went up the hill with the hairy little figure darting in, nipping at the heels, but at the barn the rot set in again. I could see the heifers beginning to sense the inexperience of the dog, and one of them managed to kick him briskly under the chin as he came in. The little animal yelped, and his tail went down. He stood uncertainly, looked at the beasts advancing on him now, shaking their horns, threateningly. Then he seemed to come to a decision, and slunk away. The young cattle went after him at increasing speed, and in a moment I was looking at the extraordinary spectacle of the dog going flat out down the hill with the heifers drumming close behind him. At the foot, he disappeared under a gate, and we saw him no more. Something seemed to give way in my head.
Oh, God!
I yelled.
We're never going to get those damn things tested! I'll just have to leave them. I don't know what the ministry's going to say, but I've had enough.
The farmer looked at me, ruminatively. He seemed to recognize that I was at breaking point.
Aye, it's no good,
he said, tapping his pipe out on his heel.
We'll have to get Sam.
Sam?
Aye, Sam Broadbent. Works for me neighbour. He'll get him in all right.
How's he going to do that?
Oh, he can imitate a fly.
For a moment, my mind reeled. Did you say imitate a fly?
That's right. A warble fly, the nose. He's a bit slowest lad, but by gor, he can imitate a fly. I'll go and get him. He's only 2 fields down the road.
I watched the farmers retreating back in disbelief. Then I threw myself down on the ground. At any other time, I would have enjoyed lying there on the slope with the sun on my face, and the grass cool against my sweating back. The air was still and heavy with the fragrance of clover, and when I opened my eyes, the gentle curve of the valley floor was a vision of peace. But my mind was a turmoil. I had a full day's ministry work waiting for me, and I was an hour behind time already. I could just picture the long succession of farmers waiting for me and cursing me heartily. The tension built in me till I could stand it no longer. I jumped to my feet and ran down to the gate at the foot. I could see along the road from there, and I was relieved to find Mr. K was on his way back. Just behind him, a large fat man was riding slowly on a very small bicycle, his heels on the pedals, his feet and knees sticking out at right angles. Tufts of greasy black hair stuck out at random from under a kind of skull cap, which looked like an old bowler without the brim.
Sam's come to give us an hand,
said Mr. K with an air of quiet triumph.
Good morning,
I said, and the big man turned slowly and nodded. The eyes in the round, unshaven face were vacant and incurious, and I decided that Sam did indeed look a bit slow. I found it difficult to imagine how he could possibly be of any help. The heifers, standing nearby, watched with languid interest as we came through the gate. They had obviously enjoyed every minute of the morning's entertainment, and it seemed they were game for a little more fun if we so desired. But it was up to us, of course. They weren't worried either way. Sam propped his bicycle against the wall and paced solemnly forward. He made a circle of his thumb and forefinger and placed it to his lips. His cheeks worked as though he were getting everything into place. Then he took a deep breath. And from nowhere, it seemed, came a sudden swelling of angry sound, a vicious humming and buzzing which made me look round in alarm for the enraged insect zooming in for the kill. The effect on the heifers was electric. Their superior air vanished and was replaced by rigid anxiety. Then, as the noise increased in volume, they turned and charged up the hill, but it wasn't the carefree frolic of before. No tossing heads, waving tails and kicking heels. This time they kept shoulder to shoulder in a frightened block. Mr. K and I, trotting on either side, directed them yet again up to the building where they formed a group looking nervously around them. We had to wait for a short while for Sam to arrive. He was clearly a one-pace man and ascended the slope unhurriedly. At the top, he paused to regain his breath, fixed the animals with a blank gaze, and carefully adjusted his fingers against his mouth. A moment's tense silence. Then the humming broke out again, even more furious and insistent than before. The heifers knew when they were beaten. With a chorus of startled bellows, they turned and rushed into the building, and I crashed the half door behind them. I stood leaning against it, unable to believe my troubles were over. Sam joined me and looked into the dark interior. As if to finally establish his mastery, he gave a sudden, sharp blast, this time without his fingers, and his victims huddled still closer against the far wall. A few minutes later, after Sam had left us, I was happily clipping and injecting the necks. I looked up at the farmer. You know, I can still hardly believe what I saw there. It was like magic. That chap has a wonderful gift. Mr. K looked over the half door, and I followed his gaze down the grassy slope to the road. Sam was riding away, and the strange black headwear was just visible, bobbing along the top of a wall. Aye, he can imitate a fly, all right. Poor old lad. It's the only thing he's good at. The lot of them. But I knew that my lateness wouldn't bring any querulous remarks on my head, because the Huggles had developed the Dale's tradition of courtesy to an extraordinary degree. The stranger within their gates was treated like royalty. As I drove into the yard, I could see everybody leaving their immediate tasks and advancing on me with beaming faces. The brothers were in the lead, and they stopped opposite me as I got out of the car, and I thought, as I always did, that I had never seen such healthy-looking men. Their ages ranged from Walter, who was about 60, down through Thomas and Fenwick to William, the youngest, who would be in his late 40s, and I should say their average weight would be about 15 stones. They weren't fat either, just huge, solid men with bright red, shining faces and clear eyes. William stepped forward from the group, and I knew what was coming. This was always his job. He leant forward, suddenly solemn, and looked into my face.
How are you today, sir?
He asked. Very well, thank you, Mr. Huggill, I replied.
Good,
said William fervently, and the other brothers all repeated,
good, good, good,
with deep satisfaction. William took a deep breath.
And how is Mr. Farnan?
Oh, he's very fit, thanks. Good. Then the rapid fire of the responses from behind him.
Good, good, good.
William hadn't finished yet. He cleared his throat.
And how is young Mr. Farnan?
In really top form. Good! But this time, William allowed himself a gentle smile, and from behind him came a few dignified,
ho, ho.
Walter closed his eyes, and his great shoulders shook silently. They all knew Tristan. William stepped back into line, his appointed task done, and we all went into the byre. I braced myself as I looked at the long row of backs, the tails swishing at the flies. There was some work ahead here. Sorry I'm so late, I said as I drew the tuberculin into the syringe. I was held up at the last place. It's difficult to foresee how long these tests will take. All four brothers replied eagerly.
Ah, you're right, sir. It's difficult. It is difficult. You're right. It's difficult.
They went on till they thrashed the last ounce out of the statement. I finished filling the syringe, got out my scissors, and began to push my way between the first two cows. It was a tight squeeze, and I puffed slightly in the stifling atmosphere. It's a bit warm in here, I said. Again the volley of agreement.
You're right, sir. Aye, it's warm. It is warm. You're right. It's warm. Aye, you're right.
This was all delivered with immense conviction and vigorous nodding of heads, as though I had made some incredible discovery. And as I looked at the grave, intent faces still pondering over my brilliant remark, I could feel my tensions beginning to dissolve. I was lucky to work here. Where else but in the high country of Yorkshire would I meet people like these? I pushed along the cow and got hold of its ear, but Walter stopped me with a gentle cough. "Name Mr. Herriot. You won't have to look in the ears. I have all the numbers wrote down." "Oh, well, that's fine. It'll save us a lot of time." I had always found scratching the wax away to find ear tattoos an overrated pastime, and it was good to hear that the Huggills were attending to the clerical side. There was a section in the ministry form which said, "Are the herd records in good order?" I always wrote yes, keeping my fingers crossed as I thought of the scrawled figures on the backs of old bills, milk recording sheets, anything. "Aye," said Walter. "I have them all set down, proper, in a book." "Great. Can you go and get it then?" "No need, sir. I have it here." Walter was the boss, there was no doubt about it. They all seemed to live in perfect harmony, but when the chips were down, Walter took over automatically. He was the organizer, the acknowledged brains of the outfit. The battered trilby which he always wore in contrast with the others' caps gave him an extra air of authority. Everybody watched respectfully as he slowly and deliberately extracted a spectacle case from an inside pocket. He opened it and took out an old pair of steel-rimmed spectacles, blowing away fragments of the hay and corn chaff with which the interior of the case was thickly powdered. There was a quiet dignity and importance in the way he unhurriedly threaded the side pieces over his ears and stood grimacing slightly to work everything into place. Then he put his hand into his waistcoat pocket. When he took it out, he was holding some object, but it was difficult to identify, being almost obscured by his enormous thumb. Then I saw that it was a tiny, black-covered miniature diary about 2 inches square, the sort of novelty people gave each other at Christmas. "Is that the herd record?" I asked. "Yes, this is it. It's all set down in here." Walter daintily flicked over the pages with horny forefinger and squinted through his spectacles. "Now that first cow, she's number 84. "Splendid," I said. "I'll just check this one and then we can go by the book." I peered into the ear. "Well, that's funny. I make it 26. The brothers had a look. "You're right, sir, you're right. It is 26. Walter pursed his lips. "Why, that's Bluebell's calf, isn't it?" "Nay," said Fenwick. "She's out of our Buttercup." "Can't be," mumbled Thomas. "Our Buttercup was sold to Tim Jefferson afore the son was born. This is Brenda's calf." William shook his head. "I'm sure we got her as a heifer at Bob Ashby's sale." "All right," I said, holding up a hand. "We'll put in 26. I had to cut in. It was in no way an argument, just a leisurely discussion, but it looked as if it could go on for some time. I wrote the number in my notebook and injected the cow. "Now, how about this next one?" "Well, I do know that un," said Walter, confidently, stabbing at an entry in the diary. "Can't make no mistake, she's number 5. I looked in the ear. "Says 137 here." It started again. "She was brought in, wasn't she?" Nay, she's out of our dribbler." "Don't think so, dribbler's now but bold." I raised my hand again. "You know, I really think it might be quicker to look in all the ears. Time's getting on." "Aye, you're right, sir, it is getting on." Walter returned the herd record to his waistcoat pocket philosophically, and we started the laborious business of clipping, measuring and injecting every animal, plus rubbing the inside of the ears with a cloth soaked in spirit to identify the numbers which had often faded to a few unrelated dots. Occasionally, Walter referred to his tiny book. "Aye, that's right, 92. I thought so. It's all set down here." Fighting with the loose animals in the boxes round the fold yard was like having a dirty Turkish bath while wearing oilskins. The brothers caught the big beasts effortlessly, and even the strongest bullock grew quickly discouraged when it had to struggle against those mighty arms. But I noticed one strange phenomenon. The men's fingers were so thick and huge that they often slipped out of the animals' noses through sheer immobility. It took an awful long time, but we finally got through. The last little calf had a space clipped in his shaggy neck and bawled heartily as he felt the needle. Then I was out in the sweet air, throwing my coat in the car boot. I looked at my watch. 3 o'clock. I was nearly 2 hours behind my schedule now, and already I was hot and weary, with skinned toes on my right foot where a cow had trodden, and a bruised left instep caused by the sudden descent of Fenwick's size 13 hobnails during a particularly violent melee. As I closed the boot and limped round to the car door, I began to wonder a little more about this easy ministry work. Walter loomed over me and inclined his head graciously. "Come in and sit down and have a nice cup of tea." "It's very kind of you, and I wish you could, Mr. Huggle, but I've got a long string of inspections waiting, and I don't know when I'll get round them. I fixed up far too many, and I completely underestimated the time needed for your test. I really am an absolute fool." And the brothers intoned sincerely, "Aye, you're right, sir. You're right. You're right." Well, there was no more testing today, but 10 inspections still to do, and I should have been at the first one 2 hours ago. I roared off, feeling that little ball tightening in my stomach as it always did when I was fighting the clock. Gripping the wheel with one hand and exploring my lunch packet with the other, I pulled out a piece of Mrs. Hall's ham and egg pie and began to gnaw at it as I went along. But I had gone only a short way when reason asserted itself. This was no good. It was an excellent pie, and I might as well enjoy it. I pulled off the unfenced road onto the grass, switched off the engine, and opened the windows wide. The farm back there was like an island of activity in the quiet landscape. And now that I was away from the noise and the stuffiness of the buildings, the silence and emptiness enveloped me like a soothing blanket. I leant my head against the back of the seat and looked out at the checkered greens of the little fields along the flanks of the hills, thrusting upwards between their walls, till they gave way to the jutting rocks and harsh brown of the heather which flooded the wild country above. I felt better when I drove away, and didn't particularly mind when the farmer at the first inspection greeted me with a scowl. "This isn't 1 o'clock, mister," he snapped. "Me cows have been in all afternoon, and look at the bloody mess they've made. I'll never get the place clean again." I had to agree with him when I saw the muck piled up behind the cows. It was one of the snags about housing animals in grass time, and the farmer's expression grew blacker as most of them cocked their tails as though in welcome, and added further layers to the heaps. "I won't keep you much longer," I said briskly, and began to work my way down the row. Before the tuberculin testing scheme came into being, these clinical examinations were the only means of detecting tuberculous cows, and I moved from animal to animal, palpating the udders for any unusual induration. The routine examinations were known jocularly in the profession as bag-snatching or cow-punching, and it was a job that soon got tedious. I found the only way to stop myself going nearly mad with boredom was to keep reminding myself what I was there for. So when I came to a gaunt red cow with a pendulous udder, I straightened up and turned to the farmer. "I'm going to take a milk sample from this one. She's a bit hard in the left hind quarter." The farmer sniffed. "Please yourself. There's naught wrong with her, but I suppose it'll make a job for somebody." Squirting milk from the quarter into a 2-ounce bottle, I thought about Siegfried's veterinary friend who always took a pint sample from the healthiest udder he could find, to go with his lunchtime sandwiches. I labelled the bottle and put it into the car. We had a little electric centrifuge at Skeldale House, and tonight I would spin this milk and examine the sediment on a slide after staining by Zeal Nielsen. Probably I'd find nothing, but at times there was the strange excitement of peering down the microscope at a clump of bright red, iridescent TB bacilli. When that happened, the cow was immediately slaughtered, and there was always the thought that I might have lifted the death sentence from some child. The meningitis, the spinal and lung infections which were so common in those days. Returning to the byre, I finished the inspection by examining the wall in front of each cow. The farmer watched me dourly. "What you on with now?" "Well, if a cow has a cough, you can often find some spit on the wall." I had in truth found more tuberculous cows this way than any other. by scraping a little sputum onto a glass slide and then staining it as for milk. The modern young vet just about never sees a TB cow, thank heavens, but screws were all too common 30 years ago. There were very few in the high Pennines, but in the low country on the plain you found them. The cows that weren't doing right, the ones with the soft, careful cough and slightly accelerated breathing. Often they were good milkers and ate well, but they were killers, and I was learning to spot them. And there were the others, the big, fat, sleek animals, which could still be riddled with the disease. They were killers of a more insidious kind, and nobody could pick them out. It took the tuberculin test to do that. At the next 4 places I visited, the farmers had got tired of waiting for me and had turned their cows out. They had all to be brought in from the field, and they came slowly and reluctantly. There was nothing like the rodeo I'd had with Mr. K's heifers, but a lot more time was lost. The animals kept trying to turn back to the field while I sped around their flanks like a demented sheepdog, and as I panted to and fro, each farmer told me the same thing, that cows only liked to come in at milking time. Milking time did eventually come, and I caught 3 of my herds while they were being milked. But it was after 6 when I came tired and hungry to my second-to-last inspection. A hush hung over the place, and after shouting my way around the buildings without finding anybody, I walked over to the house. "Is your husband in, Mrs. Bell?" I asked. "No, he's had to go into the village to get the horse shod, but he won't be long afore he's back. He's left cows in for you," the farmer's wife replied. That was fine. I'd soon get through this lot. I almost ran into the byre and started the old routine, feeling sick to death of the sight and smell of cows and fed up with pawing at their udders. I was working along almost automatically when I came to a thin, rangy cow with a narrow red and white face. She could be a crossed Shorthorn Ayrshire. I had barely touched her udder when she lashed out with the speed of light and caught me just above the kneecap. I hopped round the bar on one leg, groaning and swearing in my agony. It was some time before I was able to limp back to have another try, and this time I scratched her back and cush-cushed her in the wheedling tone before sliding my hand gingerly between her legs. The same thing happened again, only this time the sharp-edged cloven foot smacked slightly higher up my leg. Crashing back against the wall, I huddled there almost weeping with pain and rage. After a few minutes, I reached a decision. To hell with her. If she didn't want to be examined, she could take her luck. I'd had enough for one day. I was in no mood for heroics. Ignoring her, I proceeded down the bar till I had inspected the others. But I had to pass her on my way back, and pause to have another look. And whether it was sheer stubbornness or whether I imagined she was laughing at me, I don't know. But I decided to have just one more go. Maybe she didn't like me coming from behind. Perhaps if I worked from the side, she wouldn't mind so much. Carefully, I squeezed my way between her and her neighbour, gasping as the craggy pelvic bones dug into my ribs. Once in the space beyond, I thought, I would be free to do my job. And that was my big mistake. Because as soon as I had got there, the cow went to work on me in earnest. Switching her back end round quickly to cut off my way of escape, she began to kick me systematically from head to foot. She kicked forward, reaching at times high on my chest as I strained back against the wall. Since then I have been kicked by an endless variety of cows in all sorts of situations, but never by such an expert as this one. There must be very few really venomous bovines, but when one of them uses her feet, it is usually an instinctive reaction to being hurt or frightened, and they kick blindly. But this cow measured me up before each blow, and her judgment of distance was beautiful. And as she drove me further towards her head, she was able to hook me in the back with her horns by way of variety. I was convinced she hated the human race. My plight was desperate. I was completely trapped, and it didn't help when the apparently docile cow next door began to get into the act by prodding me off with her horns as I pressed against her. I don't know what made me look up, but there, in the thick wall of the bar, was a hole about 2 feet square where some of the crumbling stone had fallen out. I pulled myself up with an agility that amazed me, and as I crawled through head first, a sweet fragrance came up to me. I was looking into a hay barn, and seeing a deep bed of finest clover just below. I launched myself into space, and did a very creditable roll in the air before landing safely on my back. Lying there, bruised and breathless, with the front of my coat thickly patterned with claw marks, I finally abandoned any lingering illusions I'd had that ministry work was a soft touch. I was rising painfully to my feet when Mr. Bell strolled in. "Sorry, I had to go out," he said, looking me over with interest. "But I just about given you up. You're hellish late." I dusted myself down and picked a few strands of hay from my hair. "Yes, sorry about that. But never mind, I managed to get the job done." "But, were you having a bit of a kip then?" No, not exactly. I had some trouble with one of your cows." There wasn't much point in standing on my dignity. I told him the story. Even the friendliest farmers seemed to derive pleasure from a vet's discomfiture, and Mr. Bell listened with an ever-widening grin of delight. By the time I'd finished, he was doubled up, beating his breeches knees with his hands. "I can just imagine it. That Ayrshire cross is a right bitch. Picked her up cheap at market last spring and thought I'd got a bargain, but I soon found out. Took us a fortnight to get the bugger tied up." "Well, I just wish I'd known," I said, rather tight-lipped. The farmer looked up at the hole in the wall. "And you crawled through that—" He went into another convulsion which lasted some time. Then he took off his cap and wiped his eyes with the lining. Oh dear," he murmured weakly. "By God, I wish I'd been here." My last call was just outside Darrowby, and I could hear the church clock striking 7:15 as I got stiffly out of the car. After my easy day in the service of the government, I felt broken in mind and body. I had to suppress a scream when I saw yet another long line of cows' backsides awaiting me. The sun was low, and dark thunderclouds piling up in the west had thrown the countryside into an eerie darkness. And in the old-fashioned, slit-windowed byre, the animals looked shapeless and ill-defined in the gloom. Right, no messing about. I was going to make a quick job of this and get off home. Home to some food and an armchair. I had no further ambitions. So, left hand on the root of the tail, right hand between the hind legs, a quick feel around, and on to the next one. Eyes half closed, my mind numb, I moved from cow to cow, going through the motions like a robot, with the far end of the bar seeming like the promised land. And finally, here it was. The very last one up against the wall. Left hand on tail, right hand between legs. At first, my tired brain didn't take in the fact that there was something different here, but there was. Something vastly different. A lot of space, and instead of the udder, a deeply cleft, pendulous something with no teats anywhere. I came awake suddenly and looked along the animal's side. A huge, woolly head was turned towards me, and two wide-set eyes regarded me, inquiringly. In the dull light, I could just see the gleam of the copper ring in the nose. The farmer, who had watched me in silence, spoke up. "You're wasting your time there, young man. There's nought wrong with his bag.